Chapter 781 The Truth About Luck. After hearing Emoli's words, Xiaoyu was slightly startled and asked, "Luck? What do you want to tell me about luck?" Emoli was silent for a moment and said, "As an intelligent creature of the 6th level civilization, I have also heard about luck. Over the past 100 years, I have been very acquainted with luck. Think deeply. I can tell you my thoughts, but I don't guarantee that what I say is correct. I just give it to you as a reference." "You said it," Xiaoyu replied. "Luck does not exist. If we must say that it does exist, then it can also be changed. And I have found a way to change luck," Morley said. Xiaoyu became slightly nervous. Xiaoyu discovered that what Emoli said was surprisingly similar to what the 7th level micro-civilization told him. It was impossible for Molly to know what the 7th level micro-civilization had told him. But they said similar words. This shows that Morley's thinking really paid off. "I don't quite understand," Xiaoyu said slowly. "Since I left my home planet, everything I have seen and heard has confirmed the real existence of luck. Let's not talk about it for the time being. Let's just say that you take the horse civilization as an example. After you were attacked by me and your civilization was shattered, wasn't your experience tragic enough?" Morley smiled and shook his head. "Our experience is tragic enough, but it is a good thing for our civilization. Don't you see? It is precisely because of encountering a black hole and being blocked in the small universe by a 6th level primary civilization. Only through these two things did our civilization establish its perseverance as a national spirit. However, in the process of fighting against the sweeper civilization, your civilization was almost on the verge of sinking. This is still a good thing, because this incident has triggered the hidden dangerous emotions in our nation, such as confusion, greed for enjoyment, and other bad traits in advance, allowing us to deal with them in a relatively safe environment. It's solved. As you can see, we finally solved it. So our civilization will no longer be plagued by these negative emotions in the future. Our civilization will go further," Morley said. "We are equal to after a major surgery. The initial depression was just the analgesia of the surgery. After the labor pain, we will be healthier. So this is still a good thing for us." Xiaoyu began to think deeply. "You said it was under your protection. There are no foreign enemies. Is it better to perform this operation in a calm environment or when strong enemies are around?" Morley asked. Xiaoyu was silent. Xiaoyu once again looked at the Pegasus civilization. At this moment, after nearly 200 years of struggle, the Pegasus civilization has swept away the previous decline and is even more prosperous than before. People are polite, honest, and trustworthy. Everyone is fighting for the future of civilization. Of course, the future of civilization is the future of individuals. "You said that killing can increase the luck value of a civilization. So logically speaking, saving the civilization should lead to a loss of luck. But have you ever felt the loss of luck caused by saving the civilization?" Emoli smiled. He said, "No." "Right. The reason why you feel that the extinction of civilization will lead to an improvement in luck is just because all the materials and scientific and technological data of the civilization that was exterminated by you belong to you." At this moment, there was a light of wisdom beating in Molly's eyes. "It is impossible to verify where luck comes from. But it seems that our galaxy... No, I believe that civilizations in other extragalactic galaxies are also there. It's strange to regard luck as a golden rule. I think you should go find out if there is any conspiracy here. If a concept exists in your mind in advance, then in the event you encounter next, you will subconsciously and involuntarily look for evidence for the existence of this concept. In the end, you will become more and more convinced. Its existence will eventually affect your subconscious mind and control your behavior to a certain extent. So you will believe in its existence more and more. This is just a psychological phenomenon. If we must say that luck exists, then it exists only in the hearts of intelligent beings," Morley said. Xiaoyu sighed slightly. Xiaoyu found that Emoli's statement was impeccable. Luck seems to be really a psychological effect. It's like a religion in the Earth Age. People preconceptually believe in the existence of gods. So whatever they see next will become evidence of the existence of gods. For example, when believers see a boat floating on the water, they think it is the power of God, which just proves the greatness of God. When they feel the wind, they think it is the power of God. When they feel the sun, they think it is the power of God. Everything is the power of God. Many religions on Earth follow this pattern. This is a habitual thinking that is difficult to break. In the Earth Age, when Xiaoyu encountered die-hard religious believers, he would often stay away from them and would not waste his words on those people. If it is true that the higher the luck value, the easier it is to advance to the 7th level civilization, then why has the sweeper civilization not been promoted yet? However, if this statement is false, then what Techno Taihao told him back then was that when the invigilator determined whether a civilization could be promoted to level 7, it was based on the luck value. Isn't this wrong? Xiaoyu remembered the existence of the 7th level barrier again. Gradually, an idea appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. There was no invigilator in this universe originally. Later, when civilizations became more advanced, there were invigilators. The invigilator may be a relatively advanced civilization. It artificially created a 7-level barrier through some method to hinder more advanced civilizations. Many civilizations have become level 7 civilizations. Luck may be just a fake trick played by the invigilator. It does not really exist in the universe, and it does not have that kind of magical power. You see, our Pegasus civilization has changed our luck. Molly pointed to the image of the Pegasus civilization and said, luck exists in the hearts of each of us. When we think that civilization has no hope, civilization will decline. Just like we did before, people begin to become despicable, not thinking about progress, and only covet the current enjoyment. We think that when civilization is full of hope, civilization will flourish and luck will rise. It's the truth about luck. Xiaoyu breathed out gently in his mind. It's ridiculous that I have been looking for a way to change my own destiny. It turns out that I have found this way long ago and implemented it. The impact of the death of the accompanying ghost clan on me has long been gone. In the solar system, in me when I started working for the future and starting industrial construction, I was already out of this haze. For the Pegasus civilization, the way to change luck is to make people realize that their civilization is still full of hope and cannot give up easily. Morley achieves this goal through a book. For Xiaoyu, the way to change his luck is to realize that he can turn grief into motivation, inherit the last wish of the companion ghost clan, and at the same time continue to walk firmly according to your own wishes. While in the solar system, Xiaoyu had already successfully changed his destiny. It is precisely because of this that when faced with the pursuit of the sweeper civilization, Xiaoyu was able to persevere with his will and never say die spirit, and persisted until the emergence of the Pegasus civilization and the Yaja clan, and finally escaped. Xiaoyu suddenly felt that the shackles that were tightly pressing on his body were gone. The haze brought to Xiaoyu by the death of the companion ghost clan has all disappeared. Molly, thank you. You solved a big doubt in my mind. Xiaoyu murmured. You are not only the savior of Pegasus civilization, but also my savior. As an ally of our civilization, I also hope that you can have more development. I am also very happy to solve the doubts in your heart. Molly smiled and waved to Xiaoyu. Said, send me back. I really can't wait to return to our civilization and feel the sincere and friendly social atmosphere again. As you wish. Xiaoyu laughed and said, goodbye. I hope we can have another chance to meet again. Molly left here and returned to his own civilization. There, Xiaoyu has used his superb computer technology to prepare complete information for Molly in the core database of Pegasus civilization. Molly, whose appearance has been changed, is in a new life. There will be a new identity and a new name. He will be the sole heir of a deceased rich businessman. After returning to the Pegasus civilization, Molly will have a noble social status and huge wealth. After all, if you want to help others, you can't do without enough money. Xiaoyu didn't want to see Molly's legs become disabled again because he helped others. Xiaoyu, goodbye. Our Pegasus civilization will find a suitable place to live in the Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy. We will develop quietly there. Anyway, the Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy is only so big. If you want to contact us, you can always contact us. Contact us. My dear ally, I look forward to our next reunion. The leader of the Pegasus civilization sent such a message to Xiaoyu. Okay, goodbye. Xiaoyu also responded. The Pegasus civilization has left. Looking at the empty small universe with only tens of thousands of arrow beasts, Xiaoyu said to himself in his heart, it's time to carry out my business. Continue to improve my industrial foundation, improve my technological level, and impact the 7th level civilization. Destroy the sweeper civilization. Also, Zhang Shengya, it's time to resurrect you. My only clansman has been sleeping for nearly 100,000 years. Wake up again. Chapter 782, Resurrection. The sky of the Ursa Major II Dwarf Galaxy looks different from that of the Milky Way. When you are in the Milky Way, no matter which direction you are in, the universe is filled with dense stars above, below, left and right. But it's completely different in the Ursa Major 2 dwarf galaxy. There are only less than 10 million stars in this galaxy, and most of them are dim red giants. Therefore, the sky here is very dark, with sparse and dim stars scattered irregularly on the celestial sphere. Compared with the dim stars in this galaxy, the Milky Way looks like a full moon here, so big and bright that the spiral structure above the Milky Way can even be seen clearly with the naked eye. This is a dead galaxy with no new stars forming, because the star base is too small. There are very few supernova explosions. There are no violent black holes or dense gas clusters. So far, Xiaoyu has not found any life here. Pegasus civilization has left Xiaoyu. For level 6 civilizations, it doesn't matter much what their environment is like. As long as there is matter, they can obtain enough energy. Therefore, the Ursa Major 2 dwarf galaxy can still allow the Pegasus civilization to live comfortably. The same is true for Xiaoyu. You know, Xiaoyu's technology is more advanced than the Pegasus civilization. Xiaoyu chose a direction and truly entered the Ursa Major dwarf galaxy. The one closest to Xiaoyu is a huge red giant star. It has a lifespan of at least 15 billion years. Although it is smaller than the Sun in mass, and has a longer lifespan than the Sun, it has still reached the end of its life at this moment. Xiaoyu observed some suspicious signs on it, such as a reaction area that was brighter and hotter, and some star sunspots with unusually strong activity. Xiaoyu speculated that this may be formed by the impact of planets. When it was still healthy, there were planets around it, but it continued to expand and expand its size. The collision with stellar material will cause the planet to slow down, so that the planet can no longer maintain its stable orbit. So it violently hits the star. Now it has no planets. At the same time, its mass is too small, but its density is too high. It is very uneconomical to capture such a star and put it in your own small universe. After all, the total volume of Xiaoyu's small universe is limited. But after looking at the other stars in the Ursa Major 2 dwarf galaxy, Xiaoyu shook his head slightly. Still decided to put this star in, because compared with other stars, the situation of this star is already considered good. Everything is going well for Xiaoyu now, thanks to the adequate preparations when leaving the Milky Way. Xiaoyu never experienced any so-called material shortages during the long journey that lasted 100,000 light years. 5 planet-class battleships have been manufactured, and the construction schedule for stellar-class battleships has been officially determined. If you don't count the Neutron battle star, Xiaoyu is now qualified to fight the sweeper civilization, and he is no longer in the same embarrassment as before. Then, my tribe, it's time for you to open your eyes again, Xiaoyu murmured to himself. The crystal coffin containing Zhang Shengya's body was taken out from the most strictly protected area of the Earth planet-class battleship. Looking at Zhang Shengya, whose face was still lifelike in the crystal coffin, Xiaoyu felt a little bit sad for no reason. With Xiaoyu's current technology, it is not difficult to copy Zhang Shengya's body with the help of Zhang Shengya's genes. With the help of technological means directly on Zhang Shengya's body, it is not difficult to make various organs of her body work again. After all, she died in a specially prepared method, and her body was not damaged at all. 100,000 years later. Now, Zhang Shengya's body has finally left the crystal coffin and been placed in a regular environment suitable for human survival. Xiaoyu controlled the robot to remove all the clothes on her body and laid her flat on the operating table. When the robot's fingers touched Zhang Shengya's skin, the sensors on the fingers told Xiaoyu some tactile information. Xiaoyu knew that if he still had a body and touched Zhang Shengya with his fingers, his feeling would be the same as touching an ordinary person, just a little colder. Xiaoyu sighed slightly and controlled the projection equipment to project his own shadow here. This phantom has a physical function, so Xiaoyu's phantom can conveniently manipulate various surgical instruments here. Xiaoyu picked up a syringe with some inexplicable blue liquid inside. Xiaoyu knows it was actually not a liquid, but many nanorobots with smooth surfaces. Many nanorobots gathered together and turned into this water-like substance. Then Xiaoyu picked up one of Zhang Shengya's arms and injected everything in the syringe into Zhang Shengya's blood vessels. Each nanorobot is equipped with dedicated sensors. Each robot is directly connected to Xiaoyu's brain, and Xiaoyu is directly controlling them. These nanorobots were moving in Zhang Shengya's blood vessels. Zhang Shengya was already dead, so she naturally had no blood circulation. The blood in her veins was like a pool of stagnant water. But the arrival of these nanorobots has changed this situation. Xiaoyu felt as if many live fish were put into a pond. Zhang Shengya's blood began to fluctuate again. With this fluctuation, these nanorobots gradually flowed into her heart and began to control Zhang Shengya's heart. contracting, 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 and contracting. In the silent operating room, a slight thumping sound began to be heard. That was Zhang Shengya's heart beating. The blood begins to circulate again under the push of the heart. The nutrients carried by the nanorobots were gradually released, and followed the flow of blood to every cell in Zhang Shengya's body, repairing damaged cells. Waves of subtle bioelectric currents were released by another batch of nanorobots that circulated throughout Zhang Shengya's body. Like static electricity, Zhang Shengya's long and silky hair fluttered slightly. In the windless operating room, slowly swaying in the middle, with the release of bioelectric current, the cells that had long lost their vitality seemed to be gradually filled with electricity and began to become round and full of vitality. They are like machinery that has been left unused for too long. The nanobots re-energized them and repaired their damage, so they started working again. Simple as that. This process lasted 3 hours. Xiao Yu's shadow has been standing in front of Zhang Shengya's operating table, looking at Zhang Shengya's face with a faint smile. Zhang Shengya's fingers twitched unconsciously, and then she slowly opened her eyes. But there was no expression on her face, and there was no sparkle in her eyes. Xiao Yu knew that Zhang Shengya at this moment could not be completely called alive, because she has no memory of the past era and no ability to think independently. She is now just relying on instinct to survive. If you give her food, she will instinctively open her mouth, chew instinctively, and then swallow it. But even if she is starved to death, she will not get up and look for food by herself. She can still breathe instinctively, but if her nose and mouth are blocked, she won't resist even if she suffocates to death. She is now similar to a vegetative person in the Earth era, and her condition is even more serious than that of a vegetative person. All these things were naturally expected by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu waved his hand, and a robot walked in holding a ball of almost transparent color. This thing is part of the body of Xiao Yu's companion ghost clan. During that encounter, the companion ghost tribe separated this thing from their body and gave it to Xiao Yu, so that when Xiao Yu resurrected Zhang Shengya, he could use this thing as the carrier of his soul. Xiao Yu took the thing and moved his other hand slightly, and there was something like a pen in his hand. Next, Xiao Yu used this pen to start writing and drawing on the unknown energy body, as if the unknown energy body was a piece of paper. The nanorobot can tell Xiao Yu the remaining memories in Zhang Shengya's brain at any time. The scientific research results derived from Su Junpo can allow Xiao Yu to directly transform the soul body. What Xiao Yu has to do now is this. When Zhang Shengya finally wakes up, she will completely have all the memories before her death. Xiao Yu's pen moved very fast. So fast that he couldn't even see the shadow. In this way, it took Xiao Yu 3 hours to complete the work. After that, Xiao Yu placed this unknown energy body in Zhang Shengya's brain. From the outside, it looked like there was a layer of fog covering Zhang Shengya's head. The nanorobots located throughout Zhang Shengya's body began to work together, releasing bursts of bioelectric currents of different strengths. With the release of biocurrents, the color of the unknown energy body gradually became darker and darker, as if it was being absorbed. Zhang Shengya's head absorbed it. Zhang Shengya's eyes were closed again. She didn't open her eyes again until the unknown energy body completely disappeared and was completely absorbed by her. Just like a sleeping person finally waking up. A murmur of unknown meaning came from Zhang Shengya's mouth. As if feeling a little uncomfortable, Zhang Shengya turned over unconsciously. Perhaps it was the hard surface of the operating table that hurt her. But she finally opened her eyes. A pair of sleepy eyes opened and closed immediately. After a few seconds, after adapting to the intensity of the light, she opened her eyes again and saw the young man standing in front of her, smiling at her. Chapter 783 100 and 2534 AD. Zhang Shengya finally opened her eyes completely. After 100,000 years of death, Zhang Shengya finally had life again. After 100,000 years of loneliness, Xiao Yu finally had someone of his own kind again. No matter in terms of physical structure, social culture, or psychology, they are all the same kind. Who are you? What dad are you doing in my room? Who is he? Zhang Shengya said in a vague voice, as if she hadn't fully woken up yet. Zhang Shengya's voice was slightly neutral, which was different from Qin Mo's. However, this does not destroy the overall charm of Zhang Shengya. On the contrary, this slight deviation brings a different kind of charm to her whole person. When he heard this voice, Xiao Yu had the urge to cry. It has been 100,000 years. In this 100,000 years, there have been countless difficulties and obstacles, countless setbacks, conspiracies, and wars. in this long time. Xiao Yu really wants to hear the voice from his hometown. Now, Xiao Yu's wish is finally fulfilled. Xiao Yu gently leaned down, hugged Zhang Shengya's naked upper body before Zhang Shengya fully woke up, and said softly, I am Xiao Yu. Hello, my tribe, and welcome you to this world again. The moment Xiao Yu hugged Zhang Shengya seemed to wake up instantly. Her eyes widened instantly. She squinted her eyes in disbelief and looked at the strange man hugging her. After realizing that she was naked, she suddenly screamed. Ah! Zhang Shengya screamed in horror. Her body struggled violently, and her arm slapped Xiao Yu desperately. The two long legs kicked Xiao Yu's shadow hard. Xiao Yu had no choice but to smile bitterly and give up the hug after 100,000 years. Stood up straight again, and looked at Zhang Shengya with a smile again. Zhang Shengya looked like a little girl being violated by a bad guy. Her delicate face full of horror. She curled up, hugged her chest with one arm, and waved the other arm violently, still shouting, Go away! Go away! Don't come over! Don't come over! Mom! Dad! Come quickly! Who is this person? Xiao Yu smiled bitterly in his heart. Xiao Yu expected Zhang Shengya to have a violent reaction, but he did not expect it to be so violent. Logically speaking, after experiencing a series of torture methods by technology Taiyao, Zhang Shengya should no longer react too violently to such things. But don't forget, people who have just woken up will always have a slower reaction time. Just like the first thing many people do when they wake up in the morning is to recall where they are now. Don't be nervous. Calm down, Xiao Yu said with a smile. You have many memories in your mind. Think about it slowly, and think about what you went through before you fell asleep. Look, do I look like a bad person? Xiao Yu said with a friendly smile. I won't hurt you. I am also a human being. In fact, at this moment, Xiao Yu really wanted to say the ancient saying, just scream. No one will come to save you even if your throat is broken. However, in order to avoid irritating Zhang Shengya too much, Xiao Yu still discarded this plan. This is truly tens of thousands of light years away. In the entire universe, there are only two known humans left, Xiao Yu and Zhang Shengya. In terms of pure humans, there is only one Zhang Shengya left. Indeed, even if the universe is destroyed, no one will come to save her. Seemingly aware of Xiao Yu's kindness, Zhang Shengya slowly calmed down, but there was still deep fear in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Yu. After a while, Zhang Shengya frowned, as if he remembered something. After a while, the confusion on Zhang Shengya's face disappeared, and was replaced by a heart-wrenching confusion. Where am I? Who are you? Zhang Shengya asked softly and tremblingly. I am Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu said, This is the Ursa Major II dwarf galaxy. With your current scientific literacy, you should know that it is 100,000 light years away from the Milky Way. Well, you are in the largest galaxy I have created. Type spacecraft. Inside the main control room of the Earth-class battleship. Earth? Are you from Earth? Zhang Shengya was silent for a moment before asking this question. Yes. I was once an Earthling. I am an Earthling now. And I will be an Earthling in the future. Although I no longer have a body, my spirit and soul will always be an Earthling and will never change. Xiao Yu said very seriously. What about the others? Zhang Shengya asked hopefully. Also, what time is it now? Xiao Yu was silent for a moment. Xiao Yu didn't want to tell Zhang Shengya this cruel fact prematurely, but Xiao Yu found that he had no way to hide the matter. The current time is, well, 102,534 years AD. Xiao Yu said, I left the Earth in July of the year 2013 AD. So far, there have been 100,000 years past. Where are the others? Where is our Earth civilization? It's all gone. Xiao Yu said lightly. It's all gone. The Earth has been destroyed. I am the only one among the 7 billion human beings who escaped. I escaped from the Earth in a soul state. My body is on the Earth. It was also destroyed. Zhang Shengya suddenly covered her mouth with her free hand, and tears fell heavily from her eyes. You should have left the Earth around 1990 in the park. Technology Taihao kidnapped you and killed you at a certain time. I got your body by chance, and used the biotechnology of the 6th level peak civilization to resurrect you. This is the whole process. Xiao Yu said. Stepped forward again, gently wiped away the tears on Zhang Shengya's face, and said softly, Don't cry. Don't cry. You are not alone. You still have me. The two of us are the only two remaining human beings known in the universe. I will regard you as my sister, take good care of you and protect you. I won't let you suffer any more grievances. One day in the future, when I am strong enough, I will restore our Earth civilization. Don't cry. I am here. I am here. Xiao Yu once again gently held Zhang Shengya in his arms. This time Zhang Shengya didn't resist. She stretched out her arms, hugged Xiao Yu's neck forcefully, and cried loudly, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Everyone is lying to me. Those weirdos are lying to me. The big monsters are also lying to me. They are all lying to me. I'm so scared. The universe is so dark. I can't see the sun. Look, there is no hope. Woo woo. Every time I dream about my parents and the Earth. Woo woo. They beat me. Torture me. Lie to me. Woo woo. Xiao Yu controlled his phantom to gently pat Zhang Shengya's back, and comforted him softly. Good. Good. Don't cry. My brother has avenged you. Technology Taihao is dead. And the white dwarf alien beast is also dead. You were killed by the Nova explosion caused by me. From now on, no one in this universe can bully you. With my brother here, no one can bully you. Xiao Yu was also very excited. After all, this is the first time he has come into contact with his own people after 100,000 years of absence. But Xiao Yu still used a certain amount of scheming. Xiao Yu deliberately emphasizes the title, brother, because Xiao Yu knows that in the future, the two will inevitably be in a very close relationship. In order to prevent accidents from happening, and not to hurt Zhang Shengya's fragile mind, Xiao Yu could only make such an arrangement from the beginning. If he had known that this was Chenmo's arrangement, Xiao Yu might have really fallen in love with his only clan member. But now, this has become impossible. In this case, defying the relationship between the two as brother and sister would be beneficial to both of them. Let me take advantage of you. You were already this age in the 1990s, and I was still in middle school in the 1990s. But I have been awake for 100,000 years, and you have been sleeping for 100,000 years. I am your brother. You are not wronged. Xiao Yu thought. Be good. Be good. Zhang Shengya kept crying loudly, and Xiao Yu kept holding her and comforting her. The virtual shadow created through projection technology has the same touch as a real person. So Zhang Shengya has no idea that what she is hugging is not a real person, but just an illusory shadow. Xiao Yu knew Zhang Shengya's situation. A young girl suddenly left everything she was familiar with, and was abducted to an alien planet. She faced the unknown future, and various weird instruments all day long. She was in panic all day long and suffered all kinds of torture. Living in fear, confusion and deception. Zhang Shengya must be very tired. She had no one she could trust. And she had no way to express all her emotions. Now, I finally met my tribe again. And the feelings that had been accumulated for a long time suddenly burst. In this case, tears are the best way to vent. I still dream that one day I can return to the Earth and see my parents and my friends again. Woohoo! Now the Earth is gone. 100,000 years have passed. Woohoo! I will never see them again. They're gone. Good boy. Don't cry. I have prepared a gift for you. Xiao Yu said with a smile, gently released his embrace. And then, under Zhang Shengya's confused eyes, gently he waved his hand. Immediately, a three-dimensional projection image appeared in front of him. Inside, it was exactly the scene on Mars at this moment. The creek is gurgling. The birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. Animals are spreading leisurely on the grass. And insects are flying freely. The sun is bright and warm. Just like on Earth. The arrow beasts lie lazily on the grass. Or fly in the sky. Accepting the sunlight. Do you still remember these cute little guys? Xiao Yu said with a smile. How about you live with them in the future? Chapter 784, A Difficult Decision. The spaceship of the 1990s was discovered on Yaman's home planet. And Xiao Yu also found some records about Yaman in her diary. According to speculation, there was some intersection between Zhang Shengya and Yaju. And it was Zhang Shengya who taught Yaju the technology of controllable nuclear fusion. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Yaman clan to develop to the current stage. It was precisely because of the records in Zhang Shengya's diary that Xiao Yu found a way to master the unified theory. These are these? Zhang Shengya asked with some confusion. You once taught them the technology of controllable nuclear fusion. Have you forgotten? Xiao Yu said with a smile. At that time, you should have been in the hands of the white dwarf star beast. But it seems that you can still control the 9 by remote control. The zero-generation spacecraft taught the Yaja beasts relevant technologies through their own shadow. It turns out it was them. Zhang Shengya nodded. I remembered. Go on. Go to Mars. And live with the Yabiasts. The Yabiasts will protect you very well. And no matter what you need, I will satisfy you. Well, if you wear this necklace, no matter when, as long as you just call, and I will appear in front of you immediately, Xiaoyu said, controlling a small spacecraft to send Zhang Shengya to Mars. Lena, I have to ask you something. This person is my only clan member. I will send her to live with you. I hope you can help me take good care of her. When the small spacecraft arrived at the Yamen gathering point, Xiaoyu turned on the projection equipment, projected his own shadow, and said to the Yaju in front of him, who still maintained a human appearance. The aero beasts have long been accustomed to the takeoff and landing of such spaceships. So when this spacecraft arrived, they were still doing their own things. But after Xiaoyu said these words, the Yaja beasts all immediately became interested, and saw black spots swishing everywhere in the sky. Tens of thousands of aero beasts flew over from all over the world and gathered in front of Xiaoyu. A mass of darkness. Lena asked curiously, Brother Xiaoyu, do you still have any clan members? Why haven't you mentioned it to us before? Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, and said, My tribe has been in a deep sleep before. I didn't wake her up until now. The environment you need is also very suitable for my tribe's life. So I brought her here. Let her live here. As Xiaoyu spoke, he turned around and opened the hatch of the small spaceship. Then, Zhang Shengya, who was full of curiosity, slowly walked out. At first, she seemed a little afraid of the environment here, but when she saw Xiaoyu in front of her, he rushed out immediately, hiding behind Xiaoyu like a shy little girl. Don't worry. The beasts are easy to get along with, and they will protect you. Xiaoyu stroked Zhang Shengya's hair and said softly. Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Zhang Shengya leaned out and looked at the dark area in front of her. Yamens with different shapes and appearances. Yamen has the ability to change its shape freely, so Yamen often changes into some strange shapes. Even once, the aero beasts colluded and transformed into the style of the sweeper civilized spaceship, which made Xiaoyu very nervous and almost controlled the battleship to launch an attack. Since then, Xiaoyu has strictly prohibited the beasts from transforming into sensitive targets. Like now, some of the aero beasts are shaped like a lion, some are like a bear, some are like a stone, and some are like a ball. Among a large number of strange shapes, Lena has always maintained the appearance of a human girl from the earth. That is, Zhang Shengya. Zhang Shengya walked out slowly, and Lena suddenly stayed there. Seeing Lena's appearance, Zhang Shengya also stayed there. Who are you? Zhang Shengya asked strangely, then turned to look at Xiaoyu. You extracted my genes and copied my body? Lena said with a face full of shock. Brother Xiaoyu. She is you all the time. Xiaoyu smiled and waved his hand and said, You misunderstood. She is my sister. Aya. This is Lena. The Yavis clan has its own ability to change forms. She just feels it is fun and thinks that she looks very beautiful. That's why she changed into your appearance. Do I look beautiful? Zhang Shengya immediately became happy. She walked up to Lena and stretched out her hand. Hello. I am a human from Earth. My name is Zhang Shengya. You can call me Aya. Lena also stretched out her hand with a hesitant look on her face. Hello. I'm Lena. Lena's eyes seemed a little dodgy, like a child who was caught doing bad things. We will live together in the future. I hope we can become friends. Zhang Shengya said with a smile. Yeah. Lena lowered her head and whispered. Okay. Lena. Aya. You can stay here. If you need anything, you can call me. I can come at any time. Xiaoyu said, waving to them and turning off the projection of the shadow. The small spacecraft quickly took off and left Mars. Xiaoyu has been observing the situation on Mars through various monitoring equipment. Xiaoyu watched Zhang Shengya quickly integrate with the beasts. The beasts brought all kinds of wood and rocks, and Zhang Shengya was responsible for the command. They worked together to build a palace. Zhang Shengya also called Xiaoyu and asked Xiaoyu to deploy thousands of robots here to be responsible for the construction of precision technological instruments such as wind energy collection, energy transmission, entertainment equipment, etc., to truly transform this palace. It was built like a paradise on Earth. At night, Lena and Zhang Shengya would return to the palace to live. This behavior once caused great confusion among the other beasts. After all, the Yamen are 4th-level peak beasts. They can survive safely in the universe, and can use themselves as a carrier to sail in curvature. Any harsh environment on Mars is nothing to them. In addition, the Yamen they admire nature and like to rest in the natural environment even if they need to rest. So the Yaja beasts were very puzzled as to why Lena ran into this weird stone cage. During the day, some arrow beasts will change into the shapes of various beasts, and then carry Zhang Shengya around, while some arrow beasts will transform into the shapes of various birds, carrying Zhang Shengya around in the sky. Sometimes Xiaoyu would also send out a sightseeing spaceship to take Zhang Shengya to visit various places in the small universe. Xiaoyu was also very pleased to see Zhang Shengya living in laughter every day. Only when he can make his only clan member live a peaceful and happy life can Xiaoyu feel that he has fulfilled his responsibility. Time slipped away little by little in such tranquility, facing Xiaoyu and the Yaju, as well as Zhang Shengya, who has been genetically modified by Xiaoyu on a regular basis. Time seems to have no meaning. 1,000 years have passed, except for the disappearance of several stars and the increase in the number of spaceships. Everything in this small universe and on Mars is still the same as before. During this period of time, there was very little contact between Xiaoyu and the Pegasus civilization. Both existences have their own things to be busy with. The Pegasus civilization has to work hard to digest the scientific and technological information given to them by Xiaoyu, and at the same time try to improve its own scientific and technological foundation. Xiaoyu has to be busy with large-scale construction tasks and work hard. Improve your spaceship reserves. So far, Xiaoyu's spaceship reserves have risen to 8 billion. And Stellar-class battleships have also been built by Xiaoyu. There are 10 Star-class spacecraft in this batch. This means that Xiaoyu has fully recovered his peak strength at this moment. When the warship reserve reached a certain level, Xiaoyu slowed down the warship manufacturing process and began to improve all aspects of his own technology, without the help of Shinjo civilization scientists. Although Xiaoyu had huge computing power, his scientific research path was still a bit difficult at the beginning. Xiaoyu told himself that he could not give up and could not always rely on others, and finally persisted with his strong willpower. Xiaoyu even simulated millions of intelligent programs, and added so-called personality factors to these millions of intelligent programs, allowing these millions of intelligent programs to think about a certain topic together. Although this will cause a lot of waste of computing power, it can comprehensively find out any possibility hidden in the corner. Another 1,000 years have passed. Xiaoyu felt that his technological level had reached a peak, and he could no longer make any progress. Basic science is the foundation of all applied sciences. Whether it is biotechnology, computer technology, materials technology, construction technology, etc. All science and technology must be traced back to their roots and ultimately be classified into basic physical science and technology. And because of the existence of the 7th level barrier, Xiaoyu's basic technology has never made a breakthrough. The 7th level barrier, Xiaoyu sighed. Before I break through the 7th level barrier, my technology cannot progress any further. Now I should be regarded as the most powerful civilization under the 7th level civilization. Right. The rest of the 6th level civilizations can't be like me, researching every aspect and every subtle branch of science and technology to the extreme, all the way to the point of touching the 7th level barrier, but without breaking through the 7th level barrier and mastering the air energy formula. You still cannot become a 7th level civilization. Maybe I should really try to attack the 7th level civilization, Xiaoyu thought silently. This also means that the invigilator's eyes will notice me for the first time. If the attack is unsuccessful, it will be transformed into the weird Tai House civilization. But I will always have to face this step. If I don't become a 7th level civilization, let alone step into Chinmo's circle, I won't even be able to destroy the Neutron battle star. Then it is decided that after 100 years, we will attack the 7th level civilization. Chapter 785, Parting Again. At this moment, 2,000 years have passed since Xiaoyu arrived at the Ursa Major II dwarf galaxy. It was at this time that Xiaoyu made up his mind to start preparations from now on and officially attack the 7th level civilization in 100 years. The key to entering a 7th level civilization lies in mastering the air energy formula. It can be said that if a 6th level peak civilization masters the air energy formula, as long as there are no accidents in the future development, it will definitely become a 7th level civilization. Without mastering the air energy formula, a peak level 6 civilization would still be a level 6 civilization after another million years of struggle. The two are essentially different. There is a way to explore the air energy formula, with Xiaoyu's current technological strength. Xiaoyu can already use this method. This method is to build a supergiant particle collider. and use the powerful technological strength of a level 6 civilization to accelerate a beam of microscopic particles to infinitely close to the speed of light, which is almost 99% of the decimal point. Hundreds of millions of 9 light speeds. At such a speed, matter will directly react with space, and the space the particle passes through will be directly melted and converted into energy. By observing a series of data, Xiaoyu can find out the air energy formula. This is the only way to enter the 7th level civilization. Xiaoyu knows that even in the galaxy, there are many people who have obtained the qualifications to conduct this experiment. That is, to impact the 7th level civilization. At least 3 Taihao have made such attempts. And it was precisely because of the failure of the experiment that they became the Taihao civilization. It is also possible that conducting this experiment will attract the attention of the invigilator. The invigilator uses his own ability to convert them into Taihao civilization, blocking their hope of becoming a 7th level civilization. In addition, Xiaoyu is not sure whether there is a third ending to the attack on the 7th level civilization. It is currently known that attacking the 7th level civilization will have 2 consequences. First, success, and second, becoming a Taihao civilization. So is there a third ending, where the impact fails, but civilization remains unchanged and there is no loss? And a fourth ending, where civilization is destroyed? Xiaoyu is not sure about any of this. This means great risks. Xiaoyu didn't know what surprises would result from conducting this experiment. But Xiaoyu knew that as long as he didn't make this attempt, he would never be able to master the air energy formula, and he would always be overwhelmed by the sweeper civilization. Let me see what kind of existence the invigilator is, and what means the invigilator will use to influence me when I try to break through to the 7th level civilization. Xiaoyu murmured to himself, making up his mind. Determination. 100 years passed quickly. Judging from Xiaoyu's current construction capabilities, 100 years is enough to build a huge building like the Super Particle Collider. During this 100 years, Xiaoyu completely stopped other construction tasks. He did not build spaceships, transform the planet, or conduct scientific research. Instead, he focused all his energy on building a Super Particle Collider. At this moment, the Super Particle Collider already exists in Xiaoyu's small universe. The Super Particle Collider is hundreds of kilometers wide and nearly 0.1 light-years long, which is almost a trillion kilometers long. It is like a belt, quietly suspended in Xiaoyu's small universe. The final preparations have been completed. As long as it is placed in the big universe and the corresponding energy supply device is installed, it can accelerate the particle beam to a terrifying speed in its own internal space, so that matter can respond directly to space. There is no essential difference between the Super Particle Collider and the previous particle collider owned by Xiaoyu. Its function is to accelerate particles. It's just that the technological content of the two is vastly different. The preparations have been completed. It's time to take the most critical step, Xiaoyu thought secretly. Leader, I am Xiaoyu. At this time, for the first time in more than 2,000 years, Xiaoyu sent a communication request to the leader of the Pegasus civilization. I have something to ask you. Xiaoyu? Long time no see. What's the matter with you? The leader of the Pegasus civilization responded very quickly. I was in the middle of an important meeting when I heard my assistant say that you sent a communication request. I immediately sent a communication request. The meeting is suspended. Thank you for taking my affairs so seriously. Xiaoyu was silent for a moment and said, I have decided that in the near future, I will officially attack the 7th level civilization. The Pegasus civilization leader also fell silent. As a 6th level peak civilization, although their technological level is not as good as Xiaoyu's, he can still understand how important this matter is. Level 6 civilization and Level 7 civilization are completely different forms of existence. Level 6 civilization can only be trapped in the river system. It can only manage to sail across the river system through tricky methods, consuming huge manpower, material resources and time. The 7th level civilization can soar the entire universe freely, because space is the energy source of Level 7 civilization. And space is everywhere. Are you ready? Are you ready to bear the consequences of failure? The Pegasus civilization leader said. I'm sorry, my friend. I don't think you will fail. But, as leaders, we the mind always tends to analyze the worst possible scenario. I'm ready, Xiaoyu said and asked. Have you touched the 7th level barrier? Not yet, but it should be soon. The leader of the Pegasus civilization said. I will explore the path for you first. If I can master the air energy formula, I don't mind telling you about it. But at this time, I have one thing to ask you. Xiaoyu said. My loyal comrade, if you have anything to say, just say it. As long as we can do it, we will never refuse. The leader of the Pegasus civilization said sincerely. Actually, it's not a big deal. Xiaoyu sighed and said. The attack on the 7th level civilization is a big deal, and it is likely to attract the attention of the invigilator. In order to prevent accidents or spread to you, this will not be done in the Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy. It is about 70,000 light-years away from the Small Magellanic Cloud, and I will sail to the Small Magellanic Cloud to start this experiment. Xiaoyu also considered conducting this experiment in the void rather than in any river system, but gave up after thinking about it, because if an accident occurs in the void, Xiaoyu will not be able to get sufficient material replenishment. I don't recommend you do this, the leader of the Pegasus civilization said. Up to now, we have not heard that impacting level 7 civilizations will affect other civilizations in the same galaxy. 3 levels in the galaxy when the Tai House civilization attacked the 7th level civilization. It did not see any civilization in the galaxy being affected. You still stay here. During your attack on the 7th level civilization, if you encounter any accidents, we might as well lend a helping hand. No need, Xiaoyu said. I have already decided. What I want to ask you is to help me take care of my people and the Yaju clan during my absence. The time is set to 1,000 years. If I haven't come back after 1,000 years, you will tell the Yamans about my death and let them decide their own future path. At the same time, genetically modify the bodies of my people and let them integrate into the world within your civilization. Please rest assured, I will help you complete these 2 things, as long as our civilization exists for 1 day. Your tribe and the Yaja tribe will not be harmed. This is the oath of our civilization. The leader of the Pegasus civilization is serious, he said. I'm waiting for the day when you return in triumph. Thank you. Xiaoyu responded lightly, and manipulated his shadow to appear on Mars again. Lena, come here. I have something to tell you. Xiaoyu waved, and Zhang Shengya, who was riding an elephant-like animal, arrived together with Lena, who had transformed into a humanoid form, in front of Xiaoyu. I have some things to do, so I'm leaving here, in order to prevent unnecessary trouble. I don't plan to take you there. I will separate the entire solar system from my small universe, and entrust you to the Pegasus civilization will take care of you. You can wait for me here with peace of mind. In 1,000 years, I will return here as a 7th level civilization. That's it. Wait for me here, Xiaoyu said, slowly turning off his phantom display, and controlled the small spacecraft to slowly leave here. Below, Lena and Zhang Shengya were calling something loudly. Xiaoyu heard it, but Xiaoyu ignored it. In the end, Lena simply carried Zhang Shengya and flew directly up. Lena, go back. I can't survive directly in the universe. Xiaoyu sighed. I'm fine. I will be back in 1,000 years. You can just wait here for me. You must come back. I am waiting for you here. My only clan member. My brother. You must come back. At this time, through the communication device, Xiaoyu once again received Zhang Shengya's voice that seemed to be choked. The entire solar system was separated from the small universe under Xiaoyu's operation. The Pegasus civilization already has its own small universe, and they will incorporate the solar system into their own small universe to provide it with comprehensive protection. All things have been done. Xiaoyu manipulated the small universe to pull the spacecraft and entered the curvature navigation. I will definitely succeed as a level 7 civilization and become a level 7 civilization. Xiaoyu thought silently, took a deep look at the small and dim Ursa Major 2 dwarf galaxy, left here, and headed towards the 70,000 light-year distance. The Small Magellanic Cloud is moving forward. Chapter 786 Stargate. Just as Xiaoyu was on his way to the Small Magellanic Cloud, something strange was happening in the Milky Way. About 10,000 light-years away from the center of the Milky Way, densely packed warships were lined up motionless in the void. In the center of these warships, there was a very strange celestial body. If Xiaoyu could see here, Xiaoyu would immediately recognize the thing in front of him. Its diameter is small, but its mass is large. It is invisible in the visible light band and has powerful radiation. This is the Neutron battle star. I don't know why, but the Neutron battle star appeared here, and there were more than 30 million battleships surrounding it. Obviously, after losing all its conventional strength in the battle with Xiaoyu, and after more than 2,000 years of recuperation, the Sweeper civilization once again has considerable conventional combat strength. A total of more than 30 million warships are staying here. In front of them is a somewhat illusory space, as if there is a black hole there. The light will bend when passing through this space, so the space looks a little blurry and distorted, as if it is covered with a layer of fog. Shenzhou civilization. Since you have separated from Xiaoyu, we have no reason to target you. As long as you leave the Stargate and give up control of the Stargate, we can let you leave freely and will never interfere with you. In this distant confrontation, a flagship spacecraft of the Sweeper civilization sent such a message. There is still a blur in front of the Sweeper civilization fleet. I don't know what exists there, and I don't know if there is anything in it. But the Sweeper civilization seemed to have known what was there for a long time. After a while, the Sweeper civilization received an answer. Don't have wishful thinking. I believe that you have also touched the 7th level barrier in some aspects. If you want to advance to the 7th level civilization, just attack it yourself honestly, and don't rely on the analysis star to through the door. We can obtain the air energy formula. It is useless to talk more. If you are unwilling to give up the Stargate, then we will have to drive you away from the Neutron Battlestar and go out. This voice representing the civilized will of the Sweepers said quietly. Within the twisted space, Ares stood in front of the huge display screen, carefully watching every detail of the scene on it. Look at every data. Behind him are densely packed staff. Each staff member has an electronic computer system directly connected to the nerves on his head. At least tens of thousands of staff are busy processing various instructions. More than 2,000 years have passed since Xiaoyu left here. I wonder if you are okay at the moment. Ares sighed softly. He didn't know what he felt about Xiaoyu. When he became the leader of the entire Shenzhou civilization and personally led a huge 6th-level peak civilization to struggle for survival in the dark universe, he realized how difficult it was. His previous wish was to lead his own civilization to become a level 6 civilization. Now, his wish has come true to a certain extent. The entire Shenzhou civilization came under his leadership. At this time, only then did he feel the difference between level 6 civilization and level 5 civilization. Him now. I even missed the time when Xiaoyu was still here. What kind of idle life does one have? He is not alone in this idea. Because of Xiaoyu's departure, some huge computing tasks require scientists to write their own programs to perform calculations without Xiaoyu. Many subtle things need to be solved by themselves, and they can no longer be the same as before. Just focus on studying science, and Xiaoyu will take care of everything else. There is no longer a spectacular situation of tens of millions and billions of robots working together. Robots can only adapt to certain repetitive, low-tech tasks. Without Xiaoyu, some complex tasks must be done by intelligent creatures themselves. Without the large amount of data support provided by Xiaoyu, managing a political regime has become complicated. After all, no one except Xiaoyu would have so much energy to pay attention to so many surveillance devices at the same time. Without surveillance, some inevitable problems within civilization are exposed, such as crime. A large-scale survey showed that after Xiaoyu left, the life happiness index of the people of Shenzhou civilization dropped by at least 1/3. This does not include those assigned to work in places with more difficult conditions. You know, Xiaoyu took care of all these things in the past. Under this situation, the hope that Xiaoyu can come back dominates. After the theory of luck was announced in detail, and it was learned that Xiaoyu's luck value had dropped to a certain level due to the death of his companion Go's clan. In the Shenzhou civilization, large-scale people gathered to pray for Xiaoyu every day. Although this is of no use, it can give them psychological comfort after all. When Xiaoyu left, he left behind a huge intelligent program based on himself. But a program is a program after all. It is dead, but intelligent creatures are alive. As a result, it gradually no longer adapted to the development of civilization. Finally, it was abolished about 500 years ago. Only some modules such as the weather maintenance system and the ecological cycle system are still in use. The people of the Shenzhou civilization are learning how to live on their own strength, to complete scientific research experiments on their own, to independently manufacture various types of spaceships and various huge machines, to decide their own destiny, decide on future plans, etc. In this kind of life, more than 2,000 years passed. The war with the Sweeper civilization left too many psychological shadows on people. So in the past 2,000 years, people have never relaxed in the manufacture of battleships. Without Xiaoyu, these battleships could only be controlled by intelligent creatures. So a large army was established. In this era, the military committee finally had powers commensurate with its own specifications. So far, The Shengya civilization has more than 10 million warships of various types, including 2 Star-class warships. There are 20 billion active military personnel and about 3 billion reserve troops. The reborn Shengya civilization still maintains the basic policy of multi-ethnic coexistence and peaceful coexistence. The highest leadership body is still the Social Committee, with Ares serving as the first chairman. The huge military reserve is only for the Shengya civilization to protect itself. The Shengya civilization has not actively invaded any other civilization. This situation has lasted for more than 2,000 years. Until now. In the direction of the constellation Cygnus in the solar system, about 10,000 light-years away from the center of the Milky Way, the Shengya civilization discovered the remains of a 7th-level civilization. This ruin was originally well hidden, but the gamma-ray burst caused by the supernova explosion of a supermassive star destroyed the ruins, and it was discovered by the Shengya civilization. After preliminary analysis, the scientific researchers of the Shengya civilization determined that this was the relic of a 7th-level civilization in the direction of travel. This is a Stargate, which is an ultra-long-distance teleportation device. It is speculated that level 7 civilizations in the direction of travel use this kind of Stargate to complete their distant journeys across countless river systems. Although the Stargate has been damaged by the gamma-ray burst, a considerable number of instruments remain intact. This means that level 6 civilization may still be able to analyze a large amount of technology here. So the Shengya civilization immediately stationed here, trying to use these intact creations of the 7th-level civilization to get a glimpse of the secrets of the 7th-level civilization. However, after the technological analysis had been carried out for a period of time, the scientific researchers of the Shengya civilization discovered that although these technological creations could bring certain technological improvements to the 6th-level civilization, it was impossible to peek into the mysteries of the 7th-level civilization. At this time, the Sweeper civilization somehow found this place. Neutron Warstar led more than 30 million warships to personally dispatch, trying to drive away the Shengya civilization and occupy the ruins of this 7th-level civilization. There is no doubt that the Shengya civilization is no match for the Sweeper civilization. But the current leader Ares has no intention of giving up this ruins. At the joint meeting of the Social Committee and the Military Committee, Ares said, "Our Shengya civilization cannot use this relic to advance to the 7th-level civilization. But the Sweeper civilization may not be able to advance to the 7th-level civilization. And if the Sweeper civilization uses this to advance to the 7th-level civilization, then we are a disaster for Xiaoyu who has left. We can't take this risk, even if we are not the opponent of the Sweeper civilization. With the help of this ruins, we can support it for at least 1,500 years. So, let us buy this time for Xiaoyu who is leaving. However, we don't know if Xiaoyu is still alive now, and we don't know if he will be able to develop enough to fight against the Sweeper civilization in 1,500 years. I'm worried that everything we do is useless effort. Even if it's useless, we still have to do it," Ares said calmly. "Even if the Sweeper civilization cannot be promoted to the 7th-level civilization with this relic, their strength will definitely increase significantly again. And I don't believe it. The Sweeper civilization will let us who have close ties with Xiaoyu go. So we can only do this to prevent the Sweeper civilization from getting this relic." That's the whole story. After initial negotiations were ineffective, the Sweeper civilization seemed to be ready to attack and forcibly occupy the ruins. At this moment, Ares, standing in front of the huge display screen, gave a calm order. The Space Distortion Protection System is activated at full power, and all combat teams are in place, ready to snipe the warships of the Sweeper civilization at any time. Chapter 787, Change C. In the vast void of the universe, the Neutron Battlestar emits all kinds of intense radiation, like a ferocious ancient beast, rushing towards the twisted space ahead. Behind it, tens of millions of warships were divided into several parts. Some stayed in place to carry out long-range strikes ahead, while others followed the Neutron Battlestar and rushed into the twisted space ahead. After crossing a certain boundary, the Neutron Battlestar and the battleships that followed it suddenly lost all traces, and just disappeared from the visible universe for no reason. At the same time, waves of space fluctuations came from within the twisted space. The twisted space began to swirl violently like mist. The rolling of space caused the deflection of light. For a moment, this space was like a kaleidoscope, full of fragmented and illusory light and shadow. I don't know what kind of fierce battle is taking place in this space. Next to the scenery that looked like a computer-generated special effects screen, a battleship suddenly appeared millions of kilometers away from here. It seemed to be teleported here suddenly. At the moment it appeared, The weapons equipped on it were still being violently activated. Space cracks appeared one after another, and then flew into the distant and dark distance. Just disappeared without a trace. After a while, it noticed the change in the scene, and immediately stopped attacking. It adjusted its posture slightly, rushed towards the twisted space again, and disappeared into the splendor again. The appearance of this battleship seems to be just a prelude. Just a moment later, another battleship was suddenly teleported out, followed by the second, third, 10,000, and 100,000. Some of these spaceships that were suddenly teleported were intact, while others suffered some damage, and the degree of damage was different. Some spaceships were only slightly damaged, while others even lost their curvature navigation capabilities. As soon as such a spaceship appears, those remaining spacecraft will immediately come to rescue them and pull them back for repairs. In addition, a large number of spacecraft fragments were transmitted. These teleported spaceships include those from the Sweeper civilization and those from the Shengya civilization. It seems that which targets are teleported are not completely controlled by the Shengya civilization. The war is going on in such a strange state. Spaceships are constantly being teleported out, and these spaceships are constantly rushing into this twisted space. Space distortion is a means built by the 7th level travel direction civilization to protect the Stargate. The Stargate has been damaged. The space distortion instrument has also suffered some damage, but it can still be used barely. We are the manipulators of the distorted space. With the help of the distorted space, with a favorable location, we can be qualified to fight against the Sweeper civilization, Ares said. Pay attention to the Neutron battle star. In this fragmented and illusory light and shadow, it was like the heaven and earth were turned upside down. The Neutron war star is suspended quietly in the void, and no matter how the scene changes, there is no way to harm it. Battleships appeared and disappeared next to it. Every brief moment when a battleship appeared, some attacks would be launched against it. Occasionally, there are some spaceships that are not able to avoid them quickly enough. The moment they appear, the Neutron battle star rushes towards them and eventually crashes them. When no spaceship appears, the Neutron battle star floats quietly in the air most of the time, basically not moving. Even if it moves extremely slowly. It seems that there are some beings who are doing a lot of calculations about distorted space. Every time a result is calculated, the Neutron battle star will move forward a little. Every time the Neutron war star advances a little, the space will change faster, just like a shovel shoveling on thousands of years of ice. Every time the Neutron battle star advances a little, some undetectable debris will splash out from the Neutron battle star. These debris are not conspicuous at all compared to the Neutron battle star. After leaving the Neutron battle star, these things will expand explosively and turn into hydrogen gas in the shortest time. Immediately afterwards, with the transformation of space and the chaotic movement of space, the hydrogen gas will quickly disappear, and no one knows where it went. It's a weird fight. The competition between the two sides is not about whose warship is more advanced, nor about whose warship is more powerful. It's about calculation. The Shengya civilization is working hard to calculate, manipulating the distortion of space to create more traps, trying to strip the Neutron battle star out of the universe or simply destroy it. The Sweeper civilization is also working hard to calculate, try to find a clear path and eventually penetrate into the interior of the Shengya civilization, or break this barrier so that your own fleet can pass smoothly. The space distortion instrument is undoubtedly the creation of a 7th level civilization, but it has been damaged. There is no doubt that the Neutron battle star is a creation of a 7th level civilization, but it is in the hands of a 6th level civilization, and it is impossible for a 6th level civilization to exert its full power. The Shengya civilization uses space distortion instruments, and the Sweeper civilization controls Neutron battle stars. This is a war that blurs the boundaries between level 6 civilization and level 7 civilization. If this battlefield were reduced to one dimension, it would look like this to onlookers. Tear a piece of paper into pieces, and lay all the pieces flat next to each other on a flat surface. Then the Neutron battle star is on one fragment, and the Shengya civilization is on the other fragment. The Neutron war star must find a way to get close to the fragments, where the Shengya civilization is located. And the Shengya civilization uses manipulation to move these fragments, and work hard to send the Neutron war star outward. Yes, these fragments representing space are all movable, and the path to the Shengya civilization is changing every moment. What Neutron battle star has to do is to find this path. But it failed. At the next moment, the space where the Neutron battle star was located suddenly changed. The kaleidoscope-like scene disappeared, and the quiet starry sky once again appeared in the Neutron Battlestar's field of vision. It was teleported. The Neutron War Star did not stop at all. It immediately rushed into this twisted space again. With the entry of the Neutron Battlestar, the transformation of space became more and more rapid. However, at this moment, there seemed to be some incongruities in the transformation of space, as if the space had been smashed into pieces. 3 years later, the Neutron Battlestar was teleported out again, but it quickly rushed into the twisted space again. 8 years later, this cycle happened again. 19 years. 38 years. This kind of thing has been happening continuously for 53 years. The Neutron Battlestar stays in the twisted space for longer and longer. The first time, the Neutron Battlestar only stayed for 3 years before being teleported out. The second time, it stayed for 5 years. And the third time, it stayed for 11 years. Every time the Neutron War Star re-enters the twisted space, the scenery in the twisted space changes faster and faster. This is a very bad phenomenon, because it means that the space warp instrument needs higher power to keep the Neutron War Star out. From the outside, the volume of the twisted space is also constantly decreasing. Now, 600 years have passed, and the volume of the twisted space has shrunk by a quarter. This means that the capabilities of the warp space instruments are constantly degrading. The long war continues to this day. If nothing unexpected happens, the war will continue. But at this time, an unexpected incident temporarily interrupted the progress of the war. Precise observation instruments told the scientists of the Shengya civilization that the radius of the Neutron Battlestar expanded by 100 billionth in just an instant. But this only lasted for an instant. After an instant, it returned to normal again. Scientists of the Shengya civilization are puzzled by this, and some people speculate that this may be some new attack method of the Neutron Battlestar. But Neutron Battlestar also showed unexpected behavior. Scientists from the Shengya civilization saw that after the Neutron Battlestar's radius increased strangely, and then suddenly returned to normal. It suddenly disappeared. It ran outside the twisted space. The speed was as fast as a toad shocked by thunder. What's going on? The scientists of the Shengya civilization were puzzled. At this moment, another scientist hurriedly ran in, shouting as he ran. This is incredible! This is incredible! Ares frowned and scolded. Calm down! What happened? The scientist's face turned red, and he said incoherently. We observed that just half a minute ago, the speed of C decreased by 512 microns. But it only lasted for a moment. Probably only 100,000 seconds. And then it returned to normal. What? Many scientists stood up in shock. Is it an instrument failure? How could such a thing happen? C is the speed of light. As we all know, C is a constant, and a constant will not change. But just now, the scientist said that its value has changed. A while ago, its value dropped by 512 microns. No, it's not a malfunction. We had a total of 930,000 instruments measuring the speed of light at that time. And these 930,000 instruments reported the news to us. The scientist murmured. The possibility of 130,000 machines failing at the same time is infinitely close to zero. I believe this is true. Another scientist said. I believe that it is precisely because the speed of light is suddenly changed that the radius of the Neutron Battlestar will suddenly expand by 100 billionth. And then the speed of light will after returning to normal. The Neutron Battlestar also returned to normal. This small and large amount of time was enough to cause a concussion effect on the Neutron Battlestar. They didn't know what was going on. So the Neutron Battlestar was so fast. Ran out. Another scientist asked. So how does the speed of light change? Chapter 788 The Fire of Hope. Just like the gravitational constant and the curvature constant, the speed of light c is also a constant. The many constants in the universe are like threads, weaving together to form the big web of the universe. In this big net, every thread is crucial. Just like a sweater. As long as you find a thread and keep pulling it out, the sweater can be completely destroyed. There is also a mathematical logical relationship between constants and constants. Often, one constant can be inferred from another constant. Just like the gravitational constant, the speed of light can be inferred from the gravitational constant. Therefore, it is impossible for a single constant to change. If one constant is changed, it will cause a chain reaction, causing all other constants to be changed, and ultimately leading to the destruction of the entire universe. In other words, it ultimately leads to the rebirth of the universe. One thing is certain. If the constants were changed, the universe would evolve completely differently from what it is now, and all current physical laws would become invalid. This question was quickly thought of by the scientists of the Shengya civilization. So another scientist asked, "Have the other constants been changed?" The scientist who came in to report replied, "No, the other constants have not changed. The only data that has been changed is the speed of light in vacuum. Before coming, I have comprehensively analyzed the remaining trillions of data." The scientist's answer once again caused an uproar. This is a very incredible thing. It is as absurd as if you originally had 2 apples, and then someone gave you 2 more apples, but in the end, you only had 3 apples in total. This can lead to mathematical inconsistencies. Mathematics is the most rigorous natural science and does not allow any error. Think about it. When the gravitational constant is determined, the speed of light calculated from the gravitational constant is inconsistent with the actual observation? What a ridiculous thing. Seeing that all the scientists below were discussing and the command hall was in chaos, Ares frowned slightly. He is a politician, not a scientist. He doesn't care about the scientific significance of the change in the speed of light. He only cares about whether it will bring benefits or harm to his civilization. Ares looked at Rudo, this genius who occupied the position of chief scientist of the Shengya civilization after Su Junpo's death. "Rudo, what's going on?" Rudo was lowering his head to think. After hearing Ares' voice, Rudo shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. I have never had this concept in my mind. In different media, the speed of light is indeed, for example, the speed of light propagating in hydrogen gas is different from the speed of propagating in water. However, the speed of light propagating in every medium is certain, and the speed of light propagating in hydrogen gas is constant. And the speed of propagation in a vacuum is also constant. Frankly, I don't know what's going on." "Your speculation?" Ares asked again. Rudo frowned again and said, "Constants are the basic building blocks of our universe, and every constant that is changed will cause catastrophic consequences. But now it seems that changing the speed of light has no impact on us. So, based on this, it can be inferred that there is a great being who changed the speed of light. While the speed of light was changed, he used his own power to keep the other constants unchanged. This is a power that involves the most fundamental mystery of the universe. This kind of power is something we currently don't have access to. Furthermore," Rudo continued thinking, "the speed of light returned to normal after only being changed for an instant. Our universe did not collapse, which may have something to do with it. After all, it only lasts a few hundred thousandths of a second. This time is too long. Short. In other words, the impact is unknown. How the incident happened is unknown. And what happened is also unknown. We don't know anything." "Right?" Ares asked. "Frankly speaking, that's the case," Rudo replied. "After all, we are only a level 6 civilization, and there are too many unknown things in the universe. Maybe a certain super civilization just made it out of boredom. Something like this, who knew? Very good. Then stop discussing this issue at the scientific level. If the Central Academy of Sciences is interested, you can apply for related projects after the war ends, and the social committee will allocate relevant resources for you to conduct research," Ares said lightly. "I need to know why the Neutron battlestar changed in volume at that moment, and how much damage this volume change will cause to the Neutron battlestar, and whether it will have any impact on our battle situation." Rudo replied, "The speed of light is the upper limit of speed, except for the almost cheating method of curvature navigation to avoid the speed of light limit. Any other conventional movement speed will not be higher than the speed of light. This is true for electromagnetic waves, gravitational fields, etc. I speculate that the moment the speed of light is reduced, the propagation speed of gravity is also reduced at the same time. The neutron battlestar is mainly controlled by gravity to maintain such a form of existence. It is precisely because of the change in the propagation speed of gravity that there is a change in volume. As for the impact?" Rudo pondered for a moment and continued. "According to the neutron star model speculation, this degree of change will have little impact on the neutron star. It is just like us standing on the planet and experiencing a second-level earthquake. In addition to psychological fear, the outside world will not be affected in any way. Of course, we may be able to use this influence to achieve some strategic goals, which requires you to plan." "I know." Ares nodded and looked at the display screen again. Time is slipping away quietly, and hundreds of years have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, the scope of the distorted space has been continuously shrinking. The fact that the speed of light was changed was like an episode and it did not have much impact on the war between the two civilizations. After the Neutron Battlestar left the twisted space, it seemed that it was aware that the change in the speed of light was just an accident. So after a slight adjustment, it continued to launch a fierce attack on the twisted space. The situation of Shenzhou civilization is not very good. In fact, the fact that they can barely hold on until now is due to Ares' outstanding command ability. If there were the same resources, Xiaoyu might not be able to do as well as Ares when Xiaoyu was asked to command the battle against the Sweeper civilization. The Neutron Battlestar once again violently rushed into the twisted space. 1 year, 2 years, and a full 100 years have passed, and the Neutron Battlestar has not been sent out again by the Shenzhou civilization. The transformation of the distorted space has been so rapid that it is dizzying to see, and various lights and shadows are changing very quickly. But it has never been able to have a too obvious impact on the Neutron Battlestar. The Neutron War Star has been advancing slowly. Every time it advances, pieces of space will be broken like glass, and then they will be swept away by the violent space turbulence and disappear. By this time, no conventional warships can approach the Neutron Battlestar. Any conventional warships that try to approach here will be torn apart by the violent space. Even Stellar-class warships cannot withstand the violent energy here. Even the Neutron Battlestar was constantly taking damage. A large amount of debris was stripped off from the Neutron Battlestar. The amount of gas these stripped debris turned into was so large that even the violent space energy could not dissipate it in a short time. The radiation from the Neutron Battlestar became more and more intense, to the point where it began to rotate slowly and continue to accelerate. It moved forward a little bit again. Just this little distance has triggered a sea change. It was like the stage curtain suddenly closed, and all the scenes behind the curtain appeared in front of it at a glance. The fragmented space, the ever-changing fragmented light, and shadows suddenly disappeared at this moment, and the universe became clear again. Ahead, a tractor spacecraft is suspended in the void. Thousands of huge space gates are suspended in the universe. A large number of spacecraft are constantly entering and exiting these space gates. The twisted space has been completely broken by the Neutron Battlestar. From this moment on, the Shenzhou civilization and the remains of the 7th level civilization in this direction of travel are exposed to the Neutron Battlestar and the Sweeper civilization without protection. In the command room, Ares looked pale. He knew that even if he fought hard for so long, he would eventually fail. Being able to persist under the attack of the Neutron War Star for so long, even with the help of the twisted space of the 7th level civilization, is something to be proud of. However, this is an era where heroes are judged by their success or failure. No matter how good Ares is outstanding, despite the tremendous effort he put in, his final result was failure. This alone was enough to erase his achievements. Do you want me to see another situation like the 5th level Civilization Alliance falling apart under the attack of Shenzhou civilization? Do you want Shenzhou civilization to be destroyed in my hands, like the 5th level Civilization Alliance? Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. You handed over Shenzhou civilization to me, but I failed to make Shenzhou civilization flourish. Ares murmured. At this time, in the distance of this space, a strange flash of light suddenly appeared. This flash of light was like a fire of hope, expanding rapidly from the moment it appeared. At this time, the Neutron Battlestar also stopped moving. Ares sensed a bit of solemnity in Zhong Zhanxing's actions. Time goes back more than 600 years to the Small Magellanic Cloud. Finally arrived at the Small Magellanic Cloud. We can start relevant experiments and hit the 7th level civilization. Xiaoyu sighed. Chapter 789 Super Acceleration. Xiaoyu's current location is outside the Small Magellanic Cloud, in a young and energetic globular star cluster. There are many stars being nurtured in this star factory. The material here is very rich, and a large number of gas clouds gather together to form a dim planet with a huge mass. After the pressure and temperature are high enough to ignite the fusion reaction in the core of the planet, a star is formed. Powerful stellar winds began to blow from its surface, like an efficient cosmic hairdryer. While it was forming, there were other particles gathering matter around it, but it completed the accumulation first, ignited nuclear fusion, and blew out stellar winds. So the remaining particles lost the ability to continue gathering matter. They will form larger or smaller rocky planets, or gaseous planets depending on the progress of gathering material. This globular star cluster has been observed in ancient Earth times, and is assigned a number, NGC 602, in the NGC star catalog. Walking through the dense gas clouds, Xiaoyu's mind was particularly peaceful. The starry sky seen from here is different from other places. The beauty of the universe was presented to Xiaoyu from a different angle. There may be life in the small Magellanic Cloud, and there may even be advanced civilizations at the 5th level or the 6th level. The collision test I conducted here may also affect them. But don't worry about that. Everything depends on you. Luck. Xiaoyu thought silently. NGC-602 is a suitable place to conduct my experiments here. The huge superparticle collider gradually spread out from the small universe, like a poisonous snake emerging from its hole. The power instrument installed on it will place it in a suitable posture, and it will show a straight line shape with minimal error. Tests conducted under this shape are the most accurate. Here, Xiaoyu will explore the most fundamental mystery between space and matter for the first time. This will determine whether Xiaoyu can become a 7th level civilization. The river systems in this universe are like small ponds, and the endless universe is the ocean. Based on the history of the Milky Way, it is very likely that other level 6 civilizations will eventually become level 7 civilization. Otherwise, those 7th level civilization relics in the Milky Way are difficult to explain. Becoming a 7th level civilization is like a carp turning into a dragon. From then on, it breaks free from the restrictions of a small pond and has the qualifications to swim in the sea. Now I have embarked on this path. Xiaoyu was muttering to himself. The slender superparticle collider is being tweaked. This process will take some time. Taking advantage of this period of time, Xiaoyu sent a huge fleet and began to set off in all directions. These spacecrafts are responsible for collecting supplies. After a period of time, they will carry back at least 10 stars and place them next to Xiaoyu. Be prepared for any unexpected occurrences. Xiaoyu wants to ensure that after an accident, he will receive sufficient supplies immediately. Xiaoyu doesn't know what consequences the superparticle collision test will cause. According to Xiaoyu's prediction, the worst result is that space will be detonated like a bomb, eventually leading to a star cluster, or the destruction of the entire river system. If this were the result, Xiaoyu would be killed without any surprise. However, the likelihood of this happening is not high. But just in case, Xiaoyu still put the tractor spacecraft in a mode where it could enter the curvature space at any time, always ready to escape. Xiaoyu spent a year in the preparation stage. Until now, all preparations have been done. Xiaoyu looked in the direction of the Milky Way. From this location, the Milky Way appears much dimmer than the full moon, but still brighter than Venus. Looking at the familiar picture, Xiaoyu was filled with emotions. That's where I was born. Right there. I have been working my way up from a 2nd level elementary civilization to the current 6th level advanced civilization. Xiaoyu shifted his gaze and looked in the direction of the Ursa Major II dwarf galaxy. The Ursa Major dwarf galaxy seen from here. It is impossible to see it with the naked eye because it is too small and too dim. If the Milky Way is compared to the Sun, the Ursa Major II dwarf galaxy is a faint asteroid in the Kuiper belt. The Pegasus civilization is there, and my people are also there. Xiaoyu thought silently. I will go back. Aya, my sister, and I will take care of you for the rest of my life. Only pure human beings are left. If I leave you alone, I will protect you, continue the blood of our human civilization, and continue the glory of our Earth civilization. I order the experiment to begin. Xiaoyu silently gave the order. At the initial end of the superparticle collider, a stream of particles is emitted. Microscopic particles generally have very high speeds, but that is at the microscopic level, not the macroscopic level. What Xiaoyu has to do now is to make them move at the macro level. Among the particles emitted, there are negatively charged electrons, positively charged protons, uncharged neutrons, neutrinos, pions, W bosons, and Z bosons, Higgs boson, and other different particles. Because Xiaoyu didn't know which particles were most likely to react with space, Xiaoyu had no choice but to include all the particles included in the standard model, as well as a large number of particles he discovered later, into the test scope. These particles are single particles selected through level 6 civilization technology. It is precisely because of their high-speed motion that they can maintain their independence without combining with each other to form other particles. At the initial stage, their speed has been accelerated to 99.9% of the speed of light. In the remaining 1 trillion kilometers, the purpose of the hundreds of billions of particle accelerators is simply to allow them to try their best to eliminate the 0.01 difference between themselves and the speed of light. To start a collision test, at least 2 stars as big as the Sun need to be consumed. All the mass of 2 such stars is turned into energy, and all they do is accelerate these microscopic particles whose total mass is less than 1/10 millionth of a drop of water. Even so, Xiaoyu still cannot accelerate these particles to the same speed as the speed of light. In regular sports, the speed of light is insurmountable, and even a 6th-level peak civilization cannot break this. Because of this, it would take Xiaoyu more than 30 days to conduct a superparticle collision test, because the superparticle collider is about 0.1 light-year long, and it takes so much time to cross a distance of 0.1 light-year at a speed close to the speed of light. The closer the speed is to the speed of light, the harder it is to increase it. So, the closer to the back end, the more powerful the particle accelerator is. This particle beam has already set off on a long journey of more than 30 days. Of course, these more than 30 days only appear to the outside world, because their speed is extremely high, and at such speeds, the relativistic effects will be very obvious. So from their perspective, the time is not that long. It is precisely because of the change in time that some particles that can only exist for a short time can successfully complete the entire experiment. The particle accelerator maintains a vacuum of extremely high purity, to the point where there is only 1 atom per cubic kilometer on average. In such an extremely pure vacuum, the probability of the particle beam emitted by Xiaoyu being interfered by other particles is close to 0. Of course, the vacuum fluctuation phenomenon is unavoidable by Xiaoyu, but the particles caused by the vacuum fluctuation phenomenon can only exist for a time calculated on the Planck scale, and the possibility of them interfering with these particle beams is still very low. The interior of the entire particle accelerator remains absolutely dark, because if darkness is not maintained, the appearance of photons will also interfere with the trajectory of these particles. These particles are moving rapidly. After passing through the first particle accelerator, a 9 is added to the forward velocity of these particles. Before being accelerated, their forward speed is 99.9 times the speed of light, and after being accelerated, their forward speed is 99.99 times the speed of light. After passing through the second particle accelerator, an 8 is added to their speed. After the third time, the speed increased to the speed of light. The faster they go, the harder they are to accelerate, and the higher the energy they carry. In fact, under ideal conditions, if the ultra-high energy particles accelerated by Xiaoyu for more than 30 days are not interfered by other particles, if they directly hit the neutron battle star, it will be enough to destroy the neutron battle star. The entire star was destroyed, because although they are small, they have all the energy converted by 2 stars attached to them. It's just that this is under ideal circumstances, and it is impossible for such a thing to happen in reality. 10 days have passed, and these particles have been accelerated by tens of billions of particle accelerators. The further back, the greater the power of the particle accelerator, but the smaller the acceleration effect it can cause. The first particle accelerator can accelerate these particles to 0% and 1 time the speed of light. The hundreds of millions or billions of particle accelerators that follow together are not as good as the acceleration effect of the first particle accelerator. Up to now, this beam of particles has been accelerated to more than 30,000,009 times the speed of light after the decimal point. But their speed is still increasing. These particles are like bullets, constantly accumulating energy in preparation for their eventual penetration into the universe. Time passed slowly, and finally, the 34th day arrived. The particles passed through the penultimate particle accelerator, and after the acceleration of the last particle accelerator, it is expected that changes that are enough to trigger a space reaction will come. Chapter 790, Defender. Invigilator. A bullet may not be able to penetrate even a layer of steel plate under normal conditions, but after accelerating the bullet to an extremely high speed, it can destroy a star. This is the power of speed. In a particle accelerator, energy is continuously converted into speed. These microscopic particles possess unimaginable energy at this moment. At such high speeds, many wonderful physical phenomena occur. Xiaoyu observed that at such high speed, some particles were actually melted in a near-absolute vacuum. Like asteroids that broke into the atmosphere, they ended their lives in a relatively violent way. Xiaoyu's spirit immediately became tense. Xiaoyu knew that the interaction between microscopic particles and space had already occurred. However, because these particles themselves were not tough enough, they were not able to break through the space. Instead, they were melted away by the space. Among the thousands of elementary particles, different types of particles are constantly being destroyed because they cannot withstand this huge energy. Neutrons have disappeared, protons have disappeared, and electrons have also disappeared. At this time, only a few microscopic particles are still hanging on. The Higgs boson is among them. It followed the rest of the particles through the penultimate accelerating device and rushed towards the last accelerating device. The penultimate accelerator and the last accelerator are millions of kilometers apart. Judging from the speed of these particles at this moment, they only need tens of seconds to cross this journey. 10 seconds pass quickly. The last accelerating device is already filled with energy before these particles arrive. If this huge energy is converted into mass, it would be as heavy as a moon. The current function of such a huge energy is to add a final force to these microscopic particles. Huge energy was released instantly, and the speed of these microscopic particles was accelerated to a limit. Shall you observe that at this moment, the W boson and pi meson also disappeared, leaving only the last microscopic particle, the Higgs boson. In the huge particle accelerator, the Higgs boson occupies an important position in Xiaoyu's technological development. It was precisely because of Xiaoyu's discovery of the Higgs boson that he perfected the standard model. After verifying the Higgs field, Xiaoyu's technological capabilities have made significant progress. At this time, when Xiaoyu had become a 6th-level peak civilization and was about to hit the 7th-level civilization, the Higgs boson once again showed its mysterious power. These microscopic particles have passed the last accelerator, and will then be free to glide for tens of millions of kilometers. There are no particle accelerators here anymore. Only dense observation devices. Any subtle spatial fluctuations will be observed by Xiaoyu. The more than 30-day super-accelerated test has come to an end, and now it is time for the results to appear. Xiaoyu's mind was already tense. The huge computing power has spread to the particle accelerator. Success or failure depends on this one move, Xiaoyu thought silently. There was a strange fluctuation in the space as expected. Xiaoyu began to observe some extremely small space cracks that were constantly flashing and disappearing. This is clearly a sign that the space is broken and is about to begin to be converted into energy. A tiny flash of light appeared in the dark particle accelerator. Xiaoyu's mind suddenly moved. The presence of flash means the presence of photons. And photons are also one of the energies. Before, there were no photons in the particle accelerator. Xiaoyu understood instantly. This is the energy converted by space. Under the power of ultra-high-speed particles, space has been broken, and part of the space has been converted into energy. At this moment, a huge amount of experimental data flooded into Xiaoyu's mind. That was reported by countless detectors installed in particle accelerators. Xiaoyu immediately started a quick analysis. These experimental data. It is crucial for Xiaoyu to break through to the 7th-level civilization. Huge amounts of experimental data continue to come in. If there are no accidents, this stage will last at least 3 minutes. These 3 minutes of experimental data will push Xiaoyu to break through the bottleneck he is currently encountering. Every second that passes, Xiaoyu's technological theory is being improved. The air energy formula, a milestone in physics, is growing rapidly. It will mature soon and then be picked by Xiaoyu. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Xiaoyu suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if all the clothes on his body were stripped off in broad daylight, and countless pairs of eyes focused on him at the same time. Xiaoyu felt that a strange consciousness noticed him. This consciousness seems to be omniscient and omnipotent. In front of this strange consciousness, I have no secrets. All the things I have experienced in the past, and the things I am experiencing now, as well as what he will encounter in the future. Everything is under the control of this strange consciousness. After it set its sights on Xiaoyu, it knew everything about Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt a lot about the truth about the universe, about the origin and rules of the universe. There is a question that has been bothering Xiaoyu. That is, why is the universe we live in like this? Why do so many constants have the current values, such as the speed of light, such as the gravitational constant? These countless constants were destined at the beginning of the universe. They participated in every subtle evolution of the universe, and ultimately shaped the universe into what it is now. At the beginning of the universe, if any of the constants were slightly changed, the present universe would be completely different. So, who determined these constants at the beginning? Who specified that the speed of light must be the current number? Who specified the gravitational constant? And who stipulated that the speed of light must be insurmountable? Technology has the great power to change the world. The speed of light is insurmountable. But technology has found a way to circumvent the limit of light speed through curvature navigation. When energy is insufficient, technology has found ways to develop nuclear fusion, material decay, antimatter, and space energy. This is the most original mystery of the universe. Xiaoyu still doesn't know where these rules come from. But Xiaoyu feels that the strange consciousness currently watching him is a defender. These constants, rules, and laws are the Tao of this universe. This consciousness is responsible for protecting these Taos from being changed by intelligent creatures. The higher the level of civilization, the greater the power it possesses, and the greater the impact it can have on the universe. The other side of defending the way is to prevent intelligent creatures from advancing. That's why there are 7 levels of barriers. The 7th level barrier was created by this strange consciousness. The first time it looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu understood this. He is now trying to break through the 7th level barrier and enter the 7th level civilization. He is trying to have more powerful power and have greater influence on the universe. Therefore, I was noticed by this strange consciousness. Or the defender. Or the invigilator. Xiaoyu doesn't know what a defender is. But one thing is for sure. It is not the universe itself. It seems more like a powerful civilization. A powerful civilization that has gone further than any other civilization. After it became a guardian, it took on the responsibility of monitoring the entire universe. Every being who tries to become a level 7 civilization and has greater influence on the universe will be noticed by it. According to certain judgment rules, it will determine whether this civilization can be promoted. Xiaoyu knew that he had failed. This failure will determine your future. Because in the future, I will never be able to try to become a 7th level civilization again. At this time, Xiaoyu finally knew why Taihao civilization could not become a 7th level civilization. The first warning. The second erasure. I have been noticed by the invigilator. If I try to become a 7th level civilization again, I will be obliterated by this defender of the universe. Xiaoyu knew that he had no ability to resist. This strange consciousness exists in a strange form. It seems that the entire universe is within its field of vision. As long as you are still in this universe, there is absolutely no way to escape its surveillance. My body will be labeled Taihao. If there is no accident, I will never be able to become a 7th level civilization. My path to promotion to a 7th level civilization has been blocked. Xiaoyu was full of despair, thinking. But at this moment, the accident happened again. Within the particle accelerator, the microscopic particles that were in the free gliding stage suddenly disappeared. The microscopic particles that were advancing at a speed infinitely close to the speed of light disappeared for no reason. Xiaoyu was horrified. What's going on? Well, the speed of light has been changed. It has been reduced by 521 microns? Xiaoyu quickly noticed this. These microscopic particles are moving at a speed extremely close to the speed of light. At this time, the speed of light suddenly decreases, even to the point where it is slower than the speed of these particles. What will happen? Don't forget that even if the speed of light is reduced, it is still the upper limit of all conventional motions and cannot be surpassed by any substance. This phenomenon, which would not appear in theory or speculation, appeared vividly in front of Xiaoyu's eyes at this time. Xiaoyu suddenly noticed an emotion that seemed to be anger from this strange consciousness that had been paying attention to him. Chapter 791, The Most Magnificent Confession. It is not surprising that these microscopic particles that are participating in superparticle acceleration experiments suddenly disappear. Before the last particle, the Higgs boson, disappears, thousands of other microscopic particles have already disappeared. However, their disappearance only transformed into energy and changed their existence mode. At this moment, the Higgs boson disappeared completely. It was not converted into energy, nor into anything that Xiaoyu could observe. It just disappeared completely. This is a violation of the law of conservation of mass and energy. And in a sense, it is also a violation of the law of entropy increase. The current rules of the universe, the Tao of the universe, are temporarily ineffective within the accelerator, because the speed reaches or exceeds the speed of light. Have they disappeared from the universe? Xiaoyu murmured to himself, thinking about it from another angle. This matter seems reasonable. The rules of the universe restrict the movement speed of all entities with mass from reaching or exceeding the speed of light. However, when the speed of light suddenly slows down by 521 microns, the speed of these microscopic particles may have reached or exceeded the speed of light. It violated the laws of the universe. So it disappeared from the universe. But where did it go? Go outside the universe. Or another universe. Xiaoyu knows that the idea of outside the universe or another universe is very ridiculous. The universe is the collection of all space and all time. Heaven and earth. Past and future. Everything is in the universe. The universe is everything. And everything that any intelligent creature can think of is all in the universe. In this case, where is there such a thing as outside the universe? Or another universe? But, if there is no outer universe or another universe, where would these microscopic particles go? The disappearance of the microscopic particles forced Xiaoyu's experiment to be temporarily suspended. The defender's anger continued, and another strange consciousness was clearly felt by Xiaoyu. The difference is that the feeling brought to Xiaoyu by this latter body of consciousness is a little familiar and cordial. There seems to be a little conflict between these two consciousnesses, or nothing at all. Anyway, in just a moment, after the speed of light was changed, the microscopic particles disappeared, and the defender expressed anger. The two consciousnesses disappeared from Xiaoyu's perception. The speed of light has returned to normal again. The dark and silent universe is still dark and silent, and the slender superparticle accelerator is still suspended quietly in the universe. Nothing happened, but something important seemed to have happened. The microscopic particles have disappeared, and Xiaoyu's experiment has ended. Xiaoyu has obtained a large amount of research information. However, these research data are not complete. Xiaoyu made a rough estimate and came to a conclusion. In this experiment, I obtained at least 80% of the required information. Relying on these research materials, he will fully master the air energy formula in up to 2,000 years, thus becoming a 7th-level civilization. I succeeded, but it wasn't entirely successful, because the empty energy formula that could be mastered now has been delayed until 2,000 years later. It doesn't matter. 2,000 years. I can afford to wait, Xiaoyu murmured to himself. Moreover, even if I don't master the air energy formula now, the door of the 7th-level civilization has opened a gap for me. After a period of research, I have been able to create some weapons that belong to the 7th-level civilization. I think I have found a way to destroy the Neutron battle star. Let's set off. It's time to return to the Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy, then return to the Milky Way to complete my last mission. Next, it's time to sail to the extragalactic galaxy. Look for Chino. The superparticle acceleration test does not seem to have any serious impact on the universe. There is nothing unusual about the small Magellanic Cloud. It is still moving on its own trajectory. Xiaoyu's huge fleet has set sail and embarked on a journey back to the Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy. Xiaoyu will use this period of time to digest the experimental data he has harvested and conduct research on 7th-level civilization weapons. Outside of busy scientific research, Xiaoyu's thoughts have been wandering. When he was conducting superparticle acceleration experiments, the feeling brought to him by the second appearing consciousness has been echoing in Xiaoyu's heart. It was a very familiar feeling. A name had already appeared in Xiaoyu's mind, but Xiaoyu was not sure. First of all, we must determine what happened at that time, Xiaoyu thought silently. Obviously, when I conducted the superparticle acceleration test, I alerted the defenders, or the invigilator. I did not pass the invigilator's judgment, so my attack on the 7th-level civilization this time should have failed. Originally, I would have been labeled as Taihao, and would never be qualified to advance to the 7th-level civilization. But at this time, the second one could compete with the invigilator. A powerful existence comparable to the teacher appeared. It briefly changed the speed of light. The second consciousness that appeared came to rescue me. This is no surprise. But what is the relationship between changing the speed of light and rescuing me? Why did the invigilator suddenly disappear after the speed of light was changed? Already? A possibility vaguely emerged in Xiaoyu's mind. That is, attacked by the laws of physics. The laws of physics are the cornerstone of the universe, and the cornerstone of shaping any object in the universe, including life forms. If the laws of physics were changed, the universe would undoubtedly be destroyed. This is a weapon that surpasses the causal weapon, speculated by Xiaoyu. The modern physical system is so rigorous that a small numerical change may cause the entire physical system to collapse, especially for such an important constant as the speed of light. It is unimaginable for it to be changed. Perhaps, the speed of light is changed only in a range near where I am, and it is not in the entire universe. Otherwise, both this consciousness and the invigilator will undoubtedly have the power to destroy the entire universe. It's incredible what the universe is capable of. To destroy the current universe is actually very simple. Just change a certain physical law. The reason why the speed of light was changed this time did not destroy the entire universe. Xiaoyu guessed that there are two reasons. One is that this is only a small-scale change. The unknown existence that caused this incident did not change the ability of the speed of light in the entire universe. The other is that because there are other forces interfering. The invigilator also belongs to the category of living bodies. Its own existence is still governed by the laws of physics. Moreover, it has another responsibility, which is to protect the laws of the universe from being changed. Now, this second consciousness will change the speed of light. Then it can be seen as provoking the invigilator, or using this law to attack the invigilator. Xiao Yu thought silently. It may also be to frighten the invigilator and threaten him to give up on me. There are only these possibilities. Xiao Yu sighed secretly. Chino, is it you? Did you appear again and save me? You are becoming more and more mysterious. Why did you appear here in the first place? Why are there stories happening to me on Earth? I know that some time ago, you once won a major victory in the battle with the invigilator. But this does not seem to be a decisive victory. After that, the invigilator seemed you woke up again, and you disappeared. I have reason to think that in the struggle with the invigilator, you once again fell at a disadvantage. So this time, fighting openly with the invigilator. This matter is, can you really bear the consequences? Regardless of whether Chino could bear it or not, Chino did it. Xiao Yu remembered the messages that the micro-civilization once told him. Rebels are not necessarily 9th-level civilizations. And 9th-level civilizations must be rebels. 8th-level civilizations choose to rebel. And after the rebellion is successful, they will become 9th-level civilizations. Chino, you should be an important member of the Rebel Alliance. I wonder what position I am in your opinion. Am I your lover? Your tool? Or a chess piece? Why have you always been helping me? He has been inevitably involved in the confrontation between the Rebel Alliance and the Invigilator. Based on this incident, everything he encountered, including the extinction of human beings, the explosion of the Earth and other events, were all cast with a layer of mystery. The conspiracy smell of this matter was so strong that Xiao Yu couldn't help but become suspicious of Chino. I love you, but I don't know if you love me or not. Xiao Yu thought silently. Why did you come close to me? Is it just because of love? Or is there some other purpose? At this moment, Xiao Yu's heart suddenly moved. Xiao Yu suddenly thought of a number. 521. Previously, the speed of light had been reduced by 521 microns. The number 521 has some special meaning in the hearts of young people in the Earth Age. Xiao Yu, who was also a young man at that time, naturally knew about this. Chino was also a young man at that time. She must also know about this. 521. 521 is the homophony of I love you. Xiao Yu felt that his heart was going to melt in an instant. This is such a heroic thing. Using the cornerstone of the universe, the most unchangeable constant, as a carrier to express love. During the battle with the Invigilator, Chino used this method to save Xiao Yu and expressed his love to Xiao Yu. Go out of your own mind. In an instant, all the dark thoughts in Xiao Yu's heart disappeared. Okay, I love you too, Xiao Yu murmured. Chapter 792 Return. The most important sign of a 7th-level civilization is that it can draw energy directly from space. Based on this, the 7th-level civilization will develop many technologies that are unimaginable to the 6th-level civilization. Incredible technologies such as faster curvature navigation speeds, real space bombs, even stargates, spaceships with extremely small bodies but huge spaces, and even direct transformation of extreme stars such as neutron stars through space technology will all be destroyed. Super civilization is researched. At this time, Xiao Yu finally understood why the 7th-level civilization had so many different classifications. The reason was very simple. There were so many technologies that could be researched by the 7th-level civilization. So much that all the scientific researchers of the entire civilization contributed all the energy, and endless time will not be able to achieve the ultimate achievement in one direction, let alone study the other aspects. Therefore, every 7th-level civilization will choose one research direction as its main direction of attack. It is precisely because of this that there are different 7th-level civilizations such as the 7th-level civilization in the space direction, the 7th-level civilization in the travel direction, the mechanical direction, the microscopic direction, etc. Xiao Yu also began to think about which path he would take in the future at this time. As far as the currently known types of civilization are concerned, Xiao Yu excluded the microscopic direction and travel direction, as well as music, architecture and other directions without hesitation. There is no other reason. Just because the combat effectiveness of this type of 7th-level civilization is too low. Among the known types, there are 3 options: space direction, extreme star direction, and mechanical direction. Combining his own advantages, Xiao Yu thought for a while, but did not come to a conclusion. Don't think about it for now. The secrets of the 7th-level civilization haven't been fully revealed to me yet. Let's think about this issue after I fully master the air energy formula. Xiao Yu thought. Maybe it's because of my advantages. We can choose many directions for common development at the same time. I am not an ordinary intelligent biological civilization. As long as my computing power can make another breakthrough, I can have more powerful scientific research capabilities than several 7th-level civilizations combined. Develop in multiple directions at the same time. It's not something that's impossible for me to do. Xiao Yu is nervously analyzing the scientific information he obtained during the super acceleration test. The empty energy formula is not just a simple formula. Behind it, there are countless other formulas. These many complex formulas have been subjected to rigorous mathematical logic operations. Then the air energy formula can be derived. In fact, the empty energy formula itself has no value. Its value lies in the meaning behind it. Just like the mass energy formula that opens the second-level civilization, E equals mc squared. If you tell primitive people this formula, primitive people are still primitive people. It will not become a second-level civilization just because it knows the mass energy formula. Einstein was based on the technology of the time and numerous other formulas and theorems. Finally, the derivation of the mass energy formula was completed. Its value lies in its scientific ideas, not the formula itself. It's not that mastering the mass energy formula will lead to a second-level civilization, but that once you have the qualifications to become a second-level civilization, you will inevitably master the mass energy formula. The same is true for the air energy formula. Therefore, although Xiao Yu has not mastered the empty energy formula yet, Xiao Yu's technology has also made great progress with the help of a large amount of data obtained in this experiment. A large number of other formulas were discovered and determined by Xiao Yu, and it is used in its own technology system. The more such formulas are discovered, the closer we are to mastering the air energy formula. The day when Xiao Yu completely derives the air energy formula will be the day when Xiao Yu truly becomes a 7th-level civilization. The 7th-level barrier has been broken by Xiao Yu. The most serious obstacles hindering Xiao Yu's scientific progress have disappeared. On the way back to the Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy, Xiao Yu once again experienced an era of great technological development. After the 7th-level barrier disappeared, technology in all aspects has made great progress. In computing science, biological science, material science, energy science, etc., there are new breakthroughs and new scientific research results almost every day. I have found a way to destroy the Neutron battlestar. So in the next step, I will mainly conduct research in this area. Xiao Yu thought silently. Space can be converted into energy and into matter. Then matter and energy can naturally be converted into space. In will space, energy, after the three materials are unified together, Xiao Yu has the ability to make these three interchangeable. Xiao Yu is developing a new weapon that will have the ability to convert part of the neutron battlestar into space. In this way, a neutron star can be completely destroyed. The neutron battlestar is a creation of a 7th-level civilization. There will definitely be devices on it to protect against various weapons of a 7th-level civilization. However, its operator is a 6th-level civilization, which will inevitably cause some of its functions to fail, unable to use. And now, I am only one step away from the 7th-level civilization. It is no longer impossible to deal with a 7th-level civilization weapon mastered by a 6th-level civilization. I will keep my promise. Pegasus civilization. After I destroy the Sweeper civilization, the Milky Way will become your paradise. You will be the most powerful existence in the Milky Way. After experiencing the invigilator watching him, Xiao Yu completely gave up his plan to conduct a second super acceleration test or tell other civilizations about his research results. The reason is simple. Doing so may attract the attention of the invigilator again. The first time, he had a chance to escape because of Chenmo's help. But what about the second time? Xiao Yu can't take this risk. You still have to break the 7th-level barrier on your own. I can't help you in this regard. Xiao Yu thought. The entire galaxy belongs to you, and you have endless development time to slowly find ways to break through. Hundreds of years have passed, and the Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy is already in sight. At this time, Xiao Yu sent out a space broadcast to inform the Pegasus civilization of his return. The leader of the Pegasus civilization immediately responded. My dear comrade, you are finally back. You have been gone for nearly 800 years, and there is no news from you for such a long time. This is really worrying. Your current situation, how is it? Have you become a level 7 civilization? I am fine now. I have succeeded 80%. If there are no accidents, I will become a true 7th level civilization within 2,000 years at most. But unfortunately, due to some special reasons, I can't tell you my research results. To become a level 7 civilization, you have to rely on your own efforts. I have expected this result. If the 7th level civilization can unscrupulously support other civilizations, then our universe will be full of 7th level civilizations long ago. The Pegasus civilization said with a smile. Our civilization has done this long ago. Be mentally prepared to rely on your own strength to attack the 7th level civilization. What's going on with my people and the Yaju clan? Xiao Yu asked. They are very good. They are well taken care of in our civilized small universe. However, your people seem to be a little unhappy. The literary and artistic workers within our civilization have done some work based on the information you left. Research on the interests and hobbies of intelligent creatures of your race. And based on these studies, many images and videos have been produced. But these things have never been able to make your people happy. The Pegasus civilization replied apologetically. It doesn't matter. Tell my people that I'm back, Xiao Yu said with a smile. During the conversation, Xiao Yu never stopped. In a short period of time, Xiao Yu's fleet arrived at the base of the Pegasus civilization, under the protection of tens of thousands of spacecraft. The sun and the several planets orbiting it left the small universe of the Pegasus civilization and flew toward Xiao Yu's small universe. Xiao Yu opened the transmission channel of the small universe and once again included the entire solar system into his own small universe. A small spacecraft quickly left the Sun Star-class battleship and rushed towards the location of Mars in the solar system. It quickly passed through the Martian atmosphere and reached the surface of Mars. A figure was gradually observed by Xiao Yu. Under the protection of Lena, she stood on the highest mountain peak on Mars, raising her head, her face full of hope. The small spaceship stopped less than 100 meters away from Zhang Shengya. The virtual projection device was turned on, and Xiao Yu's figure gradually appeared with a smile on his face. Xiao Yu's figure stood in the void, and then slowly walked towards Zhang Shengya and Lena, who were standing on the top of the mountain. Under the gaze of Zhang Shengya's big tear-filled eyes, he held her tightly. My people, I succeeded. The goal of becoming a 7th level civilization is no longer far away for me. I finally made our human civilization take the most important step. And you, Lena, thank you. Thank you. The three people hugged each other again. Let's go. I will take you home. Back to our hometown. And destroy the Neutron battle star and the sweeper civilization. Then I will lead you on a more distant journey to make our civilization stronger. Goodbye, leader. I'm going back to the Milky Way. After I wipe out the sweeper civilization, I will send a message to tell you. From then on, the Milky Way will be your world. Xiao Yu, do you want to leave the Milky Way? Yes. A river system cannot allow a 7th level civilization to stay for a long time. The cosmic star sea ahead is the battlefield for the 7th level civilization. After wiping out the sweeper civilization, I will leave the galaxy. If we are destined to meet again in the future, I believe we will meet again. See you again. Goodbye. Chapter 793 Space Detection. Xiao Yu only stayed in the Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy for a short period of time. After receiving Zhang Shengya and the Yaju clan, he embarked on a journey to the Milky Way again. This will be Xiao Yu's last return to the galaxy. At least, in the foreseeable future, Xiao Yu has no plans to return to the galaxy again. Although Xiao Yu is still unable to directly draw energy from space, the advancement of science and technology has allowed Xiao Yu to break the restriction that 6th level civilization cannot sail across the river system. Relying only on the stars stored in his small universe is enough to sail from the Milky Way to the Andromeda galaxy. After becoming a 7th level civilization, Xiao Yu will be abandoned by Xiao Yu. The small universe is meaningless to a 7th level civilization, because the 7th level civilization has almost completely mastered the mysteries of space. It is not difficult for the 7th level civilization to absorb mustard seeds from Shumi. A 7th level civilization can completely create a spaceship that looks extremely small in appearance, but has an extremely large internal space. The Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy is 100,000 light-years away from the Milky Way. At Xiao Yu's current speed, it would take less than 500 years to cross this journey. During this period of time, Xiao Yu will complete large-scale industrial construction and build a spacecraft capable of destroying the entire sweeper civilization. The theoretical research and development work on space conversion weapons has been completed and will soon be put into actual production. Xiao Yu will use this weapon to destroy the most powerful war weapon of the sweeper civilization, the Neutron battle star. After destroying the sweeper civilization, are you leaving the galaxy? Zhang Shengya asked softly, as the shadows of Zhang Shengya and Xiao Yu sat side by side on Mars. Yes, Xiao Yu said. I don't want to leave. Zhang Shengya meekly leaned her head on Xiaoyu's shoulder and said softly, I'm tired of wandering. I just want to find a place to live quietly with you. You can live on Mars forever. Here, the starry sky you see will always be so magnificent. The sun will rise every day. There will be fixed spring, summer, autumn and winter here, with rain and snow. You will not feel the journey. It's so remote and lonely. Xiaoyu replied. The Yaja clan will also live here and accompany you. This is different. Zhang Shengya shook his head and said, I want you to stay with me in the galaxy. After the sweeper civilization was destroyed by you, you are the most powerful existence in the galaxy. No one you can come and disturb us. The time I was controlled by the Tai House civilization gave me a fear of the dark starry sky. I am afraid of the unknown and like stability. Have you never thought about it? Zhang Shengya turned her head and looked at Xiaoyu with her eyes. We are the last two human beings left in the universe. Have you really never thought about it? I'm together. Plans to revitalize our human civilization? I can be Eve. As long as you are willing to be Adam. Xiaoyu shook his head bitterly. I have always regarded you as my sister. If you like it, if you want more people to keep you company, I can use biotechnology to create a large number of humans at any time. Don't forget, in the ancient legends of our Xia people, Nua and Fuxi, the founders of the world, are also brothers and sisters. Zhang Shengya continued. What's more, we are not really brother and sister. Xiaoyu stood up. You should have a good rest. Lena is already here to find you. Xiaoyu turned off the virtual image display, and Zhang Shengya looked at the place where Xiaoyu disappeared. Stunned there, Lena had already arrived at Zhang Shengya's side and asked with concern, What's wrong with you? I have nothing to do. She shook her head lightly. I don't want to leave. I want to stay in the Milky Way. Me too, Lena said. We, the Yaja clan, have the same idea. The unknown dark universe scares us, and we like a stable life. We don't like wandering around. Although I really want to be with brother Xiaoyu. But I am also the leader of our race. And I cannot let my personal feelings become the basis for determining the future of the race. Do you like your brother Xiaoyu? At this time, Zhang Shengya suddenly asked. Lena was slightly startled and replied, I like it. What kind of like? Lena smiled slightly and said, Are there several types of likes? Oh. Zhang Shengya replied a little disappointed. The body structures of Yemen and humans are different. Yemen only has one gender. So naturally there is no so-called love among the Yemen group. Lena's feelings for Xiaoyu naturally cannot be love. Because Yemen doesn't even know what love is. My friend, don't worry. Even if brother Xiaoyu leaves in the end, our Yaja clan will stay here to accompany you. I have a very good relationship with the leader of the Pegasus civilization. After brother Xiaoyu leaves, the Milky Way is in their world. They will definitely take good care of us. Lena seemed to see Zhang Shengya's loss. So she comforted her softly. There was silence on Mars. The sun has set, and boundless darkness has enveloped the entire land. The night wind picked up, making it slightly cool. In the rest of the microcosm, busy construction is underway. New spaceships were built one after another, and the transformation of the original old spaceships was also in progress. In the war against the sweeper civilization, these spacecraft will become the most powerful and powerful weapons. Hundreds of years passed quickly, and Xiaoyu's fleet had reached the edge of the Milky Way and once again detected the gas escaping from the Milky Way. Shenzhou civilization. Are you okay? Xiaoyu thought silently. Where are you? Now Xiaoyu can already use some detection technologies within the scope of 7th level civilization. Xiaoyu planned to find the Shenzhou civilization first, and after reuniting with the Shenzhou civilization, he would then look for traces of the sweeper civilization, and eventually destroy the sweeper civilization. Hundreds of thousands of extremely sensitive detection instruments have been scattered across an open space with a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. The entire space of the Milky Way is like a huge spider web, and Xiaoyu's detection instruments are like spiders lying on this spider web. Any subtle fluctuations in the spider web will be noticed by the spider. Similarly, within the scope of the Milky Way, any subtle fluctuations in space will also be detected by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu believes that the technology that the sweeper civilization found for him a long time ago is similar to the technology he is using now. The only difference is that the sweeper civilization achieved this with the help of the legacy technology of the 7th level civilization, while Xiaoyu achieved this through his own abilities. Huge amounts of spatial data flooded into Xiaoyu's mind like a tide. A large number of spatial fluctuations with certain characteristics were eliminated by Xiaoyu in an instant. These excluded data are undoubtedly caused by natural phenomena, and they have no meaning to Xiaoyu. After this data is eliminated, far fewer suspicious targets remain. After analyzing one by one, Xiaoyu finally locked on a suspicious target. In this area, a large number of high-speed curvature navigation is taking place. At the same time, the space seems to be distorting at a strange frequency. Through this distortion, a maze-like maze will appear in this space. The effect: this is the ruins of a 7th-level civilization. The large number of curvature navigation fluctuations and other fluctuations that appear in this space should be caused by the battle between two peak 6th-level civilizations. Huh? What kind of fluctuation is this? Is it so strong? Well, it should be a neutron battle star. Is it possible that the sweeper civilization is at war with the Shengya civilization, so that the sweeper civilization uses all the neutron battle stars? Then the Shengya civilization isn't it very dangerous now? Xiaoyu, who noticed this, suddenly felt tight in his heart. The Shengya civilization with his own presence is not a rival to the sweeper civilization. After he leaves, how can the Shengya civilization be a rival to the sweeper civilization? The Shengya civilization is very dangerous at the moment. Xiaoyu quickly confirmed the matter. It is impossible for the Shengya civilization to take the initiative to attack the sweeper civilization. So it is only possible that the sweeper civilization is taking the initiative to attack the Shengya civilization. And the Shengya civilization has not taken the initiative at this moment. Is it because of the ruins of the 7th-level civilization that you escaped? Xiaoyu quickly made a guess in his mind. No. We must not let the sweeper civilization get the relics of the 7th-level civilization. The neutron battle star is already a weapon of the 7th-level civilization. If we get the relics of the 7th-level civilization again, then it is very likely to lead to some accidents. The Shengya civilization occupies this ruins, and is using this ruins as a base to fight against the sweeper civilization. Changes will happen later, and I cannot allow accidents to happen. After confirming this, Xiaoyu did not stop any longer, and controlled his own. The fleet moved quickly towards the location of the detection target at a speed of at least 180 times the speed of light. That location is thousands of light years away from where Xiaoyu is at this moment. It will take Xiaoyu about 10 years to arrive. More than 10 years have passed by in a hurry. During these more than 10 years, Xiaoyu has been paying close attention to the activities there. Fortunately, no other changes have occurred there during this period of time. Xiaoyu finally arrived here. The moment he saw the situation here, Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we caught up. If we had arrived a little later, the consequences would have been disastrous. Shengya civilization. I am Xiaoyu. Don't worry. Leave the sweeper civilization to me. Looking at the neutron battle star floating quietly in front of him, Xiaoyu faintly sent this message. Neutron battle star. Today is the day you will be destroyed. Chapter 794. The Sun versus the Neutron battle star. Not long after Xiaoyu was born, the reputation of the neutron battle star has been haunting Xiaoyu. Every time the neutron battle star appears, it is associated with words such as invincible and domineering. The invincibility of neutron battle stars seems to have become a truth in the hearts of intelligent creatures in the galaxy. This is indeed the case. Countless powerful civilizations of different types fell one after another on the battlefield against the neutron battle stars, including the MSI civilization and the accompanying Ghost tribe. I want to break this truth now. I accidentally obtained the powerful weapon of the 7th-level civilization, and it has dominated the galaxy for so many years. The sweeper civilization. It is time for you to give up your position as the #1 in the galaxy. Xiaoyu silently thought in his heart. Thinking. The moment Xiaoyu arrived on the battlefield, the entire Shengya civilization burst into joy. They persisted for so long, fought for so long, just to wait for a hope, to wait for Xiaoyu's return. This unfounded belief has supported their struggle against the sweeper civilization here for more than 1,000 years. Now, Xiaoyu is finally back. No one has ever questioned the persistence of Shengya civilization. It seems that people are firmly convinced that Xiaoyu will come back. Now, Xiaoyu is back. The Shengya civilization, exhausted after more than 1,000 years of long wars, could finally take a break. The newly built Sun battleship has appeared in the dark space, facing the neutron battle star at a distance of tens of millions of kilometers. The neutron battle star is worthy of being the most powerful battleship. Xiaoyu knows that even if he adopts a part of the Sun battleship manufactured by the 7th-level civilization technology, he will still not be the opponent of the neutron battle star in a head-on confrontation. But the Neutron Battlestar also does not have the ability to destroy the Sun battleship in a short period of time. Tens of millions of warships gradually appeared. Then they gathered together, with the Sun spacecraft as the core. On the side of the sweeper civilization, a large number of battleships began to gather around the Neutron Battlestar. There are ball-shaped battleships and ordinary battleships. But Xiaoyu didn't take these battleships seriously. In Xiaoyu's eyes, there was only Neutron Battlestar, and he could only accommodate Neutron Battlestar. The conventional warships of the sweeper civilization can no longer pose much of a threat to Xiaoyu. The spherical warships still pose a certain threat, but the threat is limited. Only Neutron Battlestar. Xiaoyu knows. As long as the Neutron Battlestar is destroyed, he will win this battle. If there is no Neutron Battlestar, even the Shenzhou civilization after I leave will definitely surpass the sweeper civilization in terms of comprehensive strength. The sweeper civilization is not a concern. They can only rely on the Neutron Battlestar. So, I just destroy the Neutron Battlestar. Exterminate your civilization and eliminate your name. Let the name Sweeper become history. At this moment, Xiaoyu remembered a lot. The layout and calculations of the sweeper civilization, and the period when he was struggling to survive in the galaxy, and was shocked at every step. There has always been the shadow of the sweeper civilization in his own destiny. Maybe it's because of luck. Or maybe it's because of other reasons. But in short, I have grown to where I am today. The chess piece has successfully jumped out of the chessboard. Become a strong chess player. The game of chess in the Milky Way has now reached its most critical moment. After this confrontation, this game of chess will finally come to an end. Cut off your wings first, so that my plan can be implemented smoothly. Xiaoyu thought silently, and controlled his huge fleet to move forward. In terms of conventional combat power, Xiaoyu has the ability to completely suppress the sweeper civilization. This was the case during the Shenzhou civilization. Now, the gap between the two will only widen, not narrow. The fleet of the sweeper civilization has the Neutron Battlestar as its core. Still staying there, neither moving forward nor retreating. They seem to be waiting for something. And they seem to be preparing to defend against Xiaoyu's attack that would come next. Xiaoyu didn't think too much about it. Impacting the 7th level civilization. After gradually mastering the secrets of space, Xiaoyu has full confidence in this war. What about Neutron Battlestars? If it were in the hands of a 7th level civilization, Xiaoyu might shy away. But the sweeper civilization is only a 6th level civilization. The war started in an instant. And the battlefield that had returned to silence became boiling again at this moment. The sweeper civilization suddenly took action. And a large number of battleships escorted the Neutron Battlestar and rushed toward Xiaoyu's fleet. Xiaoyu didn't feel panic at all. Even though Xiaoyu was facing the most powerful battleship in the galaxy, tens of millions of warships surged up like a tide. Their excellent maneuverability, strong defense, and attack power gave Xiaoyu an immediate advantage in conventional wars. But the Sun spacecraft did not participate in the war. In the void, amid battles between spaceships all over the sky, and endless artillery fire and space attacks, the Sun spacecraft collided with the Neutron Battlestar. This is the first time that Xiaoyu uses a battleship he built to fight against the Neutron Battlestar in a frontal battlefield. Xiaoyu was on the Sun spacecraft. But the Sun spacecraft still participated in the war personally and shouldered the most important mission. Because Xiaoyu didn't worry about accidents to the Sun spacecraft at all. Xiaoyu now has this confidence. The huge Sun spacecraft and the Neutron Battlestar finally came into direct contact. At the moment when the two spacecraft wanted to reunite, the Neutron Battlestar disappeared. It was like a needle, easily piercing into the Sun spacecraft. But Xiaoyu knew that the Neutron Battlestar did not cause any substantial damage to the Sun spacecraft during this impact. Because the space distortion shield created using part of the 7th level civilization technology has been activated. The space around the Sun spacecraft has become like a maze. The space distortion shield and the space folding shield are not the same. The technological content between the two is very different. This can be seen from the fact that all 7th level civilizations in that direction of travel use space distortion shields to protect the stargates they leave behind. Xiaoyu's technology at the moment is naturally not comparable to that of an authentic 7th level civilization. And there is a big gap between the space distortion shield he created and the space distortion that protects the Stargate. But it is enough to temporarily fight against the Neutron Battlestar. The Neutron Battlestar disappeared for more than 30 seconds. And then it reappeared at the edge of the Sun spacecraft. This time the impact was in vain. Instead, the Sun spacecraft immediately launched its own attack after the Neutron Battlestar left the space distortion shield. This is not a space crack. but it has a similar appearance to a space crack. It is also a black gap, enough to divide this cosmic space into two parts. Then the two parts of the universe began to move in opposite directions. An ordinary space crack attack is to cut a hole in a piece of paper. The attack used by Xiaoyu at this moment is to let the two pieces of paper continue to move after cutting the hole, using the tearing force of space to destroy any matter above the space crack. A long and narrow space rift spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers of space. It spread from a distance until it reached the Neutron battle star. Then one end disappeared, and then spread out from the other side of the Neutron battle star. From the outside, it looks like a needle passing through a thread, and then passing through a glass ball. The Neutron battle star was too powerful, and the space around it was too stable. So this space crack did not cut through the space where the Neutron battle star was located, but only cut open its two sides. If it were just such an attack, it would be of no use to the Neutron battle star. But at this moment, the spaces at both ends of the space crack began to move in opposite directions. This is the tearing force originating from the spatial level. It was like a piece of paper had been cut away, leaving only a narrow strip of paper connected. What Xiaoyu is doing now is to grab both ends of the paper and tear it hard, using external force to tear the paper tape into pieces. An asteroid on the attack line was divided into two hemispheres without any accident. Then the two hemispheres moved away from each other under the tearing force of space as the space moved, revealing a faint red light inside the planet of hot rocks. The wreckage of an abandoned battleship was also affected. It was also torn apart by the movement of space, revealing the damaged and messy wiring and instruments inside the battleship. Only the Neutron battlestar still maintains its intact structure. The movement of space did not bring too much damage to it. But this does not mean that this space weapon is useless to it. For the first time, Xiaoyu used the technological weapons he created to cause damage to the Neutron battlestar. A large amount of debris was once again cut from the Neutron war star, like a sharp plane slashing through the wood, and then bringing down pieces of wood chips. The Neutron battlestar was once again enveloped by a large cloud of hydrogen gas. If Xiaoyu is given enough time based on the mass of the Neutron battlestar, it will only take about 2,000 years for Xiaoyu to wear the Neutron battlestar to death through this attack. Unfortunately, the sweeper civilization will not give Xiaoyu this opportunity, and Xiaoyu has no intention of using this method to bury the Neutron battlestar. The Neutron battlestar slowly rotated. Its rotation was very slow and very heavy. It seemed that there was an invisible big hand around it, stopping its movement. As the Neutron battlestar rotated, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in the space around it. At the next moment, a huge amount of energy suddenly burst out, rushing toward the sun spacecraft like a tide. This is a space starburst, a far more powerful space starburst than before. Along with this space starburst attack, the Neutron battlestar suddenly jumped out and was out of the attack range of this space weapon. Chapter 795, I Don't Want to Leave. On a mountain peak in this small universe, solar system, and Mars, Xiaoyu's shadow and Zhang Shengya were sitting there side by side. The sky here is already dark. There is no moon, and there are only a few stars that are not very bright. There are not many stars in this small universe, and they are all ordinary stars with not too much mass. So there are not many bright stars. This means that the night sky above Mars is like this, and you can no longer see the starry sky. Xiaoyu's shadow stood up and waved to the sky. Immediately, the sky covering the earth like a pot lid seemed to turn into a huge cinema screen, and light and shadow began to appear on it. These lights and shadows were not very clear when they first appeared, but after a while, they became clear. This is a vast picture of a cosmic war. Countless spaceships of various kinds are shuttled back and forth in space. Various artillery fires are appearing frequently. Spaceships are constantly exploding, and fires are constantly appearing. There are hundreds of millions of warships traveling through this vast space. In one corner of this huge war picture, a huge cloud was gathering there, with a narrow black line passing through it. After a moment, suddenly, a dense star with a diameter of only 20 kilometers, and still slowly rotating escaped from the cloud. And the black line-like object also disappeared. This is the lifelong enemy of the Tai House civilization that captured you. The Sweeper civilization, Xiaoyu said slowly. The Tai House civilization has died. To a certain extent, I have inherited their legacy. The Sweeper civilization, I will bury it with my own hands. This will be my last war in the galaxy. After wiping out the Sweeper civilization, I will go to the Andromeda galaxy. Can you not leave and stay with me? I don't want to leave. This Earth girl slowly told in human language. Okay. I admit that the so-called not wanting to wander and being unable to leave my homeland are all my excuses. I don't want you to leave, because I feel that after leaving the galaxy, I will lose you. Xiaoyu sat down. He touched the Earth Girl's hair with his hand and said softly, "Fool, brother will take care of you for the rest of your life, and you will never lose me." She leaned her head meekly on Xiaoyu's shoulder and whispered, "But you know very well in your heart that what I want is not this kind of possession. I don't want you to be just my brother. You still have something in your heart others. You must go to the Andromeda galaxy to find her. Right? Listen to me. Stop looking for her. Stay with me. I will do better than her." Xiaoyu Chino said without saying anything. Zhang Shengya didn't speak either. She turned her head slightly and looked at the sky in concentration. There! A huge war is taking place. The Neutron battlestar launched a more intense space starburst attack than ever before. It exploded the entire space. It turned into energy and attacked the Sun spacecraft. It also used this chaos to escape from the dragnet set by Xiaoyu. The Sun spacecraft was still floating there quietly without any movement. The powerful energy caused by the space starburst rushed to the front of the Sun spacecraft like a raging tide. The Sun spacecraft shook slightly. Faced with such a fierce attack, even the Sun spacecraft could not remain still. The battle between the Sun spacecraft and the Neutron battlestar has just begun. Neutron battlestar is a problem for Xiaoyu, and Zhang Xingya is also a problem for Xiaoyu. This smart Earth girl sees the problem very clearly. So now, she told Xiaoyu what she was thinking and her feelings without reservation. The entire galaxy is our paradise. With your strength, no force in the galaxy can threaten you. The mysteries of the galaxy are enough for you to explore. Let's explore different star systems together to observe supernovae and neutron stars. Or go to the black hole and have me accompany you. Okay? She said in an almost pleading voice. Above the sky, there is a huge war scene. The Sun spacecraft and the Neutron battlestar were once again entangled. Xiaoyu can also do it by detonating space at this moment. Don't forget, Xiaoyu has already stepped into the 7th level civilization category. Under Xiaoyu's command, dozens of planet-level battleships occupy dozens of key points around the Neutron battlestar, and are exerting influence on the space where the Neutron battlestar is located through various methods. Immediately, this space began to vibrate with a strange frequency, becoming more and more urgent. Finally, when a specially made ultra-high-energy particle was launched from the Sun spacecraft and reached this space, the space was like a bomb with the fuse ignited. It collapsed and turned into energy. The Neutron battlestar briefly disappeared for a second. Where the Neutron battlestar disappeared, another huge gas cloud appeared. After a second, the high-speed rotating neutron war star broke through the clouds and fog and once again came to the normal cosmic space. Xiaoyu observed that in the attack just now, the mass of the Neutron battlestar was reduced by at least 2 Earths. But the mass of 2 Earths is still so insignificant for a neutron star. The high-speed rotating neutron battlestar undoubtedly has more powerful lethality. This kind of lethality is vividly demonstrated in a planet-class battleship. Although it was built using part of the 7th level civilization technology, this planet-level battleship still could not withstand the fierce impact of the neutron battlestar. It broke in from the head of the planet-class battleship and rushed out from the tail. A planet-class battleship hundreds of kilometers long was destroyed. After destroying this planet-class battleship, the Neutron battlestar once again rushed towards the Sun spacecraft. The Sun spacecraft still did not dodge. The Sun spacecraft is Xiaoyu's most powerful battleship, and Xiaoyu has this confidence. The two battleships collided fiercely together again, and the Neutron battlestar disappeared again and plunged into the space distortion shield of the Sun spacecraft. What was different from the last time was that during the collision this time, the Sun spacecraft's hull suddenly shook, and the brilliance of the protective layer suddenly flashed, as if it had been slightly damaged. The Neutron battlestar was once again transported into the visible universe by the space distortion shield. What greeted it outside was another space crack created using level 7 civilization technology. After temporarily confining it within this range, the spaces on both sides immediately began to move in opposite directions, and a large number of hydrogen clouds once again appear around Neutron battlestar. Different from high-end combat power, the conventional battlefield showed a one-sided situation. Xiaoyu's conventional technology has far surpassed that of the Sweeper civilization. This is reflected on the main battlefield, where a large number of Sweeper civilization warships are being destroyed. But the fleet of the Shenzhou civilization has not suffered major damage. The war had only started for a few minutes, and already hundreds of thousands of Sweeper civilization warships had been destroyed. Xiaoyu has already demonstrated his powerful maneuverability, which is 180 times the speed of light, exceeding the limit speed of a 6th-level civilization. With such mobility, the sweeper civilization cannot escape. From the moment Xiaoyu appeared, the only hope for the sweeper civilization was to rely on the powerful combat power of the Neutron Battlestar to restore the situation on the battlefield. But so far, the situation does not seem optimistic. Although the Neutron Battlestar had an advantage when facing the Sun spacecraft, it could not destroy the Sun spacecraft in a short time. Two spaceships representing the pinnacle combat power of the two civilizations are still fighting. So far, the Neutron Battlestar has at least reduced the mass of a Jupiter. But this mass is still nothing compared to a neutron star. On the other hand, the Sun spacecraft has already suffered a lot of obvious damage. After all, it is not the flagship of an authentic 7th-level civilization. When facing the Neutron Battlestar, it cannot take advantage. But Xiaoyu still didn't let the Sun spacecraft exit. Although Xiaoyu's body is on the Sun spacecraft, dozens of planet-class battleships were dispatched again, occupying dozens of key points around the Neutron Battlestar. This is clearly a precursor to Xiaoyu launching a space starburst attack. Neutron Battlestar seems to have adapted to such an attack. Losing less than the mass of an Earth in exchange for destroying several planet-class battleships is a very cost-effective deal. So the Neutron Battlestar has no intention of escaping. It plans to use this opportunity to destroy several more planet-class battleships. But this time, the attack seemed a little different. At this time, the Neutron War Star did not notice the strange vibrations that meant the destruction of space. Instead, it noticed that the toughness of the space around it was increasing. Xiaoyu is depriving the Neutron Battlestar of its ability to navigate through curvature. It is common sense that curvature navigation cannot be used in a space with extremely high toughness. The Neutron Battlestar's curvature navigation capability is very powerful, and ordinary instruments that improve space toughness cannot affect it at all. But what Xiaoyu dispatched this time was not an ordinary instrument, but one made using part of the 7th-level civilization technology. If you don't want to run around, we can also modify a planet to stay on it. We can build a house at the foot of the mountain. When you step out of the door, you can see the sunrise and sunset, and you can enjoy the cool mountain breeze. You can see the magnificent scenery in the mountains, and maybe there will be small animals coming to our home and playing with us. Low murmurs continued to pass into Xiaoyu's mind. In the sky at this moment, in the war scene, the Sun spacecraft was dispatched again. After another fierce attack from the space rift of the 7th-level civilization, the Neutron Battlestar seemed to have lost consciousness, suspended in space blankly, and never moved again. Chapter 796 Space Laboratory. From the beginning of the war, Xiaoyu has been planning this matter, and is using his strong execution ability to slowly, but firmly promote the progress of this matter. The situation has always been under Xiaoyu's control. Xiaoyu is like a spider, very patiently spitting out circles of silk thread, wrapping around the powerful prey of the Neutron War Star, and finally making it unable to move, and can only accept the ending of destruction. Now, it's time to close the net. During the Battle of the Galactic Center, the Guardian civilization had been deployed for a long time, and with the help of the joint attack power of all advanced civilizations present, the Neutron War Star temporarily lost its ability to move. Xiaoyu cannot reach the height of the Guardian civilization in grasping the current situation, but he can achieve this goal through another method. The Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization have been fighting for such a long time. Xiaoyu almost destroyed the Guardian civilization. Naturally, he also obtained a lot of information about the Sweeper civilization and the Neutron Battlestar. On the basis of this information, combined with Xiaoyu's technology that is close to the 7th-level civilization, Xiaoyu finally found this method. The Neutron Battlestar itself has a strong gravitational force, and it is precisely because of this gravitational force that it can maintain its shape close to a standard sphere. On the Neutron Battlestar, there is no such thing as a depression or protrusion. Any depressions and protrusions will be filled instantly by its strong gravity. This means the flow of matter. If the Neutron Battlestar continues to lose mass, matter will continue to flow. This flow is unstoppable. The flow of material means that the stratigraphic structure of the Neutron Battlestar is unstable, which will have a serious impact on the instruments equipped inside the Neutron Battlestar. This kind of impact is unlikely to affect the entire Neutron Battlestar, but it can achieve the effect of damaging a specific instrument at a fixed point through precise calculations. This is the real purpose of Xiaoyu's constant use of various attacks to cause the Neutron Battlestar to lose mass. Now, Xiaoyu's goal has been achieved. After depriving the Neutron Battlestar of its curvature navigation capability by enhancing its space toughness, the final blow from the Sun spacecraft deprived the Neutron Battlestar of its conventional navigation capability. Without the curvature navigation capability and the conventional navigation capability, the Neutron Battlestar is completely unable to move. At this time, Xiaoyu has two theoretical ways to eliminate the Neutron Battlestar. The reason why I say this is theoretically, because this is almost impossible to achieve in reality. The first is to recreate the process of accelerating particles with a superparticle accelerator, using high-energy particles with energy levels so high that they can directly react with space to hit the Neutron Battlestar. If there were not such strong radiation and magnetic field around the Neutron Battlestar, Xiaoyu would be happy to use this method to end the life of the Neutron Battlestar. The second is to directly cut the Neutron Battlestar into the small universe and destroy it by increasing entropy. However, this method has a fatal contradiction. That is, if the reinforced space is not used to deprive the Neutron Battlestar of its curvature navigation ability, it will escape, making it impossible for Xiaoyu to cut it smoothly. This is the big universe. After all, it is not as loose as the space of the small universe. After using the method of strengthening the space to deprive it of its curvature navigation ability, Xiaoyu would not be able to cut it out because the space was too tough. This is an irresolvable contradiction. Neither of these two methods is feasible. However, Xiaoyu has found a third way by relying on his technology that is close to the 7th level civilization. After Xiaoyu confined the Neutron Battlestar in the void and made him unable to move, Xiaoyu's preparations began. A very huge machine was carried out of the small universe by Xiaoyu. This instrument looks very strange. It has an appearance close to a standard cube. Each side is nearly 1,000 kilometers long. It's like a big boxy box. It originally had 6 sides, but at this time, one of its sides had shrunk. The densely packed and complex machinery inside it was revealed. There are countless lines and indicator lights inside, and it seems to be a mess. It doesn't look like a weapon, but Xiaoyu intends to use it to finally bury the Neutron Battlestar. After seeing the appearance of this instrument, Neutron Battlestar showed extremely strong actions. Xiaoyu was sure that with the technological level of the sweeper civilization, it was impossible for them to know what the instrument they took out was. However, this does not prevent the sweeper civilization from expending so much energy in making judgments, and finally completely depriving itself of its mobility, and then taking out such a weird big box. The sweeper civilization cannot be stupid enough to think that it is Xiaoyu playing house with them. Although I don't know what is going on, but it looks very powerful, and it's definitely not a good thing. The Neutron Battlestar is struggling violently. At this moment, there are already hundreds of planet-class spacecraft waiting around the Neutron Battlestar to reinforce the space. Moreover, another star-class battleship also joined the ranks. These battleships work together, like well-coordinated hunters, to trap the ferocious beast of the Neutron Battlestar on the spot. These battleships are responsible for depriving the Neutron Battlestar of its warp navigation capabilities. If you cannot bend space, you cannot conduct curvature navigation. After a while, the Neutron Battlestar gave up the attempt. Xiaoyu knew that intense repair operations must be taking place inside the Neutron Battlestar, which could be seen from its slightly trembling posture. It seems to want to spin hard and move, and even if it only restores its regular navigation capabilities, Xiaoyu's plan will fall short. When I woke up, the first person I saw was you. I'm glad that what greeted me after I woke up this time was no longer nightmare-like torture, but the warm care for my people, the vastness but in the dark jungle. I will no longer feel lonely and afraid, because with you by my side, you are very important to me. Extremely important. I can't lose you, and I am willing to pay any price to be with you. So, stay with me. Don't go to her. Don't go to her. Okay? In the solar system, on a mountain peak on Mars, Zhang Shengya was still whispering what was in his heart in a whisper-like voice. Next to him, Xiaoyu's shadow raised his head, looking at the vast war scene in the sky without saying a word. In the huge war picture in the sky, the neutron war star is already slowly turning at an extremely slow speed. This means its powertrain is recovering. After all, the neutron battle star is a creation of a 7th-level civilization. It is impossible for it to not have a self-repair system. Of course, Xiaoyu has already considered this. The Sun spacecraft waiting next to it launched its own attack again at this time. A long black crack struck the neutron war star hard like a whip. Space is too tough, which prevents Xiaoyu from cutting out a small universe. But it does not mean that Xiaoyu cannot cut out space cracks. The spaces on both sides began to move in opposite directions again. And because the toughness of space increases, the tearing force of space movement actually increases accordingly. As a result, more hydrogen clouds appeared around the neutron battle star, shrouding it again. Almost instantly, the neutron battle star once again lost its ability to sail conventionally. The constant trembling and slow rotation that appeared on it disappeared again, and it once again became a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The big boxy box was still getting closer. It is not manufactured according to the standards of a battleship, and it cannot be manufactured according to the standards of a battleship, so its maneuverability is very poor. Not only does it have no curvature navigation capability, but its conventional navigation capability is also very poor. If it advances too fast, the strong inertia will tear it apart entirely. It is like an ancient Tyrannosaurus. Although it advances slowly, it is very determined. And there is an obvious truth. When it comes to the side of the neutron battle star and finally devours the neutron battle star, the end of the neutron battle star will come. It must be a very unpleasant feeling to watch death approaching. Otherwise, the conventional warships of the sweeper civilization would not be able to show such madness. They are risking their lives trying to break through Xiaoyu's defense line to rescue the neutron battle star. However, the conventional technology between the two sides is too different, and their sacrifices cannot bring them the results they deserve. This big box is constantly approaching the neutron battle star. According to the current speed, the big box will arrive next to the neutron battle star in 30 seconds. After you have your own body, we can also give birth to some of our children with genetic modification technology. They will not have any concerns about their union. We can modify another planet and slowly breed a huge ethnic group. How about you being the emperor and me being the queen? We can teach them technology so that they can travel freely in the universe and pass on the name of our human civilization in the vast universe. Well, actually all of this it's not important. The only important thing is that I want to be with you and be with you forever. Xiaoyu gently straightened Zhang Shengya's body, stared into her eyes, and said softly, I'm sorry. I can't do this. There are still too many mysteries in the universe waiting for me to explore. The Earth explodes. Human beings, I also need to solve the mystery of death. If you are willing to follow me, I will take good care of you for the rest of your life. If you are not willing, I'm sorry, but I can't stay. The tears in Zhang Shengya's eyes could not stop flowing out. At this time, behind Xiaoyu, in the huge war scene, the large square box had completely enveloped the neutron battle star. This is a space laboratory. A space laboratory specially built by Xiaoyu for the neutron battle star. Chapter 797, Reinforcements. At this moment, the neutron battle star became Xiaoyu's experimental specimen. Xiaoyu has achieved the conversion between space and matter in the laboratory, but cannot use weapons to achieve this. As a result, Xiaoyu built a huge laboratory and directly incorporated the neutron battle star into the laboratory environment. Within the laboratory, the neutron battle star was still floating quietly without any movement. It's not that it doesn't want to move. It's that it can't move at this moment. It can only quietly accept the baptism of various high-energy rays and extreme high temperatures here. Xiaoyu is using various means to destroy this neutron battle star. Under a certain environment, space will be converted into energy. Space bombs, space starbursts, and space energy engines are all made based on this principle. Then, in another environment, matter or energy can naturally be converted into space. If the neutron battle star cannot be converted into energy, then converting it into space can also achieve the purpose of destroying it. The neutron war star in the space laboratory has begun to rotate slowly at this moment. However, its rotation did not occur autonomously, but began under Xiaoyu's control. There is a big difference between the two. Various unknown high-energy rays carry extremely high energy and shine on the neutron battle star. During its rotation, it illuminates every part of its body. It is like a roast duck being roasted in the oven. The diameter of the neutron battle star is about 20 kilometers. So after it rotates once, a point on the equator will move a distance equal to one of its circumferences, which is about 63 kilometers. Since it is a regular motion, it must be limited by the speed of light, and circular motion is no exception. The rotation of the neutron battle star is slowly accelerating. Outside the space laboratory, there are already more than 150 planet-class battleships, 3 star-class battleships, and thousands of continent-class battleships gathered together, each inputting the spacecraft's own energy into the space laboratory through different energy transport equipment. The Neutron Battlestar's rotation speed is being accelerated, and has been accelerated to a speed of nearly 8,000 revolutions per second. Calculated according to this speed, the motion speed of a certain point on the equator of the neutron war star at this moment has reached a level of more than 240,000 kilometers per second. This already belongs to the sublight speed category, as long as it is accelerated by tens of thousands of kilometers. The neutron battlestar itself will fall apart due to the too strong centrifugal force. But reaching this point is already Xiaoyu's limit. Xiaoyu could no longer make the neutron battlestar spin faster. This speed cannot be increased anymore. Obviously, this speed is not fast enough and cannot meet Xiaoyu's requirements. But Xiaoyu has other ways to make up for it. With the cooperation of various high-energy rays and extreme environments, some peculiar changes occurred above the equator line of the neutron battlestar. In this extreme environment, a large number of photons are produced, but the propagation of light is severely bent. This bending is not caused by the gravity of the neutron star, but by the expansion of space. Why does space expand? This is because new space is being created. It is obvious that in this extreme environment, the neutron battlestar is rapidly losing mass. Its mass is being transformed into space. The attacks from the conventional fleets of the sweeper civilization became more fierce. But that's nothing. It was impossible for them to break through Xiaoyu's defense. In Xiaoyu's view, this is just an unnecessary sacrifice. You see, the destruction of the neutron battlestar is a foregone conclusion, and it is only a matter of time before the sweeper civilization is destroyed. After the sweeper civilization is eliminated, I will lead the galaxy. I hope you will come with me. You are my only clan member. It is my responsibility to take good care of you. But I respect your choice. If you are determined to stay in the galaxy, I will also make appropriate arrangements for you. Xiaoyu turned his back to the sky, the vast war picture, and it spoke slowly. Zhang Shengya buried her head between her legs. He seemed to be crying silently. After a while, she raised her head, looked at Xiaoyu with blurred, tearful eyes, and asked gently in a trembling voice, "Are you sure you don't want to stay with me? Are you sure you want to leave?" Xiaoyu lowered his head sadly, not looking into Zhang Shengya's eyes. "I'm sorry. I'm sure. Okay. Let's go. You go. I want to stay in the Milky Way. I just hope you can remember that I am still waiting for you in the Milky Way." Zhang Shengya stood up and hugged Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu also stretched out his arms. He held Zhang Shengya in his arms. In the universe, the space laboratory is still suspended in space, without any movement. But inside it, some extremely violent reactions are taking place. The neutron battlestar is constantly rotating at a high speed. As it rotates, circles of excess space are continuously thrown out by it. It is like an umbrella, and those spaces are the water droplets thrown out by the rotating umbrella. The size of the neutron battlestar is constantly expanding. For neutron stars, the expansion of volume means a decrease in mass, and it also means the continuous flow of the neutron star strata. This will obviously have a certain impact on the internal structure of the neutron battlestar. Xiaoyu is slowly depriving the neutron battlestar of its vitality. Based on the current progress, the neutron battlestar will be destroyed in 3 hours. Or at most 3 hours. The conventional fleet of the sweeper civilization has been completely destroyed by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu doesn't know where the headquarters of the sweeper civilization is hidden. But it doesn't matter. Destroying the neutron battlestar is a big deal. After destroying the neutron battlestar, Xiaoyu has enough time to find it. The Shenzhou civilization is waiting anxiously, waiting for the final results to come out. With their current level of technology, they still couldn't understand what this big boxy box was. They did not specifically ask Xiaoyu, because they know that if they can be told, Xiaoyu will naturally tell them. Xiaoyu's huge fleet has been assembled and is fully protecting the space laboratory from being disturbed by other factors. The more critical the moment, the more cautious you must be. Xiaoyu didn't want to fall short. At this moment, the situation in the space laboratory has reached the most critical moment. Based on Xiaoyu's understanding of the neutron battlestar, Xiaoyu can calculate how much damage the instruments inside the neutron battlestar have suffered at this moment due to the flow of material in the neutron star stratum. The damage suffered by the neutron battlestar is not enough now, and it is still within the scope of the neutron battlestar's self-repair ability. Therefore, Xiaoyu still did not relax his vigilance. The size of the neutron battlestar is expanding, and it is still rotating at a high speed. But due to the principle of conservation of angular momentum, its rotation speed has slowed down a bit at this moment. An hour has passed. Xiaoyu knew that the Neutron Battlestar would soon enter the stage of irreversible damage. At this time, Xiaoyu once again received a somewhat familiar message. Let the sweeper civilization go. We promise that after you let them go, they will flee to the rest of the river system and never meet you again. Xiaoyu was horrified. The moment he received this message, a name appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. 7th-level civilization in microscopic direction. The 7th-level civilization that saved the Guardian civilization from itself thousands of years ago. At that time, they said they were going to embark on a long voyage. But they did not expect that at the critical moment of the war between themselves and the sweeper civilization, this 7th-level civilization would appear in front of them again. In front of him was a familiar light and shadow. Countless tiny light points were entangled and flying in the void, gradually converging into a spherical shape, only about the size of a basketball. At the same time, another message came to Xiaoyu's mind. You are about to become a 7th-level civilization. There is no actual benefit to you from eradicating the sweeper civilization. If you need the scientific and technological information of the sweeper civilization, our microcosm civilization can give it to you. Xiaoyu, answer us. The slightly fluorescent basketball slowly fluctuated and said to Xiaoyu slowly. Xiaoyu's mind went through thousands of times at this moment. Xiaoyu was thinking about how to deal with this matter. In just a moment, Xiaoyu answered. Didn't you go on a long voyage? Why are you here again at this time? We came naturally if we wanted to. Micro-civilization replied. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? You saved the Guardian civilization in my hands. And now you are coming to save the sweeper civilization. Why are you always against me? No, we are not against you. We are just asking you to make a small concession without harming your interests. And we have other compensation. As for what we want to do, there is no need to know these things. The micro-civilization replied. I need to think about it. Xiaoyu said. Don't think about delaying time. This trick is of no use to us. Now, either release the Neutron Battlestar or bear our attack. After all, you are not a 7th-level civilization now. You should know that you have no ability to deal with our attack. Ability? Xiaoyu sneered in his heart. You think what you are doing is reasonable. Right. But I don't think so. Letting go of the sweeper civilization will indeed cause no real loss to me. However, I don't want the sweeper civilization to continue to exist. Not only do I not agree, my dead comrades will not agree. If you want to attack me, then come. To be clear, in 2 hours, the Neutron Battlestar will be completely destroyed by me. I want to see, and in these 2 hours, do you have the ability to break through my defense line and rescue the Neutron Battlestar? Chapter 798 Mosquitoes and Nets. Xiaoyu has made up his mind to destroy the Neutron Battlestar today, and then attack the sweeper civilization base camp to exterminate its civilization. There is actually no substantial benefit to Xiaoyu from doing this. But Xiaoyu is willing to do it. Xiaoyu has not forgotten the companion ghost tribe, who died under the sweeper civilization and the Neutron Battlestar. He is the only comrade in arms that he can devote all his attention to. And he has a blood-thicker relationship with him. This is the eternal pain in Xiaoyu's heart. Furthermore, you have been plotting against me for so long and deliberately wanted to kill me. How could I let you go so easily? Your micro-civilization is not good at fighting. Although I am not a pure 7th-level civilization, I am still a 7th-level civilization. I have also mastered some space technology. So let's see if you can rescue the Neutron Battlestar within 2 hours. Xiaoyu sneered in his heart. After receiving Xiaoyu's reply, micro-civilization fell silent. The basketball-sized light group they formed was constantly rising and falling in the universe, as if floating on the water. At this time, all Xiaoyu's battleships have already targeted this area. But Xiaoyu did not take the lead in attacking. Micro-civilization did not make any further reply. Time slipped away little by little in this silence. Suddenly, the light group suddenly scattered like a group of fireflies that was startled, and instantly disappeared into the dark universe. At this time, Xiaoyu noticed a violent fluctuation coming from the outer protective cover of the space laboratory. In order to prevent accidents, the space laboratory adopted the strongest construction plan when it was first built. The outer shield was completely made with reference to the Sun spacecraft. It can be said that in terms of defense alone, the space laboratory is not inferior to the Sun spacecraft at all. It is a shield system that combines at least 50 layers of different shield technologies. The outer shield of the space laboratory suddenly fluctuated violently. Each data sensor reported data to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu knew immediately that the microscopic civilization was trying to break through his space shield. The micro-civilization's attack is different from any form of attack Xiao Yu has experienced before. If Xiao Yu's defense is regarded as a big net, then whether it was in wars or natural emergencies, all the attacks Xiao Yu encountered were from larger animals. Larger animals will naturally be blocked by a large net. And the battle between the two mainly depends on the strength of the attacker and the toughness of the net. But micro-civilization is different. Microscopic civilization is like the wind. Like a tiny mosquito. They don't need to disrupt the web directly. They just need to slip through the mesh of the big net. This is a completely new form of attack. Xiao Yu's mind tensed up. Xiao Yu knew that this defensive battle was a huge challenge for him. That's right. After micro-civilization showed its own attack method, Xiao Yu has found a way to deal with this attack. When mosquitoes try to pass through the mesh, Xiao Yu can move the net and turn the original mesh into a network cable, thus blocking the entry of mosquitoes. There are many mosquitoes. The moment the microscopic civilization launched its attack, Xiao Yu calculated this number. The number of individuals in microscopic civilization is approximately 300 billion. Xiao Yu needs to know the location and movement of each of these 300 billion microscopic civilization spacecraft in real time. Then after quick calculations, he adjusted his space shield parameters in real time to prevent them from entering the space laboratory. Fortunately, Xiao Yu's calculation power is very strong. Xiao Yu's brain completely received this powerful data flow. This data cannot be solved by artificial intelligence, because micro-civilizations have their own sense of autonomy. They are also flexible and changeable in attack and defense. And flexibility is precisely the biggest enemy of artificial intelligence. These data can only be handled by Xiao Yu himself. This kind of attack method of micro-civilization, only Xiao Yu can resist. Any other civilization would not be able to withstand the attack of micro-civilization under Xiao Yu's current technological level. In this invisible space, a quasi-level 7 civilization and a senior level 7 civilization started a unique battle. The stakes are the life and death of the Neutron battle star and the sweeper civilization. The space is churning violently, and countless small space vortices are forming in the dark and disappearing quickly. 300 billion microscopic civilization spacecraft are shuttled back and forth in this twisted space, trying to enter the space laboratory. At this moment, one of Xiao Yu's provincial spaceships suddenly moved. This change was immediately noticed by Xiao Yu. The reason why Xiao Yu noticed this is simple. Because Xiao Yu did not control the provincial spacecraft to make any movements. But it happened to move. Not only did it move, it also made a move that was far beyond Xiao Yu's expectations. The provincial level spacecraft slowly moved its body, and after adjusting to a suitable posture, it launched a space attack. It hit the space laboratory instantly. The space shield on the surface of the space laboratory fluctuated and returned to calm. The provincial spaceship suddenly exploded violently and turned into a ball of fire. A tiny point of light seemed to be trying to break out from the explosion of fire, but it failed. As soon as it rushed out, it was caught up by the fire and disappeared in an instant. Xiao Yu knew that one or more microscopic civilization spacecraft had invaded the provincial spacecraft, took advantage of his negligence to seize control of the provincial spacecraft, and manipulated it to attack him. After the provincial spacecraft exploded, the microscopic civilization seemed to realize the feasibility of this move. So in the next moment, dense light points flew out from the shield of the space laboratory, towards the space full of space. The battleship in the middle rushed over. They were like blood-sucking leeches, quickly piercing in after reaching the edge of these spaceships. And because these spacecrafts have poor protection capabilities, Xiao Yu has no way to prevent them from entering. There are 100 billion of these microscopic civilization spacecraft that have left the shield of the space laboratory, which is about 1/3 of their strength. Among the spaceships occupied by micro-civilizations, the largest is a national-level spacecraft, and the smallest is a village-level spacecraft. Continental-class and planet-class spacecraft already have a certain degree of protection, and it is not easy for them to enter. Immediately, among the spaceships, a second battlefield was opened up. The spaceships of micro-civilization move freely within the information lines of these spacecrafts, modifying the hardware configurations and software parameters of these warships, and ultimately achieve the purpose of making them their own. Facing the tiny atom-like size of the microscopic civilization, any of Xiao Yu's internal protective measures for the spacecraft were ineffective. Xiao Yu's huge computing power also burst out at this moment. Xiao Yu first increased the control authority of these spacecraft, and then controlled the maintenance robots to start repairing the damaged message lines. The confrontation between the two sides started at the software and hardware levels at the same time. The difference is that Xiao Yu's defense is mainly focused on the software level, While micro-civilization's offense is mainly focused on the hardware level. Without software-level permissions, hardware cannot be used. Without hardware as a carrier, software is rootless water. Xiaoyu set up logical traps and obstacles one after another to resist the attack of micro-civilization at the software level. Micro-civilizations usually directly modify the hardware, and try to gain control of the battleship through brute force cracking. They even tried to cut off Xiaoyu's connection with these battleships. But this is difficult to do. A huge warship has more than 10 million communication devices installed on it. As long as one of these tens of millions of contact devices is not damaged, Xiaoyu can control the entire battleship through it. In the fierce attack and defense, some spaceships were on the verge of being captured. At this time, Xiaoyu will make a decisive decision and immediately control the battleship to explode. Some spaceships were controlled by micro-civilization before they had time to self-destruct. At this time, Xiaoyu could only control the remaining battleships to destroy them. After all the conventional warships of the sweeper civilization were destroyed, artillery fire rang out again in this battlefield. The difference is that both parties involved in the battle are Xiaoyu's own spaceships. The most critical battle took place on a planet-class battleship. The microscopic civilization finally broke through the outer defense of the planet-class spacecraft and entered the interior of the battleship. Approximately more than 300,000 microscopic civilization spacecraft participated in the battle for control of this planet-class battleship. Message lines were cut off one after another, and lines that did not follow the rules were built. Information that originally required permission verification could be transmitted unimpeded in the newly built lines. Xiaoyu did not wait for the planet-class battleship to be completely occupied before decisively detonating it. It would rather be destroyed than let it fall into the hands of microscopic civilization. This is what Xiaoyu thinks. The Sun Star-class battleship was also attacked to a certain extent. However, the defense power of the Sun spacecraft is on the same level as that of the space laboratory. There is no way for microscopic civilization to break through the defense of the Sun spacecraft in a short period of time. In the war against the Guardian civilization, the scene where the micro-civilization quietly entered the computer room will not happen again on the Sun spacecraft. After that incident, Xiaoyu conducted some research on micro-civilization and made targeted defensive measures. In this fierce battle, attack and defense, time passed little by little. An hour and a half has passed, and there is still half an hour left before the Neutron Battlestar is destroyed. Chapter 799 Bowline. In the small universe, the solar system, and above Mars, Xiaoyu and Zhang Shengya were still sitting side by side on the high mountain. In the dark sky, the vast war scene is still continuing. But Xiaoyu knew that the night was not peaceful at this moment. Right at Xiaoyu's feet, in this huge mountain peak, a huge construction operation is underway. Endless equipment and materials are being transported to the hollowed-out mountain peak and quickly installed. In order to speed up the progress of the project, Xiaoyu even used weapons-grade equipment. This massive construction has begun as soon as microscopic civilization emerged. So far, it has lasted for more than 2 hours. Xiaoyu's huge construction ability is fully revealed here. However, no matter how large the scale of the construction carried out secretly, there is still no trace visible from the outside. The aero beasts were still sleeping in their respective positions, and various unknown insects were still squeaking. There are stars and the night is as cool as water. This is the last time to be together. And then they will be separated. The two may be separated by hundreds of millions of light years, and may never see each other again for eternity. Xiaoyu didn't want to ruin the atmosphere here, but just in case, these construction actions are also necessary. Therefore, Xiaoyu had no choice but to choose this hidden form of construction. At this moment, in the space laboratory, the Neutron Battlestar is still rotating at high speed. Its volume has increased significantly, so its rotation speed is constantly decreasing. However, calculated based on the distance traveled by a point on the equator within a certain period of time, its rotation speed has not actually slowed down. Circles of space fluctuations spread out like water ripples. Each circle of space ripples represents at least tens of billions, or hundreds of billions of tons of mass converted into space. Xiaoyu knew that from this moment on, Neutron Battlestar had been irreversibly damaged. This kind of damage is impossible to repair, at least with the technology of a 6th-level civilization. This kind of harm is constantly deepening. In half an hour, it will completely destroy the Neutron Battlestar. If a neutron star keeps losing mass, what will it eventually become? According to common sense, it seems that it should become a white dwarf star. But this is not the case. After the mass of the neutron star is reduced to a certain limit, Its own gravity will not be enough to maintain its compact structure, and it will undergo catastrophic expansion. In the process of expansion, the explosive force at this moment will exceed the limit of a star to maintain its own balance. So it will explode to pieces, and it has no chance of becoming a white dwarf smoothly. The same question: when a white dwarf star continues to increase in mass, what will it become? According to common sense, it seems that it will become a neutron star. However, this is only under ideal conditions, and this kind of thing is unlikely to happen in the real universe and starry sky. When the mass of the white dwarf accumulates to a certain extent, the extreme environment will trigger a runaway nuclear fusion reaction, and a nova explosion will occur. And when the mass of the white dwarf accumulates to the Chandrasekhar limit, it is about to reach the critical mass of the neutron star. It also cannot smoothly become a neutron star. It will undergo another type of more violent explosion, a type Ia supernova explosion, and eventually blow itself to pieces. The matter of white dwarfs gradually becoming neutron stars, or neutron stars gradually becoming white dwarfs, only exists in theory. Xiaoyu has never observed such a thing in the real starry sky. It is obvious that if the current situation continues, the fate of the neutron battle star will be the same. It will explode violently, releasing an energy explosion no less than a supernova explosion, completely destroying the space laboratory. It also completely blew itself up. The space laboratory was originally a disposable item. The fierce battle with micro-civilization continues. However, from the current point of view, micro-civilization has no chance to achieve its goals. Maybe they will win the final victory, but the destruction of the neutron battle star is already doomed. Xiaoyu is determined from the beginning. Since the neutron battle star cannot become its own, it must be destroyed. The sweeper civilization has too much hatred against itself, so the sweeper civilization must be exterminated. No matter what exchange terms anyone comes up with, they can't change this, unless the person who comes has the ability to threaten his own life. When defeating the guardian civilization, the micro-civilization had the ability to threaten his own life, so Xiaoyu chose to compromise. Now, micro-civilization no longer has the ability to threaten his own life, so Xiaoyu chose to persist to the end. Xiaoyu, stop! We can promise you. Increase the value of the chips you are about to exchange by 10 times. You can get a detailed star map within 10 million light years. Know the secrets of various types of civilizations, and these civilizations are often active places. Even, we can tell you some information about an 8th level civilization, or tell you something about the Rebel Alliance. As long as you let go of the neutron battle star and the sweeper civilization, you should, even if we can't say the neutron battle star, we still have the ability to pester you and cause you great trouble in the future. It's not worth it for a sweeper civilization. At this time, Xiaoyu received a message from micro-civilization. No, compared to my feelings, this is worth it, because they killed my comrades. They made arrangements and secretly plotted against me for millions of years. Unless the scavenger civilization is exterminated, my mood will never be able to calm down. Micro-civilization, don't talk anymore. It's useless to talk more. Let's each speak according to our own means, Xiaoyu said lightly. Everyone has their own means. Right. Very good. Very good. The micro-civilization sent another message and then became silent. At the same time, countless microscopic civilization spacecraft suddenly gathered together again. They flew out of the space shield, flew over from different spaceships, flew out from the void everywhere, and finally gathered into a colorful ribbon, floating gently in space. Their movements were very fast, and they had almost disappeared before Xiaoyu could see them clearly. The next moment, they came to the edge of Xiaoyu's small universe. They are trying to invade Xiaoyu's small universe. The small universe that the sweeper civilization has spent a lot of energy and failed to break through at a huge cost seems to be just a decoration in front of the microscopic civilization. Although the small universe is a small universe, it has a diameter of more than 1 light year after all. It is still too big, and Xiaoyu has no way to completely protect it. The moment microscopic civilization began to invade the small universe, Xiaoyu issued an order. Yaman, no matter what you are doing now, I order you to come to me within 1 minute. A very powerful enemy is invading, and you will be in danger. Suddenly, no matter whether it was day or night, whether they were playing or sleeping, the arrow beasts started flying at the same time, like rockets, converging toward Xiaoyu at an incredible high speed. Converging at the foot of the mountain peak where Xiaoyu was. Xiaoyu was still at the top of the mountain. At this time, Xiaoyu had already stood up and looked up at the sky. A spot of light appeared in the sky. It was small at first, but it expanded in an instant. It was not big, but it had an extremely bright flash of light, with a tail trailing behind it. Like a bolide, it was rushing towards Zhang Shengya quickly. You want to take hostages and threaten me to let go of the Neutron War Star? How could I not be prepared in advance? Xiaoyu smiled faintly and shook his head. The bolide rushed over quickly, and when it passed through the sky, the huge war scene disappeared in an instant, and then shattered like glass. It didn't stop at all, and was still moving forward rapidly. It is already very close to the mountain peak, so much so that the brilliance emanating from it has cast shadows on Xiaoyu, Zhang Shengya, and the rest of the things on the mountain peak. But Xiaoyu didn't move. When the distance between it and Xiaoyu shortened to less than 100 meters, a protective shield emitting a faint red light suddenly lit up. As if it hit a wall, the bolide formed by microscopic civilization suddenly stopped. A layer of faint ripples spread over this huge shield. Micro-civilizations launched a second collision, but still failed. They did not collide for the third time, but suddenly dissipated, disappearing like extinguished candles. At the same time, they dispersed into hundreds of billions of small individuals, and once again plunged into the space shield. You can't break through the space laboratory or the sun spacecraft. And you can't break through this layer of protection either. Although the power and strength of the protective shield here is not as good as that of the space laboratory and the sun spacecraft, the area to be protected here is very large. Small. The reduction in area means an increase in unit power. The construction time of more than 2 hours is enough for me to complete the construction here. Little ripples and little flashes of light appeared on the space shield. From here, the ripples and flashes appeared to appear in the sky. Suddenly, the star shone brightly, and the scene was magnificent. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you, Xiaoyu said softly. At this time, another part of the instrument also started to activate. Since Xiaoyu had long been prepared for microscopic civilization to invade the small universe and take hostages to force him to submit, how could he not have made other arrangements and used tricks to make microscopic civilization suffer a hidden loss? This is the second time you have gone against me. If I don't let you leave anything behind, how could I just let you go like this? Xiaoyu thought lightly. Chapter 800, Death of Neutron Battle Star. The evolutionary direction of micro-civilization is not to improve one's own combat effectiveness. Although they are a 7th-level civilization, they do not have the combat power to match a 7th-level civilization. If the ones who oppose Xiaoyu this time are the 7th-level civilizations related to war, such as the ultimate astral direction, space direction, mechanical direction, etc., Xiaoyu has no choice but to pinch his nose and suffer this secret loss. Even if the micro-civilization is not about war, as long as it is a 7th-level civilization, it cannot be underestimated. Xiaoyu must use all his strength to resist the attack of micro-civilization. Before Mars, within the protective shield, the fierce battle was still going on. Xiaoyu stood here quietly, looking at the front 100 meters away in trance. There, the space shield was constantly shining with fire and ripples. A 7th-level civilization that develops based on hobbies has absolutely nothing to do with war. You don't understand how far war-related civilizations have developed in terms of war. Do you think that you are a 7th-level civilization and have nothing to worry about? Xiaoyu shook his head lightly and issued a new order. The micro-civilization's war literacy is simply inferior to that of a 5th-level civilization in the galaxy. In the previous battles, they made many mistakes. For example, Xiaoyu couldn't be captured with all-out attack, let alone choosing to divide his troops and use part of his force to seize control of Xiaoyu's battleship. With such a low level of tactics, how could he be a match for the experienced Xiaoyu? The huge instrument group buried under the mountain began to operate at full capacity. The space shield began to produce some subtle and imperceptible changes. Like water at 99 degrees Celsius and water at 0 degrees Celsius. There is no difference in appearance between the two. But as long as you add a little more heat to the water at 99 degrees Celsius, it will boil suddenly. The changes in the space shield cannot be detected. But some energy is gathering in the dark, waiting for the final change. Perhaps the other river systems in the universe are even more empty than the Milky Way. There may be only one civilization in each river system. This civilization eventually developed into a 7th-level civilization over hundreds of millions of years. Such a civilization has no, and the rest of the civilizations have had conflicts and have not experienced the cruelty of war. The art of war must be very backward. These flowers grow in the greenhouse. War is not a game. Xiaoyu sighed silently. The microscopic civilization seems to be unaware of the dangerous energy accumulating in the space shield. They are trying every possible way to break through the shield. Xiaoyu quietly observed the energy readings. And when the values reached a certain level, he issued another order. After receiving this instruction, the light red space shield suddenly became darker in color. Like the blood of intelligent creatures, the space shield enveloped the Earth. From Xiaoyu's point of view, it seemed as if the sky had turned bright red. This red color dyes the rocks, trees, weeds, etc. on the mountain peaks with a layer of red. For a moment, the world was vast. Killing. Blood. The smell of death is in the air. Facing this irresistible force of heaven and earth, the arrow beasts trembled, like quails under the storm. Wind and lightning. Zhang Shengya still maintained basic composure, but her trembling hands betrayed her heart. She hugged Xiaoyu tightly, not daring to let go for a moment. Xiaoyu's shadow stood quietly, expressionless. At this time, microscopic civilization finally realized the danger. For a moment, endless points of light broke away from the bright red space shield and fled toward the void of the universe like a desperation. But it's too late. Xiaoyu had already completed the work of accumulating energy at the previous moment. Now, the process has been started, and no one can reverse it. The entire space shield suddenly exploded at this moment. It's like a mirror. At this moment, it suddenly turned into powder that could not be broken into pieces. Violent energy filled the space between heaven and earth. The atmosphere of Mars was completely disrupted by this violent energy. An unprecedented huge hurricane suddenly formed, spreading to an unknown distance. This violent energy carried an unstoppable power and swept toward Xiaoyu, who was not far away. But when he came to a place less than 50 meters in front of Xiaoyu, another space shield lit up, completely blocking this violent energy. Outside, everything was turned upside down. But inside, Xiaoyu's clothes didn't even move. The wind is still light, and the clouds are light. The insects are chirping. The big trees are swaying pleasantly in the wind. And a slight cool breeze blows here, carrying a pleasant fragrance of flowers. The inside and outside of the space shield have become two completely different worlds. Just outside the space shield, endless light spots were scurrying around like headless flies. It took a few minutes for them to settle down and regroup into a spherical shape. The difference is that the sphere formed by the gathering of microscopic civilizations is significantly smaller than the sphere formed by them before. According to Xiaoyu's estimate, at least tens of billions of micro-civilized warships were destroyed in this violent explosion. This is the trap Xiaoyu has laid out for micro-civilization. Xiaoyu has basically mastered the mystery between space and energy. The energy source of the previous explosion was space. Just when the entire microscopic civilization entered the space shield and tried to break it open, the entire space, including the space shield, exploded, causing such consequences. Come and mess with me. This is your fate. The first time I didn't resist you and asked you to rescue the Guardian civilization. This time, let alone rescue the Sweeper civilization. You can't leave without leaving anything behind. The most violent moment of the explosion has passed, and the sphere formed by the gathering of microscopic civilizations is still suspended outside the space shield, constantly rising and falling with the airflow. They knew that there was nothing they could do at this moment, and even attacking would be in vain. So they did not harass Xiaoyu again. They stayed there quietly, seeming to be thinking about something. What you can't do. Don't waste your efforts anymore. The Sweeper civilization must be exterminated by me. Unless the war-related 7th level civilization comes, no one can stop me. Xiaoyu said. I did not destroy you. You can't do anything to me to eliminate all the abilities. So you go now, and don't stay here anymore. Yes, we have no ability to stop you from exterminating the Sweeper civilization. Then let's go. Goodbye. The micro-civilization sent a message, and hundreds of billions of micro-civilization warships immediately turned into a ribbon. Heading toward Xiaoyu's outside, the small universe rushed over and left here in an instant. Before leaving, another message floated over. You caused us to lose 13.7 billion people. We have recorded this loss. After we have the strength to deal with you, we will come again. It's better to leave without seeing you off. Xiaoyu snorted in his heart. I haven't fully become a 7th level civilization, and you are no longer my opponent. After I fully become a 7th level civilization, it will be easy to eliminate you. Micro-civilization. Don't let me touch you again. It's okay. Aya. Xiaoyu gently patted Zhang Shengya's shoulder and said softly, the space shield has not been removed. Xiaoyu is not sure whether micro-civilization is really leaving or is cheating. In times like these, It's always a good idea to be cautious. In the big universe, in the space laboratory, the neutron battle star is still spinning, and matter is constantly turning into space and escaping from it. Nearly 3 hours have passed, and the neutron battle star has reached the edge of destruction. At this moment, it has suffered irreversible damage. Even if Xiaoyu lets it go, it is estimated that it will no longer be able to maintain the power of the neutron battle star. In fact, Xiaoyu suspected that the neutron battle star at this moment had completely lost its ability to navigate in curvature. Without warp navigation, the neutron battle star is a waste. Goodbye. Cleaner civilization. Goodbye. Neutron battle star. Xiaoyu shook his head lightly, looking at this powerful existence that he once respected as a god, and he didn't know what it felt like. The myth that has spanned the galaxy for tens of millions of years without a single defeat is about to end in his own hands. From now on, neutron battle stars will be history. The newly emerging civilization will never have the opportunity to appreciate the power and dominance of the neutron battle star. Neutron battle star never sent a message, did not beg Xiaoyu for mercy, and did not say that he would rather die than surrender. Perhaps, in the eyes of the sweeper civilization, silence is also an attitude. Of course, Xiaoyu was not prepared to say anything to them. Goodbye. Xiaoyu said these 2 words in his heart. The next moment, these 2 words were spoken. The mass of the neutron battle star had reached the critical point. Its own gravity is no longer enough to maintain such a dense structure. As a result, its volume expanded rapidly. It was an explosion, no less violent than a supernova. Before this last moment arrived, Xiaoyu's fleet had already left here. After the explosion, the space laboratory, which was extremely solid and unharmed even under the attack of microscopic civilization, was instantly submerged in endless brilliance, like a plastic toy being torn apart by a giant hand. In the midst of this brilliance are clouds of hydrogen gas that are indescribably huge. Of course, there are already some substances that are no longer hydrogen. Under such violent energy bursts, runaway nuclear reactions will continue to occur. All the elements on the periodic table will be fused out at this moment, and then scattered into the universe. It's finally over. Xiaoyu took Zhang Shengya's hand, and a small spaceship was parked in front of Xiaoyu. Let's go, Xiaoyu said. Chapter 801, Civilization Extinction. This is how the whole thing happened, Ares said. We have been waiting near this Stargate during this period, waiting for your return. Fortunately, you finally came back at this most critical moment. Otherwise, our Shenzhou civilization has been destroyed by the neutron war star. The conventional fleets of the neutron battle star and the sweeper civilization have been completely destroyed by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is constantly monitoring the space fluctuations of the entire galaxy, looking for traces of the sweeper civilization base camp. This process is expected to be completed within 10 years. This time is hard-earned free time. The enemy has been eliminated, and Xiaoyu finally has time to communicate with the Shenzhou civilization. After hearing Ares tell the whole story, Xiaoyu felt a little sigh in his heart. There is actually a 7th-level civilization relic in the direction of travel here. It turns out to be Stargate technology. Xiaoyu sent relevant scientific research forces to the vicinity of the Stargate in an attempt to conduct some technological analysis. I feel relieved knowing that you are doing well, Xiaoyu sighed. In this way, I will have no worries when I leave the Milky Way. Ares, after some time passes, the Pegasus civilization may also come in the galaxy. You must live in peace with them and avoid any disputes. What? Xiaoyu, don't you plan to return to the Shenzhou civilization? Ares asked with some surprise. Since the matter of luck has been resolved, even if you merge with the Shenzhou civilization again, you will not. Is there any bad influence? Under such circumstances, why did you choose to travel alone? During these times, I figured out some things, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Some things are my personal affairs, and it is better for me to do them myself. I have no power to drag Shenzhou civilization into such a situation. Among things, the universe is very dark, and there are dangers everywhere. I'd better let me do these things myself. This is some data obtained from the poll I conducted. Come and take a look. Ares pondered. Sent a piece of data to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took it and checked it in his mind. Well, after I left, people's happiness dropped by more than 20 percentage points. The crime rate increased by 9%. Social productivity dropped by 80%. And government efficiency dropped by 70%. People want me to go back. Has the voice that continues to lead Shenzhou civilization become the mainstream of society? Xiaoyu still smiled and shook his head. Ares, you are a qualified leader. I believe that the Shenzhou civilization will flourish under your leadership. The entire civilization is led by a computer with the heart of an intelligent creature. Such a social structure is deformed and abnormal. Yes, intelligent creatures always have to learn to work on their own, make their own tools, and obtain food. If they are too comfortable, it will weaken the people's fighting spirit. So I choose not to integrate into the Shenzhou civilization. The entire galaxy will become the stage for the development of Shenzhou civilization and Pegasus civilization. You can cooperate and jointly try to attack the 7th level civilization. Well, by the way, I have some technological information for you. But unfortunately, these technologies, there is no technology in the 7th level civilization category in the data. For some reason, I cannot leak these technological data. This is all I can give you. That's all. Okay. Ares nodded somewhat discouraged and said, I very much hope that you can stay and continue to lead our civilization forward in this dark universe. From now on, I will take on the important task of leading the entire civilization. After that, I discovered how happy it was to live a free and lazy life in civilization. It seems that it is time for me to train a successor, then abdicate to enjoy my life. Everyone has the obligation to make contributions and sacrifices for his own civilization. Isn't it? Xiaoyu said with a smile. I will stay here for a while. You summon the scientists of the Shenzhou civilization to conduct research on the scientific and technological information I gave you. Analyze it. If you have any omissions or unclear points, you can ask me. I believe that after the Shenzhou civilization completes the analysis of these materials, it will be qualified to impact the 7th level civilization. However, whether the impact can be successful is not what I can do. It's a matter of interference. Ares nodded and cut off the communication link. Analysis of the Stargate has begun. But there was nothing gained. The main reason is that the technological content of this Stargate is too high. Even with Xiaoyu's current technological level, he cannot give much data. There are only a few points that can be determined at present. 1. This Stargate can still be used at this moment, which means that Xiaoyu can also use this Stargate to teleport. But Xiaoyu cannot be sure where the destination is. 2nd, this Stargate is left behind by at least an 8th level travel direction civilization. Level 7 civilizations do not have the ability to create Stargates. My current maximum speed is about 200 times the speed of light. This speed still cannot escape the restrictions of low-level civilizations on cross-river navigation. In other words, if I want to go to the Andromeda galaxy, I have to be like the Guardian civilization, laying a star road out. This is a waste of time and energy. And Chino may not be in the Andromeda galaxy. According to the current intelligence analysis, Chino seems to belong to an organization called the Rebel Alliance. The duty of the Rebel Alliance is to fight against the Invigilator. The Invigilator is universe-wide. Naturally, the Rebel Alliance is also universe-wide. They are unlikely to be limited to a small river system. So, is my destination? The Andromeda galaxy is irrelevant. And the same goes for other river systems. Xiaoyu thought secretly. During this period, let's test the reliability of the Stargate first. If possible, use the Stargate to carry out the operation. A cross-river voyage seems like a good option. The subsequent trip went unexpectedly smoothly. Through space monitoring technology, Xiaoyu discovered traces of the Sweeper civilization 3 years later. It was a very huge small universe with a diameter of nearly 100 light-years. There are at least thousands of stars and tens of thousands of living planets in this small universe. There are trillions of intelligent creatures living here. Your social foundation has not been destroyed, which means huge war potential. And based on the consistent behavior of your Sweeper civilization, I don't think you will settle down after losing the Neutron battle star. You have always it is an uneasy foundation, even if there is no enmity between us. For the safety of the Pegasus civilization and the Shenzhou civilization, I will destroy you all. Having dominated the Milky Way for tens of millions of years, this huge empire has come to an end. It's time. That's it. Goodbye. Xiaoyu shook his head and gave the order to attack without any emotion. Hundreds of millions of warships have entered the small universe of the Sweeper civilization and launched attacks on these stars and planets. At this time, Xiaoyu thought of a person who played an important role in the history of his own civilization. Su Junpo. Su Junpo comes from the Sweeper civilization, but has made significant contributions to the development of his own technology. Although this originated from the conspiracy of the Sweeper civilization, Su Junpo's contribution cannot be ignored. Xiao Yu sighed slightly. You didn't want a conflict between the Shenzhou civilization and the Sweeper civilization. But these things still happened. I'm sorry. I couldn't fulfill your wish. Science is science. Politics is politics. And there should be no intersection between the two. Sorry. There is nothing I can do. Xiao Yu thought silently. One planet after another was blown up. And one star after another lost its light. The entire small universe has been tightly guarded by Xiao Yu. And any spacecraft is strictly prohibited from entering or exiting. Any spacecraft that tries to escape will be destroyed by Xiao Yu. Perhaps I can do something more. Xiao Yu thought, controlling several spaceships to approach a planet. The planet has not been destroyed by itself. But the intelligent creatures of the Sweeper civilization living on it have also fallen into complete chaos. When facing death, there is no difference between the intelligent creatures of level 6 civilization and the intelligent creatures of level 2 civilization. The final madness is taking place here. With smoke, cries, and explosions filling the entire city. In the midst of this chaos, a closed door was opened by a robot. Inside the door, several intelligent creatures were squatting in the corner and shivering. These robots grabbed these people without any explanation and stuffed them into the spacecraft. Don't ask me why. Just shut up if you want to live. Listen, you will be genetically modified by me. After that, you will have a completely different appearance than you do now. You will reach a new civilization. And in that civilization, I have arranged a new identity for you. Live peacefully in the new civilization. And don't miss the glory of your civilization. Xiao Yu said calmly, not caring whether these people heard clearly or not. These people are Su Junpo's relatives in the Sweeper civilization. There's only so much I can do. Xiao Yu shook his head and sent these people to the Shenzhou civilization. Destroying the Sweeper civilization will not put a psychological burden on Xiao Yu. Because Xiao Yu knows that if he is the loser, then the ending of the people of the Shenzhou civilization will not be better than the ending of the people of the Sweeper civilization at this moment. After all, since a war has been launched, there must be awareness and psychological preparation for failure of the war and the extinction of civilization. This small universe turned into ruins in a short period of time. Dead silence. Chaos. And at this moment, there is no life in it. The Stargate has been initially analyzed. With my current technology, it is impossible to analyze more. Then, it is time to leave. Xiao Yu thought silently. Chapter 802 New World. I'm leaving. Are you sure you don't want to go with me? Xiao Yu asked Zhang Shengya. Still on the peak of Mars. The night is as cool as water. The breeze blows gently here. The sky is clear. And there are stars in the dark night sky. These stars come here after many reflections and refractions of the starlight from the stars in this small universe. I choose to stay, Zhang Shengya said sadly. If you don't choose to stay for me, then there is no point in my choosing to travel with you. Xiao Yu was speechless. After a while, Xiao Yu said, okay, staying here is a good choice. Shenzhou civilization and Pegasus civilization will take good care of you. In this galaxy, you will not encounter any danger. I have one last request, Zhang Shengya said. This planet is the planet of the beasts. And I also want to have a planet of my own. On this planet, I hope there will be mountains and flowing water, blue sky and white clouds, and there have to be lots and lots of humans. Only then will I not feel alone. I will satisfy you. Xiao Yu nodded and issued an order in his mind. So, a small spaceship quickly flew here and opened the hatch. Xiao Yu took Zhang Shengya and walked into the spacecraft together. The spaceship quickly took off and arrived outside the small universe. At this time, the hatch of the small spacecraft suddenly became transparent, and the magnificent starry sky outside came into view of the two people without any hindrance. That star is very good. It has a similar element composition to our sun, and its mass and size are also very similar. The light from it will definitely make you very comfortable. Xiao Yu pointed to a star in the distance and said. Zhang Shengya nodded. Okay. Okay, Xiao Yu said, controlling the small spacecraft to quickly approach the star. At the same time, there are some spacecraft moving quickly in other places. This is the planet blueprint I selected for you. And these are some of its parameters, Xiao Yu said. He waved his hand gently. Then, the shadow of a cold and dark planet appeared in front of Zhang Shengya. It's a little bigger than the Earth, and its elemental composition is not very similar. But it doesn't matter. I'm transforming it, Xiao Yu said. Look, almost in the blink of an eye, densely packed spaceships and robots appeared on the planet. A violent explosion was taking place on the planet, and the debris was quickly transported away by the spacecraft and thrown into space. The locations of these explosions have been calculated in advance, and the large craters blown out of the ground will become lakes and oceans in the future. There are countless robots digging holes on this planet. Many mechanical devices were transported through these caves to various locations in the planet's core and underlying layers. Transform the planet's core and strata. After these transformations, the planet will have geological movements such as earthquakes or volcanoes similar to those of the Earth. It will also have mountains, hills, and canyons, Xiaoyu said slowly. Endless robots are working here, and various large machinery has been transported from the spacecraft. And almost earth-shaking transformation operations are being carried out here. Frequent explosions not only opened up oceans for storing seawater. River channels and canyons were also carved out. The excess debris formed by the explosion was transported away by the spacecraft, and the remaining rock debris was piled up. Mountains and plateaus were formed. There are also countless spaceships that have brought supplies that this planet lacks from other planets. Xiaoyu is conducting a comprehensive transformation of this planet from the inside out. It will have rain, snow and streams. It will also have atmospheric circulation and 4 seasons throughout the year, Xiaoyu said. A large number of spacecraft gathered from all over the universe. These spacecraft are loaded with comets and asteroids mainly composed of ice. After approaching the planet, these comets and asteroids were thrown down and thrown into the large craters. Planetary engines are being built. These planetary engines will adjust the planet to the appropriate orbital attitude and date of orbit. Only in this way can it have 4 seasons, spring and autumn, similar to the Earth's. This is the moon, Xiaoyu said. Another planet picture appears here again. It is a dwarf planet that is much smaller than the Earth. Such a dwarf planet is just right for a moon. This planet will become Mercury, and that planet will become Venus. There are also Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, etc. I am copying the whole world for you, Xiaoyu said slowly. After I leave, you are this lord of the world. Zhang Shengya stood next to Xiaoyu, with tears streaming down her face. She just kept shaking her head and refused to say a word. The planet has arrived next to the intended star. The dark, icy planet was finally illuminated by ample starlight for the first time. The slightly yellow star's light carries enough heat to shine on it, and the large number of icy comets accumulated here begin to dissolve. Liquid water begins to appear, and so does water vapor. This planet originally had no atmosphere, but that doesn't matter. Xiaoyu has already prepared sufficient atmospheric materials. That's a lot of dry ice, liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen, and various other gases. At this moment, under the sufficient light of stars, these solid materials began to dissolve together with the previous icy comets. Sufficient temperature causes them to directly begin to sublimate, changing from a solid state to a gaseous state. They mix together and float toward the sky with plenty of water vapor. But they can't leave the planet, because the gravity of the planet is binding them. So they had to stay high in the sky and became the planet's atmosphere. Of course, at the beginning, the planet's atmosphere was still very thin. It will take a long time to reach the Earth's atmospheric concentration. It originally had a core composed mainly of nickel-iron elements, which saved me a lot of trouble, Xiaoyu said. Under my modification, its core will operate and form a strong enough magnetic field. It shelters all living things on this planet. The operation of the core will also cause the movement of plates, cause earthquakes and volcanoes, and create mountains and canyons. In the small universe, Xiaoyu has built a huge biological factory. Replicants based on Zhang Shengya's genes are being mass-produced. The genetic differences between people are extremely small, even the highest in the world. The genetic difference between the most handsome man and the most wretched, short and ugly man is not even 1/10,000th. Therefore, Xiaoyu only needs to slightly modify Zhang Shengya's genes to cultivate a large number of different humans. What dynasty do you like? Modern or ancient? Xiaoyu asked. I need to implant memories of the corresponding era into these clones. I want a dynasty that has never existed on Earth, Zhang Shengya said. The level of technology should not be too high. It should be similar to the Song dynasty on Earth. Very good, Xiaoyu agreed. I will implant all the memories into these clones. I have arranged different identities, different personalities, different appearances, and family backgrounds for each of them. These among people. There are princes and rich men who are born noble, and there are poor people and slaves who live a life of poverty. Everyone has a different fate. What kind of identity do you like? Zhang Shengya shook his head. I don't want any identity. I will enter this world without anyone knowing me. Xiaoyu nodded. The general transformation of the planet is complete. Only 5 days have passed. There are still some details that need to be modified, and some that require time to be completed. The climate on this planet is still very cold, because most of the heat from the star is absorbed by the ice. Melt them completely. It cannot be completed without tens of thousands of years. This is the world you will live in the future. Of course. It is just a blueprint now. Xiaoyu said, after all the work that could be done by manpower was completed. Xiaoyu cut the planet, along with its moon and star, into the small universe. This small universe is very small, so its time flows very quickly. Some seeds of life have been sown on this planet, and they will adapt to the environment of this planet over a long period of time. Xiaoyu is controlling time accurately. After an hour has passed in real-world time, Xiaoyu took out the star system again. At this moment, the planet has completely changed its appearance. Grasslands and deserts appeared on it, with various animals and plants. Its atmosphere is fully formed, except in winter and at the poles. Ice is no longer visible above the ocean. Some marine creatures are multiplying freely in the ocean, and there is a vibrant atmosphere everywhere. But there are no humans on it. So Xiaoyu started a new round of construction. During Xiaoyu's construction, a large number of buildings that fit this dynasty appeared, including tall and towering city walls, palaces, villages, and fields. After all the construction was completed, all the clones who had been instilled with memories in advance were placed on the planet. According to Xiaoyu's settings, they have a new identity and status at this moment. The morning sun had already risen, and a down-and-out poor scholar opened his eyes in the ruined temple. What he was carrying was the traveling expenses for the exam that were collected by the whole family in a dilapidated thatched hut. A farmer opened his eyes. He still remembered that his task today was to weed the fields. A young girl opened her eyes. Opening her eyes. Today is her wedding day, and Xinjiang is already waiting for her outside her door. A businessman opens his eyes. Today is the day when his shop opens, and he has to rush over this morning to preside over some things. As the sun rises, many people resume their usual routines that have lasted for a long time. On this brand new planet, people with no history at all are living according to ancient customs that have lasted for thousands of years. This is the world you will live in, Xiaoyu said with a smile. If you need help in any way, you can always call Shinzhou civilization to come to your aid. Goodbye. I'm leaving. Xiaoyu's figure disappeared, and the small spacecraft slowly left here and returned to the small universe. Zhang Shengya stood on a deserted wasteland, looking at the sky in a daze. Beside her, Lena, who had transformed into a human form, asked softly, Aya, where are we going? Where to go? To this world, she said softly, holding Lena's hand, turned around and said, let's go. In the small universe, the huge fleet is shrinking and preparing to transmit through the Stargate. The entire solar system has been moved out of his own small universe by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu placed the solar system next to that star system, making the two galaxies neighbors. Xiaoyu believes that it is inappropriate to take the solar system on a journey with an uncertain future. Goodbye Shinzhou civilization, Xiaoyu said slowly. I am about to leave the Milky Way and go to the unknown future. The universe is vast, and once I leave, I don't know if we will have a chance to meet again. I can only bless you here. Goodbye. Goodbye. Under the gaze of countless intelligent creatures, Xiaoyu's entire small universe entered the Stargate and disappeared from sight. Chapter 803 I Am the Sweeper. Xiaoyu has led all his battleships into the Stargate. This Stargate is intact. Xiaoyu can be sure of this. But Xiaoyu doesn't know what the process of traveling through the Stargate is like. Nor does he know where the destination is. This means a certain risk. But Xiaoyu doesn't care. Compared with the possible gains, this risk is completely within the acceptable range. The relics of an 8th-level civilization are not easy to see. Xiaoyu hopes that during this trip, he can get a glimpse of the secrets of the 8th-level civilization Stargate technology. Stargate technology is speculated to be manufactured based on the principle of space limit bending. It is like drawing 2 points on a piece of paper and then folding the paper in half to make the 2 points coincide. It can be reached without moving. Destination. Stargate technology is undoubtedly a more advanced method of space travel than curvature navigation. If data on this aspect can be obtained, Xiaoyu's future road will be much smoother. This Stargate looks more like the 8th-level civilization in the direction of travel is staying here secretly to prepare for its future use. Xiaoyu detected that this Stargate had traces of being used about 300,000 years ago. More than 300,000 years ago. The Earth was still a barbaric era. And humans were still eating hair and drinking blood. The Sweeper civilization and the Guardian civilization were still fighting. And the Taihao civilization was still hiding. Without the knowledge of all the powerful forces in the Milky Way. A powerful 8th level civilization started from the Milky Way and quietly went to another place. Now, Xiaoyu will follow the path that this powerful 8th level civilization has taken and repeat this journey. After obtaining enough energy, the Stargate was activated. The scenery in front of Xiaoyu suddenly changed. From a sky full of stars to nothingness. But this void only lasted for a short time. After a while, the scenery in front of Xiaoyu changed again. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu's eyes was still not a normal cosmic scenery. The scenery here is a bit like the changing light and shadow in the space distortion shield. Like a kaleidoscope. I may have broken away from the original three-dimensional universe and entered another three-dimensional world. Just like infinite two-dimensional worlds constitute a three-dimensional world. Infinite three-dimensional worlds can constitute a four-dimensional space. Here is the rest. The three-dimensional world. Xiaoyu thought silently in his heart. Both light and gravity can propagate at the four-dimensional level. Which means that they can be transmitted from the three-dimensional universe to this space. The source of the changes in light and shadow here should be what I am. Space. Infinitely many three-dimensional spaces can constitute a four-dimensional space. But this does not mean that the parallel universe theory has been verified. In fact, with the development of science and technology to this day, the parallel universe theory that was once popular in the Earth era has been completely rejected by Xiaoyu. The current situation is more like this. You can imagine the following scene, where there is a piece of paper in an empty room. It is suspended in midair. There is an infinite amount of other two-dimensional space surrounding it. But the other two-dimensional spaces are completely meaningless. Only on it do matter. Energy and living things exist. The same is true for three-dimensional space relative to four-dimensional space. Xiaoyu has now left the meaningful three-dimensional space and has come to a meaningless three-dimensional space. It seems that the Stargate created by this 8th level travel civilization is not a complete Stargate technology. Xiaoyu thought. Real Stargate technology transmission should not consume time. No matter how far the distance is. It should be instantaneous arrival. So far, I have been in another three-dimensional space for more than 5 hours. Xiaoyu is steering his battleship forward. The function of the Stargate is more like providing a shortcut. But even if it is a shortcut, you have to walk it with your own legs. It is not an automatic conveyor belt. The so-called complete Stargate technology still uses two-dimensional space and a piece of paper as a metaphor. That is to fold the 2 points on the paper so that they completely overlap. This way, the distance between 2 points is 0. Since the distance is 0, there is no need to waste time. The current situation is more like an incomplete folding of the paper. In other words, it is just folded at a certain angle. In this way, the distance between the 2 points is still shorter than the straight line distance. But it has not completely returned to 0. It's a shortcut. As for how much distance this shortcut can save, it depends on the technological content of this Stargate. At this moment, Xiaoyu did not know the technological content of this Stargate. Xiaoyu didn't know how powerful the technology of the 8th level civilization was. Xiaoyu could only wait silently. 1 year has passed so far. Through curvature navigation, Xiaoyu quickly advanced at a speed of 200 times the speed of light in this unfamiliar three-dimensional space. The scenery in front of me is always changing with light and shadow. As illusory as a kaleidoscope. In the second year, Xiaoyu was still on a long sailing journey. Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. It would be great fun if you were lost in the endless three-dimensional space and could never go back. Since the rest of the three-dimensional space is meaningless, there will be nothing meaningful in such a three-dimensional space. There would be no stars, no planets, no nebulae, no matter or energy whatsoever. With Xiaoyu's current level of technology, getting lost in such a place will only lead to complete death. Perhaps my previous choice was a bit reckless, Xiaoyu thought secretly. However, if I were to choose again, I would still choose to enter the Stargate. If I don't choose the Stargate, with my current technology, in the time it took for the Star Road to be laid, it would take at least hundreds of thousands of years for me to reach the Andromeda galaxy. The Guardian civilization has been busy for nearly 1,000,000 years to complete the entire Star Road. So far, they have set out for several. It takes 1,000 years. But it is estimated that not even 1/3 of the entire road has been completed. Alas, the universe is vast. And no matter how fast the speed is, it is meaningless when facing the endless universe. Xiaoyu has been waiting silently, waiting for the moment he reaches his destination. Xiaoyu's heart is very peaceful. A few years, or even decades, are nothing to Xiaoyu. On the contrary, it was the scenery and physical properties of the other three-dimensional space that aroused Xiaoyu's strong interest. Xiaoyu once again launched his scientific research activities here. There were many interesting things discovered by Xiaoyu. For example, under normal circumstances, there is no time in these meaningless three-dimensional spaces. After photons come from the three-dimensional universe to these three-dimensional spaces, their physical properties also undergo some changes, and they even lose all mass and energy. In the three-dimensional universe, photons have dynamic mass, but no static mass. But here, photons have also lost their dynamic mass. It has completely become a pure particle existence. So simple that no physical quantity is attached to it. Any physical quantity used to describe it is zero. Except for speed. The speed of photons changes here. They run at irregular speeds. Sometimes as high as tens of thousands of times the speed of light. And sometimes as slow as a snail. Time is a physical quantity that describes the movement of matter. Without matter here, time has no meaning. Temperature is a physical quantity that describes the movement of particles. Without matter here, temperature has no meaning. Any laws of physics break down here. Any law that is regarded as truth in the three-dimensional universe is as ridiculous as a joke here. But the strange thing is that the laws of physics still have an effect on Xiaoyu's fleet. Xiaoyu's regular running speed still cannot exceed the speed of light in the three-dimensional universe. And he still needs to curve space to conduct curvature navigation. This aroused Xiaoyu's strong interest. In addition to the speed of light, temperature, and time, Xiaoyu also measured a lot of data in this three-dimensional world and observed many physical phenomena. Everything here is so novel to Xiaoyu. While it confuses Xiaoyu, it also makes Xiaoyu feel extremely excited. It is rare to have the opportunity to come into contact with physical phenomena at the advanced level of 7th level, or even 8th level civilization, before you have fully become a level 7 civilization. After all, the Stargate travel did not last too long. It used real-life data to prove its superiority in space travel. After 2 years, the scenery in front of Xiaoyu finally changed again. The familiar starry sky finally appeared in front of Xiaoyu again. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a scene completely different from that in the Milky Way. Xiaoyu knew that he had arrived in a new river system. Xiaoyu appeared here suddenly. Behind Xiaoyu, there was no dark hole or the like as Xiaoyu imagined. The spaces around it were all normal. And Xiaoyu didn't find any signs of space travel. Stargate travel seems to be a one-way voyage. I came here from the Milky Way through the Stargate. But I have no ability to use Stargate technology to return to the Milky Way from here. Where is this? Xiaoyu looked at this place with some confusion. I wonder how many light years I have traveled in 2 years. Xiaoyu is working hard to observe the stars or neutron stars in this river system, trying to find some familiar stars to determine his position. But before Xiaoyu found the star he was familiar with, a message came unexpectedly. The civilization from afar welcomes you here. From now on, you will be the sweeper civilization of this river system. Chapter 804 Andromeda and the Guardian. After receiving this message, Xiaoyu's first reaction was, who is this guy? How did he know that I came here? Is this the owner of this Stargate, and is he monitoring my actions in real time? The second reaction was to immediately analyze the received message. Xiaoyu tried to find out where this message was sent from, what method it was sent through, the identity of the sender, and what level of technology it had. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu did not find any relevant information. This piece of information suddenly appeared in Xiaoyu's brain. Xiaoyu was quietly waiting for the arrival of follow-up information. But Xiaoyu was disappointed. Xiaoyu waited for several hours, and did not receive any follow-up information. This guy whose identity he didn't know sent such a message with no beginning or end as soon as Xiaoyu came to this strange river system, and then completely disappeared. Many thoughts were rolling in Xiaoyu's heart. A large amount of logical information is intertwined with each other, trying to find out the secret hidden behind this information. It seems that the name Sweeper is not a specific reference to a certain civilization, but a collective name for a type of civilization. Just like the Tai House civilization? Xiaoyu thought incredulously. Could it be that every river system is there a Sweeper civilization? What about the Guardian civilization? I became a Sweeper civilization. So where did the original Sweeper civilization of this river system go? Xiaoyu is thinking about a question. That is, what does the Sweeper civilization mean? Obviously, it can be analyzed from the literal meaning. The sweeper civilization is responsible for cleaning up intelligent creatures within a river system, coupled with my understanding of the Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization eliminates civilization by depriving it of its development potential. The sweeper civilization eliminates civilization through violent destruction, and the two work together to eventually block the way out for all civilizations in a river system. If I hadn't had some adventures and stood on the shoulders of at least 7 powerful beings, then I have also been wiped out by the sweeper civilization a long time ago. But if luck does not exist at all, then why do the sweeper civilization and the Guardian civilization do this? Is it interesting to eliminate the rest of the civilization? Xiaoyu began to think about some more profound questions. After discovering that it was very likely that other river systems also had sweeper civilizations and Guardian civilizations, Xiaoyu realized that some problems were not as simple as he thought. That inexplicable guy said that I have become a sweeper civilization in this river system. It seems that sweeper civilization is a name. It is not that a civilization is born a sweeper civilization. It is a certain candidate civilization that exists among many, a specially selected one. It is very likely that the sweeper civilization of the Milky Way appeared through such a process. So, what are the responsibilities and obligations that need to be borne by becoming a sweeper civilization? And what kind of rewards and restrictions are there? Obviously, the responsibility and obligation of the sweeper civilization is to eliminate low-level civilization. So what are the rewards and restrictions? Could it be that the reward is the qualification to become a 7th-level civilization? From this, it seems that that inexplicable guy will be the invigilator? Well, if this is the case, it is easier to understand that the sweeper civilization has neutron battle stars, and the Guardian civilization has 4-dimensional jump. Because the existence that specifies the nature of these two civilizations must ensure that these two civilizations are in this system. The absolute advantage. This is indeed the case. The sweeper civilization has dominated the Milky Way for tens of millions of years, and the Guardian civilization follows closely behind. Xiaoyu is drawing a terrifying blueprint of the universe in his mind. In this model, every river system with a certain intelligent civilization will be assigned 2 types of civilization by a terrifying existence. One is the sweeper civilization, and the other is the Guardian civilization. These 2 types of civilizations are like gatekeepers guarding the exit of the river system. Any civilization that wants to become a 7th-level civilization, that is, cross this gate, will be severely attacked by these 2 civilizations. In this process, there are countless lies and countless conspiracies. A weak civilization that has just entered interstellar space and knows nothing about the universe can easily be deceived by the sweet lies of the Guardian civilization. Even if you are lucky enough to not be deceived by the Guardian civilization, you will be violently destroyed by the powerful sweeper civilization later on. It's a desperate situation. The path for a low-level intelligent civilization to advance to a high-level intelligent civilization is almost blocked. The meaning of their birth is to be destroyed. What awaits them ahead are thorns, without any glimmer of hope. Is this the method used by the invigilator? Not only did it set up so many obstacles at the beginning of the civilization, but after the civilization grew into a 6th-level peak civilization and became qualified to impact a 7th-level civilization, it would personally conduct the review. Only civilizations that pass its review have the chance to become a 7th-level civilization. What a dark universe this is. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. My journey along the way has been really not easy. Not easy. At this moment, even Xiaoyu himself felt a little lucky that he could reach this point. Is that message that suddenly appeared really sent to me by the invigilator? Why is he so sure that I will obey its instructions? Isn't it worried about my unknown responsibilities? What if I let it go on purpose? Or, are you sure that I will obey its orders? The message sent to Xiaoyu was only a short sentence. There is no prefix and no subsequent additions. What is my handle? Is it the qualification to become a 7th-level civilization? I have not yet become a 7th-level civilization in the true sense. But I think there are no obstacles on my way to a 7th-level civilization. What if I don't fulfill my duties? It will set up some more obstacles for me. But it is speculated that I was saved by the Rebel Alliance. But now it is the one who comes out to assign tasks to me. Is this a compromise? The Invigilator and the Rebels, the Alliance, reached some agreement, and I was the pawn used in exchange. At this time, Xiaoyu thought about many things. Then what should I do? Should I obey the instructions of this inexplicable guy? Or ignore it? Xiaoyu was thinking silently. If you don't obey, there will be some risks. If you obey, I don't seem to be willing to do it. After thinking for a while, Xiaoyu still couldn't make up his mind. Since he couldn't figure it out, Xiaoyu simply put this issue aside for the time being. and began to observe his current environment. Xiaoyu needs to determine where he is now, and how far he is from the Milky Way. The first thing that was observed was the volume and mass of the river system. Through a high-precision telescope, Xiaoyu determined the distance between Cepheid variables in several satellite galaxies and the river system, and then determined the mass of the river system through the orbits and speeds of these satellite galaxies orbiting the river system. The conclusion is that this galaxy has about twice the mass of the Milky Way. Through a series of complex algorithms, Xiaoyu calculated the volume of this river system. The conclusion is that this river system has a diameter of approximately 220,000 light-years. This diameter is probably a little more than twice that of the Milky Way. Xiaoyu has identified several stars in this river system that he suspects he has observed before, but it is not yet certain, and these data are still being confirmed. After completing a series of observation tasks, Xiaoyu set his sights on the core of this river system. What Xiaoyu observed was an astonishing sight. This river system has two cores. Generally speaking, a galaxy generally has only one core, and the rest of the stars revolve around this core, such as the Milky Way. This core is usually a massive black hole, as is common in galaxies. But this river system is different. Of its two cores, one is larger and brighter but less massive. The other core is fainter but very massive. According to calculations, it is about 100 million times the mass of the Sun. The gas around this larger core is less dense, so the reaction is slower, and the gas is dimmer. This is a scene that Xiaoyu is very familiar with, because when he was still in the Milky Way, Xiaoyu had seen the scene here countless times. This is the Andromeda galaxy. This was completely confirmed by Xiaoyu after he turned the telescope, searched for images of the Milky Way in the celestial sphere, and confirmed hundreds of iconic celestial objects in the Milky Way. Above Earth, on a clear night sky, those with good vision can see the Andromeda galaxy. But in the Andromeda galaxy, the Milky Way cannot be seen with the naked eye alone, because compared with the Andromeda galaxy, the Milky Way is too small, too far away, and too dim. I really didn't expect that after 2 years of traveling through the Stargate, I was already prepared to come to a completely unfamiliar galaxy, but finally ended up here. Xiaoyu murmured to himself, feeling very happy in his heart. Incredible. The Andromeda galaxy is 2.5 million light-years away from the Milky Way. It took me 2 years to cross this journey. Calculating this, the speed within the Stargate has reached 1.25 million times the speed of light. This is really an amazing speed. Xiaoyu was sighing, but he didn't expect to receive another message. The method of sending this message is a form of space broadcasting that Xiaoyu is very familiar with, so Xiaoyu can easily determine the source of this message. Low-level civilizations within the river system. The sweeper civilization has increased its cleaning efforts in the following related areas. Your situation may be very dangerous. We are the Guardian Alliance, and we can provide you with a safe habitat. Please import the following program into your computer, and it will guide you to our alliance. RS. Chapter 805. A Crushing Battle. Xiaoyu never thought that he would encounter such a thing after coming to the Andromeda galaxy. First, he was inexplicably appointed as the sweeper, and now he received a message from someone who claimed to be the Guardian civilization. After confirming that the Guardian civilization was indeed using space to broadcast messages from the 6th-level civilization's technology, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel an absurd feeling in his heart. When a river system has a sweeper civilization and a Guardian civilization, it is unlikely that the other civilizations in the river system will coexist peacefully with these two civilizations. In other words, after a civilization becomes a 7th-level civilization, it is unlikely that maybe I will let go of these two civilizations that have been suppressing me. Just like me. In the galaxy, I became a quasi-7th-level civilization, and I destroyed the Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization. Could it be said that Andromeda in the galaxy, there is still no 7th-level civilization born? No. That's right. So that's it. At this moment, Xiaoyu thought of the micro-civilization that tried to save the Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization from his own hands. Xiaoyu thought for a while, and confirmed this idea. It is very likely that a 7th-level civilization has been born in the Andromeda galaxy. However, because of the existence of micro-civilizations, those 7th-level civilizations did not kill the Guardian civilization. The Sweeper civilization and the Guardian civilization seem to be old enemies, although both are serving an unknown existence. This does not prevent the two from having hatred. The Guardian civilization of the Andromeda galaxy has no doubt that technology the degree is lower than mine, and I can easily obtain their location information. Then, I will fulfill the responsibility of the Sweeper civilization and kill the Guardian civilization. Let's see what happens after killing the Guardian civilization. Xiao Yu sneered in his heart and immediately determined his next action plan. For this type of civilization, Guardians, Xiao Yu didn't have the slightest psychological burden to eliminate them. The Guardian civilization is currently located 30,000 light years away from me. It will take about 150 years to reach it at my current speed. Then, in 150 years, it will be your end. Guardians. The Andromeda galaxy is a huge spiral galaxy, which is different from the Milky Way, which is a barred spiral galaxy. The Andromeda galaxy also has several different cantilevers. Xiao Yu's position at this moment is the fourth cantilever of the Andromeda galaxy. Here, it is about 120,000 light years away from the core of the Milky Way. The Andromeda galaxy has two cores. It is speculated this is formed by the collision of galaxies. The smaller core was originally the core of another galaxy. After colliding with the Andromeda galaxy, it remained in the Andromeda galaxy, awaiting its fate. It will be getting closer and closer to the central black hole of the Andromeda galaxy over a long period of time. Eventually the two merge into a larger black hole. In a few billion years, the Andromeda galaxy and the Milky Way will also collide. The two galaxies will eventually merge together. By that time, the core of the Milky Way will also face this ending. The central black hole of the Milky Way is only a few million solar masses, while the central black hole of the Andromeda galaxy is dozens of times larger. The collision of river systems will bring about a series of wonderful phenomena. This is both the death of two old galaxies and the rebirth of a larger galaxy. In the collision of galaxies, a large number of stars will be created due to the mutual disturbance of interstellar dust and gravity. The entire galaxy will be alive and reborn. Relatively speaking, Xiao Yu's position is roughly equivalent to the position of the Sun relative to the center of the galaxy. The density of stars here is neither too high nor too low. Xiao Yu could see many stars spraying out endless heat around him. There are many stars with planets, and many planets with satellites. In addition to these larger celestial bodies, there are also dwarf planets and asteroids, comets and other celestial bodies. Many celestial bodies come together to form these very extraterrestrial star systems. These many star systems combine to eventually form the largest galaxy in the local galaxy group, the Andromeda galaxy. The dust cloud content of the Andromeda galaxy is lower than that of the Milky Way. According to Xiao Yu's statistics, every year, 2 to 3 stars are born in the Milky Way, but only one in the Andromeda galaxy. The birth of stars in the Andromeda galaxy seems to be more difficult. This is true for ordinary stars, but it is even more difficult for short-lived, massive stars to be born. This means that the Andromeda galaxy is calmer than the Milky Way, and has fewer extreme phenomena such as supernova explosions. Even extreme celestial objects such as black holes and neutron stars will be fewer. Xiao Yu observed his surroundings and concluded that there were no celestial objects such as black holes and neutron stars within 100 light years around him. The only extreme celestial body is a white dwarf star, which forms a binary star system with a sun-like yellow dwarf star, orbiting each other, while quickly approaching the location of the Guardian civilization being detected. Xiao Yu was admiring the strange scenery of the galaxy outside the galaxy, while still digesting his own technology. The impact on the 7th level civilization is the main business, and nothing can delay the progress of this matter. There may or may not be a 7th level civilization in the Andromeda galaxy. Xiao Yu is not too concerned about this. Anyway, I am a sweeper now. If those 7th level civilizations want to deal with me, they should have some scruples. Xiao Yu is in a very relaxed mood now. A new door has been opened to me, and I am about to step into a brand new world that I have never been exposed to before. As for the Guardian civilization encountered at this moment, it is just a small episode. During the long journey, Xiao Yu suddenly noticed an unusual fluctuation ahead. That was the spatial fluctuation caused by curvature navigation. And Xiao Yu knew this instantly. Ahead, about a dozen light years away from me, there is a fleet that is sailing in a curvature at a speed of 130 times the speed of light. This is a level 6 civilization. Well, is the Andromeda galaxy really rich? I casually encountered a level 6 civilization here. Xiao Yu thought with some amusement in his heart. Let's capture them for now, and get some information about the Andromeda galaxy. Xiao Yu immediately changed his course, and at the same time took some concealment measures, heading towards the location where the space fluctuated during the detection. Xiao Yu has always been an outsider. Capturing a native of this galaxy will help Xiao Yu understand the current situation. A distance of more than 10 light years is nothing to 2 level 6 civilizations. Only about half a month later, Xiaoyu had arrived next to this 6th level civilization. In the curvature space, Xiaoyu began to observe this civilization. Thanks to his excellent concealment skills, Xiaoyu confirmed that he had not been discovered by the other party. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a slightly shabby fleet. The entire fleet is composed of approximately 400,000 spaceships. Among these spaceships, there are residential spaceships, combat spacecrafts, logistics spacecrafts, material spacecrafts, and engineering spacecrafts. The types of spaceships are quite complete. They don't look like a specialized battle fleet, but like a migrating civilization. In this fleet, many spaceships are damaged, and some even have hulls that are no longer complete. As they flew, something like smoke came out of the spacecraft. According to the analysis of the information obtained so far, the technological content of this fleet is not high. It is advancing at a speed of 130 times the speed of light, which is obviously beyond the capacity of this fleet. They are more like fleeing, and it's not a normal migration. Maybe they just went through a war. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, and quickly made a decision. A fleet of approximately 1 million spacecraft appeared from the small universe, nakedly exposed in space. After a moment, they entered the curvature space, and came to the front of the fleet at an even faster speed. At the same time, a message was sent by Xiaoyu. I order you to leave the curvature space immediately, and come to the normal space to accept our inspection. We will take measures to destroy those who refuse to accept the order. Xiaoyu's powerful technological strength has been fully revealed at this moment. But the fleet did not stop. Xiaoyu saw that part of the fleet still maintained its original route, and rushed towards his own fleet. Even in the curvature space, the attack had already been launched. The remaining spacecraft suddenly changed direction, and fled towards other places. During the escape process, the speed of these spacecraft increased again, from 130 times the speed of light to 135 times the speed of light. 130 times the speed of light is already overloaded. Now you have actually increased the speed to 135 times the speed of light. How long can your engine support it at this speed? Xiaoyu thought, slightly amused. Also, how dare you attack me? Xiaoyu decisively launched a counterattack. However, Xiaoyu did not directly destroy these spaceships. Instead, he relied on the excellent spacecraft performance and precise strike capabilities to only destroy the mobility of these spacecrafts. The battle ended quickly. This is simply a crushing battle. Only about 3 hours later, Xiaoyu killed all the engines of these hundreds of thousands of spacecraft, and they had no choice but to return to regular space from curvature space. They were crowded together in a mess. While Xiaoyu's fleet was watching eagerly, a message full of despair was sent. What kind of civilization are you? Why do you want to prevent us from escaping? Xiaoyu sneered and responded. We are a civilization of sweepers. Chapter 806. The sweepers go to the galaxy. After Xiaoyu said that he was a sweeper civilization, the fleet of the 6th level civilization in front of him became quiet at this moment. An atmosphere of despair and fear is spreading here. After a while, Xiaoyu received a message full of fear. Sweeper civilization. Didn't the sweeper civilization go to the Milky Way and never come back? Moreover, the sweeper civilization seems to use the space structure as its own body. When did he become a technological civilization? In the information of this civilization, the name of the Milky Way will naturally not be the Milky Way. What they sent was a bunch of orientation, mass, and structure information. By restoring this information, Xiaoyu easily knew that they were talking about the Milky Way, his home galaxy millions of light years away. This reply from the 6th level civilization made Xiaoyu a little confused. What are the sweepers of the Andromeda galaxy doing in the Milky Way? I have been in the Milky Way for more than 100,000 years, and I have never seen a sweeper civilization that claimed to be from the Andromeda galaxy. But suddenly, a name broke into Xiaoyu's mind, making Xiaoyu's mind suddenly tense. Coming from the Andromeda galaxy, using the space structure as its body, Xiaoyu murmured to himself. Isn't this a space creature that fought against the sweeper civilization of the Milky Way and was then killed by a neutron battle star? In Xiaoyu's mind, the words once said by the space creature once again appeared. I was entrusted to hand this thing over to you, and at the same time help you clear some obstacles on the way forward. I am a space creature, and I come from the Andromeda galaxy. If Taihao civilization hadn't secretly attacked, the space creatures would have had a 40% winning rate in the battle against the neutron battle star. The neutron battle star is a creation of the 7th level civilization. Xiaoyu only had the ability to destroy the neutron battle star after reaching the current level of technology. However, space creatures could compete with the Neutron battlestar at that time. The strength of the space creatures cannot be tolerated. Doubt. So, now all the conditions are met. Powerful. From the Andromeda galaxy. Using the structure of space as its body. There is no doubt that the sweepers mentioned by the 6th level civilization are the space creatures who came to the galaxy to help Xiaoyu fight against the Neutron battlestar. The space creature was already dead. After he came to the Andromeda galaxy, he was appointed as the new sweeper by that inexplicable existence. It turns out that you are also an invincible existence in the Andromeda galaxy. Unfortunately, you arrived in a river system that was far smaller than the Andromeda galaxy. But your boat capsized in the ditch and was killed by a neutron war star. It was only now that Xiaoyu suddenly realized that all these clues were vaguely connected. However, more doubts and confusion are spreading in Xiaoyu's heart. If the Sweeper civilization and the Guardian civilization belong to the Invigilator, then how can Chino command a Sweeper civilization to come to the galaxy to save himself? What kind of secrets are hidden in this? Who said space creatures can't be transformed into technological civilization? Xiaoyu was too lazy to explain the twists and turns in this matter to this 6th level civilization. He just said coldly, "Which civilization are you at war with? Now the Andromeda galaxy, tell me all the circumstances. If you dare to deceive me a little, I don't mind burying you all here." This piece of information seemed so beyond the expectations of this 6th level civilization that it took a long time for Xiaoyu to receive their reply. "We just escaped from the Guardian Alliance. We were fed up with the oppression of the Guardian Alliance. So after gaining the trust of the Guardian civilization, we secretly planned for hundreds of thousands of years and finally found this suitable opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, our strength is still too weak. Nearly 10 million spaceships have only escaped so far, and we have not been able to successfully escape the tracking of the Guardian civilization as planned. The Guardian civilization is looking for our traces. If there are no accidents, up to 10 they will find us next year. The message sent by this civilization is full of sadness. I'm not in the mood to listen to your complaints." Xiaoyu said coldly. "I'm too lazy to continue asking you. Open the data channel of your flagship central computer and get the information myself. As for the Guardian civilization, as a sweeper, I will eliminate the Guardians. It is my responsibility to protect the Guardian civilization. Don't worry. I will exterminate all the Guardian civilization to avenge you." The message sent by the civilization is full of pathos. The central computer of the flagship is the soul of our entire fleet. If there is any error in the central computer, we will all die. Whatever questions you want to ask us, we promise to tell you the truth. I will repay you for not exterminating our civilization. But our central computer must not be open to people outside of civilization. Xiaoyu knew that his request was excessive. The situation is indeed like the civilization's answer. The soul of the fleet is the central computer of the flagship, which is as important as the brain of intelligent creatures. If someone dares to make this request to Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu will fight to the death even if he knows he can't beat him, and will never choose to compromise. But Xiaoyu doesn't have that much time to worry about this civilization. The life and death of this civilization only depends on Xiaoyu's thoughts. Xiaoyu's time is very tight, and he doesn't want to waste it here anymore. If you are unwilling to open the data channel, then I will destroy your spaceship and then open it myself. Xiaoyu said lightly, "I will only give you a 3-minute chance. After 3 minutes, if the data channel is not opened again, then I will attack." 3 minutes later, the civilization finally compromised. They opened the central computer's data channel to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's computing power rolled in, and he figured out all the information about this civilization in a very short time. This is an ordinary technological civilization. They were very lucky. They escaped the destruction of the Sweeper civilization and the Guardian civilization along the way, and became a level 6 civilization about 300,000 years ago. But an encounter with the Sweeper civilization, that space creature, changed everything. In that encounter, this civilization was only slightly affected, but the strength of the civilization was greatly damaged. In the end, the Guardian civilization took advantage of it and was forced to join the Guardian Alliance. But they were not willing to be controlled by others forever. So after tens of thousands of years of plotting, they finally found a chance to escape. The escape process was not smooth. The fleet of 10 million spaceships only had a few 100,000 left when they escaped here. The most unfortunate thing is that here they met the new cleaner woman Xiaoyu. That's the whole story. In addition, Xiaoyu also obtained a large amount of information about the Andromeda galaxy. Is there no level 7 civilization in the Andromeda galaxy? Xiaoyu was slightly startled when he obtained this information. The Andromeda Galaxy is twice the size of the Milky Way. If the Milky Way is enough to give birth to a level 6 peak civilization, then logically, the Andromeda Galaxy should have a level 7 civilization. However, the information about this civilization told Xiaoyu that since the birth of this civilization, they have never heard of any information about the 7th level civilization. The two most powerful civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy have always been the Sweeper space creatures and the Guardian civilization. There are level 5 civilizations in the Large Magellanic Cloud, and there are peak level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way. How come there is no level 7 civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy? Xiaoyu thought silently. Even if the civilization becomes level 7, it will they left the Andromeda Galaxy. But before becoming a 7th level civilization, they must have been a famous presence in the Andromeda Galaxy. They suddenly disappeared, and it is impossible not to leave any traces. Just like Xiaoyu. Even if Xiaoyu has left the Milky Way now, there will still be legends about Xiaoyu circulating in the Milky Way. After all, the growth process of a 7th level civilization is so brilliant that it is basically impossible to cover it up. Just like Xiaoyu. He broke through the Malian civilization, defeated the 5th level civilization alliance, exterminated the Sweepers, and forced the Guardian civilization to escape. Which of these things is not radiant? Judging from the information obtained from the Sweeper civilization and Guardian civilization of the Milky Way, there seems to be no information about any level 7 civilization in the Milky Way in the past tens of millions of years. Could it be that in the past tens of millions of years, there has not been any level 7 civilization was it born in the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy? What is the reason for such a thing? Is it because of the effective suppression of civilization? Or is it because the invigilator has increased the intensity of the review? There is no difference between the situation in the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way. I just don't know if there are existences similar to me or similar to the stars in the Andromeda Galaxy. This is the key point, Xiaoyu thought. If Xiaoyu discovers that there are existences in the Andromeda Galaxy that combine his soul with a computer or something else, then Xiaoyu will have to change some of his views and re-establish a set of rules of conduct. In the final analysis, Xiaoyu doesn't know whether his existence among the countless rivers in the universe is so special that he is the only one like him, or whether he is a very common person. Yes, this is important. If it is confirmed that his existence is not special, then Xiaoyu must get rid of the sense of superiority in his heart. Although I am a Sweeper civilization, I have no intention of annihilating you. It will not do me any good to annihilate you, Xiaoyu said lightly. But you can't leave yet. I plan to wipe out the Guardian civilization, and you are not in luck. If you want to take revenge, then follow me and observe the whole process. Chapter 807 So big. The Andromeda Galaxy is undoubtedly a large river system, and many civilizations have been born in this river system. There are alien beast civilizations, technological civilizations, tie-house civilizations, etc. And there are even existences such as space creatures that cannot be classified. Everything that should be there is found in the Andromeda Galaxy. There are some things that Xiaoyu doesn't know about, but they are also found in the Andromeda Galaxy. The theory of luck is also widely spread in the Andromeda Galaxy, and dominates the code of conduct of many low-level civilizations. However, perhaps because the Andromeda Galaxy is too large and the civilization is too sparse, the Andromeda Galaxy is more stable than the Milky Way. Also, the overall strength of the Andromeda Galaxy is not as powerful as the Milky Way. At this point, Xiaoyu didn't know whether to be proud or frustrated. Xiaoyu even thought that if he had been born in the Andromeda Galaxy, his path might not have been so tortuous. Xiaoyu has obtained quite detailed information about the Guardian civilization from this civilization called Flame. Xiaoyu concluded that the Guardian civilization here is not necessarily as powerful as the Guardian civilization of the galaxy. The Guardian civilization of the galaxy has at least 4-dimensional jumps, holographic defense technology, iron balls, and a certain degree of ability to fight against the Sweeper civilization. As for the Guardian civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy, according to the Flame civilization, they do not have any unique technology or abilities. Think about it. Even if the Pegasus civilization or the Shengya civilization comes at this moment, it can still kill the Guardian civilization. For such a level of civilization, it is really a waste of my ability for me to personally take action. However, since that inexplicable existence appointed me as the Sweeper, so I always have to fulfill some of the civilized responsibilities of the Sweeper. Let me kill you first, and see what kind of arrangements the inexplicable existence will make, Xiaoyu thought secretly. With Xiaoyu can obtain the current location of the Guardian civilization through space detection. The data of the Flame civilization told Xiaoyu the detailed combat power of the Guardian civilization. It is not difficult for Xiaoyu to eliminate the Guardian civilization. Xiaoyu's huge fleet sailed towards its destination in such an honest way. In this way, Xiaoyu is announcing to all civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy that I am here. It seems that all Guardian civilizations are very proficient in hiding themselves. At least, the Guardian civilization of the Andromeda galaxy also hides itself very tightly. If Xiaoyu didn't possess some of the 7th level civilization technology, Xiaoyu would have no way of finding them. This is a completely normal space in the universe. A red dwarf star is orbiting quietly here. There is no planet or companion star. It is the only star within a few light years. Xiaoyu's fleet stayed about 3 light years away from the star. The mathematical model tells Xiaoyu that the small universe of the Guardian civilization is hidden here at the moment. After discovering that a huge fleet was approaching it, the Guardian civilization manipulated its own small universe and began to move continuously. But their maneuverability is simply not as good as Xiaoyu's. After realizing that they couldn't escape at all, they wisely gave up their plan to continue escaping. Even the towing spacecraft was put away. An attack and defense battle in the small universe? I haven't fought such an interesting battle in a long time. Since you want to fight, then I will accompany you. Xiaoyu thought lightly. There was no negotiation, no pre-war exchange, and the two civilizations had already started fighting. It seems that the Guardian civilization also knew that this battle was inevitable, so they did not waste their energy in these insignificant places. Under Xiaoyu's manipulation, a total of 300 million battleships were taken out. 3 star-class battleships served as flagships, each leading 100 million battleships to attack this small universe. Thousands of huge stargates appeared in the void of the universe, and a large number of battleships filed in. The space bridge has begun to be laid, gradually spreading towards the small universe. The Guardian civilization also responded quickly. Xiaoyu detected that more space bridges were being laid from the small universe. 5 hours after Xiaoyu launched the attack, the two sides finally made contact for the first time. This is the first time Xiaoyu has fought against the high-end combat power of the extragalactic galaxy. The brief battle with the Flame civilization before this could not be regarded as a battle at all, because the strength gap between the two sides was really too big. After the death of space creatures, what your Guardian civilization represents is the highest-end combat power of the Andromeda galaxy. I represent the highest-end combat power of the Milky Way. This battle is not between your civilization and mine, but 2 river systems are fighting. Xiaoyu thought lightly. The space creatures were defeated by the Neutron battle star, and you will also be defeated by me. As soon as they met, the huge gap between their technological levels was immediately revealed. The space bridge laid by Xiaoyu was so tough that the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization could not cut off these passages. Even the most basic weapons of the 6th level civilization, the effect of space cracks, were greatly affected. The combat effectiveness of the Guardian civilization spaceship here is even lower than in the 3-dimensional universe. As a quasi-7th level civilization, Xiaoyu's space weapons have been developing towards diversification. The reduction in the power of space-cutting weapons has not had much impact on Xiaoyu at all. Xiaoyu only needs a space bomb to blow up the space bridge laid by the Guardian civilization. As for the space bridge laid by Xiaoyu, even the effects of weapons will be affected by the Guardian civilization here. How can we fight such a battle? The number of warships of the Guardian civilization is not small. Their number of warships even exceeds that of Xiaoyu. At least 400 million warships participated in this battle. The warships of the Guardian civilization are not desperate. In fact, it is them only by trying desperately to block it can it be delayed until now. If not for this, Xiaoyu's fleet would have already attacked the small universe of the Guardian civilization. But the war situation is still tilting in an irreversible trend. It is obvious that the Guardian civilization does not have the ability to fight against Xiaoyu. Taking down the Guardian civilization is only a matter of time for Xiaoyu. These Guardian civilization spaceships participating in the war have different levels of technology, and their shapes and styles are not uniform. It is obvious that they belong to different civilizations. From what Xiaoyu has observed so far, Xiaoyu can confirm that at least 5 different level 6 civilizations participated in this battle. These 6th level civilizations should be subordinate civilizations similar to the Flame civilization. Xiaoyu thought secretly. It seems that the number of advanced civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy is more than that in the Milky Way. A Guardian civilization can gather so many level 6 technological civilizations. In the Milky Way, there are not so many level 6 technological civilizations combined. However, The quality of level 6 civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy is really too bad. This is different from that in the Milky Way. Although there are few level 6 civilizations in the galaxy, which level 6 civilization is not a prestigious existence. Not to mention the Sweeper civilization and the Guardian civilization. Even the civilization that has been the extinct Troll civilization is not easy to deal with either. The battle is going on at a pace that makes Xiaoyu a little bored. There is no way to interest Xiaoyu in a battle of this level. Xiaoyu has many battleships. Many. Up to tens of billions. Even if he does not have a performance advantage. So many battleships will drown the Guardian civilization. But Xiaoyu is too lazy to use so much computing power to control so many spaceships to participate in the battle. To deal with the Guardian civilization, 300 million battleships are enough. The number of spaceships of the Guardian civilization is decreasing. And the space bridge laid by Xiaoyu is spreading forward firmly. Later, there were even some ships that did not even have basic space shields, and were only equipped with simple negative matter shields to join the battle. This result made Xiaoyu a little bit dumbfounded. These spaceships are obviously only the spacecraft of the 5th level civilization, when the spacecraft of the 6th level civilization have been basically wiped out by themselves. Is there any point in finding some spaceships of the 5th level civilization to make up the number? The Guardian civilization is at the end of its rope. Xiaoyu felt this clearly. The resistance from the Guardian civilization has decreased, and Xiaoyu's space bridge has finally been laid. Under the frenzied attacks of those 5th and 6th level civilization spacecraft, Xiaoyu's fleet almost entered the base camp of the Guardian civilization at a leisurely pace. The Guardian civilization deprives other civilizations of their development potential by tricking other civilizations into joining the alliance, and in this way destroys civilizations. Therefore, the number of civilizations in the Guardian alliance must not be small. How spectacular it would be to have dozens or hundreds of civilizations, tens of trillions, or even hundreds of billions of intelligent creatures gathered together, plus the spacecraft, space buildings, etc. of their respective civilizations, all gathered in a small universe. Seen? Xiaoyu had a chance to see such a scene in the galaxy. However, in the battle against the Sweeper civilization, the Guardian Alliance was defeated and collapsed. Civilizations that originally belonged to the Guardian Alliance fled one after another. Such a spectacular scene became a thing of the past. The situation of the Guardian civilization in the Andromeda galaxy is different. Space creatures have been dead for thousands of years. Without the suppression of space creatures, the Guardian civilization can develop unscrupulously and gather civilizations unscrupulously. Thousands of years were enough for them to develop and grow. It has grown so much that Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh when he first entered this small universe. So big. Chapter 808 War Compensation. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a scene that would secretly frighten Xiaoyu based on his experience. This small universe is really too big, and there are too many intelligent creatures and technological civilizations in it. This is a small universe with a diameter of about 1,000 light years. Even at Xiaoyu's speed, it would take 5 years to get from one end of the small universe to the other. Of course, the small universe is finite and boundless. At the 4-dimensional level, it is a 3-dimensional sphere, from one end of the small universe to the other end of the small universe. For example, it is like starting from a certain point on the Earth, then going around the Earth once, and then returning. Here, in this small universe, there are tens of thousands of stars. In addition to the fuel star, every other star has at least 10 planets surrounding it. In the entire small universe, there are at least 200,000 habitable planets, and at least 300,000 industrial, tourism, military, scientific research and other planets. There are all kinds of intelligent creatures with different levels of technology living and operating on these planets. Space is full of spaceships shuttled back and forth, including industrial spacecraft, transport spacecraft, manned spacecraft, combat spacecraft and so on. The entire huge small universe is full of busy atmosphere. There are at least 1 quadrillion intelligent creatures living in this small universe. At the peak of the Shengya civilization, the total number of intelligent creatures was only a few trillion, calculated based on this data. The scale of the Guardian Alliance's civilization was hundreds of times that of the Shengya civilization. 1 quadrillion intelligent creatures. There are hundreds of thousands of planets with different functions. Nearly 1 billion combat spaceships with different levels of technology. Plus more than 10 times more logistic spacecraft than combat spaceships. As well as various private spaceships, commercial spaceships, etc. And there are countless more. Unknown space equipment, communication equipment, transit equipment, etc. together constitute this huge alliance. This alliance is really big. Before this, Xiaoyu could not imagine that there was a civilization of this scale in the universe. Think about it. In such a huge world, how many joys and sorrows, grievances and hatreds happen every day, and how many tragic or sinister deeds occur every day. Even if an intelligent creature spends its entire life, it cannot completely explore this world. And all of this belongs to the Guardian civilization. Here, the Guardian civilization is the supreme existence. And all civilizations exist here to serve the Guardian civilization. The universe has no center. And the small universe also has no center. Or in other words, every point is the center. Imagine a sphere. This is what happens on the surface of a sphere. However, the distribution of civilization still shows certain patterns. Xiaoyu saw that in places where stars are most densely distributed, the level of civilization and technology existing there is also relatively high. The further away from this place, the lower the level of civilization. In the farthest place from here, there are even third-level civilizations that cannot enter the curvature space. Although the degree of each civilization is different, all civilizations exert their full power under the command of the Guardian civilization. Level 3 civilizations do not have the ability to navigate in curvature, so they are mainly responsible for mining minerals, manipulating machinery for manufacturing, and other work with little technical content. Level 4 civilizations have the capability of warp navigation, and they are responsible for short-distance space transportation and other tasks within their capabilities. The work of the 5th level civilization is more complicated, while the 6th level civilization is mainly responsible for scientific research work and enjoyment. While enjoying themselves, they also need to obey the orders of the leader of the entire alliance, the Guardian civilization, at all times. It is a strict pyramidal structure. The Guardian civilization undoubtedly resides at the top of the pyramid. The hierarchy here is strict, and there is basically no opportunity for promotion in civilization. It was a level 3 civilization before coming here, so if it stays here for 10 million years, it will still be a level 3 civilization. The people of this third-level civilization can only undertake simple and repetitive labor forever, with no hope and no future, because their hope of civilization advancement has been taken away. Here, intelligent creatures are like machines. Xiaoyu can probably understand why the Flame civilization wanted to escape at the cost of such heavy losses. The Flame civilization is already a level 6 civilization. In this small universe, they are undoubtedly the top existence. However, as long as they are not the Guardian civilization, what about the top existence? It's just a tool anyway. I wonder if there is a talent selection mechanism here. At this time, Xiaoyu suddenly had such a strange idea in his mind. I wonder if such a thing has ever happened. In a remote and backward third level on the station of the civilized planet, there is an intelligent creature who is extremely talented. After struggling, he became the number 1 in his own civilization. Then he blended into the circle of the 4th level civilization, and then found that he had only ordinary strength within the 4th level civilization, and then continued to struggle, eventually becoming the number 1 in the 4th level civilization circle, and then blending into the 5th level civilization circle, becoming an ordinary strength within the 5th level civilization circle, struggling again to become the number 1, and finally entering the 6th level civilization. The circle goes like this. If there really is such a person, it would be worth writing about him. Imagine it. In such a hierarchical social structure, it should be difficult for such a person to appear. Xiaoyu sighed secretly and thought, this development model that achieves one's own development by destroying the hope of promotion of other civilizations. I don't like it very much. The combat power of the entire Guardian Alliance has been almost destroyed by Xiaoyu. In this small universe, although there are still huge fleets worth hundreds of millions, these spaceships are not battleships. It's like a well-equipped army came to a metropolis full of civilians. Even if there are tens of millions of people in the metropolis, how can they be the opponent of a mere few thousand troops? The entire Guardian Alliance base camp has been completely exposed to Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu's hundreds of millions of spaceships appeared here, no spaceship dared to step forward to fight. This is where you have been for hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, you were a 6th level primary civilization. And now you are still a 6th level primary civilization. Xiaoyu said to the Flame civilization. This is a sinful place. It is not. It should exist in the universe. Take a good look at this place again. You won't be able to see it in the future, because I will completely destroy it. Great Sweeper civilization. Thank you for helping our civilization take revenge. In order to repay your kindness, we are willing to pay any price. The Flame civilization responded in a very humble tone. However, Before you destroy this sinful place, we ask you to agree to our small request. You must know that here, only the Guardian civilization is evil, and most of the other civilizations are innocent. We ask you to let them go. Humph. Xiao Yu responded disdainfully. I don't believe that there are innocent people or civilizations here. If the 6th level civilization oppresses the 5th level civilization, then the 5th level civilization will only use greater intensity and more cruel methods to oppress the 4th level civilization. If there are innocent civilizations here, it can only be the 3rd level civilization at the bottom of the pyramid. No, you misunderstood. Most of the situations are indeed what you said. It's just that a few civilizations still adhere to their own principles, such as the civilization with the 6th level number 3 and the 5th level number 35. 51. The 4th level civilizations numbered 139. 233. They are all kind-hearted civilizations that adhere to their principles. We ask that you let them go. Xiao Yu said lightly. I'm too lazy to pay attention to these things among you, and I have no interest in distinguishing who is good and who is bad. Whether they are good or bad has nothing to do with me. You inform them immediately. Except for the Guardians, external civilizations will immediately leave this small universe, destroy them, and waste my time. Thank you for your tolerance. Thank you for your tolerance. The Flame civilization thanked you repeatedly, and then sent out a space broadcast with maximum power in this small universe that any civilization could receive. The Great Sweeper civilization is unwilling to destroy those innocent people. Civilization. Now! All civilizations except the Guardians can leave this small universe and regain freedom and hope. What greets the Flame civilization is a long silence. Perhaps the oppression of the Guardian civilization has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. At this time, no civilization dares to take the first step and open the door to freedom. The tone of the Flame civilization was even more urgent. My compatriots, the destruction of the Guardian civilization is approaching. Do you still want to maintain this evil civilization? Get out of here quickly. The Great Sweeper civilization has already let you go. If you refuse to leave and make him angry, the consequences will be disastrous. There is still no civilization in this small universe that has taken this step first. At this moment, another space broadcast appeared. Xiao Yu knew with a little discernment that this space broadcast was sent by another 6th level civilization. When will the Sweeper civilization be merciful? Do you think we are all fools? The Sweeper civilization is now unwilling to attack the Alliance. There can only be one reason, and that is that the Sweeper civilization has also been seriously damaged. For the time being, we are unable to face the thousands of civilizations in our entire alliance. Do you want to divide us in this way? Cleaner civilization. You underestimate our alliance. Also, Flame civilization. You actually help the evil people and entangle with the Sweeper civilization. Together, our alliance will not let you go. Sweeper civilization, don't hold on anymore. Sit down and negotiate with us. But before negotiating, our alliance requires that you must first withdraw from our small universe, and then hand over at least 3 star-class spacecraft as a reward to us. War reparations. Chapter 809, Thunderous Means. Oh, is this guy crazy? Xiao Yu thought incredulously. At this time, when I let you go with great mercy, you actually made demands on me and asked me to hand over 3 ships, stellar-class battleships, as war compensation. Xiao Yu felt dumbfounded. But if you think about it carefully, it is quite logical for this civilization to make this request. It is indeed incredible that the Sweeper civilization is merciful. Because the Sweeper civilization is merciless, it is quite reasonable to conclude that the Sweeper civilization is now strong and powerful. It is completely insisting on this conclusion. Even if the Sweeper civilization is not holding on, they did not attack the Guardian Alliance at this time. Instead, they asked a servant civilization to issue a notice asking the other civilizations to leave. This situation is definitely because the Sweeper civilization has some scruples. So he is unwilling to attack. Since you have scruples, you have support. With support, you can negotiate and fight for your own interests. Even if the negotiation fails, they can still find out what Xiao Yu is worried about. To make them believe that Xiao Yu let them go because he was merciful. It would be better to make them believe that all stars are square. Xiao Yu felt that this civilization was not as unreasonable as it appeared on the surface. There were many hidden meanings in what they said. After all, whoever can speak here is at least a leader of a 6th level civilization. And who can become a leader of a 6th level civilization would be an idiot. But you are really wrong. I let you go. It's really not because I'm strong, but I don't have any scruples. It's really just because I don't want to waste time. Xiao Yu sighed and thought. Since you are looking for death, it's no wonder. Great Sweeper Civilization. We ask you to temporarily extinguish your anger. They just do such idiotic things because they don't understand your strength. Please give us a little more time. Give us a little more time. After the 6th level civilization sent such a message, the Flame Civilization seemed to know that things were going to be bad. So it immediately begged Xiao Yu again. While the Flame Civilization was begging, messages from the 6th level civilization were still being transmitted piece by piece. Your Sweeper Civilization has caused such huge losses to our alliance. And 3-star level battleships are already the minimum compensation standard. This is the last opportunity for negotiation. I hope you can cherish it. Civilization number 4. Stop being stubborn. The Great Sweeper Civilization is willing to let you go and ask you to leave. But you are still chattering here. If you anger the Sweeper Civilization, the consequences are not something you can afford. Hurry up. Click to get out of here and leave quickly. Civilizations in the Alliance. Are you still obsessed with this space full of sin? Leave quickly. It will be too late. The message released by Flame Civilization is full of anxiety. But it seems that Xiao Yu's still silent performance has confirmed their suspicions. Until now, there is still no civilization that is moved. Flame Civilization. You traitor to the Alliance. Shut up. Sweeper. Our conditions have changed now. If you want to negotiate with us, after handing over 3-star class battleships as compensation, you must also leave the Flame Civilization to us and let us handle it. Otherwise, you will face the wrath of thousands of civilizations in our entire alliance. The message issued by the 6th level civilization was full of anger. Xiao Yu sighed secretly and shook his head secretly. I'm really curious. Who gave you this confidence? Is it civilization number 4? The Guardian Civilization hasn't come forward yet. What are you yelling about here? Yes. It must be the Guardian Civilization that is secretly instigating you. Is this right? It seems that you have a good relationship with the Guardian Civilization. So you should stay and don't even think about leaving. Xiao Yu said lightly. The Flame Civilization seems to know that nothing can be done. But it is still unwilling to give up its last hope. They are still sending space broadcasts. And even add a meaning of pleading. Go quickly. Go quickly. Don't stay here. Go quickly. It's too late. It's too late for everything. Xiao Yu said lightly. You go to the back. Don't let the flames of war affect you. You are still holding on at this time. Let me see how long your Sweeper Civilization can hold on. Civilization number 4 is still shouting, seemingly confident. But the next moment, the message they released stopped abruptly. Xiao Yu's huge fleet has already been dispatched. Before arriving at the destination, Xiao Yu had already launched an attack. Countless space cracks mixed with the technology of the 7th level civilization were generated in an instant, and then flew forward at extremely high speeds. The space crack attack is the same as the negative matter attack, and its forward speed is on the order of 10,000 times the speed of light. Just a few minutes after Xiao Yu launched the attack, these attacks had already arrived in front of the planet garrisoned by the 6th level civilization. This 6th level civilization is within the high-level civilization settlement circle of this small universe. The entire advanced civilization settlement circle is shrouded in a powerful multi-layer shield system. Such a multi-layered shield system would take even Xiao Yu a long time to break through in the Shenzhou civilization era. But at this moment, they were as fragile as egg LS in front of Xiao Yu. 100 million spaceships were launching attacks. And tens of billions of space crack attacks suddenly hit this layer of shielding system. In just half a minute, the multi-layer shielding system covering several light years had broken. After the multi-layer shield system ruptured, the subsequent space cracks continued to advance and came to the habitable planet and spacecraft of this 6th level civilization. There is a planetary protective shield system on the habitable planet, and the protective system on the habitable spacecraft is also very complete. But these things are simply unable to withstand attacks mixed with 7th level civilization technology. Xiao Yu did not use his full strength. Just an understatement attack. But an understatement attack was enough. 1 minute later, 15 large residential spaceships had their protective shields broken and exploded. 10 minutes later, 10 inhabited planets had their planetary shields broken, and powerful space crack attacks directly hit the planet itself. 15 minutes later, these 10 habitable planets completely disintegrated and turned into fragments. It only took Xiao Yu less than 20 minutes to destroy a level 6 civilization. There are still many fish that have slipped through the net and are running around in space. Most of them are small spacecrafts. such as commercial spacecrafts, private spaceships, and tourist spaceships. Xiao Yu has no intention of letting these things go. Under Xiao Yu's manipulation, a fleet of 100,000 spaceships has set off. They will arrive at their destination in about 10 days and kill all the fish that slipped through the net one by one. A powerful 6th-level civilization became extinct. For Xiao Yu, this is just a trivial matter. Idiot! This is the price for offending me, Xiao Yu said lightly. After Xiao Yu destroyed civilization number 4 with thunderous means, the entire small universe seemed to go crazy at this moment. Many spaceships began to move in an instant, rushing towards the exit connecting the large and small universes. There were even many cosmic traffic accidents because there were so many spaceships. Boundless panic is spreading throughout the entire small universe. Xiao Yu ignored these fleeing civilizations, and instead focused on the core of the entire advanced civilization settlement circle. There is the residence of the Guardian civilization, and the true core of the entire small universe. Indeed, compared with the Sweeper civilization, our civilization is very weak. We are no opponent of space creatures. When facing space creatures, we can only escape. However, the new Sweeper civilization. Do you know why the previous Sweeper has never can we destroy our alliance? After civilization number 4 was destroyed, the Guardian civilization finally came forward. A message without any emotional fluctuations was delivered to Xiao Yu's mind. I have to admit that you are indeed very strong, but you are still a little short of destroying us. Didn't you see? The messy civilizations trying to escape at the moment are all low-level civilizations below level 6. The reason why level 6 civilizations do not escape is because they have confidence in our Guardian civilization. And do you really think that? Does our entire Guardian alliance really only have a few combat ships? Have you never thought that compared to our level of civilization, the size of our small universe is a bit too big? And would we really be that stupid to anger you at that time? Civilization number 4 was wiped out just because you were unaware, and we were not ready yet. Now, they have completed their task of delaying time. The new Sweeper civilization. You are still a little green after all. Now let me give you a piece of advice. When you have the strength to destroy a civilization, don't delay, and do it immediately. But according to our estimation, you will not have the chance to use this advice. Oh, it seems like you still have some trump cards? That's great. Let me see what kind of trump cards you have prepared for me. Can it give you so much confidence? Xiao Yu was very interested. Said, in the space, a dangerous atmosphere is spreading, and it seems that some dangerous energy is secretly gathering. At the same time, the entire high-level civilization settlement circle also disappeared from Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. Is this your trump card? Don't you think it's a little funny to show off some space technology in front of a quasi-7th-level civilization? Chapter 810, The Ignored Trump Card. Xiao Yu had long noticed signs that something was wrong. For example, the small universe was too big. For example, during the offensive and defensive battle of the small universe, the number of spacecraft of the 6th-level civilization was too small, which seemed to be leading him into the small universe. Although Xiao Yu noticed it, Xiao Yu did not take any precautions or measures. Xiao Yu just observed quietly, because Xiao Yu has absolute confidence in taking down the Guardian civilization. Now, the Guardian civilization has finally taken out its trump card. At the same time, everything that was wrong before has been explained at this time. Xiao Yu already knows what the Guardian civilization's trump card is. The trump card of the Guardian civilization is the small universe itself. Because this small universe was not created by the Guardian civilization at all. According to Xiao Yu's observation, this small universe should be the work of a 7th-level civilization. Most likely the work of a 7th-level civilization in the space direction. There is no doubt that the 7th-level civilization in the space direction is more powerful than Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu doesn't care. If a real 7th-level civilization in the space direction stood in front of Xiao Yu might escape immediately. But if it was in the hands of a 6th-level civilization, then forget it. The Neutron battle star was destroyed by himself. It was just a small universe. So it didn't matter. It is precisely because the trump card of the Guardian civilization is the small universe itself that they deliberately retained their strength during the offensive and defensive battle of the small universe, while preserving their own battleships. They also achieved the purpose of bringing Xiao Yu in without leaving any trace. As for the level 5 or level 4 civilized warships destroyed by Xiao Yu, those things are worthless. And I don't feel sorry for them no matter how much they are. Or maybe Xiao Yu entered a little early. So the number 4 civilization stepped forward. While they were testing why Xiao Yu didn't launch an attack immediately, they also succeeded in delaying time. As for the destruction of civilization number 4, it was just an accident. Besides, who cares? Now, the Guardian civilization has been deployed. The Advanced Civilization Settlement Circle is completely protected by the Space Distortion Shield. And where Xiaoyu's fleet is located, the space has shown some signs of instability. This level 7 civilization in space must have used some special technologies when building this small universe. Through this technology, within a certain main control room, the Guardian civilization will be able to control the entire space of the small universe. You can make the space in a designated area distort, or turn it into an energy explosion, make it wrinkle, etc. Despicable low-level civilization. The Alliance has provided you with a safe living environment. You don't want to contribute to the Alliance, but you want to escape from the Alliance at this time. Your behavior is unforgivable. A gloomy message spread throughout the entire small universe. Before the space where Xiaoyu was turned into an energy explosion, there had been many space explosions. Countless low-level civilization planets and spaceships were involved in the explosion and were destroyed. Please, stop the Guardian civilization and stop letting it kill innocent people indiscriminately. Flame civilization begged. Those low-level civilizations are innocent. They were coerced into joining the Guardian Alliance. I will destroy the Guardian civilization. But this has nothing to do with saving them, Xiaoyu said. What does their life and death have to do with me? My purpose is only to destroy the Guardian civilization. The space where Xiaoyu's fleet is located has begun to explode continuously. The energy directly converted from space is very huge. At least, if Xiaoyu still had the technological strength of the Shengya civilization era, then Xiaoyu's fleet would have been destroyed here long ago. But the situation is different now. Although Xiaoyu is not completely a 7th level civilization, he has always surpassed the existence of a 6th level civilization. I really don't know where you get your confidence. Xiaoyu thought a little funny. My body is not among these 300 million battleships at all. And my large army is also outside your small universe. Don't talk about yours. The trump card is of no use to me. Even if it is useful. Even if these 300 million battleships are completely destroyed. So what? In the big universe, I still have 100 times more battleships that I have not taken out. The reason why I follow your wishes, delaying time, just because I want to see if something similar to a microscopic civilization will come to save you when I destroy you. What if I kill you all at once? So that the other existences are too late to save you? Do you really think I'm a fool? Some small warships were inevitably destroyed by these space explosions. But Xiaoyu didn't care. The large battleship is still intact and is constantly moving forward, heading towards the high-level civilization settlement area shrouded by the space distortion shield. Continuous space explosions have completely distorted space, and any detection method in the visible or invisible light band has become ineffective. But Xiaoyu has space detection methods. Xiaoyu is accurately observing the fluctuations of the entire small universe, and uses mathematical tools to perfectly reproduce this process in his mind. Many feasible routes have been calculated. Xiaoyu randomly selected a route and stepped on it. Continuous space explosions, next to Xiaoyu's fleet, are all fragmented spaces up, down, front, left, and right, in which the transmission of light is constantly blocked, and is constantly refracted and reflected, turning this space into a kaleidoscope-like existence. But Xiaoyu didn't care. Here, nothing can hurt Xiaoyu. The flame civilization was casually protected by Xiaoyu. In such an environment, even if they are a 6th level civilization, they will die miserably without Xiaoyu's protection. In this chaotic space, Xiaoyu's attack was launched. Space attacks were sent out one after another, extending into the invisible depths of the universe. The moment after being launched, they will disappear and seem to hit the air. But Xiaoyu knew that every attack he made was not wasted. They all hit the space distortion shield that protected the high-level civilization settlement circle. Xiaoyu's fleet had already arrived in front of the space distortion shield, and then broke in without hesitation. Back then, during the battle between the Shengya civilization and the Neutron battle star, the Neutron battle star broke into the space distortion shield, and it took more than 1,000 years to destroy it. At this moment, Xiaoyu entered the space distortion shield, but it only took less than a day to penetrate it, and came to a peaceful high-level civilization settlement. In the final analysis, the space distortion shield is a maze-like shield created through constant twisting, flipping, overlapping, etc. In this small universe, is there anyone who understands the existence of space better than Xiaoyu? The answer is no. Space detection means can easily allow Xiaoyu to observe any parameter he needs. and then find the path forward. If it is a 7th level civilization that controls the space distortion shield, then they will naturally be able to prevent this situation from happening. But unfortunately, what Xiaoyu is fighting against at this moment is only a 6th level civilization. Within the high-level civilization defense circle, several different small circles are divided, and each small circle has a different layer of protection. Xiaoyu did not waste time with the other 6th level civilizations. In fact, Xiaoyu simply dismissed them and didn't bother to pay attention to them at all. Xiaoyu came directly to the defense circle of the Guardian civilization and broke in without hesitation. After Xiaoyu only used a short time to break through the protection of the space distortion shield with minimal casualties, several civilizations inside had a great panic. After all, his trump cards were revealed, but his opponents were still dismissive of him. Fear finally took over. Xiaoyu saw that countless spaceships began to rush out from the remaining defense circles and fled towards the passage connecting the large and small universes. There were even spaceships escaping from the defense circle of the Guardian civilization. Xiaoyu only destroyed the spacecraft that escaped from the defense circle of the Guardian civilization, and ignored the other spaceships that escaped. Although Xiaoyu has no compassionate heart, he is too lazy to spend his energy killing some civilizations that have nothing to do with him. Guardian civilization. I have to say that your trump card is really disappointing. I originally thought you could give me some surprises, but I didn't expect that your trump card would be so bad. Xiaoyu spent a little time and got through. After passing through the second defensive circle, facing the Guardian civilization station that was no longer protected, he faintly sent a message. The Guardian civilization has fallen into total chaos. Countless spaceships were running around. The city was in chaos, and the aura of fear spread across the entire planet. Xiaoyu was not in a hurry to take action. Xiaoyu was waiting for the arrival of the rescuer who might appear. The Guardian civilization seemed to have lost all order, so no one answered Xiaoyu's words. Xiaoyu did not continue to speak, but waited quietly. At the same time, he firmly guarded the entire space. Any spacecraft that tried to rush out and escape would be destroyed by Xiaoyu without hesitation. Xiaoyu waited for 3 full days, and the Guardian civilization was in chaos for 3 days. In these 3 days, at least tens of billions of Guardian civilization and intelligent creatures lost their lives in the chaos. This made Xiaoyu have to sigh. Although enemies from outside are scary, enemies from within are even more terrifying. During these 3 days, possible rescuers never arrived. Xiaoyu shook his head lightly and gave up the idea of waiting for the rescuer. I'm too lazy to wait any longer. Guardian civilization, you have been free for at least millions of years. Now, it's time for you to disappear from this universe. Chapter 811 All Extinction. The entire Guardian Alliance collapsed under Xiaoyu's blow. Up to now, there are at least 8 level 6 civilizations, and nearly 200 million battleships have escaped from this small universe. As for the remaining low-level civilizations, there are countless others. But Xiaoyu ignored them all. Xiaoyu has only one goal, and that is the Guardian civilization itself. The Guardian civilization has completely fallen into chaos and lost all order. Xiaoyu lost interest in waiting for the rescuer and launched the final attack. Xiaoyu's attack is simple and brutal. Xiaoyu had no interest in getting close to the planet where the Guardian civilization lived, but directly launched a long-range attack. These attacks do not target any cities, settlements, military bases, etc., but are directly aimed at the planet. Xiaoyu's idea is very simple. Just destroy the planet, and all the enemies will naturally be wiped out. It's truly the end of the world here. The first thing Xiaoyu destroyed was the star where the Guardian civilization resided. About 20 stars exploded directly under the attack of the stellar cannon, ending their lives in the most violent way. Before the explosion energy of these stars had reached the planets, Xiaoyu's attack had already reached these planets in advance. The planetary shield shattered like an egg-shell, and the terrifying space-cutting attack directly reached the planet itself. With just one space-cutting attack, a huge crack was hit on the target planet that was more than 1,000 kilometers deep and thousands of kilometers wide. The planet's geology has been severely damaged, and a large number of volcanoes and earthquakes have begun to appear. Thick smoke billowed, and endless smoke and dust covered the entire sky. Solid buildings made with level 6 civilization technology could not withstand the damage caused by the geological movement of the planet itself, and countless buildings collapsed. But this is just the beginning. After the stellar battleship delivered a fatal blow, attacks from countless small spacecraft followed. The dense space cracks formed a huge net. As soon as this net pounced, the planet was reduced to fragments. Stars were destroyed. Planets were destroyed. And in space, the space bases and residential spaceships belonging to the Guardian civilization were all destroyed one by Xiaoyu. It wasn't until the last spaceship was killed by Xiaoyu that the space finally became quiet. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was already a mess. Here, except for Xiaoyu and Flame civilization, there are no other creatures. Until the last intelligent creature of the Sweeper civilization was killed by Xiaoyu, no rescuer appeared. Maybe the situation is different between river systems. Xiaoyu shook his head in his heart. Now that I have eliminated the Guardian civilization, I don't know if a new Guardian civilization will appear in the Andromeda galaxy. If it appears, in what form will it appear? Is it like me, who suddenly received the appointment? You can leave. Xiaoyu sent a message to the Flame civilization. From now on, there will no longer be an existence called the Guardian civilization to hunt you down. Great Sweeper civilization. I wonder if you will allow our civilization to follow you for a period of time. The response message of the Flame civilization was full of unconcealed fear. Our civilization wants to stay under your protection. Let us rest quietly for a period of time. If we leave you, we are worried that we will encounter retaliation from other civilizations. Whatever, Xiaoyu replied. I will not leave this small universe in a short time. If you are willing, then stay here. There are many stars and planets here, and you can choose any star system as your residence. This small universe is a relic left by a 7th-level civilization, and Xiaoyu plans to analyze the legacy technology of this civilization here. This will be very beneficial for you to truly advance to the 7th-level civilization. Xiaoyu even had a hunch that when he completely analyzed the technology of this small universe, he would successfully become a 7th-level civilization. Thank you for your kindness and generosity. Flame civilization thanked him hurriedly, after expressing enough respect to Xiaoyu, as if he was afraid that Xiaoyu would regret it. He immediately left here and went to the rest of the small universe. During the previous escape, the Flame civilization was severely damaged and was in urgent need of a period of recuperation. Here, there is a stable environment, rich relics of other civilizations, and most importantly, Xiaoyu's protection. It can be seen that the Flame civilization is very satisfied with this place. From now on, this is my territory, Xiaoyu thought silently. Let's take a look at the information about the Guardian civilization first. Before destroying the Guardian civilization, Xiaoyu had already copied all the data in the central computer of the Guardian civilization. The technological level of the Guardian civilization is lower than that of Xiaoyu, so the technological information of the Guardian civilization is of little value to Xiaoyu. And Xiaoyu has no intention of making a breakthrough here. What is valuable to Xiaoyu is the history and event records of the Guardian civilization about the Andromeda galaxy. Xiaoyu wanted to know what stories had happened in the Andromeda galaxy during the long period of existence of the Guardian civilization. Have you ever experienced the birth of an existence similar to your own? The process of confronting space creatures, the origin of space creatures, as well as the relics of some advanced civilizations, or the secrets of the universe. These things are good things. Speaking of the richness of these things, I think there is no civilization in the Andromeda galaxy that can match the Guardian civilization. The vast amount of data analyzed by the analysts only consumed Xiaoyu for one day. In this day, Xiaoyu has become an expert on the history of the Guardian civilization. Anything recorded by the Guardian civilization will be known to Xiaoyu, including which year and day, what decisions the Guardian civilization made, how many fleets were sent, how many civilizations were gathered, how many resources were consumed within the civilization on a certain day, etc. Xiaoyu knows everything. These data are all the data of a civilization, including finance, commerce, technology, war, society, etc., covering all aspects. There are also many recorded materials about other civilizations, but Xiaoyu did not find any civilization similar to his own form of existence in these materials. It seems that the Andromeda galaxy is a very ordinary galaxy. Here, there is technological civilization, alien beast civilization, even machine civilization, and space creatures. But there is no ghost race here. The Guardian civilization of the Andromeda galaxy has no idea what the ghost race is. And there is no existence that combines souls with other matter. What is the special name of the Milky Way? Why is there such a thing as me? Moreover, the Milky Way is half the size of the Andromeda galaxy. Why is the quality of civilization in the Milky Way so much higher than the Andromeda galaxy? Xiaoyu was thinking about this silently. Question. However, there are so many civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy. The quality is not good, but the quantity is great. This is a true portrayal of the existence of civilization in the Andromeda galaxy. The Guardian civilization alone already knows, and has a certain understanding of it. And there are tens of thousands of recorded civilizations. Among them, there are more than 200 level 6 technological civilizations. At least 50 level 6 alien beasts. And there are also many tie-house civilizations. At least 70. There are more than 300 level 6 civilizations, or the equivalent of level 6 civilizations in total. This amount surprised Xiaoyu. In this huge river system with nearly 1 trillion stars, and a diameter of more than 200,000 light-years, many civilizations are thriving here. But Xiaoyu couldn't see it. All Xiaoyu could see was the vast and deep starry sky. Sure enough, it did not exceed my expectations. The Guardian civilization has existed for 10 million years. During this long history, the Guardian civilization has no record of which civilization became the 7th level civilization. This is true. It's similar to the one in the Milky Way. For tens of millions of years, no civilization in the Milky Way has become a level 7 civilization. The comprehensive strength of the Andromeda galaxy has far exceeded that of the Milky Way. If the existence of the ghost race is a common phenomenon, then there is no reason why the ghost race cannot be born in the Andromeda galaxy. Since there is no ghost race in the Andromeda galaxy, then this is just it may be a special case in the Milky Way. But I don't know why there are special cases like me, or the MSI civilization in the Milky Way. After confirming this, and confirming his unique surname, Xiaoyu felt a little relaxed in his heart. Xiaoyu clearly knows how huge the advantages he has compared with traditional technological civilization. Frankly speaking, Xiaoyu himself didn't want to meet an enemy like himself. If it really happens, Xiaoyu will have a headache. Just be quiet here for a while. And let's talk about the future after becoming a 7th level civilization. Xiaoyu secretly thought, if there is nothing I want in the Andromeda galaxy, then after becoming a 7th level civilization, I will just leave here and continue exploring the rest of the river system. At this moment, outside the small universe, dozens of light years away from here, in an ordinary star system, a large number of spacecraft are gathering here. Radio waves are traveling through space carrying different meanings. The Sweeper civilization has no interest in us. It has not come to chase us. The Guardian Alliance has collapsed and no longer exists. As a 6th level civilization, we should plan the path we should take in the future as soon as possible. Let's unite our 8 6th level civilizations. If we don't unite, we will easily be cannibalized by other forces. These nearly 1,000 low-level civilizations will all be our vassals. Chapter 812 Outian. In this small universe, Xiaoyu has already started his own technological analysis operation. The 7th level civilization in the spatial direction is the most basic and the largest 7th level civilization. The scientific and technological information of this type of civilization has a certain universality, which is the easiest for Xiaoyu to digest and understand. Xiaoyu's technological progress has reached a critical point. Xiaoyu believes that his subsequent research will be like a catalyst, pushing him to the level of 7th level civilization. The research here is very critical, and Xiaoyu has devoted most of his energy here. Xiaoyu didn't bother to pay attention to the external affairs. Therefore, Xiaoyu would naturally not know that there were 8 level 6 civilizations gathered just a few dozen light years away from him and discussing something. But even if Xiaoyu knew about it, Xiaoyu would not pay attention to them. A lion will not pay much attention to the few mosquitoes surrounding him. Some low-level civilizations were more lucky. After leaving the small universe of the Guardian civilization, they moved quickly, so they gained freedom. The rest of the lower-level civilizations are not so lucky, because they ran a little slower. They were intercepted by these 8 6th level civilizations, and they forced them to flee all the way here. Things haven't changed for them. The only thing that has changed is that before, their master was the Guardian civilization. Now, their master has been replaced by one of these 8 6th level civilizations. No matter who the master is, they can never escape the fate of being enslaved. Weakness is the original sin. It is the sin of birth. The vicissitudes among the strong, one after another, have never had much to do with the weak. After several months of negotiations and compromises, each agreement was reached. A new alliance was born, and the distribution of various interests within the alliance was also agreed upon. These nearly 1,000 low-level civilizations were divided into the names of different owners, like goods. In the conference room of a spaceship, the phantoms representing 8 level 6 civilization leaders were projected onto their respective seats. In this conference room, these 8 people once again held a meeting of the highest standard. Let's leave here first. Although the Sweeper civilization is not interested in dealing with us, it does not mean that he will not change his mind in the future. Let's leave here. Find a place to settle down. And then everyone will work together to build a new small universe. We will be the new generation of guardian civilization of this river system. A civilized leader issued his own proposal. His proposal was agreed by the other 6 civilizations. And only the leader of civilization number 9 has not made a statement. Under the urging of the other leaders, the leader of civilization number 9 finally expressed his opinion. Leaders, hello everyone. The leader of our civilization number 9 unfortunately died in the previous chaos. I am his son-in-law. Now, I am the leader of our civilization number 9. You can call me Altian. The phantom named Altian slowly stood up and bowed to the other civilized leaders present before sitting down and slowly expressing his opinions. There was always a light of wisdom shining on his face. I want to ask everyone, do we really want to escape in despair? Don't forget, no matter how far we escape, we will always be within the scope of our river system. And as long as this sweeper civilization exists every day in our river system, we are afraid. In my speculation, the sweeper civilization did not attack the Guardian Alliance because of hatred or other reasons. There is only one reason why the sweeper civilization attacked the Guardian civilization, and that is that it is a Guardian civilization. Specifically, it doesn't matter which civilization is the Guardian civilization. What's important is that if you are a Guardian civilization, the sweeper civilization will destroy you. We have seen how powerful the sweeper civilization is. Even if we unite, we will not be his opponent. I would like to ask everyone, under this situation, do you still want to reorganize the Guardian Alliance? There was silence in the conference room. After a while, whispers began. Is this Altian in civilization number 9? It is rumored that he was only a creature of the 3rd level civilization at the beginning, but he himself has extremely strong abilities. Through the talent selection system, he has improved his circle step by step. In the end, he integrated into the circle of the 6th level civilization from the 3rd level civilization, and also pursued the only descendant of the original leader of the number 9 civilization as his wife. In order to show his loyalty, he even did not hesitate to completely transform himself into the number 9 through genetic technology civilized intelligent creatures. Yes, it is rumored that he accidentally obtained a smart chip left behind by an ancient level 6 civilization. It was precisely because of the help of the chip that he was able to overcome obstacles all the way. And now, he has actually taken the position of leader of the level 9 civilization. What he said seems to make sense. Let's hear what he thinks for now. Maybe we can change the name of our alliance, one leader said. Aotion's eyes flashed. It makes no sense to do this. The basis for determining whether a civilization is a guardian civilization is the behavior of the civilization, not the name of the civilization. As long as we still pursue the principle of collecting a large number of low-level civilizations for our own use, the code of conduct has always been branded on us. So what's your opinion? Asked a civilized leader. Will the alliance we form be dissolved? Of course not, Altian said lightly. I just want to express what I mean. It is imperative for us to form an alliance, and it is also necessary to continue to maintain the current strategy. If we do this, the sweeper civilization will definitely continue to fight against we strike. We cannot disband the alliance, so we will have to eliminate the sweeper civilization. Destroy the sweeper civilization? Are you crazy? A civilization leader shouted in surprise. When the Guardian civilization was there, with the convenience of the small universe, we were not the opponents of the sweeper civilization. How can we do it now? To wipe out the sweeper civilization? I'm not crazy, Aotion said coldly. If our analysis is correct, the technological level of the sweeper civilization has reached a peak at this moment, and it is about to become a 7th level civilization. Note that it is about to become a 7th level civilization. It has not yet become a 7th level civilization. This means that the sweeper civilization has similar value to a 7th level civilization, but its combat power is much worse than that of a real 7th level civilization. So what? Another leader retorted. So what if the strength of the sweeper civilization is thousands of times worse than the real 7th level civilization? We are still no match for him. Do you want to lead your own civilization to become a 7th level civilization? Altian looked at the leaders coldly. His voice seemed to be filled with ice. If we can eliminate the sweeper civilization, we can obtain the sweeper civilization, all technologies, and as long as we know these technological information, our alliance can step into the 7th level civilization category. From then on, we will travel across thousands of river systems without any scruples. Answer my question. The leader knocked on the table impatiently. The scientific and technological information of a quasi-7th level civilization is naturally a good thing. But we have to live to take it. Note that the current value of the sweeper civilization is not much different from that of the 7th level civilization. But its combat power is much worse than that of the real 7th level civilization. Altian said lightly. I have collected all the combat data of the sweeper civilization and analyzed it. It shows its strength. My data can prove my point. We all know that technology can be copied. A piece of scientific and technological data of a 7th level civilization can be given to a civilization to create a 7th level civilization. If we give our share to 2 civilizations, we can create 2 7th level civilizations. So, can the scientific and technological data of the sweeper civilization arouse the interest of other powerful beings in our river system? You know, besides us, among us in the river system, there are more than 200 level 6 civilizations, more than 60 level 6 alien beasts, and more than 70 tie house civilizations. I wonder if they are interested in the scientific and technological information of the sweeper civilization. This is my combat power deduction, Aldian said, and waved his hand. And a screen immediately appeared. There are many characters jumping on it. The attention of all the leaders was immediately attracted. I input the combat power data of the sweeper civilization and the combined combat power data of all advanced civilizations in our entire river system into this deduction program. As you can see, we are not without hope of winning. The strength of the sweeper civilization is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. In their base camp, they must have far more than 300 million warships, as well as various trump cards that we don't know about. But it doesn't matter. There are more than 100 level 6 civilizations. Even if the number of battleships of the sweeper civilization is 10 times more, 100 times more will be useless. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Altian said silently to himself. It is the same for our alliance and for me. I have struggled for tens of thousands of years. From a level 3 civilized intelligent creature to a level 6 civilization, the leader of civilization. As long as I succeed this time, I will become the leader of the entire alliance. I agree with this plan. A leader stood up and expressed his opinion loudly. 7th level civilization. No civilization has been able to become a level 7 civilization for tens of millions of years. If we can succeed, we will have several levels of civilization. The benefits of being unclear. I agree. I agree. All civilization leaders agreed to this plan. Altian smiled lightly and said, Then, everyone should use their own strength and channels to contact the other powerful existences in our river system. Chapter 813 Andromeda Galaxy Alliance. I seem to have noticed that during this period of time, there are spaceships constantly observing us from a distance in the dark, seeming to be monitoring our whereabouts. Xiaoyu sent a message to Flame Civilization and said, This should be what happened when I was young. Those civilizations that have escaped in the universe. Perhaps they have some other thoughts about me. No, that's definitely not the case. Flame Civilization responded. Great Sweeper Civilization. Please rest assured that your technological level is undoubtedly the first in the river system. Even if your combat power is the entire Guardian Alliance cannot compete. And those civilizations are not that stupid to provoke you. Moreover, it is because of your mercy that these civilizations are qualified to continue to exist. Under such circumstances, how can they still have any influence on you? Unreasonable thoughts. I'm just telling you, Xiaoyu said lightly. If they dare to provoke me, I will destroy them all. At that time, if you dare to dissuade me, I don't mind killing you too. The Flame Civilization seemed to be startled by these murderous words. After a while, the reply came over. If those civilizations really repay kindness with hatred, then they should all be destroyed by you. Xiaoyu snorted and cut off the contact. Xiaoyu discovered some sneaky spaceships hanging around him. But Xiaoyu was too lazy to pay attention to them. The buzzing mosquitoes can never attract the eyes of the lazily resting lions. Again, if you dare to come, I'll kill you. It's that simple and direct. Xiaoyu has this confidence and ability. Up to now, Xiaoyu has stayed in this small universe for more than 500 years. 500 years of peaceful time passed by in a flash. And Xiaoyu did not feel any boredom. Because here, by studying the small universe left by this 7th level civilization, Xiaoyu will make new discoveries almost every day. Every day that passes, Xiaoyu gets closer to the 7th level civilization. Xiaoyu found the answers to the questions that had troubled Xiaoyu before. And then Xiaoyu quickly applied these answers to the actual construction work. Xiaoyu is already working on the planning and construction of the Star Cluster class battleship. The Star Cluster class battleship is one level higher than the Star class battleship. But according to Xiaoyu's plan, the size of the Star Cluster class battleship is far smaller than that of the Star class battleship, not even comparable to the size of a provincial spaceship. The Star class spaceship is the largest among the battleships created by technological civilization. It represents a limit, just like the famous swords that represented the pinnacle of cold weapons in the cold weapon era of ancient Earth. No matter how sharp the Longquan sword is, it is not as lethal as a pistol. This is a change in the direction of development. From this moment on, I have broken away from the development track of pursuing the size and quality of the spacecraft. Xiaoyu thought silently. The ultimate use of space technology is to use a limited spaceship to carry infinite space. Even if it is a microscopic civilization spaceship that is as big as an atom, I will believe that their spacecraft carries a solar system inside. The cluster-class battleship only has a medium-sized spaceship. It is almost the same size as a provincial or municipal-level spaceship. But the space inside it is enough to accommodate dozens of stellar-class battleships. With such a huge space, coupled with the near-limit space utilization, how much fuel and weapons can I load inside? This is the most fundamental difference between Level 7 civilization and Level 6 civilization. The pursuits of the two civilizations are fundamentally different. It's like the poor are still pursuing filling their stomachs, while the rich are already reciting poems, painting, and pursuing spiritual satisfaction. Regarding the division between 7-level civilizations, Xiaoyu also initially explored something. 7-level advanced civilizations all have their own development directions, such as the 7th-level civilization in the extreme astral direction, and the 7th-level civilization in the microscopic direction. However, such a classification has not yet appeared for the 7th-level low-level civilization. The most fundamental reason for the emergence of classification is that after the development of science and technology to a certain extent, the scientific system begins to become large, bloated and trivial. The energy of a civilization cannot develop at the same time in all aspects, so it can only choose one of the directions for in-depth research. Just like there are different majors in universities in the Earth Age. Obviously, it is easy to see that it takes a process to realize that you need to choose a direction for further study. At the beginning, when the scientific research power of civilization is still sufficient, there is no need to choose a direction. Moreover, it takes a long time for a civilization to reach a consensus on which direction to choose for development. Choose a development direction. It is necessary to comprehensively consider many factors such as the current scientific and technological development status of the civilization, the wishes of the majority of people within the civilization, and expectations for the future. In general, those who have mastered the technology of using limited spaceships to carry unlimited space and create cluster-level battleships belong to the 7th-level primary civilization in Xiaoyu's classification. Those who have clarified the development direction of their own civilization and embarked on research belong to the 7th-level advanced civilization. According to this classification method, all the 7th-level civilizations that Xiaoyu has heard of are advanced 7th-level civilizations. As for why there is no 7th-level primary civilization, Xiaoyu didn't know the reason. But I don't have any worries about this, Xiaoyu thought secretly. As long as I have enough computing power, I have unlimited scientific research and development capabilities. I wonder if there is a 7th-level civilization in the computer direction in this universe? What if my computing power can achieve another major breakthrough? Then it is not impossible for me to become a fully developed level 7 civilization. There should be a 7th-level civilization in the computer direction in this universe. However, the direction of computers is very special. This type of 7th-level civilization is likely to pursue the creation of real artificial intelligence. And if there is a real artificial intelligence, if it is an electronic life, then it should be an existence similar to me. And since it is an existence similar to me, then I wonder if this electronic life has the ability to promote the comprehensive development of a civilization. If this kind of electronic life really exists, it would be too scary. A level 7 civilization that develops in one direction is already so scary. A civilization that develops in all directions. This, Xiaoyu fell into deep thinking. I don't want to think about these things anymore. It's better to become a level 7 civilization as soon as possible. Xiaoyu shook these thoughts out of his mind and continued to concentrate on scientific research work. At this moment, there is an undercurrent surging in the Andromeda galaxy. A piece of news is spreading crazily among many civilizations, and countless hearts full of desire are being teased. A 6th-level peak civilization has arrived in our river system, claiming to be the Sweepers. It is estimated that the technological level of the Sweeper civilization has reached the point where it is only one step away from entering the 7th level civilization. If we can destroy the sweeper civilization and obtain their technological information, then it is not impossible for our civilization to become a level 7 civilization. Don't say any fanciful things. We are only one step away from becoming a 7th level civilization. Where can we compete? We should stay here honestly and continue research on stellar level battleships. Idiot! You must seize this opportunity. You have to know that our civilization is not setting out to deal with the sweepers. There are more than 200 level 6 technological civilizations in the entire river system, more than 60 level 6 alien beasts, and more than 70 the Tai House civilization will all mobilize to participate in the encirclement and suppression war against the sweeper civilization. No matter how powerful the sweeper civilization is, it cannot be the opponent of our more than 300 civilizations joining forces. Currently, more than 70 civilizations have agreed to join our Guardian Alliance and jointly participate in the encirclement and suppression war against the sweeper civilization. Dear Lord Greymon, you are the 6th level alien beast at the pinnacle of our river system. I wonder if you are interested in participating. Blue Star Civilization. H. Low. I am an envoy from the Guardian Civilization. No. 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 You misunderstood. I am not here to trick you into joining the Guardian Alliance and become a vassal. But I have a big news for you. Tell you. Humph. Is it a quasi-7th level technological civilization? When I failed to attack the 7th level civilization, I was transformed into a single civilization by the damned defenders, forever cutting off my hope of further promotion. Now I finally have another chance to use the intelligence. This sweeper civilization must have conducted super particle acceleration tests, and it must have specific research data on the air energy formula. Whether I can become a level 7 civilization depends on this time. In the dark space, a huge spaceship was sailing at a rapid curvature, heading into the distance. That's where the Alliance is scheduled to meet. More than 300 level 6 civilizations will gather here. Alien beast civilizations of different shapes left their home nests and rushed there. Huge interstellar fleets were also heading towards that place. In some corners of the universe, there were also some weird things heading there. This feeling is really intoxicating. Now, the entire river system is under my command and control, obeying my orders and obeying my will. Altian stood in front of the transparent window of the spacecraft, watching. The powerful beings coming from all directions in the universe were in a very exciting mood. Whether this encirclement and suppression can be successful is related to the future of all civilizations in our entire river system. I hereby order all non-level 6 civilizations to be responsible for logistics work, and all level 6 civilizations must use all their combat power to face the enemy, because the enemy is more powerful than all of us imagined. I declare that the name of the Guardian Alliance has been officially abolished. From now on, we will have a common name, and that is the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance. Our name is destined to echo throughout the universe. And now, let us take this first step and wipe out the sweeper civilization. Chapter 814, War of Aggression. At this moment, in this small universe abandoned by the 7th level civilization, Xiaoyu's research has entered a critical moment. Level 7 civilization in the space direction is the most common level 7 civilization, and space technology is the scientific and technological basis of all level 7 civilizations. This kind of basic 7th level technology is the best food for Xiaoyu's technological advancement. I don't need 2,000 years. With this small universe of 7th level space direction civilization, I only need 1,000 years to become a 7th level civilization. Xiaoyu thought silently. After becoming a 7th level civilization, I will explore the entire Andromeda Galaxy. If there is nothing I want in the Andromeda Galaxy, then I will set off to other river systems. Huh? Why are there suddenly so many spatial fluctuations? At this time, through the space monitoring device that was running all the time, Xiaoyu noticed something unusual. Space monitoring technology is the most powerful detection technology for level 7 civilizations. Depending on the depth of progress in this technology, level 7 civilizations can use this technology to monitor all objects with a certain intensity within a range of tens to hundreds of thousands of light years. The spatial fluctuation above. With Xiaoyu's current technology, Xiaoyu can probably monitor all spatial fluctuations with a navigation speed of more than 70 times within a radius of 100,000 light years. It is normal for space fluctuations to exist in a river system, because curvature navigation is too common among slightly more advanced civilizations. Over the past few hundred years, Xiaoyu has monitored hundreds of millions of spatial fluctuations with speeds exceeding 70 times the speed of light every second. But in recent times, this number has been growing rapidly. So far, this number has expanded hundreds of times, approaching the level of 100 billion. This finally caught Xiao Yu's attention. The sudden increase in space fluctuations means many things, and it has many possibilities. But no matter what possibility it is, whether it is military or civilian, it must be a large-scale mobilization. And now the source of these fluctuations comes from the Andromeda galaxy. In different places, the distribution is point-like on the whole. The nearly 100 billion fluctuation sources belong to more than 200 points. The distribution of these points is irregular. Let me monitor the progress of these fluctuation sources. Direction. The directions of these points are chaotic. But if analyzed from a macro perspective, they will have a rough gathering point. The gathering point is here, which is only a few hundred light years away from me. So that's it. I understand. With things at this point, how could Xiao Yu still not understand what happened? It seems that there is a powerful person who has organized all the advanced civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy and is preparing to deal with me. There are more than 200 level 6 technological civilizations united. No, the number must be more than this. My current detection accuracy is not high enough. Only large-scale curvature navigation actions can be detected by me. Then I can concentrate here to roughly analyze how many warships are participating. However, single civilizations such as Taihao civilization and Alien Beast civilization conduct curvature navigation. I have no way of detecting it. More than 200 level 6 technological civilizations have been dispatched. And I believe that a considerable number of Alien Beasts and Taihao civilization will also participate. What a powerful force this is. Xiao Yu sighed silently. Although the quality of the civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy is not as good as that of the Milky Way, the quantity is much higher. And now, all civilizations are united. Get up and deal with me. Your purpose is nothing more than to get my technology. But I want you to know, sometimes you can't get my technology at any cost. Xiao Yu has already grasped the enemy's movements in advance. This is the advantage of 7th level civilization technology. Then let me give you a rough estimate of your combat power. At the 6th level civilization level, that is, with a curvature speed above 100 times the speed of light, there are about 50 billion warships that can pose a certain threat to me. Since level 6 technology with such a large number of civilizations, the number of Taihao civilizations must not be small. Taihao and alien beasts add up to 100. One Taihao civilization or one alien beast has at least the equivalent of one of my star-level battleships. Power. Then this is 100 star-class battleships. Well, in general, the enemy's combat power is very strong. When facing a quasi-level 7 civilization that has not yet fully entered the category of level 7 civilization, there is indeed a chance of victory. Hope. Is the temptation of the scientific and technological data of the 7th level civilization really so powerful? Xiao Yu sighed. Xiao Yu knew that the scientific and technological information of the 7th level civilization could not be shared externally. If you pass on these technological data to other civilizations, you will be punished by the defenders of the secret world. And it is not even safe to say that you are even wiped out. Although it is speculated that there is a rebel alliance secretly helping him, there is no need for Xiao Yu to anger the defenders now. However, this restriction of not being allowed to spread outside the world is only for yourself. If it spreads, it will only be you who will be punished. Looking at it from another perspective, if Xiao Yu was a 6th level civilization, if Xiao Yu had an opportunity to plunder the technology of a 7th level civilization, Xiao Yu would be happy to do it. After all, it's not you who is punished in the end. So why not? What's more, only civilizations that have successfully conducted superparticle acceleration experiments initially come into contact with the air energy formula, and have experience in contact with defenders will know the restriction that the scientific and technological data of the 7th level civilization cannot be transmitted externally. A level 6 civilization would never know this. It seems that a war is inevitable. However, since I am a sweeper, it is also what I should do to clean up the other civilizations. Not to mention that they are taking the initiative to provoke me. Xiao Yu thought to himself and began to proceed. Preparations for war. Xiao Yu never thought about escaping. Run away. Why run away? A quasi-7th level civilization, or a 7th level civilization with huge advantages like my own, needs to escape when facing a bunch of 6th level civilizations? There is another reason. That is, Xiao Yu has been angered. For such a large-scale military operation that affects the entire river system, there must be a leader and organizer. Those who understand their own situation and are qualified to serve as leaders and organizers will only come from the previous 6th-level civilizations that escaped from the small universe. You know, it was only because of the flame civilization's pleading and its own mercy that these civilizations were able to continue. Now, these civilizations actually retaliate and organize forces to deal with themselves? Trying to rob your own technology? In this universe, I have always been the only one who robs others. How could others come to rob me? Since you don't know what is good and what is good, I will have no choice but to eliminate you all and fulfill my duty as a sweeper of civilization. Xiaoyu can now control up to 500 million warships at the same time. Xiaoyu is at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. However, Xiaoyu is on the defensive, occupying a favorable location and having technological advantages. Xiaoyu was not worried about failure at all. After all, Xiaoyu didn't take these enemies seriously at all. Time is still slipping away quietly, and Xiaoyu is still conducting his own scientific research as usual, as if he is ignorant of the turbulent waves in the outside world. This situation was broken on an ordinary day. Xiaoyu sent several small battleships outside the small universe and witnessed all the scenes here with his own eyes. The surrounding space was constantly fluctuating like water ripples, so that the stars all over the sky became blurry and unclear. As these water patterns continued to flash, spaceships appeared here one after another. Scenarios like this occur on a huge scale. In just a few minutes, tens of millions of warships appeared here. They seemed to belong to the same group. After appearing here, they were neatly arranged together according to certain rules. Outside this group is another group, which is in another direction. The same spaceships continue to appear there. At the same time, in the 3rd and 4th directions, a total of more than 200 battleship groups have gathered here. The total number of battleships is slightly higher than Xiaoyu's previous expectations. About 60 billion. In addition to these 60 billion warships, there are more than 100 huge figures that appear and disappear intermittently, constantly rising and falling in the void. Behind these more than 60 billion warships, there are still more spaceship groups gathering. The technological levels of spaceships here are of varying levels, including those from level 5 civilizations and those from level 4 civilizations. Along with them, tens of thousands of stars and countless planets appear, totaling more than 300 billion ships of various types. Spaceships shuttle back and forth here. Obviously, that is the rear position of the 6th-level civilization alliance. And all low-level civilizations there are responsible for logistical support. This is the world of battleships. Endless battleships are spread throughout the space. All around. Front, back, left, right, up and down, spreading to the end of the line of sight. These warships have different shapes and different levels of technology. They are large or small. The outer layers of the warships are flashing with light blue or dark green shields. At least 95% of the civilizations in the entire Andromeda galaxy are concentrated here, preparing to participate in this war that is destined to bring about drastic changes in the entire Andromeda galaxy. Xiaoyu sighed faintly. I let you off mercifully, but I didn't expect that you would gather so many civilizations to deal with me. Now that I'm here, then stay. You hateful outsider. Invader. You didn't originally belong to the Andromeda galaxy, but you came here, invaded our living space, and killed our civilization. That's why we have to protect ourselves, and that's why we have to unite to defeat you. Get out. Chapter 815 Traitor Injustice. A message full of grief. Anger and justice echoed in this space. Your invasion has caused heavy losses to the civilization development of our Andromeda galaxy. According to our statistics, at least 30 civilizations and hundreds of billions of intelligent creatures died in the war of aggression. Even the river system that has always maintained stabilized the situation and have made outstanding contributions to the development of the Andromeda galaxy. The Guardian civilization has also been exterminated by you, and all intelligent creatures have died. You have committed heinous sins in our Andromeda galaxy, and you must pay for it. Cost. Xiaoyu had no idea how many low-level civilizations were affected and exterminated when he attacked the small universe of the Guardian civilization, because Xiaoyu had never paid attention to those low-level civilizations. It was naturally impossible to attack them deliberately. On the contrary, when the original Guardian civilization saw the low-level civilizations fleeing, they manipulated the small universe to launch some attacks for the purpose of punishment. My compatriots, although we belong to different civilizations and have different technological processes and customs and cultures, we all live and develop in the starry sky of the Andromeda galaxy. This is our hometown, and here is our everything. My compatriots, Tell me, can outsiders be allowed to run amok here in our homeland? The message full of anger echoed here. No. No. Our homeland cannot allow an outsider to run wild here. Damn invaders. Get out of our river system. We want to avenge those compatriots who died innocently. Countless messages appeared in this space. There are more than 60 billion warships, and every warship shouts its own voice. Declared his anger. This was quite beyond Xiao Yu's expectations, and gave Xiao Yu a new understanding of the commander and organizer of this huge alliance. Xiao Yu watched his performance with amusement. But his evaluation of this person was higher. Unless there is a 7th level or higher level civilization, it is impossible for a river system to be unified. In other words, the concept of territory is just illusory and meaningless for the river system. The organizer cleverly confused the concept here. First, he placed himself on the side of justice, and then used the name of righteousness to arouse his own hatred, while hiding his true intention of robbing my technology. This person is a talent. Xiao Yu thought silently. It's a pity. This is still not enough reason for me to pay attention to it. Enough of you. A bunch of ungrateful guys. It was our civilization that came forward and begged the Sweeper civilization to exterminate the Guardian civilization. It was the Sweeper civilization that did not take action against the other civilizations. Those civilizations that were exterminated. They were all exterminated by the Guardian civilization on the grounds of punishment. The Sweeper civilization released you so that you could continue to extend your own civilization. But you have evil intentions. With so many civilizations trying to plunder the technology of the Sweeper civilization. They are a group of bandits. What they do to protect their homeland and expel invaders is just to rob technology. Also, everyone knows the hypocrisy of the Guardian civilization. By depriving other civilizations of their development potential to achieve the progress of their own civilization. The Guardian civilization is the scourge of the river system. The Sweeper civilization will exterminate the Guardian civilization. It's right to get rid of it. You bunch of despicable guys. Confusing right and wrong. Confusing the public. Xiao Yu didn't bother to explain at all. Too lazy to distinguish with these civilizations. If they dare to trouble themselves, just kill them directly. So what do you do? However, the Flame civilization could no longer suppress its anger and jumped out at this time. Alkian stood in the largest spacecraft of the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance, facing the holographic image in front of him, with an evil smile on his face. The female intelligent creatures of the Flame civilization are all extremely beautiful. In the past, I couldn't do it due to my status, but now I have no scruples. After I kill the Sweeper civilization, I will collect all the beauties in the Flame civilization. I thought in my heart. Thinking like this, Altian's voice was full of indignation and justice. Flame civilization. You traitors of the Andromeda Galaxy. You live under the protection of the Guardian civilization. But you shamelessly betrayed the entire alliance and acted as you became the pathfinder of the Sweeper civilization. Led to disaster to the entire alliance. And caused the death of countless intelligent creatures. You are the culprits. Now, you have colluded with the invaders again. And you don't know about the Sweeper civilization. What benefits have been promised to you? You scum and traitors. You will eventually be nailed to the pillar of shame in the historical development of our Andromeda Galaxy. Despicable invader. You still have a chance to atone now. Hand over all the technological development data of your civilization, while leaving at least 100 large battleships as compensation. And then leave the Andromeda Galaxy immediately. We can let you live. You. The leader of the Flame civilization was shaking with anger, but could no longer say a word. At this time, Xiao Yu's information came here. Xiao Yu's voice was still full of peace. Without any fluctuation, Xiao Yu said lightly, Flame civilization. Do you still want to beg me for mercy now? The leader of the Flame civilization shook his head bitterly. No. This is a group of bandits cloaked in justice. Their purpose is to rob technology. But they say it with such righteousness. An ungrateful civilization should not exist in this universe. Okay. You guys. Please step back. Just leave the matters here to me. Xiao Yu said. However, they have more than 60 billion battleships. Tens of thousands of low-level civilizations. More than 300 billion battleships. And tens of thousands of stars to serve as their logistics force. Although you are close to a 7th level civilization. But, can you face such a powerful enemy? The leader of the Flame civilization said worriedly. You don't need to worry about this. Xiao Yu said lightly. Stay honestly in this small universe. The entire Andromeda Galaxy will be your world in the future. I will send all the Andromeda Galaxy civilizations participating in this battle to sweep away. We have given the invaders a chance to atone. But they are stubborn and unwilling to accept it. Then, all we can do is fight. The evil invaders are hidden in this small universe. We only need to break this small universe. Destroy the invaders. My compatriots. Kill all the outsiders who dare to invade our Andromeda Galaxy. Altian shouted hoarsely in the command room. I order the general attack to begin. A huge war began. At this moment, nearly 700 years have passed since the last time Xiaoyu broke through the small universe of the Guardian civilization. During these 700 years, Altian organized almost all the high-level civilizations and most of the low-level civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy, fully developed combat readiness, and finally created this almost unstoppable and powerful combat force. Of the more than 60 billion warships, a full 40 billion warships participated in this war, while the remaining warships stayed here, tightly guarding the entire logistics position. These 40 billion warships were divided into more than 100 squads, and they began to break through the small universe from different directions. The tightness of the organization and the cooperation between them made Xiaoyu feel amazed. I'm really becoming more and more curious about the organizers of this alliance. I don't know what kind of intelligent creatures can have such powerful abilities. Tens of billions of warships and trillions of intelligent creatures are in this organization. Under the command of the leader, it is like a civilization. This already has at least 60% of my battle formation organizational ability. Xiaoyu secretly sighed. Xiaoyu can control the battleship at the same time, and his command is as natural as his fingers. The organizer of this alliance is undoubtedly an intelligent creature. It is very scary that an intelligent creature can have such an ability. Xiaoyu has already controlled about 300 million warships and is ready for the war. If all the computing power is piled up, Xiaoyu can completely control more battleships. But Xiaoyu does not intend to do that. The analysis of the small universe left behind by the 7th level civilization has reached a critical stage. Comparing with this work, the rest are trivial matters. The Flame civilization was as anxious as ants on a hot pot at this time. Although they knew Xiaoyu's abilities, they still had great doubts about the current war situation. With 300 million warships against more than 40 billion warships, even if there is a big gap in technological strength, it does not look like victory can be achieved. What's more, among these 40 billion battleships, there are at least 100 powerful individual civilizations mixed in. Great Sweeper civilization. Although your level of technology is undoubted, there is really no need for us to start a tough battle here with all the advanced civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy. Your mobility is incomparable to theirs. Why don't you temporarily retreat and stay away from here? After a period of delay, the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance will surely fall apart. At that time, you can completely destroy them one by cannibalizing them. The leader of the Flame civilization said tremblingly. Xiaoyu responded in a funny way. Just stay in your own galaxy and just watch. I have my own plans for things here. Seeing what Xiaoyu said, Flame civilization could only suppress its uneasy thoughts and entered into an anxious wait. And at this time, in the empty space between the small universe and the large universe, on the space bridge built by the two sides, a fierce exchange of fire finally started. Chapter 816, Capture the Small Universe. Hundreds of huge space gates stand in space, and countless spaceships are lined up in the void, waiting to enter. There are so many spaceships that even hundreds of space gates cannot complete such a huge throughput at once. In this space, in addition to the ubiquitous spaceships, there are also some huge shadowy figures that are constantly appearing and disappearing. These are all single civilizations with powerful combat capabilities. They already have the ability to travel through space, so they do not need to use the space gates created by these technological civilizations. They opened their own passage alone and headed towards this small universe in a more secretive way. Technology that can be promoted to the 7th level of civilization is like a piece of fat meat that constantly exudes the smell of blood. No matter who it is, whether it is a fly or a tiger, they all want to take a bite of this piece of meat. It was an irresistible temptation. On the small universe side, Xiaoyu also built hundreds of space gates, and hundreds of millions of warships have embarked on the journey in different formations. The space bridges of civilizations on both sides are now in contact, and a fierce battle is about to break out. Xiaoyu occupies an absolute performance advantage. This group of spacecraft is like a tiger descending the mountain, violently breaking into the spacecraft cluster of the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance. Spaceships were destroyed one after another, and the endless explosions completely turned the space bridge into a world of psychedelic light and shadow. where there was violent energy and chaotic space everywhere. And the spaceships were like the waves of violent waves. Like a small canoe. It can be destroyed at any time and at any time. In some places, Xiaoyu will gain an advantage and eventually destroy the enemy's passage. Bury hundreds of thousands or millions of enemy fleets. In some places, Xiaoyu would be at a disadvantage and eventually be destroyed by the enemy fleet. Or thousands. Or even tens of thousands of warships. As soon as the war began, it entered the most intense fighting situation. Here, no spacecraft can control its own destiny. It is normal to be destroyed. And you are lucky to survive. Xiaoyu's number of spaceships is too small. Calculating according to the average data, one of Xiaoyu's warships will be besieged by more than 100 enemy warships at the same time. If Xiaoyu planned to escape, no matter how many spaceships he had, it would be useless. But Xiaoyu had no intention of escaping. The lack of battleships is not only reflected in the lack of combat power, but also in the fact that Xiaoyu simply cannot take care of so many battlefields at the same time. I have always relied on numbers to crush other civilizations. But I never thought that one day I would let other civilizations rely on numbers to crush me. Xiaoyu secretly sighed. I have to admit, this kind of it doesn't feel very good. A huge number of enemy fleets are everywhere in the crisscrossing and dense space bridges. No matter which direction Xiaoyu tries to move forward, he will encounter obstacles without exception. Among the enemies Xiaoyu faced were equipped with advanced shields. A level 6 peak civilization that can reach a speed of 150 times. Sometimes we will encounter 6th level advanced civilizations that have just acquired stellar level battleships and have high self-esteem. Even some junior civilizations that only have planet level battleships will desperately attack Xiaoyu. There are enemies everywhere and battleships everywhere. These battleships rush towards Xiaoyu like a tidal wave. Xiaoyu soon discovered that it was impossible for him to defend this small universe and defend the enemy from outside the country. It is a foregone conclusion that one's own defense will be broken through by the enemy. Because this small universe is so big, it would require too many troops to defend it all. Even if Xiaoyu uses all his computing power, it is also impossible to maneuver enough warships to defend it. It doesn't matter. If you can't defend a small universe, just defend these star systems. Just don't affect my research process. Xiaoyu thought indifferently. But Flame Civilization doesn't think so. Being in this small universe, they can clearly perceive the entire battle situation and Xiaoyu's disadvantage. The situation at the moment was very critical. So they thought they had to do something. Although the power of our civilization is weak, at this time, we should not continue to hide behind like cowards. We will also participate in the battle and contribute to our defense. The leader of the Flame Civilization said. Xiaoyu was non-committal about this. Therefore, after hundreds of years of development, the Flame Civilization with less than 10 million warships also participated in the war. They operated a simple spaceship and contributed almost insignificant strength to Xiaoyu's defense with a spirit of risking their own lives. The Sweeper Civilization has shown signs of decline in terms of defense. In the highest conference room, Altian faced the shadows of hundreds of 6th-level civilization leaders and said lightly, "This small universe is too big. It is impossible for the Sweeper Civilization to completely defend it. You see? Now even the Flame Civilization has joined in the defense. This is the best proof of the inability of the Sweeper Civilization to fight. However, during this period of war, we noticed that the number of warships of the Sweeper Civilization seem to have never declined. However, we have clearly paid a huge price and destroyed at least tens of millions of warships of the Sweeper Civilization. No. I wonder if you've investigated this. This is consistent with my deduction. Obviously, this is the Sweeper Civilization overdrawing its war potential," Altian said lightly. "If the speculation is not wrong, the Sweeper Civilization can no longer sustain it for long. I suggest, launch a general offensive, break the defense line of the Sweeper Civilization in one fell swoop, and push the war to the next stage. I choose Flame Civilization as our breakthrough point." A large number of warships began to assemble. A larger space door stands in the dark universe. Behind this space door is an extremely solid space bridge. The civilizations participating in this battle are all advanced civilizations with stellar-class battleships. Here, they have assembled a total of more than 1 billion of the most advanced warships. At the same time, there are still some secret forces hidden in the void, ready to intervene in the battle here at any time. The huge fleet is slowly, but surely advancing forward. The rest of the battlefield successfully contained most of Xiaoyu's power. Facing this most solid space bridge, Xiaoyu could only organize some weak resistance. Even if Xiao Yu's battleship falls into this vast sea of battleships, there is only one way to be destroyed. The Flame civilization has been struggling to support itself. They suffered severe injuries while escaping from the Guardian Alliance, and they have never recovered to this day. After finally accumulating some energy, and a fleet that could not be said to be huge, they all devoted themselves to this defensive battle. Although Xiao Yu did not take the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance's attack seriously, he did not stop the Flame civilization from doing these things. The entire Andromeda Galaxy will be handed over to the Flame civilization in the future. So in this war, they must make certain sacrifices. The Flame civilization has been fighting under unfavorable circumstances, and they have always maintained a high fighting spirit. But after seeing the enemies they needed to face this time, the Flame civilization finally sent a message for help to Xiao Yu for the first time. Leader, our civilization can no longer withstand the attack. The enemy's strength this time has exceeded the limit of our ability to deal with it. We can only defend for 3 hours at most. After 3 hours, the defense line will be breached. Xiao Yu organized a fleet of 10 million spaceships, led by a stellar battleship, and came here to support the Flame civilization. A fierce battle broke out quickly. 10 million battleships would never be a match for 1 billion battleships. However, in terms of defense, it would not be easy for the enemy fleet to break through here. But at this time, the space bridge began to experience some strange fluctuations. Xiao Yu saw dozens of level 6 beasts and dozens of large spaceships with strange shapes entering the space bridge. There is some strange meaning on these large spaceships. Xiao Yu knows that these are Taihao civilization. Then Xiao Yu knew that this passage could no longer be defended. The loss of the passage means that the enemy can enter and exit his own small universe at will. The war was inevitably pushed to the next stage. Xiao Yu has never encountered a single civilization in previous wars. Xiao Yu had some doubts about this. Xiao Yu believed that it was possible that the organizer had hidden all these powerful individual civilizations, and was preparing to catch him off guard at the critical moment. Now, Xiao Yu's guess was confirmed. Okay, you won this battle. Xiao Yu thought mockingly. I wonder if you can also capture the galaxy I defended. It has become impossible for these 10 million warships to escape. Just inside this wide, solid space bridge, the last battle before the collapse of this small universe began. A terrifying alien beast that is somewhat similar to a dinosaur from the ancient Earth era, but its body is many times larger, is roaring up to the sky here. A national-level spaceship cannot dodge, and it explodes after being slapped by it. A technological spacecraft explodes. The warships of the Hao civilization entangled a planet-class warship, and the two sides were exchanging fierce fire. A national-class spacecraft was trapped in an endless siege of warships. Although it was struggling hard, all its energy was finally consumed. This is inside the space bridge, and even escape is impossible. So it can only helplessly explode into a ball of fire. The battle lasted about 3 months. 3 months later, Xiao Yu's 10 million battleships, and the 5 million surviving battleships of the Flame civilization were all destroyed. Chapter 817 The Planet in the Box, including the spaceships of the Flame civilization. A total of about 15 million spaceships were destroyed here. Even the star-class battleship sent by Xiao Yu did not escape the fate of being destroyed. At that time, there were 4 6th-level alien beasts, at least 3 Taihao civilizations, and hundreds of thousands of other warships besieging it. With such a powerful fighting force, even the Sun spacecraft may not be able to gain the upper hand. From this moment on, Xiao Yu has completely lost the ability to comprehensively defend the entire small universe. But Xiao Yu's attention at this moment was obviously not on this matter. In the central laboratory of the Science, Star-class spacecraft, Xiao Yu is conducting one of the most critical experiments. Many sophisticated and bulky machines are running. At the end of these machines, a box with a volume of only about 1 cubic meter is gradually taking shape. It is impossible to see clearly the appearance of this box, and its manufacturing process through the visible light band, because it seems to be surrounded by a layer of fog, blocking its true appearance. The operation of the huge machine lasted for a full hour before it stopped. After a while, the fog surrounding it dispersed, and its true image was revealed. It is very ordinary. Nothing more than a square box. But it's not ordinary. Only Xiao Yu knew that this box was created by integrating the most advanced 7th-level civilization space technology and spending a huge amount of energy and effort. A robot that was 3 meters tall came over and opened the lid of the box. There didn't seem to be any physical structure inside it. Just something that looked like thick fog that was constantly rolling. It's like it contains an opaque cloud. After opening this lid, the robot stepped into this box. The box is only 1 meter long at most. and the robot is 3 meters high. But the thick fog submerged the robot's legs. The robot's chest eventually submerged the robot's head. Xiao Yu is observing everything inside through the eyes of this robot. After crossing the thick fog, the scene seen through the eyes of this robot immediately changed. Completely different from before. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu was a vast space. In this vast space, a planet the size of the Earth was suspended there. The light of the artificial sun illuminates the entire space. Through these lights, this robot is carefully looking at everything here. This is a space with a very normal structure. It is not a small universe. So there is no need to worry about entropy increase. It is also different from ordinary space. So there is no way to leave here through conventional means. This robot and its related instruments carefully measured many parameters of this space, and finally obtained the results. Xiao Yu quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and controlled the robot to leave here. The Science Star-class spacecraft is a spacecraft specially built by Xiao Yu for scientific research. It is about the size of the moon. There are countless experimental equipment, and venues inside it. There are many scientific discoveries that were thoroughly studied by Xiao Yu starting from here. In this huge number of experimental sites, there is one laboratory that is not outstanding. This laboratory has a room. And in this room there is an ordinary 1 cubic meter square box. And inside this box, there is a planet about the same size as the Earth. This seems weird. But it's not weird. This is Xiao Yu's latest research result. Through the most advanced space technology, Xiao Yu can put an Earth into the box. And naturally can also put other materials, such as weapons. For example, fuel and organisms are put into this box. Xiao Yu's technology has truly reached a new level. From now on, Xiao Yu will be able to control the space like playing with a doll in his hand. This is the sign of truly entering the 7th level civilization. After Xiao Yu studied this small universe left over from the 7th level civilization for more than 700 years, Xiao Yu finally became a true 7th level civilization. Of course, the current level 7 civilization technology is still in the laboratory, and has not yet entered the real practical stage. But this at least means that there are no scientific obstacles for Xiao Yu to build a star cluster class battleship. It finally succeeded. And it finally became a 7th level civilization. Xiao Yu secretly sighed in his heart. The next step is to conduct practical research, and truly utilize this technology in the manufacture of battleships and other aspects. Woke up. From this moment on, Xiao Yu has completely broken away from the strange circle that the more advanced the warship, the larger it will be. Xiao Yu can completely build a star-level battleship that is only the size of a city or county-level spaceship. Or he can build a planet-level battleship that is the size of a provincial-level spaceship. From this moment on, the volume and mass of the spacecraft will no longer be the criteria for judging the level of the spacecraft. Very good. The basic research is over. The most arduous work has been done. The next work will be much simpler. Is it the Andromeda Galaxy Civilization Alliance? I have lost interest in continuing to entangle with you. Wait for me after building enough level 7 civilized warships. I wipe them all out and turn my attention to me. This is an unforgivable mistake you made. Now, I'll let you fool around for a few days. At this time, a grand celebration ceremony was being held in a magnificent hall of the Aotian spacecraft. All the leaders of the 6th level technological civilization were present. There were high-ranking civilization leaders everywhere. Among all civilized leaders, the most glorious leader is undoubtedly Aotian. We have achieved a staged victory. As long as we capture a few more galaxies guarded by the sweeper civilization in the upcoming internal war of the small universe, we can plunder their technology. How dare you invade our Andromeda galaxy? Then they must pay the price, Aotian said with confidence. Yes, under your leadership, we will definitely be invincible. This is just the first step for our alliance. When we master the 7th level civilization, we can leave the Andromeda galaxy and move towards a larger world, the cosmic stage. Although the quasi-7th level civilization is powerful, they cannot be the opponent of hundreds of 6th level civilizations united. Our alliance should be closer. Otherwise, the obstruction of exchanges between different civilizations will cause serious losses to our combat power. I suggest that we establish an all-Andromeda Galaxy Civilization Alliance Committee, with leaders of each civilization serving as members. All future matters regarding the alliance will be decided by the committee. I propose that Aotian be the chairman of the first committee. Only under the leadership of Lord Aotian can we achieve more victories. Aotian smiled and said, the establishment of the alliance committee can be discussed later. Our first priority now is still to solve the sweeper civilization and plunder the technology we need. However, strengthening the alliance between civilizations is necessary. In this regard, I have the following suggestions. The position of a civilized leader can no longer satisfy Altian. When he was planning to face the sweeper civilization, he had already decided on the plan to form an alliance and serve as the leader. The technology of a 7th-level civilization is important, but ensuring the legitimacy of one's status is equally important. So this needs to be worked out slowly, and not in a hurry. The grand celebration banquet lasted for several hours. For a while, the guests and hosts were enjoying themselves, and almost everyone was full of confidence in the future of the alliance. The entire Andromeda galaxy is mine. Altian looked at the endless starry sky outside the window, and secretly clenched his fists. In sharp contrast to the festive atmosphere here, there is a gloomy atmosphere in the Flame civilization. The military strength accumulated by our civilization for hundreds of years was all destroyed overnight. It will take a long time for us to return to our previous military level. But this is not important. What is important is that all the soldiers of our civilization died in battle. And also, how should our civilization take the future path? The failure of the small universe defense battle is a foregone conclusion. Now it seems that even the sweeper civilization can no longer change the entire situation. And with the hatred between us and Altian, if we are captured by them, our civilization will be worse off. Die. Now we can only hope that the sweeper civilization will take us with them when they retreat. And if the sweeper civilization cannot take us away, we will have no choice but to break out. If we are captured, we will choose to commit suicide. This is the only path our civilization has left. The atmosphere here is heavy. Pessimism about the future fills everyone's mind. No one has a smile on their face. But no matter how desperate they were for the future, no one ever mentioned the word surrender. The defensive battle of the small universe has completely failed. Xiaoyu's warships have fully retreated to several star systems. They only defended these few star systems, and gave up all the rest of the small universe. A large number of Alliance fleets have rushed into the small universe. And because all the control instruments of the small universe were destroyed in the previous battle with the Guardian civilization, Xiaoyu simply cannot use the power of the small universe to fight against the enemy. All Xiaoyu can rely on is himself. But Xiaoyu is not worried about his fate at all. Even if there are more than 40 billion warships assembled in the small universe at this moment, dozens of strange beasts are showing their vicious fangs here. And dozens of Taihao civilization are strangely shuttled here. Xiaoyu will not worry about your own fate. For Xiaoyu, in the final analysis, these guys are just a group of 6th-level civilizations. What is there to be afraid of? Chapter 818, Battleship of Level 7 Civilization. The shortening of the defensive front must mean an increase in the intensity of defense within a unit area. With Xiaoyu's current situation, it would be very difficult to defend the entire small universe. But if he could defend a galaxy, it wouldn't take much effort at all. This is true even if Xiaoyu faces more than 300 opponents with a level 6 civilization. The most critical moment for the scientific and technological research of the 7th-level civilization has passed. Xiaoyu has become a true 7th-level civilization. However, it has only become a 7th-level civilization in the scientific field. In the field of combat power, it is still a little behind the 7th-level civilization. After all, it takes time to apply the technology of a 7th-level civilization. It is impossible to achieve a breakthrough in the laboratory on the first day and then apply it on a large scale the next day. The foundation of the 7th-level civilization is based on the deeper use of space, which is not only higher speed, more defense methods, and stronger attack power. The impact of these scientific and technological achievements on the entire civilization is comprehensive and far-reaching. Yes, it is on the basis of a more profound understanding of space that the 7th-level civilization has the energy to branch out and develop so many different types of civilizations. Xiaoyu thought secretly, although I don't plan to choose a direction development, but plans to develop in all aspects. But in the initial stage, we still have to start with a more powerful spaceship. The first batch of experimental 7th-level civilization spacecraft are already under development. The number of these first batch of spaceships is 10, which are provincial-level spaceships according to Xiaoyu's classification. These provincial-level spacecraft are only the size of township-level spacecraft. But the internal space is larger than the current planet-level spacecraft. In these spaces, Xiaoyu accumulated countless fuels. There are many instruments with different functions. It seems that it was a wise choice for me not to concentrate all my efforts to eliminate all these 6th-level civilizations at the beginning. Xiaoyu secretly thought, after my first batch of 7th-level civilization provincial spaceships are developed, just use these level 6 civilizations and single civilizations to test the performance. You should feel honored to have the opportunity to compete with a 7th level civilization with the technological level of a 6th level civilization. Such an opportunity is not available to just any civilization. Xiaoyu thought coldly. These civilizations came to rob Xiaoyu's technology, and eliminating them would not bring any psychological burden to Xiaoyu. A fierce galaxy defense war has begun. In the galaxy defense battle, Xiaoyu can gain a greater advantage due to the reduction of the defensive area. It's here. Xiaoyu can transform into a millstone and crush all these invading enemies. But Xiaoyu didn't do this. Instead, Xiaoyu deliberately compressed his strength. Let the enemy achieve some small results from time to time. Because Xiaoyu is afraid that if he uses all his strength, all his enemies will run away. Where will he find such a suitable experimental subject? There are a total of 5 galaxies that Xiaoyu needs to defend. Among these 5 galaxies, one is the Flame Civilization Station, because the Flame Civilization has lost all its military power. In desperation, Xiaoyu had no choice but to take over their defense work. The remaining 4 galaxies are Xiaoyu's residents. The members of the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance were divided into 5 groups and launched a fierce attack on these 5 galaxies. Time is passing slowly. Ever since these more than 300 level 6 civilizations entered the small universe, the small universe has completely lost its peace. The fierce fighting never stopped for a moment. In particular, when the Alliance realized that there was no danger in the small universe, they simply relocated all the thousands of low-level civilizations responsible for logistics work to this small universe. At this moment, these low-level civilizations have spread out in the small universe and occupy almost all the star systems in the small universe. Countless intelligent creatures began to thrive here. Hard work provides for the needs of the frontline battlefield. There are thousands of stars in the entire small universe. There are only 5 stars left under Xiaoyu's control. But it was these 5-star systems that troubled Altian. The fierce attack has lasted for 10 years. But except for some insignificant results, such as destroying an enemy planet-class warship, such as advancing the battle line hundreds of thousands of kilometers, he still has not captured any stars. Tai. Some bad-tempered single civilizations no longer listen to his orders. This is a serious challenge to his authority. Altian needs a big victory to strengthen its authority, and the Alliance needs a big victory to enhance cohesion. If the war situation still does not develop, then the entire huge alliance may fall apart. This is an alliance connected by interests. When the promised interests are always far away, the members of the alliance will have different ideas and the cohesion will be reduced. At the same time, Xiaoyu also noticed this problem. Perhaps, I should let them achieve a relatively big result, Xiaoyu secretly thought. The Galaxy Defense War has been going on for 10 years, and there has been no progress in 10 years. This is very detrimental to the maintenance of the Alliance. If the Alliance is disbanded, then the attacks on me will definitely stop, and these civilizations will retreat. By then, it will be difficult for me to find someone to be a grindstone. Just as it happens, the provincial spaceship of the 7th level civilization has been successfully manufactured. At this time, let me start my first experiment and give you a taste of the sweetness. A plan quickly formed in Xiaoyu's mind. In order to cooperate with this plan, 10 very ordinary-looking spaceships, which were only the size of a township-class spaceship, left the manufacturing base, mixed with a large army, and followed the large army towards the front line. This is a very ordinary fleet movement. Every once in a while, a certain number of spaceships will depart from the main base and go to the other 4-star bases to participate in the defense work there. And every fleet movement will inevitably be blocked by the Alliance. A large number of warships will swarm in, trying to destroy these fleets on the way and prevent them from supporting the target system. It's just that this kind of action generally fails. This is still the case for fleet mobilization this time. After this 100,000 level fleet left the main base, about 8 million spacecraft were immediately dispatched to intercept it. There is also a level 6 alien beast as an assault force. Xiaoyu didn't want to get too entangled here, so this time it was still like before. After Xiaoyu paid the price of thousands of spaceships, he successfully brought this fleet to the 5th galaxy. Galaxy number 5 is the residence of Flame Civilization. This galaxy is the most attacked place after the main base. As for why the Flame Civilization Station suffered some unexpected attacks, Xiaoyu didn't know the reason. Only Altian knows the reason. Whenever Altian stayed alone in the huge rest room during the break, he would miss the female slave of the Flame Civilization he once had. It's a pity that I killed that slave in just a few days, Altian sighed with regret. When I break through this galaxy and capture the Flame Civilization, I must select hundreds of thousands of slaves to come out every day. Another. This offensive will definitely be successful. Altian thought with confidence. I have mobilized 10 billion warships and 20 individual civilizations to participate in this offensive. Such a powerful force will definitely be able to defeat the Flame civilization. Take this galaxy where we are stationed. As long as we have this victory, the cohesion of the Alliance will be strengthened again, and my authority will be reestablished. Large-scale warship mobilization is difficult to hide, especially when facing an opponent like Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu realized very early that the Alliance was planning a major attack, and the target was the number 5 galaxy where the Flame civilization was stationed. It was precisely because he was aware of this that Xiaoyu mobilized 10 provincial warships with a 7th level civilization level to this place. Xiaoyu has decided to abandon this galaxy and give it to the Alliance as bait to prevent the Alliance from disintegrating. At the same time, it happens to be during this battle to test the performance of these 10 provincial-level spacecraft. Fire civilization. Please note that I have decided to abandon galaxy number 5. Your civilization must prepare to retreat as soon as possible. After receiving my retreat order, you need to follow my fleet to main galaxy number 1. Don't worry. Our fleet will ensure your safety. Xiaoyu issued this message to Flame civilization calmly, without any explanation. Can't even the Sweeper civilization withstand the Alliance's offensive? We only have 5 galaxies left in total. And now, even this galaxy has to be given up. Don't worry. Although our side is at a disadvantage, it has not shown a tendency to fail. I believe that the Sweeper civilization will definitely be able to defeat the Alliance. After all, the Sweeper civilization is the closest to the 7th level civilization. After receiving this order from Xiaoyu, the Flame civilization was filled with gloom and gloom. We should strengthen armament construction as soon as possible, and make the construction of spaceships and training soldiers the top priority of civilization. Although our power is insignificant, at critical moments in the war, insignificant power can also produce huge effects. Xiaoyu ignored the various speculations of Flame civilization. At this moment, in the 5th galaxy, the huge Alliance fleet has completed its assembly and is pressing towards the 5th galaxy. Nearly 10 billion warships and 20 powerful individual civilizations formed an unstoppable rolling torrent. At this moment, the garrison force in galaxy number 5 is only less than 100 million warships. The 10 provincial warships were mixed among the less than 100 million warships and rushed to the front line. I order the general attack to begin. We must capture this galaxy. At this moment, a majestic order came from the command ship. Chapter 819, Space Spin and Space Cannon. With this order, the general attack began. 20 level 6 alien beasts rushed in front of all the battleships and rushed forward violently. Galaxy number 5 was completely on the defensive, just waiting in place and not rushing out. A level 6 alien beast that looked like a dinosaur from the ancient Earth era roared violently and rushed in front of a planet-level battleship. Tens of thousands of escort warships next to this planet-class battleship immediately surrounded it and violently attacked the 6th level alien beast. The planet-level battleship also retreated a little distance, and the space weapon launcher with a cold light was exposed. A black brilliance flashed past, and a long streak of light immediately appeared on the body of this 6th level alien beast. There were huge cracks spanning hundreds of kilometers, and endless things that looked like flesh and blood spattered out from its body. This level 6 alien beast roared violently, and the radio wave message representing anger spread wantonly in this cosmic space. Its thick tail was swinging in space at an extremely high speed. A Continental-class spacecraft had no time to dodge and was suddenly hit by this tail. Immediately, intensive alarm signals were sent from countless monitors on the Continent-class spacecraft and transmitted to Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu sighed slightly. The combat power of the 6th level alien beasts is very powerful. This Tyrannosaurus is the most powerful among the dozens of alien beasts. Although it has some gaps compared to the Python alien beasts in the galaxy, it's not too far off. Such a beast requires at least 2 stellar-class battleships from me and tens of thousands of other battleships to cooperate with each other to kill such a beast. A Continent-class battleship is a lot worse. This Continent-class battleship was severely damaged by the blow from this Tyrannosaurus beast, had to withdraw from the battle. In comparison, another National-class warship was much unlucky. It was hit hard by the Tyrannosaurus beast and exploded and disintegrated almost immediately. It turned into a ball of fire. Hundreds of thousands of warships of different models launched a fierce attack on it. The advantage in weapons allowed Xiaoyu's side, even a city-level spacecraft, to make a hole in this Tyrannosaurus beast, almost instantly. Dense wounds appeared on the body of this Tyrannosaurus beast. At this time, the rest of the 6th-level beasts and a large group of battleships also arrived. The defense battle of Galaxy Number 5 is in full swing. Although the performance of Xiaoyu's battleships is excellent, there are too many battleships in the Alliance. What's more, there are dozens of single civilizations equivalent to Xiaoyu's star-class battleships. The war situation is at a stalemate. In the midst of this chaos, the 10 provincial spaceships quietly dispatched. They are only the size of a township-class spaceship, and they are inconspicuous in this battlefield where battleships fly across the sky. In this vast battlefield, these 10 spaceships are like handfuls of sand sprinkled into the sea. Instantly disappeared. Greymon, you are very arrogant, aren't you? Then let's make you the first target of surgery. You are the first to try to build a powerful battleship with complete 7th-level civilization technology. You should feel honored for this honor. Xiaoyu thought lightly. These 10 provincial warships, which were only the size of township-class spaceships, had unknowingly occupied different positions around the Tyrannosaurus beast. An Alliance city-level spaceship seemed to find this township-level spacecraft easy to bully, so he rushed over aggressively. Dozens of dark space cracks instantly hit spaceship number 1. Spacecraft number 1 paid no attention to these space cracks, because it can't do any harm to it at all. Xiaoyu issued an order in his mind, and spaceship number 1 immediately counterattacked. Suddenly, after the number 1 spacecraft counterattacked, the city-level spacecraft disappeared. A huge amount of energy erupted from the place where it disappeared, affecting hundreds of surrounding spacecraft. One provincial spaceship had no time to dodge, and was even directly destroyed by this powerful energy burst. This is an attack method similar to a space starburst. The only difference between this attack method and the space starburst of the Neutron Battlestar is the triggering method. Xiaoyu has become a 7th-level civilization and can already analyze attack methods such as space starbursts. In Xiaoyu's analysis, the space starburst of the Neutron Battlestar is caused by squeezing space, which is a relatively advanced method. Xiaoyu hasn't mastered it yet. What Xiaoyu is using now is to launch ultra-high-speed particles to trigger a space explosion. The destruction of a provincial spaceship did not attract any attention in the chaotic battlefield at this moment. In such a battlefield with tens of billions of people, the destruction of national-level and continent-level spacecraft is normal. Only the destruction of planet-class spacecraft will attract some attention. Let you try the power of the 7th-level civilization spacecraft. Xiaoyu thought lightly and gave the order. After receiving this order, the number 2 spacecraft among the 10 provincial spaceships immediately rushed towards Greymon. It is only the size of a township-class spaceship, and is as small as dust in front of the moon-sized Tyrannosaurus Mon. So Greymon didn't react at all to this. Or, it didn't see this little thing at all. It did not notice that at this moment, in front of the number 2 spacecraft, there was already a little chaos in the space. And this chaos was rapidly expanding. Just a moment later, the space in front of the number 2 spacecraft had turned into a state like broken glass. And these space debris were moving back and forth rapidly. Xiaoyu's profound understanding of space allows Xiaoyu to exert extremely sophisticated control over space. So much so that he can manipulate space debris to form an effect similar to a chainsaw. This space possesses extremely powerful cutting power. When in the laboratory, even Xiaoyu's most advanced Continental-class spacecraft could not withstand this kind of cutting. This is the latest weapon developed by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu named this weapon the Spin of Space. Xiaoyu is not yet able to launch the vortex of space like a long-range weapon, so he can only create this state in front of the spacecraft. But that's enough. It was like a high-speed drill was installed on it. When it reached the body of Greymon, it penetrated in without any suspense. Along with the number 2 spacecraft entering Greymon's body, there were 6 other spaceships. The remaining 3 spacecraft launched another attack. In the space inside the spacecraft, huge amounts of energy are gathering. Through the operation of the instruments, this energy quickly interacts with the space. This reaction condensed on the spacecraft's weapons, and was finally fired like a cannon. This is not a ray weapon, but it has a ray-like appearance. It is a space weapon. Through extremely high energy reaction, it can cause the entire space in a straight line to explode, and finally converge, hitting the target like a cannonball. It is like a space crack that can move faster than the speed of light, but its power is much stronger than an ordinary space crack. While in the laboratory, this ray-like weapon once easily penetrated a national-level spacecraft. Xiaoyu named this weapon a space cannon. At this moment, 4 extremely bright space cannons were fired, like a bolt of lightning that penetrated the dark space, reaching the body of Greymon in an instant, and penetrated in without any accident. These are the two latest space weapons developed by Xiaoyu in the 7th level civilization category. The 7 spaceships entered Grayman's body through the space spiral. The space cannons of the 3 spaceships easily penetrated Grayman's external defense and also sent the attack into Grayman's body. Greymon did not notice the 7 spaceships entering its body. Or it could be said that it did not pay attention at all. Its body is too big. Just like if a bacteria enters the human body, humans cannot detect it. And it does not pay much attention to these small things that break into its body. On the contrary, the 3 space cannons, which were like ray weapons, made it feel great pain. It howled violently again. This pain forced him to focus on these little bugs. It gave up on a planet-class battleship it was entangled with, rushed towards a spaceship, and slapped it hard with its thick tail. Xiaoyu can completely control the spacecraft to avoid it. This is a pure 7th level civilization spacecraft. Its speed can reach up to 1,100 times the speed of light. Faced with such speed, Grayman's speed is not worth mentioning. However, Xiaoyu did not control it to dodge, but stayed in place and withstood the full blow of Tyrannosaurus beast. For no other reason. Xiaoyu just wanted to test the defense capability of this spacecraft. The result made Xiaoyu very satisfied. Grayman's full blow not only did not cause much damage to the spacecraft, but instead caused the spacecraft to directly enter its body. It's like a person trying to slap a chopstick into the ground and waving his hands violently. Not only did the chopstick not hit the ground, but the chopstick pierced his palm instead. The situation is the same at this moment. Not only did the spacecraft not suffer much damage, but because the force of Grayman's attack was too great, it directly entered its body. 8 of the 10 spaceships have already entered its body. The remaining 2 spacecraft are still maintaining the shooting action of the space cannon. The damage caused by the space cannon after contacting the target is not the cutting damage of the ray weapon. Although its appearance is very similar to that of the ray weapon, its damage is explosive, like a bomb. Xiaoyu saw that at this moment. Large chunks of flesh and blood were being blown off the body of the Tyrannosaurus. For a moment, the space was filled with the flesh and blood of the alien beasts flying around. Chapter 820 The Death of the Alien Beast. Xiaoyu didn't want to expose these killer weapons prematurely. If the commanders of the Alliance are aware of these small spaceships with terrifying combat capabilities, it is hard to predict how they will react. However, according to Xiaoyu's estimation, the most likely possibility is that the entire Alliance will be disbanded immediately and all Alliance members will flee immediately. In that case, Xiaoyu will lose these convenient test subjects. So Xiaoyu cleverly arranged some remaining battleships around Greymon and covered up the traces here through fierce fighting. The lack of aura in the head seems to be a common problem of all alien beasts. Whether it is the alien beasts of the Milky Way or the alien beasts of the Andromeda constellation, the attacked Greymon seemed not to notice the abnormality of the situation here at all. It seemed as if his sanity had been overwhelmed by intense anger. Radio messages representing angry roars are continuously emitted, which is its continuous roar. It didn't seem to notice that the spaceship had entered its body, but continued to rush towards the last 2 spaceships that were still attacking it. After being hit, beaten, and attacked, the last 2 spaceships also lost their traces. By this time, it seemed to have calmed down a little. So, it continued to rush towards the original planet-class battleship. At this moment, the 10 spacecraft already inside its body made moves. An attack of the same level inside the body will always do more damage than an attack outside the body. These 10 spaceships faithfully practiced the principle of doing it. These 10 spacecraft, each located in different places, relied on the huge energy stored in the internal folding space to launch powerful space attacks at the same time, just wrapped in the flesh and blood of endless alien beasts. A powerful 7th level civilization space crack was activated. Alien beasts naturally have a holographic defense effect, which means that the flesh and blood inside the alien beast's body basically has the same defense capabilities as its outer skin. However, no matter how powerful the defense capabilities are, they are compared to attack weapons manufactured based on the technology of a 7th level civilization. They all look so fragile. A huge scar has been formed in the body of this strange beast. It finally noticed something was wrong inside its body, so it roared again. But its anger had no effect at all. With these 10 spaceships inside its body, it only has holographic defense technology, but no holographic attack technology. These 10 provincial spacecraft are wreaking havoc within its body. The energy transmission pipelines were cut off, and the muscle-like tissues responsible for transmitting force were destroyed. Even one of its legs was cut off by these internally destroyed spacecraft. One of its claws suddenly struck towards his body and penetrated directly into his body. It was like a person's hand suddenly stabbed into his stomach. Obviously. In this way, it wants to catch out those nasty little things that are wreaking havoc inside its body. But it failed. Its hand came out of its body and only grabbed a handful of mincemeat of unknown composition. Those nasty little things had moved on to the rest of its body before its claws arrived. Its attack only left a big hole in its body, causing more serious injuries to himself. It roared to the sky angrily. The pain coming from its body made it even crazier. It has basically lost its mind. In its violent rolls and indiscriminate attacks, an Alliance provincial spacecraft was crashed by it. Greymon! What are you doing? Be careful not to accidentally injure yourself. A message full of anger was sent to its mind. But it no longer had enough sanity to process the message. Another spaceship was accidentally destroyed by it. Then a third and a fourth. Among these destroyed spaceships, some belonged to Xiaoyu and some belonged to the Alliance. It has been tortured by tremendous pain and lost all consciousness. And now it is struggling. Like a drowning person. Struggling desperately. It's gone completely crazy. Just as its body continues to roll. Suddenly, seemingly for no reason, a huge piece of flesh and blood fell off from its body and floated in the void. After a moment, a tentacle-like thing on its body broke for no apparent reason and left its body. And then one of its legs fell off. Things were constantly falling from its body. At first, it was only falling at a very slow rate. After a while, the speed picked up. As more and more things fell, many fountains appeared on its body. Something like blood violently erupted from these wounds into the void. Its frantic struggle lasted for several hours before it slowly subsided. Eventually, it lost all its strength and remained suspended in space. Only the vague screams and twitching that seemed to be a nervous reaction still announced that it was not completely dead. But Xiaoyu obviously didn't intend to show mercy. After another hour passed, the low whine and twitching disappeared. At this time, the 10 provincial spacecraft left its body and returned to space. From the outside, this 6th-level alien beast still maintained its overall integrity. But Xiaoyu knew that its body was completely broken inside. 10 provincial-level spaceships, with level 7 civilization and technology, took less than 7 hours to kill an extremely powerful level 6 beast. This result made Xiaoyu very satisfied. A 5th-level alien beast is enough to compete with the entire military power of a 5th-level technological civilization. And a 6th-level alien beast is enough to compete with the entire military power of a 6th-level civilization. According to this standard, alien beasts are very troublesome things. Alien beasts generally. It has the ability to leapfrog challenges. Just like the 4th-level alien beast I encountered when I was still a 5th-level civilization. Here, the so-called leapfrog challenge ability does not mean that a level 4 alien beast can challenge an entire level 5 civilization, but that a level 4 alien beast can challenge a fleet of a level 5 civilization. That 4th-level alien beast caused me a lot of trouble. Even if I am already a 5th-level civilization, there is no good way to deal with it. Judging from this situation, a 6th-level alien beast should also have a challenge. The capability of the 7th-level civilized fleet is correct. But the fact is obviously not the case. I only dispatched 10 provincial-level warships and destroyed a 6th-level peak alien beast. It seems that the gap between the 7th-level civilization and the 6th-level civilization is as huge as a chasm. Xiaoyu secretly sighed. It is not enough to describe one in the sky and the other in the ground. No wonder the invigilator has to set up a 7th-level barrier to prevent a 6th-level civilization from upgrading to a 7th-level civilization. I was able to fight against micro-civilization, a level 7 advanced civilization, when it was not yet a level 7 civilization. First, because I had already come into contact with some of the technologies of level 7 civilization at that time. And second, because micro-civilization is not a level 7 civilization in terms of war. Super-civilization. Moreover, I have reason to believe that as micro-civilizations go further and further in the micro direction, their combat effectiveness is not increasing, but declining. To satisfy the interests of civilization, they must lose their combat effectiveness, which is a very obvious thing. However, microscopic civilization is just a special case. When encountering a 7th-level civilization in terms of warfare, such as a civilization such as an extreme star, I must be more careful. According to my current understanding, the Neutron battle star is likely to only elite-level battleships belonging to the extreme star civilization, like my planet and continent-level battleships at this moment, are unlikely to be the flagship-level battleships of the extreme star civilization. If I encounter thousands of middle-class battleships personally controlled by a 7th-level civilization, if there is a group of fighting stars composed of sub-fighting stars, then I probably won't even be able to escape. The sky is filled with white dwarf battle groups composed of white dwarf stars, mixed with thousands of neutron battlestar battle groups. Such a scene will make Xiaoyu feel numb just thinking about it. That was a huge force that could destroy the entire river system. Okay. The combat power data of these 10 provincial-level spacecraft have basically been tested. We can't let them continue to kill here. Otherwise, they may scare away the Alliance fleet. Well, it's time to start the transfer. You want one, a big victory will boost morale and enhance the prestige of leaders. And I can satisfy you. Xiaoyu thought lightly. The acting must be decent. Otherwise, it will be easy for the other party to see the flaws. Therefore, in this galaxy defense battle, Xiaoyu carried out an arduous struggle. In this battle, Xiaoyu paid a total of 40 million battleships, including a stellar-class battleship, and wiped out nearly 2 billion battleships on the Alliance side, as well as 17 stellar battleships, class battleship, 6 single civilizations. In short, both sides paid a heavy price, and Xiaoyu had to retreat, leaving this ruined star system to the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance. Under the escort of Xiaoyu's remaining battleships, the Flame civilization successfully broke through the Alliance's blocking circle, and escaped into the number 1 main galaxy. The Flame civilization was gloomy and extremely pessimistic about the future war situation. But the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance once again held a grand celebration to celebrate this hard-won victory. The commander who controlled the battleship and played the greatest role in destroying the enemy's star-class battleships became the hero of the entire Alliance. The morale of the entire Alliance was boosted by this victory. Almost everyone firmly believes that their side will win the final victory. The only thing that made Altian feel a little regretful was that he allowed the enemy to successfully break through without capturing a single prisoner of the Flame civilization. At this time, Xiaoyu was already embarking on the research and development activities of a more advanced 7th-level civilization spacecraft. Chapter 821 Colosseum. Xiaoyu is proceeding with the replacement of battleships in an orderly manner. It was too difficult to transform a spacecraft in the 6th-level civilization into a spacecraft in the 7th-level civilization. It was very uneconomical to do so. So Xiaoyu simply dismantled a large number of reserve warships, recycled the available materials, and reprocessed them through a series of processes. Refining, processing and other measures were used to build them into new spaceships. At this point in the battle, Xiaoyu's warships had only been destroyed, probably less than 500 million. Although this number is huge, it is insignificant compared to Xiaoyu's tens of billions of warship reserves. Many battleships were stored in this small universe, and were directly dismantled without ever experiencing the baptism of war. This scene made Xiaoyu sigh. The manufacturing technology of new provincial-level warships has matured, and Xiaoyu began the construction of national-level spacecraft. The ultimate that Xiaoyu can achieve now is to build a national-level spacecraft that is as big as the current city-level spacecraft. But the internal space is enough to accommodate a stellar-level battleship. Compared with provincial-level spacecraft, it has stronger defense, mobility and attack power. In the defense battle of the 4th galaxy, the 3 newly built national-class spacecraft participated in the battle. Under the cover of many spacecraft, these 3 national-level spacecraft quietly killed 2 level 6 alien beasts. And only after fully verifying their performance, they withdrew from the battle. In order to continue to stimulate the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance, Xiaoyu also gave up the number 4 galaxy in this battle. The Flame civilization became increasingly pessimistic about this, and the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance once again launched a grand celebration. Almost all members of the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance believe that victory is at hand. Xiaoyu found that in his heart. A strange, abnormal thought is growing uncontrollably. For example, it would be nice if the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance was stronger. Or, why is the enemy so weak? Now Xiaoyu urgently needs a stronger enemy to help him test the performance of the spacecraft. Xiaoyu likes fighting now, but he doesn't dare to use his full strength, because Xiaoyu knew that as long as he used his full strength, the entire Fairy Galaxy Alliance would immediately fall apart, and the members of the Alliance would disperse as quickly as possible and escape from this small universe. And now, the game hasn't been played enough yet, and Xiaoyu doesn't want to lose this enemy. So now Xiaoyu is beginning to challenge some perverted gameplay. So far, Xiaoyu has built a planet-class battleship in the 7th level civilization category. The Planet-class battleship is only the size of the original National-class spacecraft, but the internal space is enough to hold an Earth. Its combat effectiveness is very powerful. According to Xiaoyu's estimation, a planet-level battleship is enough to destroy a 6th-level civilization. Xiaoyu tried to surround 3 level 6 beasts and a single Taihouse civilization. Then, without attracting the attention of the rest of the army, these 4 guys, who were considered powerful among the 6th-level civilization levels, were cut into the small universe. The scope of the small universe is not large. In order to maintain its stability, Xiaoyu needs to continue to provide energy for this small universe. After these 4 individual civilizations were cut into the small universe, Xiaoyu also put his latest planet-level battleship into it. There is nothing wrong with what Xiaoyu wants to do. Just use this planet-class battleship to face the 4 enemies in front of you. This small universe is a coliseum specially designed by Xiaoyu for himself. What's going on? The 3 strange beasts and a Taihouse civilization that were cut into the small universe without any precautions were a little confused. After all, during this period of time, the Alliance has been making great progress, conquering 3 star systems in succession and compressing Xiaoyu's station into 2 star systems, including them. Almost everyone believes that victory is no longer far away. I am the sweeper civilization. Now I give you a chance. As long as you can destroy the national-level ship in front of you, I can spare your life. If you cannot destroy this national-level warship, you can treat this place as your own cemetery. Just when they were confused, Xiaoyu's signal came out. A 6th-level alien turned over in disbelief, looked at the national-level spaceship in front of it like an idiot, but was actually a planet-level spacecraft, and said with disdain, "Sweeper civilization? Let us live." Ha ha ha. Sweeper civilization. I tell you to give up resistance immediately, and hand over all your scientific and technological information. I can advise the leader of the Alliance to give you a chance to be slaves. Listen, this is the last chance. If you continue to resist, everyone in your civilization will die after we break through your camp. Another level 6 alien beast also echoed. Only the technological Taihouse civilization remained silent. It is not a civilization of alien beasts. It has already noticed that something is wrong with the atmosphere in front of it, especially after it tried to leave this small universe, but failed for no reason. An ominous premonition arose in its heart. A bunch of idiots. In that case, let me give you some punishment first. Xiaoyu said calmly and activated the weapons equipped on this planet-level spacecraft. Immediately, a bright white line, like a thick white line like a ray weapon, appeared on its bow. This white light moved at a speed exceeding the speed of light. In just an instant, it reached the 6th-level alien beast. On the body, along with the terrifying howl of this 6th-level beast, a terrifying blood hole appeared on its body. This white light only lasted for a moment. After a while, Xiaoyu stopped the attack and continued to send a message. If you want to survive, destroy this spaceship. Otherwise, you will die here. The technological Taihouse spacecraft started to move almost instantly. It was moving desperately, trying to leave this small universe. At the same time, it was still sending messages desperately using all the communication methods it mastered. Run. Run. Clean up. The civilization has been teasing us. Xiaoyu didn't pay attention to its movements at all. Xiaoyu is certain that as long as he doesn't want to, no messages can be sent out from this small universe. After trying for a long time to no avail, this technological Taihouse spacecraft sent out a message full of madness. Everyone, come together. If you want to survive today, kill this spaceship. 3 6th-level alien beasts and a spacecraft from the technological Taihouse civilization rushed towards the planet-level spacecraft. 1 hour later, looking at the corpses of alien beasts in this small universe, as well as the fragments of battleships and fragments of alien beasts' flesh and blood scattered everywhere, Xiaoyu's shadow curled his lips in boredom. It's really boring. The Andromeda Alliance has truly become Xiaoyu's training partner. Thanks to the efforts of the Andromeda Alliance, national-level spaceships were born, continent-level spacecraft were born, and planet-level spacecraft were also born. Xiaoyu started to try a new way of playing again. Normally, Xiaoyu only activates 3% to 5% of the performance of a new spacecraft, and then mixes these spacecrafts into large forces to participate in battles. In fierce battles, these spacecraft will encounter various unexpected situations, and their own design flaws or structural flaws will be exposed bit by bit. After these flaws are exposed, Xiaoyu will leave to find the solution is to re-optimize these self-built spacecraft, and then put them into the battlefield again for testing. while constantly improving these spacecraft. Xiao Yu is also researching another extremely powerful weapon. Similarly, Xiao Yu still plans to let the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance get a taste of this weapon first. The Andromeda Galaxy Alliance has become a qualified and slightly tragic carving knife. It is sacrificing its own sharpness to help Xiao Yu polish these temporarily immature creations. Xiao Yu was convinced that if he hadn't had such a qualified training partner, the process of building his spaceship would never have gone so smoothly. But things are obviously not like this in Altian's view. In fact, Altian was surrounded by glory and praise at this moment. When Galaxy Number 2 was also captured, Altian's prestige reached its peak. Members of the Alliance, our Alliance has made huge sacrifices and has reached this point step by step. Now, the final victory is only one step away from us. As long as we capture this star system, we will reap the final results. We will become a 7th-level civilization and have the qualifications to advance to a higher-level cosmic stage. With everyone's help and cooperation, I have been able to lead our alliance to where we are today. Today, the glory not only belongs to me, but to everyone. It belongs to everyone here. Altian gave an impassioned speech. The audience in the audience was fascinated. I order that the final battle against the Sweeper civilization will begin tomorrow. This battle must wipe out all the Sweeper civilization and snatch all their technology and resources into our hands. Long live the Alliance. Long live the Alliance. Countless cheers resounded throughout the hall. At this moment, Xiao Yu was looking at his latest battleship. This battleship is not huge, but the space inside it is enough to fit the entire Earth-Moon system. Its speed has reached an astonishing 1,500 times the speed of light. It can destroy a star with one blow, and it can also withstand the full force attack of a level 6 alien beast for several hours without fighting back without any damage. This is the most powerful war weapon Xiao Yu has ever created. Any weapon equipped on it is enough to make even a 6th-level civilization tremble. This is a star-class battleship created by the 7th-level civilization technology. My goal has been achieved, and there is no need for the Andromeda Alliance to exist. Chapter 822 The Death of the Sun. The Andromeda Galaxy Alliance is like a hard-working flower grower. Under the hard watering of the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance, Xiao Yu's scientific and technological achievements finally bear beautiful flowers. Warships in the 7th-level civilization technology category have matured and become sufficient to meet the needs of large-scale and fierce wars. By this time, the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance had no value in existing. Nothing of value should exist here. What's more, the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance has always had bad intentions towards Xiao Yu. Let you satisfy your last extravagant hope for victory. Xiao Yu sneered in his heart and issued a new order. Xiao Yu already has a sufficient number of 7th-level civilization battleships. 1 billion. Among them, there are 5 stellar-class battleships. Xiao Yu has moved into the new Sun spacecraft and controls the entire huge fleet. Xiao Yu's computing power has made great breakthroughs compared to before. But correspondingly, the computing power required to operate a 7th-level civilized warship is also increasing. Therefore, the number of Xiao Yu's controllable battleships has not changed much compared to before. Xiao Yu can now control about 300 million warships at the same time. With these billion level 7 civilization warships, there are currently less than 50 million level 6 civilization level warships left, which have completely lost their value. It would be too troublesome to transform them. If they are to be dismantled and rebuilt, even Xiao Yu's current warships cannot be operated. There is really no need to waste computing power to build more warships. In order to repay you for helping me improve so many defects, I decided to give these 50 million battleships to you. Xiao Yu thought calmly while controlling the last batch of old battleships, including the Sun spacecraft. Everyone was thrown into the battlefield. The abnormal situation in the battlefield immediately attracted Altian's attention. Altian's mind became tense at this moment due to ecstasy. An order full of excitement was issued. Look, everyone. The Sweeper civilization has exhausted all its strength. Their last batch of warships have also been put into the battlefield. As long as these warships are destroyed, we will gain final victory. You see, that spaceship must be their flagship. I order everyone to launch a general attack. A general attack. General attack. General attack. Countless cheers resounded throughout the battlefield. Tens of billions are spent searching for warships. The remaining less than 30 single civilizations used all their fighting enthusiasm and strength at this moment and rushed forward violently. After the battle started, something even more surprising happened to them. It was as if Xiao Yu suddenly went crazy. The original tight cooperation between the warships disappeared at this moment. The cooperation between the spaceships was like a novice with no experience at all. And there were even frequent accidental injuries between the spacecrafts. The sweeper civilization has squeezed out all its war potential. I'm sure the people operating these warships at the moment must be novices who have not received much training. They cannot be our opponents. Attack! Attack! Altian is commanding. The man in the room yelled at the top of his lungs. I order to allocate 10 individual civilizations and 3 billion battleships to besiege their civilization's flagship. This battleship must be captured. The old-style Sun spacecraft rushed into the Alliance battleship group with ridicule. Of course, this mockery. In Altian's eyes, it turned into tragic. He murmured to himself. Are you ready to be destroyed? Unfortunately, even if you work so hard, you still can't save the decline of the entire civilization. If you want to die, I will satisfy you. Densely packed spaceships and powerful single civilizations completely surrounded the Sun spacecraft. After a brief stalemate, the battlefront turned into a one-sided situation. Xiao Yu's side was completely defeated. The Flame civilization looked at this scene in horror, watching the galaxy's defense line being breached, watching the Star-class battleships representing the civilization's highest combat power being surrounded, watching Star-class battleships being destroyed one after another, and finally only the remaining I got off a Sun spacecraft, and I'm still fighting hard. No, we can't just sit back and watch this happen. How many warships are there in our civilization? Are there still 30,000? Send them all. Send them all. Share as much as you can for the sweeper civilization. Be calm and don't be impatient. Be at ease and don't be impatient. Xiao Yu was in a very happy mood at this moment. Xiao Yu smiled and rejected Flame Civilization's request for support. Wait a moment. If the old ones don't go, the new ones won't come. We won't be in danger. At this moment, there is only the last Star-class spacecraft left, which is the Sun spacecraft that once represented Xiao Yu's glory. At this moment, there are only less than 300,000 frigates of the Sun spacecraft left, and there are more than 1 billion warships participating in the siege of the Sun spacecraft. The end of one glorious period is the beginning of another. Xiao Yu sighed and said, Spaceship Sun, you were my most powerful battleship in the previous stage, but I never let you participate in even one battle. For the battleship, dying in the battlefield is the best destination. I give you this honor. Go. Go. Use your full power. Under the siege of the sea of battleships, the last frigate was also destroyed. In the battle circle where the Sun was located, there was only one battleship left. Under the endless siege of battleships, the Sun spacecraft, which represented Xiao Yu's glorious achievements as a 6th-level civilization, exerted its most powerful power. Countless space cracks are raging in space. Space smashing, space collapse, space folding and other space weapons are used to the extreme. There has never been a moment when Xiao Yu poured so much computing power and energy into a single battleship. Because it is the Sun spacecraft, it has this qualification. Xiao Yu concentrated on controlling the Sun spacecraft to maneuver in the battle circle. At this moment, it has swept away the previous decline, and has brought its reputation as the strongest battleship of the 6th-level technological civilization to the extreme. An enemy Star-class battleship was seriously injured and had to withdraw from the battle. As a price, a 6th-level alien beast severely slapped its thick tentacles on the Sun spacecraft, and another Star-class battleship launched a fierce space attack also hit it. The shield on the Sun spacecraft suddenly flashed several times. These attacks have caused some damage to the Sun spacecraft. But the Sun spacecraft was not afraid and was still fighting. There were simply too many enemy warships. In addition to being hit by high-end combat power, the attacks from other small and medium-sized spacecrafts were like raindrops and never stopped for a moment. Even the Sun spacecraft is still under tremendous pressure when faced with the siege of hundreds of millions of spacecraft. The quantitative gap has reached a point where quality alone cannot make up for it. The gap between ants and dinosaurs is huge enough. But if hundreds of millions of ants besieged a dinosaur, even the Tyrannosaurus Rex would end up in despair. The Sun spacecraft has suffered considerable damage at this time. Of course, if it wants to escape at this moment, it can still do it, with a speed of up to 200 times the speed of light. No one except Xiao Yu can catch up with it. But Xiao Yu was unwilling to let the Sun spacecraft, which had carried his glory for thousands of years, be dismantled. Death on the battlefield is its best destination. Things are getting worse. The protective cover of the Sun spacecraft has been broken, and the modular protection system design allows the remaining parts to still maintain defensive power. The holographic defense and holographic attack technologies have reduced the enemy's efforts to break through the damaged areas and penetrate into the Sun spacecraft. In vain. The Sun spacecraft has reached the limit of level 6 civilization. But this is still not enough. The Sun spacecraft was inexorably declining. Its movements began to slow. Its counterattacks began to be weak. And the damage it received when attacked became increasingly huge. By this time, Xiaoyu knew that the Sun spacecraft was no longer far away from death. Up to this moment, millions of ships, large and small, have died under the attack of the Sun. These include 2 Stellar-class battleships, including a 6th-class alien beast that retired due to serious injuries. This is the price to pay for destroying the Sun spacecraft. The Sun spacecraft proved its status with its strength. All combat units pay attention to the intensity of the attack. Do not destroy the Sun spacecraft. Capture it! Capture it! Altian issued the order at the top of his lungs. With the issuance of this order, the Alliance's combat layout changed again. Their high-end combat power began not to confront the Sun spacecraft head-on, but instead chose to contain and wander away. Xiaoyu knew that they were consuming the energy of the Sun spacecraft. They tried to drain the Sun spacecraft of its energy and then capture it. Xiaoyu knew that from now on, it would be difficult for the Sun to achieve big results. There are only Sun ships that died in battle, not captured ones. Xiaoyu thought with disdain. Sun ship! Die in the most heroic way! The Sun spacecraft turned into a dazzling flash of light. At this last moment, Xiaoyu controlled it and ended his life by self-destruction. Looking at the self-destructing Sun spacecraft, Altian slammed his fist on the table. Let's go! Let's go! This is the end of the old era and the beginning of a new era! Xiaoyu murmured to himself, unable to tell whether he was sad or happy. With the destruction of the Sun spacecraft, Xiaoyu's defense circle deployed at the edge of the galaxy was completely broken through. At this moment, every spacecraft chose a suicide attack method and ended their lives in the most heroic way. Charge! Destroy the sweeper civilization and plunder their resources and technology. Altian issued the order again. However, just when this order was issued, a situation beyond his expectation occurred. He saw the ship again. There are many spaceships rushing out from the center of the galaxy. Chapter 823 This is true. At this moment, the defense line of the last star system, where Xiaoyu was stationed, was also breached by the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance. In order to achieve this goal, the price paid by the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance was hundreds of years, more than 10 billion warships, and the lives of nearly 1 trillion intelligent creatures of level 6 civilization. What kept them persisting despite paying such a heavy price was the result that seemed far away but was within reach at this moment. That is the technology of a quasi-level 7 civilization. As long as these technologies are obtained and analyzed, there is a high chance that they will become the technology of a 7th level civilization. Altian knew very well how difficult it was to advance to the 7th level civilization when we were still part of the Guardian Alliance. With the power of the Guardian civilization, we did not even think about conducting superparticle acceleration experiments to impact the 7th level civilization. Not only that, hundreds of level 6 civilizations in the entire river system don't have this idea. Of course, there were civilizations that had these ideas and put them into practice, but their results were disastrous. More than 60 level 6 peak civilizations have become Taihouse civilization, and there are even twice as many civilizations that have been wiped out by the invigilator without even a chance to become Taihouse civilization. How precious is an existence that has successfully conducted a superparticle acceleration test but has not yet truly become a level 7 civilization. So Altian made up his mind to achieve this goal no matter how heavy the price was. Altian's plan has been going smoothly. This is true whether it is what the facts tell him or what he sees himself. Now it is undoubtedly time to reap the fruits of victory. Altian began to feel excited. Not only him, but all Alliance members, all 6th level civilization leaders, and all surviving single civilizations felt indescribable ecstasy at this moment. Hundreds of years of struggle finally paid off at this moment. This damn sweeper civilization can finally be wiped out, and their technology and resources can finally be obtained. Not only Altian is alone, but many people, many spaceships, and many individual civilizations are aware of the small spaceships that appear from the center of the galaxy at this moment. The number of these small spaceships is not large. At least when faced with a huge Alliance fleet, their number appears to be very small, probably less than 10 million. Among the tens of millions of spaceships, the largest spaceship is only a national-level spacecraft. An order was issued by Altian. Attention all combat units! I order to organize 200 million warships to fight against the 10 million sweeper civilization spacecraft. This is obviously the last strength of the sweeper civilization. As long as these spacecraft are destroyed, if it falls, we can harvest the fruits of our victory without any hindrance. Huh? These 10 million spaceships were not noticed by Altian. Hundreds of millions of spaceships have been wiped out. So why do you care about such a few spaceships? However, it was this small spaceship that he looked down upon that gave him a great shock. Altian saw that the bow of one of the tens of millions of small spaceships suddenly emitted a white light, which was very similar to ray weapons, such as lasers and high-energy rays. But it is obviously not a ray weapon, because the speed of this weapon is the same as the space rift. It is faster than the speed of light. Faster than light speed means that it is impossible to dodge. This is a truth. Sixth-level civilizations are already very accustomed to this method of combat. When faced with spacecraft attacks, a common practice for sixth-level civilizations is to resist by improving their shielding capabilities. But the power of this white light, which is similar to a ray weapon, is beyond people's expectations. A stellar-class battleship was directly penetrated. After penetrating this star-class battleship, this white light continued unabated, and continued to penetrate 3 continent-class spacecraft, 15 national-class spacecraft, and more small spacecraft before finally disappearing. Traces. At the beginning of being penetrated, these spacecraft did not feel any threat. But this white light turned out to be like a sharp sword and began to move slowly laterally. At this time, its huge power was revealed. At first, a star-class battleship was directly cut into 2 pieces. No defensive means or advanced materials had any effect. A star-class battleship, with sufficient energy and intact power, was directly cut into 2 pieces by an inconspicuous white light. This is simply incredible and incomprehensible. Even at this moment, Altian couldn't believe his eyes, or what he saw. But the fact was so clearly before his eyes. A stellar-class battleship died quietly. Along with this star-class battleship, there were dozens of other large spaceships buried with it. This is the power of a star-class battleship created with complete 7th-level civilization technology. Although it is only the size of a national-level spaceship, it is indeed a stellar-level battleship, when there is no scruple anymore. The new battleship built by Xiao Yu can finally show its fangs and reveal its irresistible power to these humble existences in front of them. This must be the trump card of the sweeper civilization. Altian still did not lose his composure. Although this matter was too weird, and there was an unbelievable flavor everywhere. The trump card is the trump card, and it is the key to life and death. Time will not show it out. Now! The sweeper civilization has reached its most critical moment, and it is only natural to show its trump card. Since it is a trump card, the number must not be large. Destroy this national-level battleship. As long as it is destroyed, the sweeper civilization will no longer have the ability to fight back. Destroy it. We must destroy it. No matter what it takes, we must destroy it at any cost. Altian immediately made up his mind. I order all combat units to attack with all their strength and besiege this national-level spacecraft. It must be destroyed. It is the trump card of the sweeper civilization. As long as it is eliminated, the sweeper civilization will never be able to survive again. The scene in front of him once again exceeded Altian's expectations, causing Altian to stay in the command room before issuing this order, his mouth wide open, his face full of disbelief and fear, because he saw that not only this spaceship, but also the 10 million spaceships led by this spaceship were all emitting this kind of white light. In an instant, this space was filled with bright and clear white light. They were like messengers urging orders. One's own fleet, under the illumination of this white light, had no ability to resist at all. Almost at this moment, more than 30 million spacecraft in the Alliance were destroyed. Whether it is a provincial-level spacecraft, a national-level spacecraft, or even a continent-level or planet-level spacecraft, they are completely defenseless in the face of this terrifying white light. Only the stellar-class battleships can resist for a while. But the stellar-class battleships cannot resist for a long time, because on almost every stellar-class battleship, there is a white light that looks unusually thick in comparison, like a tarsal bone, followed closely like maggots. Altian's face had no idea what the expression was. He looked at the command screen and saw that his spaceship was undergoing a one-sided and extremely efficient killing. He looked at the command screen on the other side and saw a level 6 alien beast being chased by just a few enemy warships, running for his life. He changed his perspective again and saw that the Taihao civilization was also retreating crazily. But all targets cannot escape. Altian saw that the formations of small battleships originating from the center of the galaxy had begun to disperse. Some of the battleships suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in another place only after a very short interval of time. After calculating the speed, Altian Tion received a piece of data that made him extremely shocked and horrified. At least 1,200 times the speed of light, Altian muttered to himself. The large conference room, which had been filled with laughter a moment ago and was ready to hold a celebration meeting at any time, fell silent at this moment. All the leaders of the 6th level civilization stared blankly at the display screen, with different expressions on their faces. Here! Where is the battle going on? Is it a spoof video made by some civilization? A leader of a 6th level civilization said with a forced smile. Ha ha. Ha ha. I knew it must be like this. We have civilized the sweepers. Forced to the point of exhaustion, they have been overdrawing the war potential of their own civilization to support them. How could they come up with such powerful warships at this time? Yes. Yes. I must be wrong. It must be me, I read it wrong. Lord Altian, please stop joking with us and quickly switch the screen to a real war scene. I can't wait to see the situation where the sweeper civilization's base camp is broken by us. Another person, the leader of civilization, said with a smile. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually relaxed. Many people's expressions became relaxed, and chatter and laughter appeared again in the conference room. The leaders talked a lot. Hey, Lord Altian, your joke was really good. It really scared us. Lord Altian, your joke has been seen through, so don't continue. Everyone is very impatient. Hurry up and switch the screen to a real war scene. Many civilized leaders stood up and faced Altian, urging. Altian still stood there looking a little stiff. He turned his head with some difficulty, and the joints rubbed and even made a creaking sound. Facing the major civilized leaders in the conference room, Altian's face showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Dear leaders, I did not play any pranks or make fun of you. As you can see, yes, it's all true. Chapter 824, Qualified Experimental Products. Yes, what everyone saw is true, Altian said, as if muttering to himself. The sweeper civilization is indeed manipulating these monster-like warships and killing our fleet. We the fleet has no power to fight back before these warships. What? Are you kidding? A civilization leader suddenly stood up and said in a voice full of anger. How could this be true? How could this be true? Since the capture of this small universe, our alliance as they have made huge sacrifices and are consuming the power of the sweeper civilization bit by bit. The number of warships of the sweeper civilization has indeed not decreased in the early stages of the war. But that is just the sweeper civilization overdrawing its war potential. In the small universe, the galactic battle we carried out, didn't that battle cause heavy losses to the sweeper civilization? We have even conquered the last galaxy where they live, and we have also eliminated their flagship spacecraft. Well, now you tell me that they don't know where they came up with so many such terrifying spaceships? How could this be true? The leader shouted in an almost roaring voice. When our alliance was about to win, you told us that all of this was false, and that it was the sweeper civilization that had been playing tricks on us? This is indeed true, Aotion murmured in reply. At this moment, there is once again a one-sided situation in this galaxy. The difference is that the disadvantage has changed from Xiaoyu to the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance. Previously, the number of battleships in the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance was so large that Xiaoyu could not fill it up with mass. Now, Xiaoyu's quality is so high that the Andromeda Galaxy cannot make up for it with quantity. The huge three-dimensional display screen relayed the war scenes here in real time. Leaders can truly feel the situation on the battlefield. In the battlefield, all kinds of incredible things are happening. For example, several provincial-level spaceships are chasing a star-level battleship. In addition to the terrifying white light, extremely high energy intensity occurs around this star-level battleship from time to time. But no one knows it at all. The source of the explosion. Some spacecraft even penetrated directly into the star-class spacecraft, wreaking havoc inside it. For example, a Township-class spacecraft was chasing a Planet-class battleship. Such as several County-class ships, the spaceship joins forces, beat a level 6 peak alien beast to a point where life would be worse than death. Every time a ray of white light passed by, at least hundreds of warships were divided into two sections. And in the battlefield at this moment, the number of white lights is more than tens of millions. Our own warships were being destroyed at a terrifying speed. But our own counterattack was so weak. The leaders saw that several Planet-class warships joined forces. Finally, A fighter plane was captured and trapped a county-level spaceship in the void. They jointly launched the most powerful space collapse weapons. But they did not expect that these invincible space collapse weapons had no impact on this county-level spacecraft. It still maintained the terrifying speed of at least 1,200 times the speed of light. After sailing for a period of time, it crashed directly into a planet-class battleship in the normal way. Just 10 minutes later, the huge planet-class battleship exploded and turned into a ball of fire. It was as if the whole world suddenly overturned at this moment. I originally thought I was too weak to resist the wind. The loser who could easily be defeated with just one final blow suddenly transformed into a powerful god that could not be defeated at this moment. They are killing people like they are stepping on ants. But the huge fleet that we are proud of is not even an ant in front of the enemy. Looking at his own fleet that was being slaughtered continuously, Altian's body began to tremble slightly. No! It shouldn't be! Everything is under my control! Everything is under my control! At this time, I should be holding a celebration banquet. And should not be here looking at such a weird picture. This is wrong. This isn't right. Who can tell me what is going on? Altian asked with a trembling voice. Could it be that the rules of the universe have changed at this moment? Losers become winners. And winners become losers. Who can explain these things to me? What the hell is going on? Aotion's response was deathly silence. Suddenly, a miserable howl broke the silence in the conference room. A civilization leader suddenly stood up, rushed towards the three-dimensional display screen, and shouted loudly, "The flagship of our civilization. The flagship that our civilization took nearly 10,000 years to create. It was just like this. Several city-level spaceships were destroyed. That's our civilization's number 2 spaceship. No. No! Commander. I am your leader. I order. Immediately take our civilization's spaceship to retreat. Retreat. Run as fast as you can. Run as far as you can. Far away. Go quickly. Go quickly. Those who can't run away. Can't run away." Altian murmured. The speed of the spaceship of the sweeper civilization can reach 1,200 times the speed of light or even higher. But the speed of our spaceship is only 150 times the speed of light. If you can't run away, no one can run away. A civilization leader stood up crying and cursed loudly. Altian, you deceived us. You lied to us and said that we could definitely eliminate this 7th level civilization and obtain their technology. Now what? It was you who destroyed our civilization. And you are the unforgivable sinner of our entire alliance. At this time, Altian had already squatted down in pain while holding his head. At this time, he finally understood that this was all a trap. He has found a very reasonable explanation for all this. Thinking about it, when he first arrived here, the sweeper civilization had not yet become a 7th level civilization. During the years when he was fighting the war, the sweeper civilization truly improved. At the 7th level of civilization, such terrifying battleships were created. The reason why the sweeper civilization shows decline everywhere is simply to prevent the Alliance from escaping out of fear. If the Alliance escapes, the sweeper civilization will lose a competent experimental subject to verify the combat effectiveness of new warships and discover the shortcomings of new warships. It's pitiful. I always thought that victory was within my grasp. I always thought that everything was within my control. But I didn't expect that I and our entire alliance were being played by the sweeper civilization like monkeys. We became their test subjects in vain. Now, their technology has matured. And their battleship manufacturing techniques and theories have also matured. So we have no value. So now is the time to kill us. Run away. Run away. We have a lot of warships. The sweeper civilization cannot kill them all at once. They can run as much as they can. From now on, never provoke the sweeper civilization again. Altian murmured to himself. But they soon discovered that they couldn't even escape at this moment. Because I don't know since when. The channel connecting the big universe and the small universe has failed for some reason. And all attempts to open new channels or build space bridges have also failed. It seems that the sweeper civilization has controlled this space through some method. The entire alliance once again fell into despair. This is my trump card, Xiaoyu said to Flame Civilization with a smile. Those battleships that were destroyed before are just my eliminated products. I pretended to be defeated all the way, just because I was afraid that I would give everything after the power. It will scare away the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance, thus losing a rare experimental subject. Now that my experiment has been completed, they have no value. Things without value should not exist in this world. So, I intend to exterminate them all. Exterminate them all? The leader of the Flame Civilization said tremblingly. This is your true strength. You? How powerful are you? I am powerful beyond your imagination. Because I am a 7th level civilization. The combat power of a 7th level civilization related to war is beyond your imagination. Xiaoyu said lightly. Now, follow me and leave this small universe. This small universe can no longer exist stably. I plan to test the most powerful killer weapon here. And let the Andromeda Alliance, a qualified experimental product, contribute its last bit of value. The leader of the Flame Civilization let out a long sigh and extended his gaze to the distance of the small universe. There are thousands of low-level civilizations playing a logistical role. Obviously, Xiaoyu had no intention of being lenient to them. Therefore, their fate is also doomed, and they will disappear from this universe with the demise of this small universe. Xiaoyu took back all his battleships and quietly left this small universe, leaving behind the members of the Fairy Galaxy Alliance, who were still in shock, when the leaders suddenly discovered that all the powerful enemy warships had suddenly disappeared. Some leaders couldn't help but fell on the ground and cried loudly. Are you gone? Are you gone? The sweeper civilization actually let us go? Is my luck really so good? Aotian thought with some disbelief, and then came back to his senses. As long as I don't die this time, I will definitely be able to organize the alliance again, rely on our own strength to promote to the 7th level civilization, and then seek revenge from the sweeper civilization. Revenge? If you dare to treat me like this, even if you are a god, I can't even save you if I go down to Earth. At this moment, Xiaoyu has arrived in the big universe. Looking at the calm Shengya, Xiaoyu said calmly, in 10 seconds, the big killer I left in this small universe will detonate. Chapter 825, I knew this. The essence of the small universe is essentially space fragments separated from the large universe. And the 7th level civilization has mastered various space-related technologies. The existence of the space energy formula allows Xiaoyu to convert matter, or energy, into space. Space can also be converted into matter, or energy. The gentle conversion method can be used to build spacecraft engines to provide various energy sources required by the spacecraft. All of the billion battleships built by Xiaoyu use this energy supply method. Intense conversion methods can be used as weapons. The difference between the two is not much different from the relationship between controllable nuclear fusion and hydrogen bombs. At this moment, what Xiaoyu wants to test in the small universe is a super-large hydrogen bomb. Xiaoyu plans to completely destroy this small universe by detonating a super-large space bomb. If this test is successful, Xiaoyu will have a strategic-level weapon. You know, this weapon is so powerful that it can even destroy the entire river system. After leaving enough observation instruments in this small universe, Xiaoyu quietly left the small universe with the Flame Civilization. Of course, before leaving, Xiaoyu had already made arrangements to block the communication channel between the small universe and the big universe. It's like closing the door of a house, and all beings imprisoned in this cell cannot leave here. At this moment, in the small universe, Aotian was thinking about his next revenge plan in shock. He did not realize that in a corner of this small universe, some inexplicable reactions were happening. The space detonation-related devices arranged here by Xiaoyu in advance are operating calmly, and the countdown is gradually approaching 0. When that number became 0, a huge energy spread out with it as the center. Affected by this energy, the space around it was immediately created under extremely high energy levels and extremely high space pressure. Reaction. After all, an instrument is too small to have an impact on the entire small universe. You know, this small universe has a diameter of 1,000 light years. But in this small universe, Xiaoyu has arranged not only this one instrument, but many more. There are probably 100 billion of them. Each instrument can affect the space of 1 to 2 light years around it. The combination of these 100 billion space detonation-related devices is enough to affect the entire small universe. In order to make these instruments, Xiaoyu spent a lot of energy. Otherwise, the number of spaceships Xiaoyu currently owns will be at least tens of millions more than the current ones. The installation locations of these instruments have been specially calculated. Just like in the Earth Age, people use fixed-point blasting to destroy large buildings. After the countdown reached 0, all the space detonation-related devices started operating at the same time in an instant. A faint firelight appeared around an instrument. This is a sign that the space has been triggered. A very small part of the space has been converted into energy, and this energy has been emitted in the form of photons. The reaction was very weak at first, but after just a moment, the reaction became stronger. The luminosity is increasing rapidly with a geometric index, from the brightness of a candle to the brightness of a star. At the same time, the space of the small universe began to be distorted and deformed. Wave after wave of shocks began to spread. This reaction occurs simultaneously among 100 billion instruments in the entire small universe. At this time, Altian noticed that a star suddenly appeared very close to him. That is the light emitted by instruments related to space detonation. So far, Altian has only seen this flash of light, because light also takes time to spread. And this little time is only enough for him to see this place. The propagation of light has a time limit. The fluctuations in space itself have no speed limit. At this moment, the entire space of the small universe was affected, and a series of incredible phenomena began to occur. Altian looked at all this with some confusion. He didn't know what was going on. The first to be affected are all ships traveling in warp, whether it is a 4th level civilization or a 6th level civilization. At this moment, all spacecraft that are in the curvature space are squeezed out of the curvature space. At the same time, extremely rare space turbulence phenomena occurred in many places. There were many spaceships that had just escaped from the curvature space and still did not understand what happened. It was swept away by the turbulence of space and torn into pieces. Secondly, the appearance of the entire small universe has changed. From this moment on, the small universe is no longer in a stable state like the normal cosmic space. Within it, various indescribable distortions are constantly occurring. Altian saw that the chaotic and distorted space affected the star. The star strangely changed into an irregular shape, and then exploded. The chaotic and distorted space affected a battleship. The battleship suddenly lost all energy responses. It was like the heaven and earth flipped. From this moment on, everything in the small universe became irregular. The sky was full of distorted objects without any logic, and the propagation of light no longer followed the rules. The law of straight lines began to be flipped wantonly. The entire small universe was in chaos. What the hell is going on? Altian muttered to himself, standing in the large conference room, facing this irresistible infinite power. He only felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. At this time, many civilized leaders had begun to huddle underground and tremble. This is completely beyond their understanding and beyond their ability to bear. At this moment, the entire small universe is like a sea where strong winds and huge waves are raging. And these spacecraft are ships suffering torture above the sea. There is no doubt that the higher the level of scientific and technological civilization, the stronger the ability of the manufactured ships to withstand wind and waves. While the impact on the spacecraft of the 6th level civilization was not very serious, the low-level civilizations in the logistics base could no longer bear it. Altian saw that in the chaotic and twisted space, there were thousands of low-level civilizations and a logistics base with at least trillions of intelligent creatures being distorted like a doll. Terrifying explosions kept coming, and the logistics base had turned into a paradise of chaos and death. Some spaceships tried to escape, but were carried away by the twisted space without even leaving the base. The light emitted by that light spot has become brighter and brighter. At this moment, it even exceeds the brightness of a star. But this light spot seems to have not reached its limit yet, and it is still increasing rapidly. Moreover, as the brightness increases, a dangerous atmosphere is spreading here. This is the instinct of intelligent creatures. Altian knew that when he felt this way in his heart, it was best for him to run away immediately. The sooner the better. But now he has no way to escape. The logistics base has been completely destroyed in this storm, and the 6th level civilization fleet with strong ability to withstand wind and waves has not been greatly affected. However, the intensity of the wind and waves is increasing. If this frequency continues to increase, it will only be a matter of time before the fleet of the 6th level civilization is destroyed. Altian squatted on the ground in despair. The changes in this short period of time made him seem to have fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. Just half an hour ago, he was still planning what kind of celebration to hold after the final victory. Now, half an hour later, he has fallen into the deepest fear. The flagship he was on was inevitably affected, and even the energy supply inside the spacecraft showed some signs of instability. The lights began to flicker, and various devices in the room began to vibrate. Fortunately, at this time, the intensity of the wind and waves seemed to have reached a limit, so it stopped increasing. Aotion breathed a sigh of relief. Have you finally gotten through it? Fortunately, the fleet of the 6th level civilization has not been seriously damaged yet, and I still have the capital to make a comeback. Altian muttered to himself. At this time, He saw the star-like bright spot whose brightness seemed to have reached its limit and would not continue to increase. The strong light stung his photoreceptor, and at this moment, a strong premonition of danger arose in his heart. "Oh! No! No," Aotion muttered. "But it's too late. An unspeakably powerful explosion has been triggered. Hundreds of billions of detonation-related instruments arranged in this small universe have reached their limits, and the intensity that the space can withstand has also reached its limit. As a result, a powerful explosion occurred throughout the entire microcosm. At this moment, all objects in this small universe, whether they are naturally occurring planets or stars, whether they are provincial-level spacecraft or stellar-level spacecraft, are all affected." Looking at the flash of light approaching him at an incredible speed, Aotion closed his eyes in despair. He knew that he was dead. The entire small universe has been destroyed. What reason can I have to survive in this small universe? If I had known better, I wouldn't have provoked the sweeper civilization. This was the last thought in Aotion's mind. At this time, Xiaoyu was in the big universe, receiving data from the instruments arranged in this small universe. These data are very important. They are an important reference for Xiaoyu to evaluate the power of this bomb. "Okay. It's okay. We should leave," Xiaoyu said lightly, and led the fleet away from here. Chapter 826, Star Cluster Class Battleship. These are two different universes. So no matter how violent the explosion in this small universe is, it cannot affect the big universe. It finally became a true 7th-level civilization, and also wiped out all the members of the Fairy Galaxy Alliance. Xiaoyu had nothing to do if he stayed here. However, Xiaoyu still plans to stay in the Andromeda Galaxy for a while, explore the entire Andromeda Galaxy, and appreciate the exotic customs different from the Milky Way. After exploring the Andromeda Galaxy, go to the rest of the river systems. Either continue to explore, or find the remaining 7th-level civilizations to communicate with each other. Among the battleships built by Xiaoyu, the most advanced stellar-class battleships can reach a speed of 1,500 times the speed of light, and the slowest ones can reach a speed of 1,200 times the speed of light. It won't take Xiaoyu much time to explore the entire Andromeda Galaxy at this speed. Flame Civilization. From now on, the entire Andromeda Galaxy belongs to you. It's time for you to leave, Xiaoyu said. The time for separation has arrived, and Xiaoyu has no interest in taking the Flame Civilization on his own journey of space exploration. Every civilization should have its own independent development path, and Xiaoyu has no intention of changing this situation. The Flame Civilization also seemed to know that separation was inevitable. After a moment of silence, the leader of the Flame Civilization replied, "Thank you, Great Sweeper Civilization. If it weren't for you, our civilization would be extinct now. What you will do is of the great journey of the universe. At present, our Flame Civilization does not have the ability to follow your footsteps. We are leaving, and I hope you have a smooth journey. At some time in the future, maybe we will also follow your footsteps. Embark on the journey you once took, the journey I've been through. I'm waiting for that day." Xiaoyu replied with a smile. The Flame Civilization controlled its own civilization's fleet to slowly break away from Xiaoyu's fleet, and entered the vast and profound depths of the universe using curvature navigation, disappearing from Xiaoyu's eyes. Xiaoyu is in a good mood at the moment. A new door has been completely opened to Xiaoyu. Inside this door, there are endless mysteries and wealth waiting for Xiaoyu to explore. Maybe I shouldn't leave here in such a hurry, Xiaoyu thought. Energy may exist in different forms. Whether it exists in the form of space or matter, it will only transform from one form to another form, and will not disappear for no reason. So, after I detonate the entire space of this small universe, what will this small universe look like? This is a very interesting question. I might as well stay here and wait for this small universe. Let's go explore after the explosion subsides. There seems to be a bit of a contradiction in saying this, because the explosion occurred in space. Just like people usually say that an explosion occurred somewhere. Somewhere is a spatial concept. At this moment, in this small universe, what was detonated was space itself. Space no longer exists. What about explosions? But Xiaoyu couldn't find the right words to describe this situation. After all, the space and matter in this small universe are all energy. Although it has been transformed into other forms, it must still exist. What Xiaoyu wants to know is what state it will exist in. Xiaoyu speculated that the three-dimensional universe may have experienced a similar situation at the beginning of its formation. Exploring the follow-up situation of this small universe will help Xiaoyu understand the true face of the three-dimensional universe. when the small universe still existed stably. The flow rate of time in the small universe was the same as that in the large universe. But now it has been destroyed. Even the existence of space has to be discussed separately, let alone time. Perhaps the explosion there has already taken effect. Xiaoyu thought. It began to explore the existence of that small universe through various sophisticated instruments. Gravity, space fluctuations, etc. But the result disappointed Xiaoyu. That small universe seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and no trace of its existence could be detected in the larger universe. This is an incredible situation. Xiaoyu secretly thought about this problem. The four basic forces are the inherent properties of matter, and they cannot disappear. Pure energy does not exist. If there is energy, there must be space, and there must be matter. So there will be gravity. But now I can't find any traces? This is contrary to common sense. Xiaoyu thought about many unexpected situations. For example, a strong explosion caused the small universe to shift in the four-dimensional direction and have left its original position. Xiaoyu could not explore the traces because the distance was too far. Or something else. Condition. The possible situations are unlimited. But Xiaoyu doesn't intend to give up just yet. Discovering the unknown, understanding the unknown, and solving the unknown are the standard processes of scientific and technological progress. Discovering unexplainable situations is a good thing for a technological civilization. If there are no unknown things in this world, then it can only mean two situations. One is that the technology of this civilization has reached the pinnacle of the universe, and it has completely understood the universe. The other is that the development of science and technology of this civilization has entered the crossroads. Where there is the unknown, there will be motivation to explore. Xiaoyu discovered the unknown this time. How could he let it go so easily? There are no urgent matters on Xiaoyu's shoulders at the moment. Xiaoyu has a lot of time to explore this place. Xiaoyu won't lose anything by leaving until there is really nothing to gain. On the contrary, if something is discovered, it will be of great significance. Xiaoyu's technology is likely to make another leap as a result, entering a higher level of civilization. So Xiaoyu's fleet stopped here. In order to verify whether the detection was due to position deviation, Xiaoyu expanded his search range and explored a vast area of thousands of light years. In order to verify whether this phenomenon was caused by other reasons, Xiaoyu also conducted many other attempts. But the results were always the same. Xiaoyu still found nothing. This is impossible, Xiaoyu murmured to himself. How could a small universe with a diameter of 1,000 light years disappear like this for no reason? Something must have happened here that I don't understand yet. Xiaoyu simply gave up his plan to explore the Andromeda galaxy for the time being, and instead stationed here, conducting research and development on the cluster-class battleship while searching for traces of this small universe. Because of the new star-class battleships as the basis, Xiaoyu's new battleship manufacturing theory has basically matured. Building a star cluster-class battleship is a technical problem for Xiaoyu, not a scientific problem. Quantitative changes can also lead to qualitative changes. From this aspect, the cluster-class battleship is also fundamentally different from the various types of battleships below it, because the internal space of the star cluster-class battleship is too large. It is large enough to hold an entire star system. A 7th-level civilization does not have a small universe. This was already realized by Xiaoyu when he first became a 7th-level civilization. The reason why the 7th-level civilization does not have a small universe, like the 6th-level civilization, is obviously not that the 7th-level civilization does not have the ability to create a small universe, but that the 7th-level civilization has no need to create a small universe at all. Just like a star cluster-class battleship, the internal space is so huge. Why is there any need to create a small universe? But this is just a general situation. Maybe there are special cases in this universe. Maybe there will be a 7th-level civilization that specializes in developing small universes as the direction of civilization progress. These are all bad things to say. Is there anything strange that won't happen in this universe? The manufacturing requirements for a cluster-class battleship are much more complex than those for a star-class battleship. This is not only reflected in the higher requirements for construction materials, but also means that one must have a deep enough understanding of space. The current Xiaoyu is still a little bit behind. So Xiaoyu turned to perfecting his space model and exploring more space. The Science Star-class battleship once again became the place that devoured the most computing power of Xiaoyu. In the huge internal space of the Science Star-class battleship, a large number of scientific instruments are running all the time, and huge scientific data are generated every minute and every second for Xiaoyu to analyze and study. Xiaoyu's scientific and technological foundation was steadily improving, and finally made a key breakthrough 30 years later. With this technological breakthrough, Xiaoyu's last obstacle to building a stellar-class battleship disappeared. So Xiaoyu sent out a long-distance fleet and transported dozens of stars from the surrounding starry sky to here. With the help of rich material resources, Xiaoyu officially started the manufacturing of cluster-class battleships. The Star Cluster-class battleship planned by Xiaoyu has a hull roughly the size of the previous Planet-class spacecraft, and has a maximum speed of 1,600 times the speed of light. In addition, its defense power, attack power, instantaneous mobility, and many other aspects have been greatly improved compared to stellar-class battleships. During the manufacturing process of the Star Cluster-class battleship, Xiaoyu once again realized the most serious limitation of his technological progress. My computing power is still somewhat insufficient. Xiaoyu sighed silently. Although my computing technology has experienced many major breakthroughs in the past hundreds of thousands of years, in the face of the current new situation, the lack of computing power has still become the biggest shortcoming restricting my development. At present, I have insufficient computing power before I can choose my development direction, let alone reach the 7th level of advanced civilization and choose all-round development. The research and development of computing technology should be the first priority. This is the basis for all scientific development. Without it, there is nothing. I don't know if there is a 7th level civilization in the direction of computing in this universe. If there is such a type of civilization existence, it would be great if I could obtain their computational science. Xiaoyu thought secretly. Chapter 827-2 Philosophical Weapons. It is unlikely that computing science will achieve a breakthrough in the short term, but the construction project of the cluster-class battleship is within the expected time. In the previous construction tasks, when building those planet-level and star-level battleships, Xiaoyu had accumulated enough industrial foundation. So building the star cluster-level battleship was a matter of further development, not something from scratch. This saved Xiaoyu a lot of time. But even so, Xiaoyu estimates that it will take 500 years to build the first cluster-level battleship he owns. Time slipped away quietly in such busyness. While Xiaoyu was developing his own technology, focusing on space technology and computing technology, he was also searching for the disappeared small universe. And at the same time, he was still building a star cluster-class battleship. In the quiet starry sky, countless stars are moving slowly following their own orbits. And everything is in order. Even the most chaotic places are still precise. Just like in the asteroid belt where meteorites are flying everywhere. In seemingly chaotic places, there are still extremely precise physical laws that govern the behavior of these materials. This is true for the black hole in the center of the galaxy, with a mass of up to 100 million times the mass of the Sun, as well as the tiniest dust at the edge of the galaxy. It's as if there is an invisible hand in this vast universe, controlling everything in the universe. Xiaoyu knew that the name of this big hand was the law of physics. Xiaoyu would sometimes spare some calculation power and energy, and while doing various complicated tasks, he would quietly look at the vast and deep universe, thinking about nothing, just staring blankly, experience the mysterious power behind this universe. In Xiaoyu's words, any phenomenon in the universe and any behavior of any material can be explained. One meteorite suddenly changed its trajectory and rushed towards another meteorite. This phenomenon cannot have no roots, and it cannot change its trajectory without reason. It has changed its orbit, which can only mean that there is another force attached to it. A meteorite changes its orbit like this. Stars explode, planets condense, collide, and undergo nuclear fusion. Wait, all the terms and behaviors that Xiaoyu can think of can be explained by the laws of physics. So, are there any phenomena in this universe that do not require explanation? For example, if a planet explodes, it has no reason or basis. It is not governed by any physical laws. It just exploded for no reason. Will such a situation exist in this universe? If such a place exists, it will definitely not be in the universe I am in. In that place, there must be many unexplainable things if there is such a place where mysterious phenomena happen. Then this place must be beautiful and wonderful. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. At the same time, Xiaoyu also extended some thoughts on the so-called philosophical weapons, or causal weapons. There must be a cause if there is an effect. This is something determined by the laws of physics in this three-dimensional universe. It's like a meteorite changed its trajectory and hit another meteorite. This is the effect. And the cause is that another force acted on it. The law of cause and effect. or the philosophical weapon that Xiaoyu had previously imagined, is based on this principle. First, determine the effect. First, let this meteorite hit another meteorite, and then let the natural force of the universe and the laws of physics determine the cause. Cause and effect is the basis for the existence of this universe and the basis for the existence of all physical laws. The universe has some kind of self-healing ability. This is something Xiaoyu has determined. So it is very likely that the universe also has the ability to self-heal in terms of the law of cause and effect. After all, the universe does not tolerate things that violate the law of cause and effect. It does not allow unexplainable things to happen, such as a planet exploding for no reason. And if the result cannot be changed, then in order to maintain the normal operation of the law of cause and effect, the universe has no choice but to create the cause of such an event. This is the principle of the law of cause and effect weapon. This is also what Xiaoyu had imagined before. But Xiaoyu now discovered a new possibility of the existence of a causal weapon. In this mechanism, the law of cause and effect does not exist, or it is temporarily blocked. In this mechanism, something can happen for no reason without any reason. When a planet explodes, it explodes for no reason. If you ask for a reason why it exploded, unfortunately, there is no reason. No reason at all. There is no cause and effect. No physical laws to support the occurrence of this phenomenon. But it just exploded. This is the second possibility of the existence of causality weapons. Of course, what Xiaoyu is thinking about now has no practical significance to Xiaoyu at this stage. However, the development of science largely stems from this kind of wild thinking. In the future, maybe Xiaoyu can really create a causal weapon based on this principle. This is a bad thing. In such a quiet situation, time passed little by little. The manufacturing of the Star Cluster class battleship has been mostly completed. And at this time, Xiaoyu made something else. Xiaoyu finally noticed some traces of the existence of the small universe. After disappearing for hundreds of years for no apparent reason, Xiaoyu finally found traces of this small universe again. At Xiaoyu's location, through space fluctuations and gravity detection, Xiaoyu once again determined the location of this small universe. What happened inside you during these hundreds of years? Where did you go during this period of disappearance? Xiaoyu thought secretly. First send a detector to you go inside. Xiaoyu did detect traces of the existence of this small universe. But the data parameters were somewhat different from before. Specifically, the gravity and space fluctuations detected by Xiaoyu were very weak. Unexpectedly weak. This seems to indicate that this small universe has only a very low mass. This is different from previous detection results. Xiaoyu clearly remembered that when he entered the small universe before, there were nearly 10,000 stars in the small universe. Xiaoyu was not sure whether this small universe was still the one he had entered before. But even if it wasn't, it was suspicious enough that a small universe suddenly appeared here, and Xiaoyu still decided to detect it. If it is still the original small universe, then, by exploring the changes that have occurred in this small universe during this period, Xiaoyu may be able to gain some new gains. A special detector was launched by Xiaoyu. But an unexpected situation occurred. The Loya Cup technology based on the five-dimensional space was unable to complete the communication between the large universe and the small universe. This was an unexpected situation for Xiaoyu. Similarly, Xiaoyu still could not give a reasonable explanation for this phenomenon. Then there are only two options left. One is to build a space bridge to enter this small universe. And the other is to cut the space and create a small universe again. And then put the detection equipment into this small universe. And then promote this new the small universe is integrated with the original small universe. And the detection equipment is sent to this small universe in this way. Among these two choices, Xiaoyu chose the latter. Because Xiaoyu is worried that directly connecting the small universe with the big universe by building a space bridge may destroy the native environment of some small universes. As a result, this detector was placed in a new, extremely small universe by Xiaoyu. In order to maintain the stability of the entropy value of this small universe, Xiaoyu also had to continuously provide energy for this small universe. After everything was ready, this small universe began to move closer to the original small universe. Driven by the initial power, through gravity and space fluctuation detection technology, Xiaoyu can grasp the status of the two small universes in real time and accurately. After drifting in the four-dimensional void space for a period of time, the small universe equipped with detection instruments finally arrived next to the original small universe. According to Xiaoyu's calculations, based on gravity and the power of space fusion, this small universe should easily attach to the original small universe and begin to merge. But an accident happened again. The calculated force to promote fusion did not appear. However, because the initial calculation was very accurate, the subsequent launch of the small universe is still attached to that small universe. The fusion of small universes has finally happened, but the speed is much slower than expected. With the process of universe integration, Xiaoyu discovered more unexplainable phenomena. Specifically, the signs of the previous small universe were very weak, and Xiaoyu could only detect them with extremely high precision. As the fusion of the universe began, the signs indicating the existence of the small universe were rapidly expanding, set off towards normal levels. The fusion of the universe has not yet been completed, and Xiaoyu has not yet been able to observe this small universe. Therefore, Xiaoyu does not know what happened during this process, and there is no way to explain these strange situations. Xiaoyu became more and more curious and looked forward to the detection results of the detector. Finally, after a few years, the fusion of the two small universes was finally completed. The detector built by Xiaoyu finally successfully entered the small universe that was detonated by Xiaoyu and then restored again. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a magical world. After receiving the detection data from the detector and seeing this small universe for the first time, Xiaoyu couldn't help but stay there. Chapter 828. The rules were destroyed. Everything Xiaoyu saw couldn't be explained by common sense. Xiaoyu has observed countless strange phenomena. These strange phenomena are in the three-dimensional universe. In Xiaoyu's hundreds of thousands of years of cosmic history, let alone seeing them, Xiaoyu has never even heard of them. After going through the process of explosion and reorganization, the size of this small universe is much smaller than before. Only about 1/3 of the size of the original small universe. All the matter inside it has disappeared, and there are no planets or stars. There is no visible macroscopic substance. No, that's not correct. Xiaoyu observed that a huge planet suddenly appeared not far from his detector, or something similar to a planet. It is not spherical, but irregular in shape, with numerous bulges and depressions on it, as well as many things resembling sharp peaks. It suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyu, and there was no sign of its appearance. Xiaoyu did not observe any dust condensation process, nor did he notice any signs of large-scale material flow near him. Putting this aside for the moment, the existence of this planet is in no way consistent with Xiaoyu's basic physical theory. The mass of this planet is very large. Xiaoyu made a rough estimate and concluded that it is larger than Jupiter in the solar system, and it is absolutely impossible to form such a huge rocky planet in the universe. This is not the point. The most important thing is, how could a planet with such a mass not reach hydrostatic equilibrium and form a sphere, but still maintain an irregular shape? In addition to this, there are more incredible phenomena on this planet. For example, something that is clearly a low-temperature solid gas element is being mixed with a large mass of high-temperature magma. However, there seems to be no heat conduction between the two, and the high-temperature magma and low-temperature solid gaseous elements are harmoniously mixed together. This violates the second law of thermodynamics. There was also a large rock-like thing that suddenly broke away from this irregular star, and it was breaking away at an extremely high speed. However, Xiaoyu did not detect any violent explosions from this star to allow such a huge rock to leave the planet itself. A huge driving force is needed in order to break away from the gravity of the planet itself, and such a huge driving force must be blast hard enough to do it. This huge rock just separated from the planet itself without any reason. After it left the planet itself, suddenly, this huge rock disappeared from Xiaoyu's eyes. After the rock disappeared, the huge irregular planet also disappeared, just as it appeared, without any sign, without any reason, and without any explanation. The disappearance of this irregular planet is just one of many incredible and strange phenomena in this small universe, which has been reduced by 2/3, but is still very huge. Xiaoyu is even more horrified by all kinds of things. Any one of them can, after destroying all of Xiaoyu's current basic theories of science and technology. Xiaoyu only felt that he was an idiot, and things that knew nothing about the universe were happening everywhere. For example, the speed of light is not a constant in this small universe. It is a variable, and it is constantly changing. Xiaoyu has so far tested the speed of light, the most important constant in the universe, tens of thousands of times. And among these tens of thousands of tests, no two test results are the same. Moreover, there is no distribution pattern between these test data. It will suddenly slow down to a speed slower than a snail, or it may suddenly increase to a speed thousands of times faster than the speed of light in the three-dimensional universe. In this small universe, there will suddenly be a strong burst of energy without any warning, and then suddenly disappear. the entire small universe may suddenly be filled with strong light, and may suddenly become extremely dark at the next moment. All kinds of strange things may suddenly appear, and then disappear. Everything is so bizarre that none of it can be explained by any existing theory. But what is very strange is that the detector launched by Xiao Yu was not affected in any way. It still follows various laws in the three-dimensional universe, and works smoothly. Xiao Yu's mind was completely attracted here, and even the various scientific research work that was being carried out was stopped. Xiao Yu was keenly aware that he might have inadvertently created a new world, and that there was endless wealth in this world waiting for him to discover. Xiao Yu thought of the scene he encountered when traveling across the river system through the Stargate. In that meaningless three-dimensional universe, Xiao Yu observed a similar situation to here. The speed of light will change there, and the speed of light here will change. But the anomaly here is more severe. Xiao Yu just observed everything here quietly, without interfering, just watching here. Amidst the endless chaos and strange changes, Xiao Yu noticed a changing trend. The various phenomena here still do not follow any physical laws, but they are moving closer to the laws of the universe. For example, the speed of light. The speed of light in the universe is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. The speed of light here is changing all the time. It may be extremely fast or extremely slow. However, after analysis using some statistical methods, Xiao Yu discovered this. Xiao Yu divided it into time intervals every 5 minutes. Among the 50,000 data observed in the previous interval, the data closest to the speed of light in the three-dimensional universe was 220,000 kilometers per second. The distance is 80,000 kilometers, and the largest difference is 13 million kilometers per second, a gap of 12.7 million kilometers. In this interval, Xiao Yu also observed 50,000 data, and among the 50,000 data observed this time, the data closest to the speed of light became 370,000 kilometers per second. The gap has shortened from 80,000 kilometers to 70,000 kilometers, and the gap in fastest speed has also narrowed to a certain extent. Not only is the speed of light like this, the gravitational constant and the 4 basic forces are also completely different here and in the three-dimensional universe. However, after analyzing these data in different time intervals, Xiao Yu found that these constants are also changing towards the data in the universe. Get closer. After Xiao Yu's detector entered this small universe, Xiao Yu also noticed from the big universe that the signs of this small universe were getting stronger and stronger, and the speed of restoring the signs of the quality of this small universe was also accelerating. This phenomenon is very strange, as if the arrival of this detector has brought the rules of the big universe into this small universe. This small universe had no rules before. It is precisely because there are no rules and no laws of physics that strange things can happen here. Well, no. This small universe seems to be in the process of gradual evolution. The abnormal and violent changes are gradually subsided, and it seems to have formed a set of rules of its own that are different from the general universe. However, the arrival of my detector seems to have exerted a certain influence on it, destroying its original instead of reading the rules formed by my own abilities. I brought the rules of the universe here. But what force is driving the formation of rules? Why was the pace of this small universe forming its own unique rules interrupted after my detector entered this small universe? Well, since this small universe can form its own reading ability, is another theoretical system that is different from the three-dimensional big universe. So are there similar situations in other meaningless three-dimensional spaces or small universes? Xiao Yu has basically determined this. After he detonated the entire small universe and then restored it, it did not form an ordinary small universe again. Instead, it formed its own reading world just like the Big Bang and Pangu opened the world. A set of rules for power. And its previous rules were destroyed with the explosion of the small universe. Perhaps, our big universe also went through such a process at the beginning of its formation. At the beginning of its formation, there were no rules or any physical laws. It is only in the long period of evolution that our big universe has evolved. Did the universe evolve into its current theoretical system? Could it be that all the scientific theories and data I have studied and know are only unique to this big universe and not universal? Who promoted the formation of such rules? Is it the invigilator? No, it shouldn't be him. He should be the guardian of the rules. When the universe was first formed, these rules should have formed spontaneously. And then there was the invigilator. Guardians come to guard these rules. The rules in the small universe are gradually moving closer to the rules of the large universe because they are influenced by the creation of the large universe. But if it has not been affected by any external influence, What will it eventually develop into? And since the rules in the small universe are, there is a way to change it. So how should the rules in the universe be changed? At this moment, Xiaoyu's heart was in a mess. Xiaoyu remembered that when he conducted a super acceleration test to impact the 7th level civilization, the speed of light was reduced by 521 microns. This is undoubtedly a phenomenon in which the rules of the universe have been changed. There is no doubt that the rules of the universe can be changed. However, how can the current rules of the universe be changed? There are endless questions swirling in Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu's heart is so confused that he doesn't know how to think about these things. Chapter 829 Galaxy Core. Xiaoyu quietly observed this small universe for hundreds of years, until it was completely stable. Yes, this small universe has now stabilized. Its speed of light at this moment no longer changes, but is fixed to the same value as the speed of light of the large universe. The gravitational constant has also been fixed, and the 4 fundamental forces have been determined. Various constants have been determined, which are the same as those of the big universe. Xiaoyu just watched like this, watching some of the most basic particles begin to appear in this small universe. And then these baryons, leptons, etc. slowly aggregated into the most basic atomic nuclei. The atomic nuclei captured electrons, and finally formed stable hydrogen elements. Dust. No stars have been formed in this small universe. So there will be no nuclear fusion reaction. Without nuclear fusion, then according to common sense, there should not be any other elements except hydrogen in this small universe. But the actual situation is not like this. When this small universe was first formed, the energy reaction was extremely violent. And at a certain period of time, under special regular circumstances, a small amount of other elements may be formed. The mass of this small universe is very large. Before the explosion, it contained nearly 10,000 stars. Now, after the rules have stabilized, these qualities reappear. The difference is that now they appear as dust clouds. As a result, Xiaoyu observed the dust cloud slowly condensing under its own gravity. Xiaoyu knew that after many thousands of years, these nebulae will condense into stars, planets, and various celestial bodies. When stars reach their end, black holes, neutron stars, and other celestial bodies will also appear. It will be a reduced version of the three-dimensional universe. Except for the difference in volume and mass, there will be no essential difference between this small universe and the three-dimensional universe. In this small universe, after various elements become abundant, complex polymers may appear, and life and even intelligent creatures may appear. At that time, these intelligent creatures do not know what they will do to this small universe. What kind of impact will it have? I don't know how they will understand the universe they live in. Xiaoyu thought silently. These things are not important. Xiaoyu is still thinking about another problem. That is, does the three-dimensional universe you live in have such a process? Perhaps. The three-dimensional universe that I think is endless and mysterious is also separated from another larger universe? Xiaoyu has no way to be sure about this. If this is determined, then this will be another version of the parallel universe theory. The theory of parallel universes in an absolute sense has been denied by Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu cannot deny this restrictive multiverse theory. The reason is obvious. If the speculated higher-level universe separates the three-dimensional universe it is in, then it is also possible to separate the other three-dimensional universes and different three-dimensional universes between. It is possible to have different physical rules and development conditions. I can't prove this conjecture in a short time. Xiaoyu thought silently. What I need to think about now is the so-called philosophical weapons, or rule weapons. There is an obvious situation. It is because I sent a detector to this small universe, and the detector has been operating according to the rules of the three-dimensional large universe. So this detector also brought the rules into this small universe, and ultimately affected the formation of the rules of this small universe. If I can influence the formation of the rules of the small universe through some means, and let it develop naturally according to my wishes, then will it become my most solid rear base and fortress, and the source of my defense against enemies or the development of technology. Let's use the simplest analogy. The building materials Xiaoyu needs now require extremely complex purification and refining processes to extract. And if Xiaoyu can modify the rules, then Xiaoyu can completely let this material form automatically through natural evolution. This undoubtedly saves Xiaoyu a lot of effort. At the same time, Xiaoyu can also modify the rules of this small universe to only adapt himself to the environment here. And then if there is an invasion by foreign enemies, once the enemy's spacecraft enters this small universe, it will be destroyed or its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced because it does not adapt to the rules here. In this way, Xiaoyu will undoubtedly have a great advantage in the three-dimensional universe, not to mention the strong ones such as the Defenders and the Rebel Alliance. There are certainly many other level 7 and level 8 civilizations. Among these civilizations, there must be many civilizations that have also discovered this situation. Then, it is almost certain that there will be a civilization that specializes in developing this kind of small universe and formulating its own rules as the development direction of its own civilization. If you encounter such a civilization, you must have a good communication with them, Xiaoyu thought secretly. Now, this small universe has completely stabilized, and is no different from an ordinary small universe. So there is no point in staying here anymore. During this period of time, Xiaoyu has gained enough. It's time to leave here and continue my voyage. Xiaoyu controlled his fleet to gradually leave here and set off towards the core of the Andromeda Galaxy. The Andromeda Galaxy is not the same as the Milky Way in that it has 2 cores instead of 1. This is a situation worth observing. According to Xiaoyu's speculation, only the collision of river systems can cause this situation. Studying this situation is very beneficial to improving the theory of river system evolution. Xiaoyu is about 100,000 light-years away from the core of the Andromeda Galaxy at this moment. Based on Xiaoyu's current speed, it will only take Xiaoyu about 100 years to get there. Of course, during the voyage, Xiaoyu will also explore other things that interest him during the journey. This is an overall exploration operation of the Andromeda Galaxy. The elemental composition of Andromeda is somewhat different from that of the Milky Way. So there are also some astronomical wonders here that cannot be seen in the Milky Way. For example, Xiaoyu saw a star during his journey. This star has a mass of 370 times that of the Sun. When Xiaoyu just saw the star, the shock in Xiaoyu's heart was simply indescribable. It was so big that it was beyond normal. The greater the mass of a star, the shorter its lifespan. The total lifespan of stars of this mass level will not exceed 1 million years. In the long history of the evolution of the universe, 1 million years is just a fleeting period of time. And I was able to see the star while it still existed. This was really extraordinary luck. No theory of star evolution and formation is applicable to this star. At the beginning of star formation, after nuclear fusion is ignited, the stellar wind will blow away the interstellar dust surrounding itself. It is this mechanism that eliminates the possibility of the emergence of massive stars. Then we can be sure that this large and somewhat extraordinary star is definitely not formed by the condensation of nebulae. In fact, it was formed by the collision of stars. Under accidental conditions, 2 stars will collide together and merge to form a new, larger star. There are obvious traces of stellar fusion on this star. The composition of elements in different regions of this large star is completely different. This is obviously because after the collision and fusion of stars composed of different elements, the constituent materials are not completely evenly distributed. Such a large star is the product of at least dozens of stars merging with each other. Stellar collisions are inherently rare. But if dozens of stellar collisions occur continuously during the short lifespan of a massive star, the probability of this happening is so low that it can be ignored. And such a thing that is usually impossible to happen appeared in front of Xiaoyu's eyes, under the magical manipulation of the power of nature. If Xiaoyu hadn't been impatient, Xiaoyu would have been very interested in waiting here for hundreds of thousands of years, waiting for this super large star to explode, and then observing its explosion. The explosion mechanism of a star of this mass is different from that of an ordinary supernova. It will not leave behind a neutron star or a black hole after the explosion. It will be completely shattered into pieces and eject all of its mass and energy into the universe. Go in. This kind of supernova explosion was named a phototransformation supernova by Xiaoyu. And it is precisely because the mechanism of the light-induced transformation supernova explosion is different from that of ordinary supernova explosions that even Xiaoyu, who has become a 7th-level civilization, cannot make it explode and disintegrate in advance. With this regret, Xiaoyu left here and continued to the core of the Andromeda Galaxy. Along the way, Xiaoyu saw a neutron star and an ordinary star forming a binary star system. The neutron star was devouring the star's mass and emitting extremely bright X-rays. He saw a white dwarf star being captured by a wandering black hole, was helplessly rotating around the invisible black hole. I saw the protostar condensing. And I saw the 3-body system composed of 3 neutron stars. Travel along the way. Wander along the way. Xiaoyu kept traveling through this strange river system, admiring various different scenery. After more than 100 years, Xiaoyu finally arrived at the core of the Andromeda Galaxy. Seeing these 2 huge black holes that controlled the entire river system rotating around each other, Xiaoyu was filled with emotion. These two massive black holes come from two different galaxies. In the distant future, they will also merge together to form a new and larger black hole to fully control the entire Andromeda galaxy. At this moment, they are in the process of rotating around each other. As they continue to rotate, they are constantly shortening the distance between each other. Chapter 830 Yesterday reappears. The two black holes at the core of the Andromeda galaxy eventually merged into a larger black hole. This is an unchangeable fact. And not even Xiaoyu can change this. This is an action between stars with hundreds of millions of times the mass of the sun. Xiaoyu may be able to spend a long time and huge energy to destroy the two black holes, but he has no ability to prevent their final fusion. When two stars collide, there is a high chance of merging into a larger star. During this process, an extremely violent burst of energy will occur. When two white dwarfs collide, depending on the conditions, a larger star will be formed. Heavy white dwarfs either explode or form neutron stars, but huge amounts of energy will still be emitted during the process. As for the collision of two neutron stars, there is no need to say more. The violent energy burst caused by the collision of neutron stars is the most intense energy burst in the universe, and one of the sources of gamma-ray bursts. It stands to reason that when two black holes collide, there will be a more violent explosion of energy. But this is not the case. The most critical point is that black holes are only allowed in and out, except for the loss of mass and information through negative matter particles and information storms. Black holes do not allow any other matter or energy to escape from their bodies. This means that the process of two black holes merging with each other is gentle, and they will merge into one with basically no loss of energy or matter. The reason why I say basically rather than absolutely is because under special circumstances, unexpected situations may still occur. Just like now, when the two black holes are surrounded by a large amount of matter. The extremely strong gravitational pull of a black hole accelerates the material rotating around itself to extremely high speeds, forming an accretion disk. In this process, a huge amount of energy will be ejected along the poles of the black hole, even millions of light years away. This is one of the most spectacular sights in the universe. A black hole jet. During the fusion process of these two black holes, the black holes themselves do not suffer any loss of energy or mass, but the dust clouds rotating around them at extremely high speeds are different. During the collision, they will collide at extremely high energy levels and explode into infinite energy. The extremely intense energy is stronger than neutron star collisions, supernova explosions, etc. By then, the entire Andromeda core will brighten, even to the extent that it exceeds the brightness of the stars in the entire galaxy. By that time, the brightness of the Andromeda galaxy will also increase many times when viewed from within the Milky Way. It even reaches the level of the brightness of Jupiter seen from the Earth in the Earth's era. If the Earth still exists, then at that time, there will once again be a beautiful scenery in the night sky of the Earth. This is the collision of river systems. Billions of years from now, the collision between the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy will recreate this scene. The difference is, at that time, the energy bursting out from the core of the galaxy will be even more intense. After all, the black hole at the core of the Milky Way is much more massive than the smaller of the two black holes. The collision of galaxies will trigger a new round of starburst boom. By that time, the Milky Way Andromeda galaxy will become a starburst galaxy, and the explosive birth of a large number of new stars will completely change the face of this new galaxy. Unfortunately, that will happen tens of billions of years later. Xiaoyu thought silently. At that point, I didn't know if it existed. I didn't know if I would have the chance to see this scene. Simply put, starburst galaxies are river systems where a large number of new stars are born. The reason for this is that the collision of river systems will disturb a large number of gas and dust clouds in the two river systems. The gas and dust clouds will condense and aggregate with each other. New stars are born. Xiaoyu stayed in the core of the Andromeda galaxy for decades. Over the past few decades, Xiaoyu has carefully observed various stars and gas flow data here, and further improved his theory of river system evolution. If there were no special circumstances, Xiaoyu would stay here for a longer time. But an unexpected thing happened that broke Xiaoyu's plan. Through the heavy interstellar gas, bright stars, and the obstruction of long distances, Xiaoyu observed that at this moment, a supernova explosion occurred in the distant galaxy, and one of the two poles of this supernova explosion happened to be facing Xiaoyu's current direction. Therefore, in Xiaoyu's view, the brightness of this exploding supernova reached the brightness of the entire river system in an instant, as conspicuous as if a light suddenly lit up in a dark room. Supernova explosions are very common. although they only occur when stars that comply with the rules die. Thanks to the huge star base, if you search carefully, you can always find several explosions every day in the universe. But there was something unusual about this supernova explosion. After all, it came from his hometown. The star changes in the Milky Way. So Xiaoyu recorded various data of this supernova explosion in detail. And then, seemingly subconsciously, Xiaoyu combined the data of this supernova explosion with the data in his own database. A comparison was made with many supernova explosion data stored in the database. Just from this comparison, the conclusion reached shocked Xiaoyu. Incredibly, Xiaoyu reviewed the comparison results, but the final conclusion was still the same. Xiaoyu began to feel confused. Xiaoyu didn't know whether this situation was a coincidence or an error in his own observations, or whether this situation really happened in the galaxy. What Xiaoyu observed was a very ordinary supernova explosion. But in terms of time, it was definitely extraordinary. When he was in the Milky Way, Xiaoyu had detected the remnants of this supernova explosion and sent a detector to this place. That's a scene from Earth, in the direction of the constellation Camelopardalis, about 9,000 light-years away from Earth. Yes, although Xiaoyu has just seen the light of this supernova explosion now. When Xiaoyu was still in the Milky Way, Xiaoyu had already visited the wreckage of this supernova explosion and explored it. This is an incredible thing. This thing is illogical. But the data obtained by Xiaoyu's detection clearly told Xiaoyu that the supernova explosion he observed this time was the one he had explored before. What's going on? Xiaoyu thought in disbelief. I have obviously explored its wreckage. Why am I seeing the image of its explosion here again? In fact, according to existing theories, it is not impossible for this situation to occur. The main reason is due to the impact of superlight travel technology. For example, when Xiaoyu was in the Milky Way, a supernova explosion occurred 100,000 years ago and left a wreckage. Xiaoyu explored there for a while. At this time, it carried the light of this supernova explosion. It has advanced a distance of 100,000 light-years. At this time, Xiaoyu spent 2.4 million years traveling a distance of 2.5 million light-years to reach the Andromeda galaxy. At this time, Xiaoyu will arrive at the same place as the light that carries the supernova explosion. In this case, it would happen that Xiaoyu first explored the supernova explosion debris, and then saw the supernova explosion image. There is nothing surprising about this incident. But the situation Xiaoyu is experiencing now is not like this. The main contradiction is that the supernova explosion Xiaoyu saw did not match the time point. Xiaoyu once made a very detailed observation of the wreckage, and concluded that the supernova explosion occurred 5 million years ago. In this way, the light carrying the supernova explosion had already reached the Andromeda galaxy, and it had calmed down long ago when viewed from the Andromeda galaxy. But now, in the Andromeda galaxy, Xiaoyu once again saw the scene. This is an unexplainable contradiction. The possibility of two such similar supernova explosions is infinitely close to zero. But other than this explanation, Xiaoyu really can't explain this incident. After observing the image of this supernova explosion, Xiaoyu paid more attention to the Milky Way. Gradually, more and more events that frightened and inexplicable appeared in front of Xiaoyu one by one. Xiaoyu began to observe several benchmark stars and neutron stars in the Milky Way, and concluded that the positions of these stars at this moment were completely different from the positions he calculated. They should have been 2.5 million years ago. Be in the position you are observing at this moment. Not now. In the following decades, Xiaoyu observed more things that should only exist in history. For example, several gamma-ray bursts and several supernova explosions. All of this is like history repeating itself. And time is going back. In that distant river system millions of light-years away, something mysterious and unpredictable seems to be happening. When Xiaoyu saw the existence of another planet, Xiaoyu knew that he had to take a trip to the Milky Way. This incident is too weird, and I must figure out what happened in the galaxy. Only after clarifying these things can you start your subsequent space travel with peace of mind. After all, it is his hometown. If he doesn't figure out what's going on there, Xiaoyu will never leave. Xiaoyu saw the Earth. That's right. The Earth that had been destroyed long ago appeared in Xiaoyu's eyes again at this moment. At this moment, it was orbiting the Sun in an orbit that was somewhat unfamiliar to Xiaoyu. The solar system that Xiaoyu saw also deviated greatly from the position he calculated should be there. Chapter 831 Return to the Galaxy. It is not strange to see the Earth in the Andromeda galaxy. After all, the Earth just exploded more than 100,000 years ago. And the light carrying the explosion of the Earth has just traveled more than 100,000 light-years to reach the Andromeda galaxy. Still early. What you see in the Andromeda galaxy at this moment is still the picture of the Earth when it was intact. It's not strange to see the Earth. But it's strange to see the Earth's orbit at this moment. Calculating based on time and distance. Roughly speaking, what Xiaoyu is seeing at this moment should be an image of the Earth from 2.5 million years ago. But Xiaoyu was very surprised to find that the image of the Earth he observed should be from 5 million years ago. This is a deviation of 2.5 million years from the theoretical situation. And the distance between the Andromeda galaxy and the Milky Way happens to be 2.5 million light-years. Xiaoyu's heart gradually sank. There is an explanation that can very well explain what Xiaoyu is encountering now. But this explanation is so absurd that it is unacceptable. This explanation is that the Milky Way has gone back in time. And the entire Milky Way has returned to 5 million years ago. And then it took 2.5 million years for the light carrying the image of the Milky Way to reach the Andromeda galaxy and be captured by the current Xiaoyu saw it. If it is explained in this way, then everything can be explained. Everything Xiaoyu saw, including the supernova explosion, the Earth 2.5 million years ago, etc., has been reasonably explained. But Xiaoyu clearly just left the Milky Way a few thousand years ago. There is such a thing as turning back time. When Xiaoyu was still weak. It happened once under the leadership of Taihao civilization. But that time was proved to be nothing more than a lie. And in that incident, Xiaoyu also completely denied the possibility of turning back time through various inferences. Even if Xiaoyu has now become a 7th-level civilization, Xiaoyu still does not think that turning back time is something that can actually happen in the universe. The reason is still the same as when Xiaoyu was still weak. If you want to turn back time in a star system, you must affect the entire river system. And if you want to turn back time in the entire river system, you must affect the rest of the river system. The chain reaction of the river system continues like this, ultimately affecting the entire universe. And it is obviously impossible to turn back time in the entire universe. Xiaoyu's heart suddenly moved. Xiaoyu thought of another possibility. The advancement of science and technology has greatly broadened Xiaoyu's horizons. Xiaoyu has been exposed to more things within the existing theoretical framework. Xiaoyu began to think about the possibility of turning back time again. If the rules can be changed and artificially prescribed, then it is not impossible to go back in time. For example, in a small universe where I make the rules, I can completely flip the rules of this small universe. And the result will happen. Before the cause. In this universe, it is not because the person accidentally knocked over the cup that the cup was broken. But because the cup was broken, that is why the person accidentally knocked over the cup. This is completely feasible. Or maybe someone changing the rules in the Milky Way region led to the reversal of time in the Milky Way? But the reversal of time in the Milky Way, why didn't it affect the rest of the galaxy? Xiaoyu's mind was in chaos, and he couldn't figure out a clue. No matter what explanation is used to explain what Xiaoyu saw at this moment, there is a final conclusion that is extended. That is, in the galaxy, something weird and unpredictable happened. This is a major premise. Since we can't think through this premise, let's put this matter aside for the time being and only use this conclusion as the basis for the next step of inference. What we need to think about now is why such weird things happen in the Milky Way. Is it intentional by a certain being? Or is this a situation that occurs naturally due to the natural evolution of the universe? Taken together, it seems that a certain existence intentionally does this. The possibility is relatively high. So what kind of existence is it, and why did it do such a thing? Are they targeting me? At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly had such a thought in his mind. After all, he is the only 7th-level technological civilization in the galaxy. And his birth seems to be inextricably linked to some of the secrets of the universe. Is this hurting me or helping me? However, I have left the galaxy a long time ago. Even turning back time cannot affect me. And if it is to help me, turning back time has nothing to do with me. This matter, apart from being a bit weird, has no other impact on me at all. If it is aimed at me, there seems to be no need to do such useless efforts. Xiaoyu thought slowly. Or maybe they just set a trap in the galaxy, trying to use this weird situation to lure me back, and then do something detrimental to me? Xiaoyu thought of another possibility. This possibility is not impossible. Although beings with the ability to reverse the time of the entire galaxy are definitely stronger than Xiaoyu. According to ordinary thinking, there seems to be no need for them to influence Xiaoyu in this way. But Xiaoyu knows that nothing is absolute. Just like the white dwarf alien beast he encountered back then. No matter how he speculated at the time, He could not guess that the white dwarf alien beast would be malicious to him. But in the end, he still beat himself. Idea. This is really a method I can't refuse. Xiaoyu sighed silently. The Milky Way is my hometown after all. If something like this happened there, I would go back and take a look no matter what. Even without this, there are many layers of relationships in the galaxy. And there are people I care about. The Pegasus civilization, the Shenzhou civilization, and my compatriot, Zhang Shengya. Even if this incident is against me, I have to go back and take a look. I must find out these things. Xiaoyu sighed and made a decision. The time spent in the core of the Andromeda galaxy was enough. And Xiaoyu once again embarked on a long journey. Since he wiped out the Sweeper civilization, there seems to be a faint line connecting everything that has happened. But at this moment, Xiaoyu cannot find this line. Everything presented in front of Xiaoyu was shrouded in a layer of fog. And Xiaoyu was unable to find out the truth behind these things. I have become a true 7th level civilization. And I have also created the Star Cluster class battleship. At this moment, my combat power is enough to escape even when faced with a 7th level civilization in war. My ability to withstand risks is enough. Then, go back to the galaxy and find out the truth behind all these things. Xiaoyu made up his mind. The space inside the battleship created by Xiaoyu at this moment is not an independent space, like a small universe that is separated from the big universe. Instead, it uses advanced space technology to condense, fold, and overlap spaces to create this kind of space inside the battleship. Relatively independent space. Therefore, there is no way for different warships to overlap. Xiaoyu does not have the ability to put a smaller spacecraft into the space of a large spacecraft. The overlap of different twisted spaces will bring a series of unpredictable consequences. At the same time, this new type of spacecraft of the 7th level civilization cannot escape from the large universe and enter the small universe through the large and small universe connection technology. Doing so will cause all the space inside the spacecraft to be lost. Of course, this kind of spacecraft can still enter the small universe through the space bridge. However, this is more troublesome and is only suitable for use in tough battles and not for long-distance travel. Therefore, generally speaking, 7th level civilizations do not have small universes. After becoming a 7th level civilization, Xiaoyu also abandoned his original small universe. A spacecraft with poor maneuverability cannot be put into a large spacecraft. Nor can a small spacecraft be put into a small universe and taken away together. In order to solve this problem, Xiaoyu specially created a carrier spacecraft. There is no folding space inside the spacecraft. It is simply very large. Almost the size of a planet. Xiaoyu's spacecraft with relatively poor maneuverability were placed in such a carrier spacecraft. And followed by stars, planets or continent-level battleships with stronger maneuverability. They began to set off towards the galaxy. Xiaoyu's forward speed reached 1,500 times the speed of light. At this rate, Xiaoyu will reach the Milky Way in less than 2,000 years. Moreover, Xiaoyu does not need to worry about insufficient energy during the long journey. After mastering the air energy formula, the ubiquitous space is Xiaoyu's best source of energy. More than 70 years later, Xiaoyu arrived at the edge of the Andromeda galaxy from the core of the Andromeda galaxy, and then continued away. In Xiaoyu's eyes, the huge Andromeda galaxy gradually began to shrink from occupying the entire field of view. Finally, it was completely revealed in Xiaoyu's eyes, and then continued to shrink, revealing a clear spiral structure. At the same time, the Milky Way is gradually increasing its brightness. It gradually became brighter from a dim point of light, revealing more information. Xiaoyu has never relaxed his observation and surveillance of the Milky Way. Now, Xiaoyu is becoming more and more certain that strange events have occurred in the Milky Way. All the information Xiaoyu observed showed that the Milky Way had returned millions of years ago. More than 1,900 years later, when Xiaoyu truly entered the scope of the Milky Way, Xiaoyu finally fully confirmed this. Xiaoyu has crossed a distance of millions of light years and arrived at his hometown, the Milky Way. Let me see what's going on here, Xiaoyu murmured to himself. Chapter 832, All disappeared. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a vast and mysterious picture of the starry sky. There are hundreds of billions of stars here, and countless planets, comets, asteroids, debris, and interstellar dust gather here. It is quiet and deep here, and a vast river system is quietly flowing here. In the history of millions of years, countless vicissitudes of life, joys and sorrows, heroic or touching things happened in this vast river system. But now, all traces of the existence of these things have been erased. Xiaoyu is very familiar with this place because Xiaoyu has lived here for more than 100,000 years. But Xiaoyu felt that this place was very strange. Everything here is different from what I remember. At this distance, through precise long-distance measuring instruments, Xiaoyu can clearly see the sun that should not have existed long ago, the Crab Nebula supernova that should have exploded long ago, and the supernova that has been destroyed long ago, the 4 fallen stars of Tianyuan, as well as many things that should not exist. Xiaoyu entered the galaxy with a little confusion and sent a message using space broadcasting. Shenzhou civilization. I am Xiaoyu. Because I noticed something unusual happened in the Milky Way. I returned here from the distant Andromeda galaxy. Can you receive this message? If you can, then please respond to me. I'd love to hear your voices. As long as the more advanced civilizations in the galaxy can receive this message. But because Xiaoyu has adopted some encryption measures in this message, Xiaoyu believes that only the Shenzhou civilization can. This information is decrypted, and the information loaded on this space broadcast is finally obtained. Xiaoyu is very much looking forward to getting a response from Shenzhou civilization. Even if he cannot get information about these strange changes from Shenzhou civilization, it would be better if Xiaoyu only knows that Shenzhou civilization still exists safely. But after waiting for a few days, Xiaoyu finally gave up this idea. In the deep universe, the galaxy still maintains its quiet appearance, and no echo is received by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is sure, if the Shenzhou civilization still exists, then the Shenzhou civilization will definitely be able to receive the messages it sends. And if the Shenzhou civilization can receive this information, they have no reason not to respond to themselves. Since he couldn't receive a reply, he could only prove one point. The Shenzhou civilization is not in the Milky Way at the moment. So where did the Shenzhou civilization go? Xiaoyu doesn't know. Has the Shenzhou civilization been destroyed? Xiaoyu still doesn't know. The news about Shenzhou civilization is unknown. But what about Zhang Shengya? When I left, what about the Pegasus civilization in the small Magellanic Cloud? Xiaoyu also didn't know. Xiaoyu doesn't know anything. Sweeper civilization. We are the Shenzhou civilization from the distant extragalactic galaxy. We are here with our mission and want to give you something. These things will help improve the combat power of the Neutron battle star. If you can receive this message, then please respond. After Shenzhou civilization never responded, Xiaoyu tried to send a message to the Sweeper civilization, but Xiaoyu was still disappointed. Xiaoyu still didn't get a reply. Afterwards, Xiaoyu faced the Guardian civilization and Tolar civilization respectively. The alien beast Taihao, the technology Taihao, the ghost Taihao, the Python alien beast, etc. All the beings whose names they knew sent messages. But without exception, Xiaoyu didn't get a single response. Xiaoyu at this moment, just like a traveler who has been away from home for many years, when he returns to his hometown again, what greets him is not smiling fellow villagers, but dilapidated houses and abandoned fields. It's deserted here. No one around. Those lifeless stars and planets know what's going on here. But they couldn't tell Xiaoyu what they saw. And Xiaoyu couldn't get what he wanted from them. After sighing slightly, Xiaoyu began to prepare for a comprehensive river system exploration. Through this detection method, Xiaoyu can know whether there is a spacecraft sailing in the galaxy at a curvature above a certain speed at this moment. Xiaoyu needs to find a more advanced technological civilization, hoping to get some information about the Milky Way from them. This detection method is very troublesome, and Xiaoyu has been preparing for it for more than a year. And within this year, Xiaoyu has maneuvered his fleet forward for more than 1,000 light years. On this route, Xiaoyu deployed enough instruments. Space is interconnected and affects each other. By measuring the fluctuations of space within this range, Xiaoyu can grasp the distortion of the entire river system. With a little uneasiness, Xiaoyu started these instruments. Immediately, a huge flow of data poured into Xiaoyu's mind, and Xiaoyu used his huge computing power to digest the data one by one. Accurate results require continuous collection of this information for a minimum of 3 days. After 3 days, the final monitoring results appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. This result made Xiaoyu's heart sink again. The end result is 0. The range set by Xiaoyu for this monitoring is that any curvature navigation speed above 10 times the speed of light will be observed by Xiaoyu. But even if the conditions are so relaxed, the final conclusion Xiaoyu draws is still 0. This means that during these 3 days, no spacecraft in the entire galaxy was traveling at a curvature exceeding 10 times the speed of light. One thing that is obvious is that any normal technological level for civilization, whether it is in a state of war or peace, even if it is not to meet military needs but normal civilian needs, They will definitely have spaceships on a curvature voyage. Just like in the Earth Age, when there were no fighter jets flying, there were still civilian airliners flying in the sky. But the data are all zero. This basically means that there are no level 4 or above civilizations in the Milky Way at this moment. This is a terrible result. In fact, Xiaoyu believes that the actual situation should be a little more terrible than this. It is very likely that not only level 4 or above civilizations, but also level 3 civilizations, level 2 civilizations, or even level 1 civilizations are gone in the entire galaxy. Where have all the intelligent creatures gone? Xiaoyu thought with a cold heart. Everything Xiaoyu saw and detected clearly told Xiaoyu that the time of the Milky Way had indeed been turned over. This time is different from the last time. In the last incident, the mazes arranged by Taihao's civilization could not withstand scrutiny. But this time, no matter how hard Xiaoyu tried, he could not find any clues. Go to the Galactic Center. The supermassive black hole in the Galactic Center may be able to tell me some information about what happened here. Xiaoyu thought silently, changed his course again, and sailed towards the Galactic Center. At the same time, Xiaoyu also launched some detectors, sailing towards the position of the Sun, the position of Tianyuan Sea, the original Crab Nebula, the Eagle Nebula, and other locations. Xiaoyu's technological theory at the moment told him that black holes are the most difficult to change. So, by observing some data of the black hole in the center of the Milky Way and comparing it with his previous data, he might be able to find some information to study what is going on in the Milky Way. What's going on? While walking casually among the vast stars, Xiaoyu was still trying hard to observe every starry sky he passed, and every star he recorded. Some stars appeared that should not have existed, such as the star in the Crab Nebula. The supernova explosion of this star was observed in the Song dynasty of the Earth, and it has not exploded now after it is suspected that time has been flipped. It maintains the state of its star in its final years, and is shedding a large amount of matter. There are some stars that should have existed, but have not yet appeared. Xiaoyu once observed a very young new star. At this moment, it is still in the protostar stage. A large number of interstellar dust clouds fall on it like raindrops, increasing its mass. Around it, other stars, some protoplanets, are forming. Xiaoyu's fleet has reached the center of the galaxy. At this moment, the probe has not yet reached the position of the Sun, because the Sun is at the other end of the galaxy at the moment. The distance to reach it is longer than the distance to the center of the galaxy. During this process, Xiaoyu did not discover any creations of technological civilization, nor did he receive any information from any technological civilization, nor did he see any trace of the existence of technological civilization. Of course, there will be no traces of the last time many powerful beings fought here in the Galactic Center. After arriving at the center of the Milky Way, Xiaoyu conducted detailed observations of the central black hole of the Milky Way, analyzing it from aspects such as mass, accretion disk, angular momentum, gravity, charge, and the stars orbiting it. The final conclusion disappointed Xiaoyu again. This black hole is exactly as it was 2.5 million years ago. This is completely consistent with the data Xiaoyu derived from previously known data. This means that Xiaoyu's hope of finding clues from the Galactic Center black hole has failed. What happened here? Where did the Shenzhou civilization go? Where did Zhang Shengya go? Xiaoyu thought in a daze. What happened? What happened? At this time, Xiaoyu once again discovered something that shocked him inexplicably. Xiaoyu observed a gamma-ray burst from a specific location in the Andromeda galaxy. According to Xiaoyu's records, the gamma-ray burst at that location should have occurred 5 million years ago. Chapter 833 can't find it. Of course, Xiaoyu did not actually observe a gamma-ray burst in the Andromeda galaxy 5 million years ago. When he was in the Andromeda galaxy, Xiaoyu once reached the ruins after the neutron star collision. Two neutron stars collided to form a black hole. Around the black hole, some material that was thrown out during the collision formed an accretion disk orbiting the black hole. Through the analysis of these relics, Xiaoyu determined what happened here millions of years ago, and determined that a gamma-ray burst had occurred here, and also measured the intensity of that gamma-ray burst. This is something that should only exist in inference, and should not be measured by Xiaoyu in reality. But now, Xiaoyu has actually observed this gamma-ray burst, and all the data of this burst are exactly the same as the one Xiaoyu deduced. Such a coincidence is basically impossible. Xiaoyu once again fell into inexplicable shock. So Xiaoyu immediately launched follow-up observations of the Andromeda galaxy. For this extragalactic galaxy closest to his hometown, Xiaoyu has never relaxed his observation of it since he had the ability to sail into the universe. In the past 100,000 years, Xiaoyu has accumulated a lot of information about fairies. Information about galaxies. At this moment, since the light carrying this gamma ray burst has been observed by Xiaoyu, it means that the light carrying other change information has also reached the Milky Way. After a month of observing the Andromeda galaxy, Xiaoyu is completely certain of this incident and confirmed the authenticity of the time reversal event that also occurred in the Andromeda galaxy.
What does this mean? Why did the Milky Way change when I left the Milky Way? Why did the Andromeda galaxy change when I left the Andromeda galaxy?
Xiaoyu thought silently.
Among these things, there seems to be a pattern. The changes seem to be following me. Then, according to common sense, the large Magellanic Cloud,
the small Magellanic Cloud, and the Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy should also have changed. After all, I have been to those places.
So Xiaoyu immediately shifted the focus of his observations. A large number of high-precision long-distance observation equipment are aimed at these three dim Milky Way satellite galaxies in the celestial sphere. But the observed data once again exceeded Xiaoyu's expectations. Among the three satellite galaxies of the Milky Way, the small Magellanic Cloud and the Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy have not changed. On the contrary, some changes have occurred in the large Magellanic Cloud. Xiaoyu observed that the size of the large Magellanic Cloud has decreased a lot, and its mass has also decreased by at least 60%.
It's understandable that the small Magellanic Cloud and the Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy haven't changed. It's just that the change hasn't spread to them yet. Or they haven't changed at all. What's the explanation for the large Magellanic Cloud?
Xiaoyu was thinking at this moment. It's full of fog. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyu made a decision. Dozens of long-distance fleets were sent out by Xiaoyu and set off towards dozens of satellite galaxies in the Milky Way. Xiaoyu decided to search for traces of Pegasus civilization in these satellite galaxies. During the time he left, the Pegasus civilization is unlikely to make a technological leap, which means that it is very likely that they are still in the 6th level civilization stage. As long as you are in the 6th level civilization stage, you basically have no ability to sail far across the galaxy, and can only transfer between the Milky Way and the satellite galaxies of the Milky Way. While these voyage fleets are searching for the Pegasus civilization, they are also tasked with exploring those satellite galaxies. Xiaoyu's huge tentacles have been fully extended, searching for any information that can help solve the current dilemma. The fleet heading to the satellite galaxy of the Milky Way has not yet reached its destination, and the exploration fleets within the Milky Way have already reached their goals. The main target of this round of detection is the various advanced civilization relics hidden in the galaxy known to Xiaoyu. The first thing Xiaoyu detected was the ruins of the 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction around the galactic center. The relics of this 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction were cleverly hidden using space technology. But now that Xiaoyu is also a 7th level civilization, he naturally has the ability to find it. Xiaoyu measured the space curvature and fluctuations in various areas around the galactic center in detail. He spent more than 10 years exploring, but the final result was nothing. According to the information from the last time I came to the center of the galaxy, Xiaoyu was sure that if the ruins of the 7th level civilization were still here, he would be able to find them with such an intense search. But now the result is nothing, which is worth pondering.
Is it gone? The true sense of turning back time in the galaxy should not be like this. If it is a true sense of going back in time, then the scene in the galaxy should not change so much. At least, the Sweepers and Guardians civilization should exist, and this relic here should not disappear.
Xiaoyu thought slowly. At this time, another exploration fleet had arrived in the Eagle Nebula. The Eagle Nebula is an important stop on Xiaoyu's journey to the Milky Way, and it is located in the Eagle Nebula. Xiaoyu met the white dwarf alien beast called the Mirage, obtained the body of his compatriot, the Earth girl Zhang Shengya, and followed the diary prompts left by Zhang Shengya to find the unification of the 4 basic forces in the multi-body system. Method. Finally mastered the curvature navigation, and became qualified to truly enter the vast universe. Xiaoyu quickly found the star he named Aquila A, and then extended it to find the binary star system where the Mirage once lived. The white dwarf alien beast once said that it was injured by the Taihao civilization and trapped here for nearly 10 million years. According to common sense, if the Milky Way goes back 2.5 million years, this alien beast should still be there at this moment. Just stay on top of that white dwarf star. But when Xiaoyu's fleet arrived here, they found no clues on this white dwarf star. This white dwarf, like the other white dwarfs in the Milky Way, is quietly orbiting its companion star around the common center of mass of the two stars without any abnormalities. It's just an ordinary white dwarf star. Other than having a companion star, there's nothing special about it at all. Xiaoyu did not find a powerful beast on it that had become level 6. Xiaoyu felt disappointed in his heart. Xiaoyu had already anticipated what he would encounter next. But Xiaoyu still set off. The destination this time is a more ordinary star system ahead. That is the home of the Yaju. According to Xiaoyu's understanding of the history and evolution of the Yaju clan, Xiaoyu knows that according to common sense, the Yaju clan at this moment should still be at the level of second-level alien beasts. And the entire group only has about 10,000 animals. Xiaoyu found a planet whose ecological environment is very similar to that of the Earth. There are a large number of animals and plants on this planet, and the ecological environment is good. But Xiaoyu found no trace of the beasts. Mountains, rivers, oceans, lakes, forests and deserts. The planet has a variety of topography. There are birds. There are animals. There are carnivores. There are herbivores. Tens of millions of species thrive quietly on this planet. They have long formed a stable food chain and are closely integrated with the planet's environment. Everything is natural. The scenery here is beautiful, at least from Xiaoyu's perspective. But the robot that represented Xiaoyu's will felt a biting chill while standing in this picturesque scenery. Something is missing here. Without the Ibushi race that already possessed wisdom, Xiaoyu always felt that something was missing here. Xiaoyu also found nothing here. At the same time, another fleet arrived at the ruins of the 7th-level silicon-based civilization that Xiaoyu had visited. But unfortunately, it is also empty there. There is only a binary star system composed of a white dwarf star and an ordinary star. This binary star system also has a planet orbiting them. Xiaoyu finished the exploration of this planet. As expected, the dilapidated and huge buildings on the planet that were suspected of being factories of a 7th-level civilization also disappeared. It is completely an ordinary planet without life. Above it there are only gentle plains and mountains, with an occasional canyon. Because the core activity of the Earth has ceased long ago, there are no erogenous movements, volcanoes, or earthquakes on it. Only the dense craters dotting it tell the story of the experience of outsiders arriving here. The broken 7th-level silicon-based civilization Neutron Battlestar naturally disappeared. It seems as if such a thing has never existed here. Xiaoyu also went to the ruins of another 7th-level civilization. The Stargate left by the 7th-level or 8th-level civilization in the direction of travel. It was precisely with this Stargate that Xiaoyu was able to cross a distance of millions of light years in just a few years. But what was presented to Xiaoyu at this moment was nothingness. I don't know where the Stargate went. Xiaoyu frantically explored the galaxy. Xiaoyu did not let go of any place he could get involved in. But he still found nothing. Everything here is so similar, and yet so different from what Xiaoyu remembers. It's as if the entire galaxy has gone back in time. But something has been lost in the process of going back in time. And it happens that these things are crucial to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu even couldn't help but have some doubts about his memory. Did I really walk out of the Milky Way? There is nothing in the Milky Way at this moment that can prove my existence. Chapter 834 Falseness and Truth. At this time, Xiaoyu thought of the world he created for Zhang Shengya when he left the galaxy. In that world, Xiaoyu used genetic technology to create a population of hundreds of millions, then instilled corresponding memories into them, and placed them on the planet that he had already arranged. These people, created by themselves through genetic technology, will think that everything in their lives is normal. They will have all the memories of the past, and the memories of the past can be seamlessly integrated with the current life. They will not have any doubts about the authenticity of their existence. Now, Xiaoyu has doubts about the authenticity of his existence, because Xiaoyu cannot rule out a possibility. That is, there is a powerful existence that has instilled all the memories of the past into him, and all the events he has experienced in his memory are false. They do not exist at all. They are just forgotten, shaped memories. Some kind of being instilled this memory into his mind, and then placed himself in this computer, treating himself just like he treated those people created through genetic technology. If this is really the case, then all this can be explained. If this explanation is used as the starting point, then the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy do not have to go back in time at all. The Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy that I see now are real. And the one that was millions of years old in my memory, the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy after that, are all false memories implanted into my mind by some kind of existence. This explanation can be explained logically, but there seems to be no realistic basis to confirm it. Xiaoyu thought silently. If this explanation is true, Then why does that powerful existence in the dark create such a contradiction? Making my memory different from the starry sky I actually saw? Doesn't this remind me that between what I saw and what I remember? One of them must be false. What is their purpose in doing this?
Xiaoyu was unwilling to accept this explanation. Although there was no logical problem with this explanation, Xiaoyu is unwilling to admit that his memories are false, and all the heroic experiences he has experienced, the emotions of emotion, shock and despair, turn out to be just a false memory. Xiaoyu could not accept that the Half-Life Ghost race who lived and died with him was fake. He could not accept that the Pegasus civilization of his loyal comrades was fake. And he could not accept that the Shenzhou civilization that he had created by himself was fake. He also cannot accept that the Yamen clan, who have some feelings for him, are fake. At this moment, the universe in front of Xiaoyu began to become illusory. It seemed that a layer of fog was quietly spreading, covering everything that was originally clear, making it impossible for Xiaoyu to truly see these things. This time point began when Xiaoyu first saw the supernova explosion of the Milky Way in the Andromeda galaxy. After that incident, everything became very different from before. All the things that happened before this time point, and all traces of Xiaoyu left before this time point, have been erased. All traces left in the Milky Way, the Andromeda galaxy, the large Magellanic Cloud, the small Magellanic Cloud, and the Ursa Major Dwarf Galaxy have all been erased. Xiaoyu could not find any evidence to prove that he had been to these places.
In terms of the law of cause and effect, I am in existence without a
cause.
I just appeared in the universe for no reason. My huge fleet appeared out of thin air. All my technology, all my memories, all my experiences, they all appeared out of thin air.
Xiaoyu muttered to himself. You said that your fleet was built by harvesting stellar energy and planetary resources. Well, come up with evidence. What can prove that you have moved those stars? You said that you consumed thousands of stars to build these fleets. But those stars that you consumed happen to be staying there right now. You said that you have wiped out the Sweeper civilization, the Guardian civilization, and a series of other powerful existences. But who can prove that those powerful existences once really existed? You said that you have been to the Andromeda galaxy, which originates from the Milky Way. And you have also been to satellite galaxies of the Milky Way such as the Large Magellanic Cloud. Who can prove it? Who can prove it? Xiaoyu has been thinking about this issue. There is always a last glimmer of hope in Xiaoyu's heart. And this last glimmer of hope comes from the solar system. In the current Milky Way, the Earth has not exploded, and the Sun has not been transported to the small universe by itself. If the existence of primitive apes can be found on the Earth, and if their genetic sequences match those in his own memory, then Xiaoyu has found the most powerful evidence that he originated from the Milky Way. Now, Xiaoyu's exploration fleet also arrived at the edge of the solar system. It was a detection fleet led by a city-level spacecraft. In this detection fleet, Xiaoyu deployed many sophisticated detection instruments. But at this moment, Xiaoyu did not dare to make this decision, and did not dare to enter the solar system to explore the Earth, because Xiaoyu was afraid in his heart.
Let's wait for the report results of the exploration fleet going to other satellite galaxies.
Xiaoyu thought silently.
If the detection results from there are still not good for me, I will then start exploring the solar system. The solar system is my last hope.
The distances of those satellite galaxies from the Milky Way vary, with the nearest being only tens of thousands of light years, and the farthest being hundreds of thousands of light years. An exploration fleet has arrived in the Large Magellanic Cloud, and is conducting a detailed exploration of the Large Magellanic Cloud. Xiaoyu is also quite familiar with the Large Magellanic Cloud. The place where Xiaoyu left the Milky Way for the first time was the Large Magellanic Cloud. There is an alien beast called Taihao, who is trying to use space as his direction of development. If we follow common sense, that half-four-dimensional Taihao should be in the Large Magellanic Cloud at the moment, leading the peaceful development of the entire galaxy. But Xiaoyu's detection fleet did not find it. Not only was it not found, Xiaoyu also failed to find the so-called Great Emperor civilization, the Rebel Alliance, etc. At this moment, the Large Magellanic Cloud is exactly the same as the Milky Way. Both are dead. Xiaoyu also conducted a complete space exploration in the Large Magellanic Cloud. But the detection results told Xiaoyu that there is no civilization in the Large Magellanic Cloud that can travel in curvature at more than 10 times the speed of light.
Pegasus civilization. I am Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu posted such a message in the Large Magellanic Cloud.
If you can receive my message, please respond. I am from the Andromeda galaxy. I'm back, and I really want to know what happened in the galaxy during this time.
Xiaoyu waited for several hours, and did not receive any response. Xiaoyu could only sigh and gave up the search for the large Magellanic Cloud. The entire expedition fleet left here and headed for another satellite galaxy in the Milky Way. Also performing this action are the rest of the long-distance exploration fleet. Every time he arrives at a satellite galaxy, the first thing Xiaoyu does is to determine whether there are any existences in this galaxy that are traveling in curvature at more than 10 times the speed of light. That is, to find out whether there are level 4 or higher civilizations here, and at the same time released a message about searching for the Pegasus civilization. When neither method yields results, Xiaoyu will control the exploration fleet to explore the entire satellite galaxy at an extremely high speed, looking for third-level or lower-level civilizations. After this investigation, no intelligent civilization was found, nor was there any information about the Pegasus civilization. On the contrary, many life planets were found unexpectedly. The ecological environments of these living planets are different, and the creatures living on these planets are also very different. But there is one thing without exception. That is, none of these creatures are intelligent creatures. They are just beasts. Xiaoyu spent nearly 1,000 years exploring the entire Milky Way and all the Milky Way satellite galaxies, but basically found nothing. All technological civilization and intelligent civilization have disappeared. Not to mention the third-level civilization. The second-level civilization has not been discovered even by the first-level or primary civilization that is still in the ignorant era. The Pegasus civilization has not been found, nor has any evidence that can prove that Xiaoyu has been here or existed. Xiaoyu felt disappointed in his heart. Xiaoyu felt a loneliness that penetrated his heart. The entire huge Milky Way galaxy and its satellite galaxies occupy nearly 1 million light-years of space. Xiaoyu is the only conscious being in this nearly 1 million light-years of space. Everything Xiaoyu has experienced, whether it is loyal comrades or powerful enemies, has disappeared. Xiaoyu hasn't had time to explore the Andromeda galaxy and its satellite galaxies, but Xiaoyu doesn't plan to do that. The Milky Way has become like this, and the Andromeda galaxy has not been spared. Xiaoyu had no need to waste time there. I believe that the people of the Flame Civilization and the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance have also disappeared. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. Where have you all gone? After all exploration operations failed and nothing was found, Xiaoyu turned his attention back to an ordinary star system inside the Milky Way. The solar system. This is Xiaoyu's last hope. The small exploration fleet began to slowly set off towards the inner solar system. This is the only place that Xiaoyu has never explored. The results of the exploration in this place will affect Xiaoyu's fate to a certain extent. I hope the result this time won't disappoint me. Xiaoyu sighed secretly. Chapter 835. Looking for the Ancestor. Xiaoyu once gained life twice from the solar system. Now, Xiaoyu hopes to get a third life from the solar system. This is indeed important to Xiaoyu. This is a huge puzzle, and the key clues to solving it may be hidden in the solar system. Xiaoyu did not adopt the method of remote observation, but controlled his observation fleet to slowly approach the solar system through conventional navigation. The first thing Xiaoyu crossed was the Oort cloud of the solar system. The Oort cloud is as empty and silent as ever, and there is basically no difference between it and the rest of the universe. But through the telescope, Xiaoyu could detect countless asteroids and gravel scattered in the vast void. There is no observational value here, so Xiaoyu went directly over here and continued to the inner solar system. Xiaoyu only used observation instruments equivalent to human eyesight to look at the dim star in the distance. At this distance, the sun is just a star. Although it is a little brighter, it is no different from the other stars in the celestial sphere. It is just a point-like structure, and any details on it are not visible to human eyesight from here. Xiaoyu's fleet continued to move forward. More than a year later, Xiaoyu arrived at the first outer planet in the solar system, the Lost Star. After adjusting the navigation direction, Xiaoyu's exploration fleet successfully entered the orbit of the Lost Star and sent a landing force to the Lost Star for further exploration. The Lost Star is still quiet, as if endless time has failed to bring any changes to it. There are still hydrogen, methane, dry ice, water, etc. that have been frozen into solids accumulated on it, shining with a strange light under the illumination of the detection robot's lighting equipment. It's dark and cold here, and an aura of ancient wilderness fills all the near-Earth space. The near-Earth exploration robot did not find any abnormalities above here. In orbit, the detection equipment, with a wider field of view, detected something abnormal. Xiaoyu noticed that compared to the last time he detected the Lost Star before the Sweeper civilization was wiped out, the meteorite impact craters on the Lost Star were about 3 percentage points less. Moreover, the positions of several giant dry ice glaciers
that are slowly moving have also receded a little. Xiao Yu knew what this meant. This is not a good sign. Xiao Yu's mood became a little heavier for no reason. Xiao Yu's fleet continued to move forward. And after crossing the orbit of the lost star, it entered the Kuiper Belt. Strictly speaking, Pluto is also a Kuiper Belt object. It is not a truly large planet, because it does not have the ability to clear other celestial bodies in its orbit. Ceres, Juno, Xena, Sedna, and other stars are all in the Kuiper Belt. Xiao Yu's exploration fleet visited these planets one by one, but found nothing. The scientific research value of these stars is not too great. So even Xiao Yu did not spend much energy on these stars. After crossing these planets, Xiao Yu's fleet arrived at the first real large planet in the solar system, Neptune. Neptune is a huge planetary system with many large and small satellites orbiting Neptune. Xiao Yu understands Neptune much better. After fully exploring Neptune, Xiao Yu's mood sank a little again. There is not much difference between Neptune and the data that Xiao Yu has explored before. In fact, millions of years are not a long time for the evolution of stars. Even if Neptune also experienced time reversal, millions of years would not be enough for Neptune to undergo major changes. But a slight change was enough for Xiao Yu to notice. For example, because one of Neptune's satellites is constantly pulled by Neptune's gravity, its geological structure has shown some signs of instability. There are volcanoes, earthquakes, and orogeny on it. Hot underground magma surges up and melts the dry and water ice above it, makes something like a fountain appear on it. After measurements, Xiao Yu confirmed that the geological activity of this satellite was lower than before by a few tenths of a percentage point. This means that time has also flowed backwards on it. Its instability has slowly increased with the passage of time. And now, it has become a little more stable, which naturally means that time on it has flowed backwards, and the extent to which its geological activity has decreased. It is completely consistent with what Xiao Yu speculated. In addition to these things, Xiao Yu also found that the number of meteorite impact craters on the remaining satellites was a little less. The huge cyclone on Neptune was also returning to its surface at a normal speed according to the data he speculated, where it should have been millions of years ago. This is also not a good sign. It has been confirmed that time has flowed backwards in the galaxy. Xiao Yu thought silently. The discovery in the solar system completely broke the last bit of luck in Xiao Yu's heart. Now Xiao Yu only has a little hope left. That is, even if time really goes back, there will still be primitive ape men on the Earth. As long as there are primitive ape men, Xiao Yu can prove that he really existed here. 2.5 million years ago, primitive ape men appeared on the Earth. According to the geographical classification, there were Yuanmo man, Latian man, Peking man, Javanese Homo erectus, etc. It was an era when mammoths and saber-toothed tigers were rampant. But at that time, ancient humans had already shown their own special characteristics. They chose to walk upright and mastered fire and simple stone tools. Primitive apes cannot be considered true humans. But there is not much difference in their genes from modern humans. As long as they exist, Xiao Yu can prove what he wants to understand. With a little uneasiness, Xiao Yu's fleet continued to move forward. Beyond Neptune is the orbit of Uranus. However, Uranus was on the other side of the sun at this moment, so Xiao Yu did not explore it. Instead, he slightly changed his orbit and headed towards the orbit of Saturn. Saturn's satellite, Titan, is Xiao Yu's second important exploration target after the Earth. This is almost like Xiao Yu's second hometown. At the beginning, Xiao Yu used Titan as a stepping stone to evolve from interplanetary navigation to the stage of interstellar navigation. Xiao Yu's detection spacecraft successfully entered Titan's orbit and landed on it. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu was a slightly dark sea. There are also tides on Titan, and the roaring waves are constantly lapping at the coast. The sound is transmitted to the sound-sensing instruments of the detection robot through the dense air on Titan. Titan has never changed. Here, Xiao Yu sent out the scheduled activation key for the Titan base. But after waiting for a moment, Xiao Yu did not receive any response. As Xiao Yu expected, all the bases and buildings he had built on Titan disappeared. Xiao Yu arrived at the Xanadu area of Titan. But the Xanadu area was just a flat, empty space. There are just some small lakes made of liquid methane lying there quietly, without any trace of anyone having set foot in them. Xiao Yu was not willing to leave here, but set his sights on those huge methane lakes and methane oceans. After successfully creating several heat sources, the scene Xiao Yu expected appeared. It was a large, dense swarm of black insects. Endless black bugs crawled out of the methane lakes and crawled towards these heat sources without caring about themselves. This is a black bug. Xiaoyu confirmed this after catching some black bugs for detailed analysis. There is no doubt that these are the black insects that I have encountered, captured, and used their corpses to build spaceships. This is the first creature that matches Xiaoyu's memory. Now, Xiaoyu's spirit has finally lifted a little. An obvious time lapse has also occurred on Titan. But the existence history of these black insects is obviously not as short as 2.5 million years. Therefore, even though time has gone back so long, these black insects still exist. After leaving some detection instruments on Titan, Xiaoyu's detection fleet continued to move forward and reach the orbit of Jupiter. As expected by Xiaoyu, there are no primitive ghosts or with spirits in Jupiter. Beyond the orbit of Jupiter is the asteroid belt. And beyond the asteroid belt is Mars. The current Mars is a little different from the Mars in Xiaoyu's memory. The large and small craters caused by the massive meteorite impact caused by the explosion of the Earth have all disappeared from Mars. The phenomenon of atmospheric stripping also disappeared. Now Mars seems to have gone back to normal, returning to its original appearance. Beyond Mars is Xiaoyu's hometown, the Earth. Xiaoyu's mood was extremely tense at this moment. The Earth still appears as light blue as before, with some white filling the blue, but not much green. Xiaoyu's heart sank slightly. Xiaoyu knew very clearly that the blue ones were sea water, and the white ones were glaciers. There is no doubt that the Earth has regressed back into the Ice Age. Although this disappointed Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu was always mentally prepared and did not cause much psychological fluctuations. After checking the overall situation of the Earth, Xiaoyu dispatched his own landing force. It doesn't matter whether you are from Beijing, Yuanmo, Lantian or Homo erectus. As long as I can find the ancient ancestor of mankind here. Xiaoyu prayed silently in his heart. Chapter 836. Why are you still alive? What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a vast white glacier. This was originally a big mountain, but now it was completely covered with snow. Some scattered animals were shivering under the severe cold. Xiaoyu measured the current temperature, which was more than 20 degrees below zero. Some species that only exist in Xiaoyu's database were revealed in front of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu saw a ferocious saber-toothed tiger quietly dormant not far in front of his landing robot. Its shriveled belly showed that it was very hungry at the moment. Xiaoyu knew that a hungry saber-toothed tiger would not easily let go of the big, shining silver guy in front of him. Sure enough, not long after, the saber-toothed tiger violently rushed towards the landing robot. The landing robot ignored it and just stood there quietly. The saber-toothed tiger was obviously trying to knock down the landing robot, but it didn't expect that with this attack. It not only failed to knock down the landing robot, but was knocked into a collision. As if realizing that this shiny silver guy was not easy to mess with, the saber-toothed tiger howled, left here, and ran towards the distance. Xiaoyu's heart suddenly moved. Now is the Ice Age. Even if there are primitive apes, they must be very few in number, and they are all hidden in hidden corners. Even if I want to find them, it will not be easy. And follow the saber-toothed tiger. Maybe it will lead me to traces of primitive ape man. The landing robot immediately adopted the light deflection armor system, causing its entire body to disappear from the visible light band, and then took off into the air, following the traces of the saber-toothed tiger from a distance in the air. At the same time, hundreds of sophisticated satellites in geosynchronous orbit are also monitoring the entire Earth at any time. The biggest difference between primitive apes and beasts is that they have mastered fire, so they can be found by analyzing the firelight and smoke above the ground. But Xiaoyu eliminated hundreds of targets and still couldn't find the original ape man. Those fires were either natural forest fires or smoke from materials ignited by volcanic activity. Xiaoyu's body is still thousands of light years away, coming here in the solar system. It's just a detection fleet of Xiaoyu. The strength of this detection fleet is insufficient. And now it is the maximum search intensity that Xiaoyu can use. This landing robot has been following the saber-toothed tiger, watching the saber-toothed tiger finally join the tiger group. It seems as if it has received some mission, once again separated from the tiger group. Following the direction of the saber-toothed tiger, Xiaoyu once again spotted the fire ahead. There was a puff of smoke that was blowing gently in the wind and rising into the sky. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel shocked. The fires this time were different from the out-of-control fires I had observed before. They were obviously under control. In this day and age, what other species can intentionally control the size of fire? Only the ancient ape men. Xiaoyu suppressed the excitement in his heart and controlled the landing robot to reach the cliff. Under the cliff is a canyon. At the bottom of the canyon, there are some people holding rough stone tools and walking upright. Hairy, ape-like animals were gathering around a fire. A huge animal whose name is unknown has been killed and dismembered, and its limbs are being roasted on the fire by these primitive savages. The moment he saw these ancient savages, the joy in Xiao Yu's heart was simply indescribable. Once the ancient ape men are found, then as long as their genetic sequences are verified, as long as their genetic sequences are consistent with human genes to a certain extent, that can prove that you were really born on the Earth, and the heroic or vast stories you have experienced are not false memories woven by some existence, but are real. Xiao Yu sent out the landing robot and flew towards the group of savages. This group of savages is not large in number, probably only a dozen or so. Among them were several savages, who were obviously children. This should be a group of savages gathered as a family unit, Xiao Yu thought. The landing robot remained invisible, so neither the saber-toothed tiger nor the ape-man found any trace of it. It quietly came up behind a savage, grabbed the savage's waist and abdomen with its powerful mechanical arm, and then pulled it to fly into the sky. Xiao Yu needs to take it to his spacecraft for further inspection. Xiao Yu's action immediately aroused a strong reaction. The captured savage immediately screamed loudly in fear. Its roaring voice has several different syllable variations. This is clearly the prototype of language, and those different syllables represent different meanings. Xiao Yu didn't know what it was saying, and Xiao Yu had no intention of paying attention. It struggled desperately, but still could not escape the grasp of the robot. It floated into the sky uncontrollably. But at this moment, the other dozen ape-men all fell to the ground. He fell at the feet of this ape-man, who soared into the air. Has there been an ignorant religious consciousness? Xiao Yu thought silently. Without the support of rigorous and logical scientific weapons, religiousizing things that we don't understand is the beginning of human beings trying to understand their own situation. The natural first steps of these apes have great potential. The ape-man was finally captured by Xiao Yu and put into his experimental spacecraft. Follow-up genetic testing trials will begin immediately. This ape-man has been anesthetized by Xiao Yu so that he can collect specimens from its body. After collecting enough specimens, it is time to conduct testing. The test results made Xiao Yu breathe a long sigh of relief. The genetic sequence of this primitive ape is as high as 96% similar to that of later humans. This is strong evidence that there is a close relationship between later generations of humans and this kind of ape-man. Xiao Yu finally relaxed. Although the real reason for turning back time is still not clear, one of the most terrifying possibilities has been eliminated. Xiao Yu confirmed that the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy have only undergone some strange changes due to some unknown reasons. You are real, and your memories are also real. Continue to develop well on the Earth, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, gently awakening the sleeping ape-man, and then controlled the landing robot and put it on the Earth again. Among the ethnic groups, Xiao Yu did not make any genetic modifications to them, nor did he make any changes to their living environment. It just adds a wonderful journey. Perhaps this wonderful journey will cause some kind of change in the hearts of the other apes who have witnessed this scene, and even give birth to some primitive religions. But Xiao Yu still does not intend to interfere them, even if at this moment, a group of saber-toothed tigers had surrounded the group of ape-men and launched a ferocious hunting operation. Xiao Yu was not going to interfere. The law of the jungle is the most fundamental law of nature. It was through these hardships that the ancestors of mankind were able to evolve into adults. There is no reason why these apes cannot withstand these blows. I still don't know what happened in the Andromeda galaxy and the Milky Way, but there is no doubt that at this moment, I don't have any ability to deal with this change. And I can't even explore this matter. Leave the Milky Way and continue my journey in the universe. Perhaps, after my technology becomes more advanced in the future, I will figure out the truth behind all these events. Xiao Yu thought silently and controlled his exploration fleet to start rendezvous with the main fleet. Things like this are happening in many places across the galaxy at the same time. Now that Xiao Yu has found what he wants during the exploration of the solar system, there is no need to stay here anymore. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The fleet Xiao Yu sent to explore the solar system was not large in size, and it became even more inconspicuous when it was scattered. Presumably it was precisely because of this that Xiao Yu's exploration fleet did not attract the attention of the approaching outsider. After Xiao Yu discovered them in advance, Xiao Yu immediately hid the fleet even more secretly, only paying attention to their every move in the dark. It was a ball of light. If gathered together, they would be about the size of a basketball. This basketball seems to be floating on the water, gently changing its position with the fluctuation of the water ripples. And it is full of strange atmosphere between stillness and movement. Xiao Yu is very familiar with this ball of light. This guy had appeared before when he was trying to destroy the Guardian civilization, and when he was destroying the Sweeper civilization.
They are microscopic civilizations. And Xiaoyu is familiar with them. At the moment when he discovered microscopic civilization, Xiaoyu felt confused and relaxed at the same time. The doubt comes from wondering why the microscopic civilization appears here. The relaxation comes from the fact that another civilization that exists in my memory has appeared. And I have one more argument to rule out the most terrifying guess. Another emotion is excitement. It is absolutely abnormal for microscopic civilization to appear here at this moment. And as long as they are caught, it is possible to obtain a lot of information that Xiaoyu urgently needs at this moment.
Micro-civilization is a non-combat civilization. Although my detection fleet is weak, there are always 2 provincial-level 7th-level civilization spacecrafts on duty. Even if we cannot capture all micro-civilizations, it is enough to capture only a part.
Xiaoyu thinking secretly. He began to make arrangements.
Micro-civilization! What are you doing here?
After the layout was completed, Xiaoyu suddenly sent out such a message. The reaction of micro-civilization was unexpectedly strong. They seemed to recognize this as Xiaoyu's fleet at a glance. So a message full of panic was immediately received by Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu! Why are you still alive?
Chapter 837 The wait is finally here. Sometimes, just one sentence can reveal a lot of information. Just like this sentence said by the current micro-civilization.
Xiaoyu, how come you are still alive?
First of all, we can know from this sentence that the micro-civilization seems to think that Xiaoyu is dead, and believes that Xiaoyu should not still exist in this universe at this moment. So the micro-civilization came here. Secondly, extending from the first inference, another question will arise.
Why does the micro-civilization think that Xiaoyu should be dead? What is the reason for thinking so?
Xiaoyu remembered the situation he was facing now almost as fast as lightning. The Milky Way went back in time after it left. And the Andromeda galaxy also went back in time after it left. These two things that were originally unrelated were connected because of this sentence of micro-civilization. Xiaoyu couldn't help but come to a terrifying conclusion.
These time-traveling accidents are really aimed at him. Moreover, the micro-civilization must know some inside information. Otherwise, they would not be so surprised. The ultimate goal of these time-traveling accidents is just kill yourself.
But this seems to lead to another contradiction. That is, since a civilization or existence has the ability to reverse the time of the entire river system, why don't they just come out and kill themselves? Faced with such an existence that has mastered infinite power. Even if Xiaoyu is now a 7th level civilization, Xiaoyu has absolutely no ability to resist. Trying to kill yourself by reversing the time of the entire river system is like using a state-of-the-art anti-aircraft gun to kill mosquitoes. It is simply overkill. Even Xiaoyu had to admit that using this method to deal with himself was really a waste. But after experiencing the white dwarf alien beast incident, Xiaoyu realized that there are no absolutes. The original white dwarf alien beast was so powerful. No matter how you look at it, you can't find any evidence that it was malicious to you. But it happened to be malicious. The real reason is that it is restricted to the white dwarf star for some reason. So it has to use deception to deal with itself. White dwarf aliens can do this. The current unknown existence can naturally do the same. Maybe Xiaoyu thought that it was overkill to eliminate himself by going back in time. But maybe the unknown existence also had some restrictions. So he had to use this method. Who can say anything good about such a thing?
But why didn't I die? Why did I still survive after this unknown existence used such a huge offensive?
Xiaoyu suddenly felt cold all over his body. Xiaoyu was keenly aware of an ominous atmosphere. Roughly speaking, the Milky Way was a time travel event that occurred less than 2,000 years after Xiaoyu left. If calculated according to normal time, Xiaoyu at that time should have been a little short of breaking through to the 7th level of civilization. In other words, Xiaoyu should still stay in the galaxy. In that case, the time reversal of the entire galaxy will definitely involve Xiaoyu in an unstoppable torrent, which will eventually tear Xiaoyu to pieces. But Xiaoyu survived. The biggest reason why Xiaoyu survived was that Xiaoyu left the galaxy early. The reason why Xiaoyu left the Milky Way early was the Stargate left by a civilization that did not know whether it was a 7th or 8th level travel direction. It was precisely because of the discovery of this Stargate. Xiaoyu was able to escape the disaster by leaving the Milky Way early before he became a 7th level civilization.
If I think about it now, this Stargate is very suspicious.
Xiaoyu quickly turned these thoughts in his mind.
If there was no such Stargate, then I would have to stay in the galaxy for at least 2,000 years to develop into a 7th level civilization. It took at least 1,000 years to put the technology of the 7th level civilization into application and create a large number of spaceships and battleships. In other words, it will take me 3,000 years to embark on a long voyage. And if things really develop like this, then I would die before leaving the Milky Way. And the supernova explosion in the Milky Way that I noticed in the Andromeda galaxy seems a bit suspicious. You know, the power of a supernova explosion is ejected along the poles of the exploding star. Come out, within the scope of the entire universe. On average, there will be several supernova explosions every day with the two poles pointed at me. However, there are more than hundreds of billions of river systems in the entire universe. These infinite river systems can add up to a frequency of several times a day. How could it be such a coincidence that I happened to notice the supernova explosion in the Milky Way? Also, my record of supernova explosions in the history of the Milky Way is not comprehensive. Why did I happen to record that supernova explosion in the Milky Way? Which one?
At this time, in addition to the Stargate, Xiaoyu once again noticed a doubt. This doubt was ignored by Xiaoyu unintentionally before. It was only now that Xiaoyu remembered this clue because he noticed the strangeness of the Stargate. Xiaoyu will not forget it. It was precisely because he noticed the supernova explosion in the Milky Way that he came up with the idea of exploring the Milky Way. It was precisely because of this that he happened to escape the time travel effect of the Andromeda galaxy. Own harm. Gradually, a complete inference appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. First of all, in this universe, there are two stalwart beings paying attention to me. One of them is malicious to me, and the other is kind to me. These two powerful beings may be in a hostile state and have restrictions on each other. Therefore, whether they are malicious or well-intentioned beings, they cannot use conventional means to deal with or help themselves. One day, the malicious being found an opportunity and tried to eliminate himself by going back in time. But he was noticed by the kind being. Therefore, this well-intentioned existence left a Stargate in the galaxy and guided himself to discover its existence. Therefore, he left the galaxy along the Stargate and escaped this disaster. After becoming a 7th-level civilization in the Andromeda galaxy, it may be that the malicious existence discovered that it was not dead. So it prepared a killer again. It tried to kill itself by going back in time in the Andromeda galaxy again. But this time, the attempt was discovered in advance by a well-meaning being. So this well-meaning being created a supernova explosion in the Milky Way. In this way, he reminded himself and allowed himself to leave the Andromeda galaxy in advance and avoid it again. This disaster, when that malicious being attacked the Andromeda galaxy, it probably concealed the changes in the Milky Way from itself. Otherwise, there would be no reason for it to notice the changes in the Milky Way after the supernova explosion. No matter how you look at this matter, there is a hint of man-made manipulation in it. Xiaoyu didn't know whether his guess was right or wrong. Xiaoyu only knew one thing. That is, this guess could reasonably explain the situation he encountered. Except for one thing. What happened to the message I suddenly received when I arrived at the Andromeda galaxy? Why was I inexplicably appointed as a sweeper? What does this mean? Or, appointing me as a sweeper is just a matter of trying to delay my stay in the Andromeda galaxy so that the malicious existence can have enough time to turn back time across the entire galaxy. Could this malicious existence be the defender of the universe? The invigilator? Could this benevolent existence be Chino? Is this another fight between the invigilator and Chino? And I am just the one who happened to a pawn involved in this struggle? After the micro-civilization said those words, in a 10 millionth of a second, thousands of thoughts flashed through Xiaoyu's brain, and he quickly made many speculations. Xiaoyu, why aren't you dead yet? This sentence is very crucial. It is like a thunderbolt that suddenly strikes, giving Xiaoyu a feeling of turning away the clouds and seeing the sun. Xiaoyu still couldn't confirm whether his guess was correct. But Xiaoyu knew that the microscopic civilization must have a lot of information that he wanted to know. Although he is a 7th-level primary civilization, he is war-related. Although the micro-civilization is a 7th-level advanced civilization, they are not war-related. Xiaoyu once speculated that the level of civilization and technology of a non-war-related 7th-level civilization is the higher it is, the weaker its combat effectiveness. Therefore, Xiaoyu is not afraid of micro-civilization at all. So even if Xiaoyu only had one detection fleet at the moment, Xiaoyu still chose to take action boldly. The moment after micro-civilization uttered that sentence, Xiaoyu, who had finished thinking, had already decided on his next action. The space around the microscopic civilization suddenly became strangely distorted, as if it had become a maze. As the maze gradually formed, Xiaoyu successfully locked the micro-civilization inside. This is a twisted space similar to the interior of a 7th-level civilization battleship. Although the micro-civilization is also a 7th-level civilization and has a deep understanding of space. After the maze is successfully created, The focus of comparison between the two sides is no longer the space itself, but a comparison of the computing speed of both parties. The micro-civilization needs to figure out a way to escape as soon as possible, while Xiaoyu needs to constantly change the spatial structure to prevent the micro-civilization from moving.
How can it be so easy to kill me?
Xiaoyu sneered and posted such a message to the micro-civilization, and used a little skill in this message.
I have been waiting for you here for decades. I'm finally waiting for you.
Chapter 838 We are all pawns. Microscopic civilization definitely has some mysterious connection with the unknown existence that caused the Milky Way to turn back time. At this moment, the arrival of microscopic civilization in the solar system is probably related to this matter. Since he happened to encounter micro-civilization, Xiaoyu naturally wanted to take advantage of this matter. Saying that they met by chance and waited here for decades is Xiaoyu's way of instigating the relationship between micro-civilizations and their instigators. After the space maze was activated, a microscopic civilization the size of a basketball was quickly locked inside. In the next moment, the basketball quickly grew larger and darker, and finally disappeared from Xiaoyu's sight. But other observation instruments told Xiaoyu that the microscopic civilization was still in the space maze and had not left. Or in other words, they had no way to leave yet. There began to be an angry tone in the micro-civilization's message.
Tell us, how did you know we would come here? Who told you this?
Xiaoyu did not answer the question directly, but began to sigh. He seemed to be indifferent and responded.
Micro-civilization. Didn't you ever tell me that the 7th level civilization basically has no pressure to survive? So many 7th level civilizations have no pressure to survive. Super civilizations all set the development direction of their civilizations as interests, such as travel, architecture, microcosm, etc. Obviously, your civilization is also one of these interest civilizations, and your strengths are not in war. Then, why do you want to get involved in the dispute between the Defenders and the Rebel Alliance? What benefits does this do to you? Are you trying to change the development direction of your civilization from a non-war-related civilization to a war-related civilization?
Xiaoyu responded with a brief silence. But during this period, micro-civilization has not been idle. The confrontation in the dark was going on all the time. Although Xiaoyu temporarily locked the microscopic civilization in the space maze, there was no way to pose a threat to them in a short period of time. And there's one more thing. Microscopic civilization is indeed worthy of being a 7th level advanced civilization. Even if their combat power is not as good as Xiaoyu, they are much better than Xiaoyu in some other aspects. During the confrontation in the space maze, Xiaoyu was gradually feeling that he couldn't hold on any longer. After a brief silence, Xiaoyu received the answer from the micro-civilization.
Ensuring the survival of one's own civilization and surviving without threats is the ultimate goal pursued by every civilization. The survival pressure of a 7th level civilization is not great. So we can choose our interests and choose micro as the direction of development. But it is different now. The survival pressure of level 7 civilization is also increasing. The universe has become no longer peaceful, and our micro-civilization has to make early arrangements for its future. Intend.
Xiaoyu was thinking nervously about the meaning of this paragraph. The micro-civilization did not clearly explain why it did this, but it answered Xiaoyu from the side as to why they wanted to get involved in this dispute. Xiaoyu said before that he did not understand why micro-civilization would interfere with the disputes between the Defenders and the Rebel Alliance. Xiaoyu also used a little skill in this sentence. Because the time-turning incident was a dispute between the Defenders and the Rebel Alliance was just Xiaoyu's guess. Xiaoyu had no way of confirming this. During the conversation with micro-civilization, Xiaoyu pretended to already know about this matter. The most important thing is that micro-civilization seems to have acquiesced in this. This increases the credibility of this speculation by at least 50%.
Is it really a dispute between the Defenders and the Rebel Alliance? It seems that the Defenders are trying to obliterate me, while the Rebel Alliance is secretly rescuing me through various means. So this micro-civilization undoubtedly belongs to the Defenders' side. Yes, micro-civilization said that the universe is no longer peaceful, and the survival pressure of level 7 civilization is also increasing. What does this mean? Can I understand it this way? Military power is the most powerful weapon to ensure the long-term and peaceful existence of a civilization. Developing military power is the instinct of every civilization. And civilizations with interests choose their own interests as their own development. The direction is not voluntary.
But the Defenders forced them to do so. They have to give up military-related and choose interest-related as their development direction. As a compromise, the Defenders are responsible for reducing their survival pressure. such as suppressing war-related 7th-level civilizations, such as ensuring that the advanced civilization class maintains overall peace. If understood in this way, then micro-civilization said that the survival pressure of 7th-level civilization is increasing, and the universe will no longer be peaceful. The reason is probably this is the dispute between the Defenders and the Rebel Alliance.
In the space maze, the dispute between the two 7th-level civilizations continues. Some members of the microscopic civilization have already escaped from the space maze. Even Xiaoyu has to admit that microscopic civilizations have a much deeper understanding of space than themselves, although they have not transformed this understanding of space into weapons that can protect themselves and destroy enemies. In spaces like space mazes, however, it has shown a profound foundation in the application of science and technology. The members of the microscopic civilization who escaped did not rush to leave, but chose to work together with their compatriots who were still trapped in the maze outside the space maze to rescue them. Under this situation of internal and external cooperation, Xiaoyu's space labyrinth seems to have become a sieve, which cannot stop the escape of micro-civilization at all. If at this time, Xiaoyu chooses to attack with a strategic weapon similar to the one that destroyed the small universe in the Andromeda galaxy, Xiaoyu is basically certain to cause heavy casualties to the microscopic civilization. But Xiaoyu didn't do that for the time being, because micro-civilization is still valuable to Xiaoyu. Now is not the time to finally break up.
Do you know why turning back time did not kill me?
Xiaoyu sighed.
Do you still not understand what happened in the current situation? I have become a true 7th-level civilization, although you are only an elementary 7th-level civilization. But compared to your combat power, even a 7th-level advanced civilization is no match for you. The existence behind you sent you to me. Do you really not understand what this means?
Xiaoyu continues to provoke the relationship between micro-civilizations and the existence behind them. Although Xiaoyu speculates that microscopic civilization belongs to the Defenders, there is no way to be sure of this. To be safe, Xiaoyu could only choose a slightly vague statement. Xiaoyu believes that micro-civilization will understand what he means.
Actually, we belong to the same camp.
Xiaoyu continued.
We are all in this whirlpool and cannot control our own destiny. But unfortunately, my value is higher than yours. So you are just a pawn. It's just a chess piece for me to kill in exchange for the enemy's trust. Simply put, you are the victims. Let me guess. The reason why they let you come to the solar system is probably because of the apes on the Earth. Right? But have you ever thought about it? Is this reason really tenable?
Xiaoyu doesn't know the reason why microscopic civilization comes to the solar system. But since the micro-civilization believes that Xiaoyu is dead, is there anything else in the solar system besides those ape men that can attract the micro-civilization? Therefore, Xiaoyu is 90% sure of this guess. Sure enough, after Xiaoyu said these words, micro-civilization immediately reacted.
Then why don't you take action?
Xiaoyu calmed down a little and replied calmly.
Like you, I am just a chess piece. There are too many unknowns ahead for me. I am trying to break away from the identity of a chess piece and truly control my own destiny. So, I need your information. Tell me everything you know, and I won't mind letting you go.
During this exchange of words, Xiaoyu disguised himself as a chess piece that was in the same camp as the micro-civilization, but tried to gain the enemy's trust by destroying the micro-civilization and infiltrate the enemy's interior. Xiaoyu invented a game that did not originally exist. But this game has high credibility because Xiaoyu happened to encounter micro-civilization here. In this game, Xiaoyu is a chess piece, and micro-civilization is also a chess piece. But the situation is even more tragic than Xiaoyu's. Turning back time is a cunning trick on the part of the Defenders or the Rebel Alliance. It is only staged for the enemy to see. Letting Xiaoyu destroy microscopic civilization is also a cunning trick.
And it is also a ploy to gain the trust of the enemy. In this game, Xiaoyu played the role of a chess piece that was not willing to be manipulated. In this way, all Xiaoyu's actions are explained and reasonable.
Perhaps we can cooperate in some aspects.
Xiaoyu is still inducing the micro-civilization.
You are just a sadly abandoned chess piece. Although I am also a chess piece, I know that you also know that my origin is not ordinary. Then, surrender to me, and if we unite and help me, I may not have the opportunity to turn my back on my guests. This is your only way to survive. How to choose? The final decision is in your hands. It seems that our micro-civilization is far behind in war and strategy. Choosing to join the Rebel Alliance may just be a mistake. Xiaoyu, let us go! We will no longer join any power groups from now on. Concentrate on developing our micro-technology. In exchange, we can hand over the information we have to you.
The micro-civilization replied. Chapter 839, Decomposition and Combination. The next moment, he heard the answer from micro-civilization. Shall you stay here? In Shao Yu's mind. A sentence kept echoing.
Maybe it's just a mistake to choose to join the Rebel Alliance. Maybe it's just a mistake to choose to join the Rebel Alliance. Could it be that the micro-civilization actually belongs to the Rebel Alliance?
Shao Yu murmured to himself.
Could it be that the person who tried to kill me by using a method like turning back time was actually the Rebel Alliance? Sweepers and Guardians all serve the Rebel Alliance? Could it be that the Defenders and Invigilators, who I always thought were causing trouble for me, were actually the ones secretly rescuing me? No. No. If it's true, if this is the case, then there is no way to explain the 7-level barrier in the current universe. After all, the Defenders are the orthodox ones, and the rules of the universe are still under its control. If it is really a well-intentioned party, then in our case, why did it almost fail when it attacked the 7th-level civilization? If the Rebel Alliance is malicious, then who is Chino? Which force does Chino belong to? Who has been secretly helping me?
Because of these words from micro-civilization, countless questions arose in Shao Yu's mind. The Rebel Alliance, that was originally thought to be a benevolent one, has now turned out to be a malicious party from the mouth of micro-civilization. What about Chino?
Could this be a microscopic civilization testing me?
In the blink of an eye, another thought came to Shao Yu's mind. After all, if the Rebel Alliance is malicious, it means that Shao Yu has thought wrong about many things before. Many conflicts will arise, and many things will be unexplainable. And if the microscopic civilization belongs to the Defenders, and all events such as the rewinding of time and the disappearance of intelligent creatures are caused by the Defenders, all this will be easily explained. It seems that no matter how you look at it, micro-civilization should belong to the Defenders, not the Rebel Alliance. This may really be an extremely clever test of micro-civilization. After all, although Shao Yu had made it clear that he and micro-civilization belonged to the same camp, he did not say the name of the camp in the end. He just continued to use psychological suggestions to explain this point. And now, micro-civilization has spoken out the name Rebel Alliance. So the question has returned to Shao Yu's hands. Since we are in the same camp, there is no reason for you not to know the name of the camp. Right? If Shao Yu's response is slightly wrong, then Shao Yu will be exposed by micro-civilization immediately. Shao Yu's brain started to work rapidly again. In less than a 10 millionth of a second, thousands of thoughts went through Shao Yu's mind.
Should I choose to believe it? Or should I choose not to believe it?
Shao Yu was thinking quickly. It is a difficult question to make. Whether you choose to believe it or not, you will take considerable risks. In the end, Shao Yu decided to use a vague processing strategy to temporarily expose the matter and wait for the subsequent development to decide whether to believe it or not. Shao Yu responded lightly.
Micro-civilization, I can forgive you for an occasional deception or offense, but you have to understand that my patience is limited. Stop trying to do stupid things. Now!
Tell me everything you know.
Shao Yu just said lightly that he could forgive the occasional deception or offense, but he did not explain clearly which incident deceived or offended him. This leaves a lot of room for interpretation. Even if the micro-civilization said that it belonged to the Rebel Alliance, it was deceiving itself. With this statement, the micro-civilization should not be too suspicious.
What do you want to know?
Micro-civilization asked. In this exchange of words, the secret fight between the two sides has never stopped. At this moment, 2/3 of the microscopic civilization has escaped from Shao Yu's space maze, and only 1/3 is still imprisoned in the maze. It is expected that all microscopic civilizations will escape in up to 5 hours. And if all microscopic civilizations escape, Shao Yu is not sure that relying solely on the detection fleet in his hand will form a sufficient deterrent to microscopic civilizations. At that time, if the microscopic civilization chooses to escape directly, Shao Yu is not confident enough to find them again in the vast universe. In order to deal with this situation, the rest of Shao Yu's strength is seizing the time to gather here. Among them, the fleet closest to the solar system will arrive in 3 days. At this moment, what Shao Yu needs to do, besides trying to get as much information as possible, is to delay time. Shao Yu has never planned to let go of micro-civilization. Shao Yu had already decided in his heart that after getting what he wanted, he would wipe out all microscopic civilizations. This microscopic civilization appeared in Shao Yu's sight again and again, hindering Shao Yu from destroying the Guardian civilization once, and hindering Shao Yu from destroying the Sweeper civilization again. Now that he knows that micro-civilization may be related to some forces secretly dealing with him, how can Xiaoyu still be so patient?
Tell me first, what is the current status of the dispute between the Defenders and the Rebel Alliance?
Xiaoyu was silent for a moment and asked this question.
The Rebel Alliance has the advantage.
Micro-civilization replied.
Some time ago, the Rebel Alliance even injured the Defenders, forcing them to temporarily fall into a deep sleep. It is precisely because the Defenders can no longer strong measures are used to ensure the survival and safety of the 7th level civilization. So our micro-civilization chose to join the Rebel Alliance.
This answer is reasonable and consistent with some of the information Xiaoyu had before. In the beginning, the Taihao Alliance became active because the Defenders fell into a deep sleep. However, because of the tie given to him by the space creature, Xiaoyu always believed that it was the Rebel Alliance led by Chino that wounded the Defender and put him into a deep sleep. Now it is learned that the Rebel Alliance is also malicious towards itself, which is a bit difficult to explain.
Maybe Chino, I am just a pawn of yours?
Xiaoyu murmured to himself.
If this is really the case, then the truth is really sad.
Before things became clear, Xiaoyu did not make a decision on how to face Chino. However, a trace of defensiveness has quietly appeared in Xiaoyu's heart. From now on, Chino also needs Xiaoyu to be on guard. This is very sad, but Xiaoyu has to do this.
How much do you know about turning back time?
Xiaoyu asked.
Time has not gone back, and it is impossible to go back time.
The micro-civilization was silent for a moment and responded.
Even the Rebel Alliance cannot make the entire universe go back time. What happened in the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy, this phenomenon is just a phenomenon, not a real step back in time.
Xiaoyu was startled for a moment, and suddenly realized something. Xiaoyu knew what was going on. Indeed, as micro-civilization said, this is just a phenomenon. For example, a cup is accidentally broken, but later, you see the cup appear intact in its original position, excluding any other events that can confirm the time. You may think that it is because of turning back time that the broken cup became intact again. However, how can you confirm that someone else has not remade an identical cup and placed it here again? Just like the current Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy, they have indeed returned to the situation they were in millions of years ago. However,
turning back time is not the only way to return them to the past. If there is a mysterious being that knows all the conditions of the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy millions of years ago, then it can completely reshape the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy millions of years ago and put it here to create there is an illusion that time has gone back. If this is the case, then everything can be explained. You must know that in the microscopic world, there is actually no difference in microscopic particles. All ordinary neutrons have the same mass and size, as do all protons. It is not impossible to recombine a large number of microscopic particles to recreate the appearance of the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy millions of years ago. This undoubtedly requires a lot of energy. In this way, it can be explained that the mass of the Large Magellanic Cloud has been reduced by more than half. This is nothing more than donating its mass to transform the Milky Way. The disappearance of intelligent life can also be explained. Life is special, and life cannot be created by simple accumulation of particles. The recombination of microscopic particles can recreate the appearance of the Milky Way millions of years ago, but it cannot recreate the intelligent life at that time.
However, there is a bit of a contradiction here. The explanation of microscopic civilization is very credible, but if it is not going back in time, but just the recombination of microscopic particles, how can this achieve the purpose of annihilating me? You know, from the microscopic perspective, from the words of civilization, we can know that the changes in the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy are undoubtedly aimed at me. Perhaps the reorganization of microscopic particles is aimed at the impact of the entire galaxy. In this process, anyone into the matter in this location will be decomposed and reassembled. If I stay here, I will be decomposed and die. Just to destroy me by decomposing and reorganizing the entire river system is really a bit over the top. Perhaps. And is there any other reason behind this that I don't know about?
Xiaoyu thought silently. Chapter 840 Third-Party Forces. Even if it is really a bit of a fuss to eliminate himself by decomposing and reorganizing the entire river system, Xiaoyu does not doubt his speculation. The original white dwarf alien beasts also behaved in this way, and also used this method to let themselves relax their vigilance. What Xiaoyu is confused about is what role he played in this dispute. Who has been helping him? And what is the reason why the Rebel Alliance wants to deal with him? In this constant exchange, most of the microscopic civilization has escaped from the space maze. And at this time, Xiaoyu has never relaxed. Xiaoyu's main force is far away from here. It takes about half a year to travel. It is undoubtedly too late to rely on the main force to get here. However, the main force is rapidly deploying a high-precision space monitoring network. If you search aimlessly, even if Xiaoyu uses the main force to deploy a space monitoring network, you will not be able to find traces of micro-civilization. However, now Xiaoyu already knows the exact location of micro-civilization. With the exact location, he can make targeted decisions. Sexual search activities. Xiaoyu is at least 60% sure of successfully tracking the escape route of the microscopic civilization. In addition, another exploration fleet closest to the solar system will arrive in less than 2 days. After this fleet arrives, Xiaoyu will be more certain of successfully tracking microscopic civilization.
How much do you know about me?
Xiaoyu asked this question about micro-civilization.
We don't know much, but we know that your position is very special. The defenders are watching you, and the Rebel Alliance is also watching you. We don't know what purpose they are trying to use you to achieve. Among the Alliance, our status is not high enough to obtain much information.
Micro-civilization replied.
We were just following orders. Tell me the existence of the Alliance.
Xiaoyu continued.
I'm sorry. We are only peripheral members of the Alliance, and we don't know much about the Alliance.
Micro-civilization replied very simply.
What we can tell you is that the Sweepers and Guardians are all members of the Rebel Alliance, the first line of defense deployed in threatening river systems.
They will conduct a preliminary screening of potential civilizations and strangle threatening civilizations in the week. It is for this reason that after you eliminate the Guardians, we will only step in to stop them when they are civilized with the Sweepers. The 7th level barrier is a line of defense set up by the defenders to prevent the growth of civilizations that threaten them.
Xiaoyu thought silently again.
It seems that both the defenders and the Rebel Alliance are hostile to civilization. So it's strange. How did I grow up in this situation? Could it be, in this universe, between the defenders and the Rebel Alliance besides, there is also a third-party force, which is the force to which Chino belongs? Is it under the protection of the third-party force that I can grow up? Aside from the Rebel Alliance and the defenders, is there any third-party force in this universe that is powerful enough to compete with these two?
Xiaoyu asked.
We don't know.
Micro-civilization said.
The Alliance's top leaders may know that this is not an area we can contact. Maybe there is a third-party force. Or maybe there is no third-party force. Or maybe the Rebel Alliance is not monolithic, and Chino is just the leader of a branch of the Rebel Alliance. Anyway, there is definitely a powerful existence in the secret protecting me. And this person is most likely Chino, since Chino saved my life through the Stargate and supernova explosion. Then the Pegasus civilization, the Shengya civilization, the Yaja clan and Zhang Shengya may also be decomposed in the river system and regrouped. In other words, they may still be alive. After all, if it is Chino, it is impossible for Chino not to know the importance of Shengya civilization and others to me.
Xiaoyu thought silently.
I hope they all still exist.
It's in this constant exchange. Time passed bit by bit. Many of Xiaoyu's doubts were answered, and many new ones popped up again. Xiaoyu has no way to confirm whether the information told to him by micro-civilization is true or false. Xiaoyu can only use his own judgment to confirm whether he can trust the information.
Perhaps I can ensure the accuracy of the information by directly obtaining information by connecting to the micro-civilization database. But now I don't have enough power in my hands to do this.
Xiaoyu has roughly restored the entire process of the matter in his mind. At the critical moment when he was about to become a 7th level civilization, a powerful existence was speculated to be noticed by the Rebel Alliance. At that time, they might be in some kind of dispute with the defenders, and they were subject to some restrictions. So he tried to kill himself by decomposing and reorganizing the river system. However, due to the existence of a certain third-party force, he luckily escaped with his life by chance. And because of the possible third-party force, the Rebel Alliance did not know that they were still alive. In this process, turning back time is just a side effect or not a side effect. Xiaoyu has basically confirmed the credibility of the decomposition and reorganization of the river system. But he still doubts that this method has any hidden meaning. After all, if it is just to eliminate itself, decomposition and reorganization are enough. There is no need to accurately restore the Milky Way to what it looked like 2.5 million years ago.
As far as I know, it was around 2.5 million years ago that humans made a breakthrough from beasts to ape men. Is there any relationship between the two?
Xiaoyu thinking silently. Xiaoyu has besieged the micro-civilization for more than 2 days. Now, the last micro-civilization spacecraft has escaped from the space maze arranged by Xiaoyu. The microscopic civilization reassembled into the size of a basketball, swaying gently in front of Xiaoyu's detection spacecraft. We have lost interest in participating in disputes between strong people, and the communication between us has been enough. Now we are leaving and looking for a quiet corner of the universe to develop. Xiaoyu, just say goodbye. I hope you can keep your promise and stop coming to trouble us. Micro-civilization said. Answer my last question. Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. What role did your micro-civilization play in this incident? We are just the latter. The micro-civilization replied. For example, before the plan starts, we monitor the actions of civilizations in the galaxy. After the plan is completed, we come to the solar system again to guide those apes on another path. That's it. It's precisely because we are monitoring the Milky Way and have found no trace of you leaving that we are extremely surprised that you are still alive. Xiaoyu knew that he left the Milky Way through the Stargate, and presumably the microscopic civilization could not detect the movement of the Stargate. Monitoring the Milky Way? Xiaoyu sneered. So, do you know where the other civilizations in the Milky Way have gone? Also, tell me the details of the plan you know in detail. They once tried to leave the Milky Way, but were blocked by us. After that, the Milky Way decomposed and reorganized, and we don't know what happened next. The microscopic civilization replied. Don't ask us too much. We can't possibly put the plan into action, let me tell you the details. That will anger the Rebel Alliance and bring catastrophe to our civilization. You can't tell me the details of the plan. Moreover, you have blocked the civilization in the galaxy from leaving. These 2 points are enough for me to take action against you. Xiaoyu said lightly. Start the space cannon. A city-level spacecraft flashed, and the energy that had been accumulated in the transmitter part was suddenly launched. This energy in space immediately produced a chain reaction, and a large amount of space began to collapse, turning into a beam of white energy, which was launched towards the basketball-shaped sphere formed by the aggregation of microscopic civilization at superlight speed. The message from micro-civilization was immediately full of anger. Xiaoyu, you have to keep your promise. For my enemies, there is no such thing as a promise. After discovering that he could no longer extract enough information from the micro-civilization through peaceful means, Xiaoyu immediately revealed his ferocious side. Open the database connection channel of your civilization and let my computing power enter your central computer, or you will be killed by me. You can't achieve your goal. The microscopic civilization screamed, and the basketball-shaped spheres suddenly dispersed and turned into particles that were only the size of molecules or atoms, and dissipated into the void of the universe, completely disappearing from Xiao. The trace disappeared in front of you. They are escaping suddenly out of the Milky Way at a speed of at least 1,000 times the speed of light. Faced with this situation, Xiaoyu did not panic, because this was what Xiaoyu expected. A precise positioning space monitoring network has been deployed. As long as the microscopic civilization adopts curvature navigation, there is a high chance of being detected by Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu's main fleet was also launched, and was approaching the micro-civilization at a faster speed, trying to intercept the micro-civilization. And this detection fleet closely follows the micro-civilization, providing positional data support for the main fleet's precise space monitoring. How could I let you go? Xiaoyu murmured to himself. You should no longer exist in this universe.